छ भनेर जोड गर्ने नेपालको एउटा त्यस्तो ज्वाजल्यमान त्यस्तो सही विचारको प्रतिपादक नेता पुष्पलाल हुनुहुन्थ्यो र सच्चा गणतन्त्रवादी हुनुहुन्थ्यो। म यो आजको सङ्घीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्र नेपालको यो प्रतिनिधि सभाबाट यस क्षणमा उहाँलाई म एकदमै नेपाल रत्नका रूपमा सरकारले घोषणा गरेको छ, उहाँलाई एकदम सम्मान गर्न चाहन्छु, श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु र यो प्रतिनिधि सभाले पनि स्मरण गरोस् भनेर सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय मार्फत ध्यानकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य जनार्दन शर्मा।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपाली कम्युनिस्ट आन्दोलनका प्रणेता र लोकतान्त्रिक आन्दोलनका पनि नेता, कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक महासचिव पुष्पलाल को 46 स्मृति दिवसको अवसरमा उहाँप्रति हार्दिक सम्मान व्यक्त गर्दै हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, म थोरै केही विपत्तिको विषयहरूलाई, प्राकृतिक विपत्तिबाट भएका क्षतिहरूको बारेमा यहाँ म यस सम्मानित सदनमा जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। मनसुन सुरु हुनु प्राकृतिक कुरा त हो र आवश्यक कुरा पनि हो, तर अति वर्षा भइसकेपछि आज देशभरि बाढी पहिरो डुबानले सबैतिर जनधनको क्षति भइरहेको छ, नागरिकहरू घरबार विहीन भइरहेका छन्। यस क्रमसँगै भूकम्पले विच्छेद पारेका क्षेत्रहरूमा बाढी पहिरोले थप आक्रान्त बनाएको कुरा म यहाँ राख्न चाहन्छु। र यस सन्दर्भमा 8 बिस्कोट नगरपालिकामा वडा नम्बर 12 मा त्यहाँ तातो पानी खोला र झिन्चौर खोलामा बाढीले बगाएर 3 जना अबोध बालिकाहरूको मृत्यु भएको छ। 38 वर्षीय दिल्ली बहादुर बुढाथोईको बेपत्ता हुनुभएको छ। त्यसै गरी गिजागाड खोलामा बगेर चन्द्रेपुनको मृत्यु भएको छ। यी मृतकहरूप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दै 12 जना घाइते हुनुभएको कुरा हुनुभएको छ र उहाँको स्वास्थ्य उपचारको लागि माग गर्दै घाइतेहरूको शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना गर्न चाहन्छु। अझ गम्भीर के भइरहेको छ भने गिजागाड भन्ने खोलाले त्यहाँ एउटा बजार थियो, सिम बजार भन्ने, सिम बजार आधा बगाइसकेको छ र आधा बग्ने क्रममै छ। त्यसलाई रोक्ने उपाय अहिले स्थानीय सरकारसँग, स्थानीय कुनै भोलिन्टियरसँग, स्थानीय प्रशासनसँग कुनै उपाय छैन। त्यसै गरी डोल्पा मार्गमा जहाँ भेरी कोरिडोर पर्दछ, त्रिवेणी गाउँ आज पानी थुलीभेरीको नदी गाउँमा पसेको छ, जालीहरू बगाइसकेको छ, घरहरू डिलमा छन्, रातभर मान्छेहरू जागाराम भएको अवस्था छ। यो अवस्थाबाट पार पाउनका लागि पनि स्थानीय स्तरमा हामीले समाधान गर्न सक्ने अवस्था नभएको कुरा उहाँहरूले जानकारी गराउनु भएको छ। भूकम्पले चिराचिरा पारेका बस्तीहरू अविरल वर्षासँगै बाढी पहिरोमा बदलिएका छन्। 8 बिस्कोट नगरपालिका वडा नम्बर 12 र 11 मा त्यहाँ 11, 9 मा 45 घर विस्थापित भइसकेका छन् र बाँकी 1560 परिवार अत्यन्त जोखिममा छन्। सार्नै पर्ने अवस्था छ, नसार्दा कति बेला फेरि त्यो पहिरोमा पुरिन्छन् भन्ने त्राहिमाम त्यहाँ भइरहेको छ। त्यसै गरी सानीभेरी गाउँपालिकामा 1026 घरहरू अत्यन्त जोखिममा रहेको र त्यहाँबाट हटाउनै पर्ने, सार्नै पर्ने भन्ने छ र मान्छेहरू अहिले रातभर सुतिरहेका छैनन् र भागाभागको अवस्था छ। उनीहरूलाई कसरी सार्ने भन्ने एउटा ठुलो हामीलाई समस्या भइरहेको छ। त्यसरी बाँफीकोट गाउँपालिकामा 3 घर परिवार विस्थापित भइसकेका र 54 घर परिवारलाई सार्नै पर्ने गरी त्यहाँको स्थानीय प्रशासन सबैले सिफारिस गरिसकेको छ। यसै गरी
माननीय सदस्य समय सकियो।
म सक्दैछु सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय। 48 घर परिवार विस्थापित भएका 2690 घर परिवारहरू अत्यन्त उच्च जोखिममा भएको कुरा, यो कुरा हामीले त्यस जिल्लाका जनप्रतिनिधिहरूले हामीले गृहमन्त्रीज्यूलाई ध्यानाकर्षण गराइसकेका छौँ, हामीले ज्ञापन पत्र दिइसकेका छौँ। त्यहाँ उनीहरूलाई अस्थायी आवासको लागि त्यहाँ व्यवस्था अहिलेसम्म भइसकेको छैन र अरू यी जोखिममा परेका बस्तीलाई सार्ने कुरा पनि अगाडि बढेको छैन। म सरकारको गम्भीर ध्यानाकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य रोशन कार्की, समयभित्र विषय केन्द्रित राख्नुहोला।
सभामुख महोदय, हिजो राति सर्लाही जिल्लामा आफ्नै निवासमा रामचन्द्र रायजीको धारिलो हतियार प्रयोग गरेर हत्या गरिएको छ। रामचन्द्र रायजी हाम्रो केही समय अगाडि हाम्रो पार्टीमा आबद्ध हुनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँ, र उहाँ केन्द्रीय पदाधिकारी पनि हुनुहुन्थ्यो। आज गृहमन्त्रीज्यूको यहाँ उपस्थित छ। मधेसमा केही समयदेखि असाध्यै यस्तो खालको घटनाहरू घटिरहेको छ र म माननीय सभामुख मार्फत गृहमन्त्रीज्यूको म ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु र मधेसमा चाहिँ उच्च सतर्कता अपनाइयोस् र यसको बारेमा छानबिन गरेर सत्य तथ्य चाहिँ अगाडि ल्याउनको लागि पनि अनुरोध गर्दछु। सभामुख महोदय, एउटा अर्को फेरि भुइँचलो गएको छ। यहाँ संसद सचिवालयका करारमा र ज्यालादारीमा भएका करिब 50 जनाभन्दा बढ्ता कर्मचारीहरूले अस्ति शुक्रबार पुर्जी पाए। त्यो 50 जना कर्मचारीहरू जो 10 वर्षदेखि 5 वर्षको बिचमा हामीलाई सहयोगीको रूपमा काम गरिरहेका थिए, हठात हाम्रो शहरी विकास मन्त्रालयबाट त्यस्तो खालको कार्य हुनुभयो, जसले गर्दाखेरि त्यो 50 जना कर्मचारीहरूको रोजीरोटी छिनियो। सभामुख महोदय, यो पनि कुनै पनि प्रकारको पहिरो जस्तो होइन, पहिरोभन्दा कम होइन यो समस्या। उनीहरूले आफ्ना छोराछोरीहरू, आफ्ना बाबुआमाहरूलाई कसरी पाल्छन्? अहिलेको जस्तो समयमा, अहिलेको जस्तो आर्थिक मन्दीको समयमा तिनीहरूले कहाँबाट जागिर पाउने? के शहरी विकास मन्त्रालयले तिनीहरूलाई खाडी मुलुकमा पठाउनु खोजेको हो, या तिनीहरूलाई हातमा डोरी लिएर पासो लागेर मर भनेर भन्नु खोजेको हो? म शहरी विकासमा निश्चय पनि शहरी विकास मन्त्रीज्यूको यतापट्टि त्यति ध्यान गएको छैन होला, यो कुरा त सचिवज्यूको पनि चलखेल हुनसक्छ। र फेरि 50 जना कर्मचारीहरूलाई, करारका कर्मचारीहरूलाई, ज्यालादारीका कर्मचारीहरूलाई हटाएर फेरि ज्यालादारीमा नै अन्य कर्मचारीहरूलाई राखिएको छ। के आफ्नो कर्मचारीहरूको भर्ती केन्द्र बनाउनु खोजेको यो सरकारले आउने बित्तिकै यस्तो खालको कामहरू गरेपछि त कसरी सुशासन हुन्छ, कसरी कर्मचारीहरूलाई राहत हुन्छ, कसरी हाम्रो सहयोगीहरूको चाहिँ संरक्षण हुन्छ? सभामुख महोदय, म त्यसकारण यसमा सभामुख मार्फत म गम्भीर ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु शहरी विकास मन्त्रीज्यूको, किनभने मन्त्रीज्यू असाध्यै शालीन र भद्र हुनुहुन्छ। निश्चय पनि यो कुरा उहाँको कान नपुगेपछि ती कर्मचारीहरूले उहाँहरूले फेरि आफ्नो जुन खोसिएको जागिर सरकारले बाढी पहिरो लिएर आएर उहाँहरूलाई तहस नहस गरेको ठाउँमा फेरि पुनर्स्थापना हुन्छ भन्ने आशा राख्छु। मलाई समय दिनुभयो, धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य हरि ढकाल, विषय केन्द्रित, समयभित्र राख्नुहोला।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपालका कम्युनिस्ट आन्दोलनका कम्युनिस्ट अभियन्ता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठज्यूको आज 46औं स्मृति दिवस। म पुष्पलालप्रति उच्च सम्मान र भावपूर्ण श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, मधेसमा लोकतान्त्रिक आन्दोलन र राजनीतिक अभ्यासका लागि चिरपरिचित व्यक्तित्व रामचन्द्र रायज्यूको हिजो गैराती उहाँकै निवासमा हत्या भएको छ। म यो हत्याको घोर निन्दा र भर्त्सना गर्न चाहन्छु। साथै गृहमन्त्रीज्यूलाई तत्काल यो घटनाको छानबिन गरी हत्या अभियुक्तहरूलाई तत्काल कानुनी दायरामा ल्याउन जोडदार माग गर्दछु। देशैभरि बाढी पहिरोले वितण्डा मच्चाएको छ। यो बिचमा धेरै जनधन क्षति भएको छ। गृह मन्त्रालयले तत्काल उचित राहत क्षतिपूर्ति सहित तदारुकता देखाओस्। हामीले यो भनिरहँदा हिजोका दिनमा हामीले थालनी गरेका हाम्रा पूर्व तयारीका अभ्यासहरू, ती अभ्यासहरूमा सरकार हामीले गरे जस्तै गरी तदारुकता देखाओस्। साथै सरकार अथवा यो समीकरण परिवर्तन पश्चात पटक पटक कर्मचारी प्रशासनमा हस्तक्षेप र कर्मचारीहरूलाई दिइने एउटा राजनीतिक परिवर्तन, समीकरण परिवर्तनसँगै हुने खेलो त छँदैछ। संसदीय प्रणालीमा हामीलाई सघाउने ती करारका कर्मचारीहरूलाई किन यस्तो असभ्य व्यवहार गरिएको छ? म शहरी विकास मन्त्रालय मार्फत, सभामुखज्यू मार्फत शहरी विकास मन्त्रालयको गम्भीर ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु। संसद सचिवालयमा रहेका करारका कर्मचारीहरूको जायज मागलाई सम्बोधन गरियोस्। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य रामप्रकाश चौधरी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, गैराती करिब 11:30 बजेको समयमा जब मेरो क्षेत्र सर्लाहीबाट फोन आउँदा म स्तब्ध भएको थिएँ। घटना रापरपाका केन्द्रीय सदस्य तथा पूर्व भूमि सुधार राज्य मन्त्री रामचन्द्र रायजीको सर्लाही क्षेत्र नम्बर 1 चन्द्रनगर गाउँपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 1 को रतनपुर भन्ने ठाउँमा उहाँको आफ्नै फार्म हाउस र तराईतिर डेरा भन्छ, त्यही गाउँमा भोज खाएर आएर घरमा चिने जानको मान्छेसँग 3 जना मान्छेहरूसँग कुरा गरेको र त्यहाँ काम गर्ने केटालाई तिमी माथि गएर छतमा सुत, हामी उहाँसँग कुरा गर्छौँ भनेर कुरा गर्दा गर्दै अति व्यक्तिहरूबाट धारिलो हतियार प्रयोग गरी अनुहारको भागमा निर्मम तरिकाले काटी हत्या गरी हत्या चाहिँ भएको घटना प्रति म सदनको ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु र सो घटनाको भर्सना घोर भर्सना र निन्दा गर्न चाहन्छु। निज रामचन्द्र राय 3 चोटि सर्लाहीबाट रापम स र प्रतिनिधि सभामा चुनिएका व्यक्ति थिए। निज प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्ति हो, त्यसैले म सो घटनाको बारेमा छानबिन तथा यथा स्थिति के भएको त्यो चाहिँ गृह मन्त्रालयको र गृहमन्त्रीजीको जवाब चाहन्छु सभामुख महोदय। यो यस्तो घटना नेपालमा यो एउटा होइन सभामुख महोदय, पहिला पनि पूर्व राज्य मन्त्री मिर्जा दिलसाद बेग र सप्तरीका माननीय शार्दुल शेखको पनि हत्या भएको थियो। यस्तै यो देशमा पूर्व न्यायाधीश रणबहादुर बम लगायत पूर्व आइजिपी निजको श्रीमती र बडीगार्ड समेत पनि मारिएका थिए सभामुख महोदय। त्यति मात्र होइन सभामुख महोदय, यो देशमा राजा वीरेन्द्र सहित निजका पूर्ण परिवारको चाहिँ हत्या भएको थियो र रिपोर्ट त्यही आएको होइन सभामुख महोदय, पट्टटटा र रटटटा। मैले चाहिँ सभामुखको चाहिँ ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहे। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य किरण कुमार शाह संक्षिप्तमा राख्नुहोला।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, समय उपलब्ध गराउनु भएकोमा धन्यवाद। नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक नेता पुष्पलालज्यूको 46औं स्मृति दिवसको उपलक्ष्यमा उहाँप्रति श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छौँ र म अत्यन्तै दुःखद घटना सदनलाई ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छौँ। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, मेरो निर्वाचन क्षेत्र नम्बर 2 रौतहट राजपुर नगरपालिका वार्ड नम्बर 6 कुडियामा मोहरमको अवसरमा केही अराजक र उद्दण्ड र सामाजिक उपद्रवीहरू मोहरमको नाममा छठी माताको श्री सप्तामाथि जुत्ता तलवार
मान्य
लाठी प्रहार।
सदस्य एकछिन रोक्नुहोस्। मान्य हितराज पाण्डे के हो भन्नुहोस्, के भन्न खोज्नुभयो के पहिला? ल मान्यलाई माइक दिनुहोस्, के हो टक्कै विषय के हो त्यो राख्नु।
म न्यायपत्ति गरिरहेको छु, उहाँले पुष्पकमल दाहाल भन्नुभयो, के भन्न खोज्नु भएको हो? वास्तवमा उहाँले कसरी लैजानु भएको हो? एउटा मान्यले बोल्दा आफूलाई अलि के बोलेको छु भन्ने कुरा थाहा दिनुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। म यो बारेमा न्यायपत्ति गर्छु।
ल धन्यवाद मान्यज्यू, बसौँ।
रेकर्डबाट
वक्ता मान्यज्यू, तपाईँले बोलेको पुष्पकमल दाहालमाथि आपत्ति आयो के हो? तुरन्त प्रश्न गर्नुहोस् अनि आफ्नो कुरा विषयभित्र राख्नुहोस्।
मैले पुष्पलाल भनेको पुष्पकमल भन्न आएकोले
ल अगाडि
क्षमा माग्न चाहन्छौँ। र मैले भन्न चाहेँ कि वास्तवमा यो बारम्बार मेरो क्षेत्रमा धार्मिक सहिष्णुता भड्किराखेको अवस्था छ र हिन्दू धर्म आस्था सभ्यता संस्कृतिमाथि घृणित आक्रमण गरेका छन्। यस्ता अमानवीय र निन्दनीय कार्यले सामाजिक सद्भाव बिगार्ने काम गरेको छ र मेरो यस घटनाप्रति गहिरो खेद प्रकट छ। यो घटना केवल धार्मिक आस्थामाथि आक्रमण मात्र होइन, समाजमा द्वन्द्व र तनाव सिर्जना गर्ने कुचेष्टा हो। यस घटनाले हाम्रो समाजको शान्तिक सद्भाव खलल पुर्याएको छ र यस्ता अराजक तत्त्वहरूले हाल हाम्रो धार्मिक सहिष्णुतामा आघात पुर्याएको छ र यसले हामी सबैलाई गम्भीर रूपमा सोच्न बाध्य बनाएको छ। यो केवल एउटा धार्मिक असहिष्णुताको घटना मात्र नभई हाम्रो सामाजिक संरचना नै चुनौती दिने प्रयास गरेको छ। यस घटनामा केवल स्थानीय जनता मात्र होइन, सुरक्षा व्यवस्था कायम गर्न खटिएका प्रहरी समेत निशानामा परेको छ। अराजक तत्त्वहरूले प्रहरीमाथि आक्रमण गर्दै उनीहरूको सुरक्षामा खलल पुर्याएका छन् र प्रहरी जवानदेखि सहीसम्म जसले शान्ति सुरक्षा गर्न प्रयास गरिरहेका थिए उनीहरू समेत 8 जना घाइते भएका छन्। यो घटना हाम्रो सुरक्षा निकायको कमजोरी स्थिति दर्शाउने उदाहरण हो र यसले हाम्रो समाजमा अपराधीहरूको हौसला बढाएको छ। म घाइते भएका सम्पूर्ण प्रहरी अधिकारीहरूको सर्वसाधारणहरूको शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना गर्दछु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, मेरो क्षेत्र लामो समयदेखि केही अपराधी समूहहरूले हिन्दूहरूको अनुष्ठान, कलश यात्रा, दुर्गा पूजा, सरस्वती पूजा लगायतका धार्मिक कार्यक्रमहरू बारम्बार आक्रमण गर्दै आएका छन्। यस्ता घृणित कार्यहरूले हाम्रो धार्मिक सहिष्णुता र सामुदायिक सद्भाव बारम्बार आक्रमण गरेको छ। यो केवल धार्मिक असहिष्णुताको समस्या मात्र नभई हाम्रो सामाजिक समरसता र एकतामाथि चुनौती हो। यस्ता घटना पुनः नघट्न भन्नको लागि कडा कदम चाल्न अपरिहार्य देखिएको छ। यो घटना हाम्रो समाजको व्याप्त सहिष्णुता राजकता बढ्दै गएको सङ्केत हो। यस प्रकार घटना भविष्यमा नदोहोरियोस् भनेर समयमै कठोर कदम चाल्न आवश्यक छ। रौतहट सुरक्षाका प्रमुखहरूलाई कडाभन्दा कडा निर्णय लिन र शान्ति सुरक्षा कायम राख्न नेपाल सरकारलाई निर्देशन गर्न म आग्रह गर्दछु। यस्तै अपराधी गतिविधिहरूको अन्त्य गर्न, समाजमा शान्ति अमन चैन कायम राख्न, धार्मिक सहिष्णुता बलियो बनाउन हाम्रो सबैको सहकार्य आवश्यकता छ। नेपाल सरकारलाई म जोरदार माग गर्दछु कि यस्ता अराजक तत्त्वहरू खोजी गरी कडा कारवाही गरियोस् र यस्ता आपराधिक क्रियाकलापहरू जरैबाट उखेल्न आवश्यक छ। यस्ता घटनामा हाम्रो समाजका सद्भावमा खलल पुर्याउने मात्र नभई हाम्रो राष्ट्रिय सुरक्षामा पनि चुनौती हो। गृहमन्त्रीज्यू, तपाईँले यस घटनाको बारेमा जवाब दिनुहोस् र आवश्यक कदम चाल्नुहोस्। हाम्रो समाजको शान्ति सद्भाव कायम राख्न सबैको सहयोग अपरिहार्य छ। सकिहाले हामी सबैको मिलेर यस्ता तत्त्वहरूको सम्मान गर्नुपर्छ। हाम्रो समाजलाई सुरक्षित बनाउनुपर्छ। यस घटनामा संलग्न दोषीको पहिचान गरी उनीहरूको कानुनी कठघरामा ल्याउन म सरकारसँग कडा कारवाहीको माग गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब शून्य समयको कार्यक्रम प्रारम्भ हुन्छ। शून्य समयमा बोल्न चाहनुहुने मान्य सदस्यहरूको लागि 1 मिनटको समय निर्धारण गरिएको छ। सर्वप्रथम मान्य सदस्य भानुभक्त जोशी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज श्रावण 7 गते म सर्वप्रथम नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक नेता कर्ण पुष्पलालप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, बझाङ जिल्लामा विगतको बाढी पहिरोबाट जनताले राहत नपाउँदै बिचमा फेरि भूकम्पले थिला भएको बझाङ जिल्लाको संरचना यो बर्खियाम सुरु नहुँदै अहिले बझाङ जिल्लाको मस्टा गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 7 गौनी, कुसेना, तोलीमा 4 घर पहिरोले पुरिएका छन्। 21 घर परिवार जोखिममा छन्। थलारा गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 9 को झ्याम्बगढका कतिपय परिवारहरू विस्थापित हुनु परेको छ। केदारसिंह गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 1 पथुडा, सुरमा गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 2 का केही घरहरू बाढीको जोखिममा छन् भने जिल्लाका सबैजसो ग्रामीण सडकहरू
मान्य सदस्य भीम प्रसाद आचार्य।
सम्मान्य सभामुखज्यू, आज श्रावण 7 गते नेता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठज्यू र हिजो 6 गतेको बिपी कोइरालाजी दुवैप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली व्यक्त गर्दछु। यो लगातारको झरीले गर्दा बाढीले अत्यन्तै ठुलो नोक्सानी पुर्याइरहेको छ देशका विभिन्न ठाउँमा। त्यसै गरी इटेरीको वार्ड नम्बर 3 मा त्यहाँ बुढी पटेरुवामा एउटा ठुलो बाँध बाँधेर 450 हेक्टर जमिन सिँचाइ गरिरहेको बाँध र नहर दुईटै बगाएको छ। बाढीले काटेर वार्ड नम्बर 2 मा घर कटान गर्ने अवस्था छ। यिनीहरू 10 को जलपापुर, देवानगञ्ज 6 र 7, 5 वडा नम्बरमा र जिल्लाका अनेकौँ ठाउँहरूमा बाढीले धेरै ठुलो नोक्सान गरेको छ, हानि क्षति गरेको छ। र त्यो इटरीको बुढी खोलाले 4 जना बगाएको मध्ये 2 जना अहिलेसम्म पनि बेपत्ता छन्। त्यो सबैको शीघ्र खोजी गरियोस् र त्यो बाँध अब कमसेकम आगामी आर्थिक वर्षमा सम्पन्न हुने गरी।
माननीय सदस्य मनबहादुर गुरुङ।
सम्मानीय सभामुखज्यू, यही आशा 31 गते नेकपा एमालेका सद्य अध्यक्ष केपी शर्मा ओलीको नेतृत्वमा नयाँ सरकार गठन भएको छ र हिजो मात्र विश्वासको मत लिनुभयो। म सम्मानीय प्रधानमन्त्री श्री केपी शर्मा ओलीज्यू, माननीय उप प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूहरू, माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूहरूमा हार्दिक बधाई, कार्यकालको शुभकामना। सभामुख महोदय, वर्षाका कारण देशको अधिकांश सडकहरू अवरुद्ध छन्। त्यस्तै मेरो जिल्ला काशी क्षेत्र नम्बर 1 अन्तर्गत माथि गाउँपालिकाका सडकहरू अवरुद्ध छन्। गाउँहरू सदरमुकामसँग सम्बद्ध विषय छन्, जस्तै काउखला सिक्ले सडक, काउरे तान्तिङ सडक, कसेरी भैँसी सडक, राखी मिजिरे सडक अवरुद्ध छन्। गाउँहरू छाचोक, मेलबोट, थाक, तप्राङ, चिप्ली, खेलाङ, पार्चे, सिक्ले, चाँसु, सौदा, ज्याम्दु, घ्याब्राङ, तान्तिङ, तारकङ, याम्जुकोट, तोगी, साप्ले, वार्चोक, भाचो, तासे, नागेदर, पाख्रेकोट, गाते, गोजरे, मिजिरे, रबै डाँडा यी सबै गाउँहरू सदरमुकामसँग सम्बद्ध विषय भएका छन्। हिउँदमा सडक सुचारू हुने, वर्षामा सडक बन्द हुने चलन छ। अब यो सरकारले यी समस्यालाई समाधान गर्ने गरी सुचारूका साथ अभियानका साथ अगाडि।
माननीय सदस्य मनिष झा।
सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपालको राजनीतिक अभियन्ताहरूप्रति श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्दै म आजको शून्य समयमा नेपालले सन् 2008 देखि यो कोरियामा इम्प्लोइमेन्ट पर्मिट समिट सिस्टम EPS अन्तर्गत अहिलेसम्म हामीले 1,06,000 नेपाली कामदारहरू कोरिया पुगिसकेका छन्, जसमध्ये अहिले हाल 40,000 नेपाली कामदार त्यहाँ कार्यरत छन्। कोरियामा यो राष्ट्रिय पेन्सन बिमा, जसलाई कोरियन भाषामा खुकमिन एनगुम भनिँदो रहेछ, त्यस अन्तर्गत हामीले कामदारको 4.5% मासिक आम्दानीको र इम्प्लोयरको 4.5% जोडेर उनीहरूले त्यसमा चाहिँ पेन्सन, राष्ट्रिय पेन्सन पाउँछ। अहिलेसम्म हामीले यो सम्झौता गरेर यसको लाभ लिएको भए 127 अर्ब रुपियाँ नेपाल भित्राइसकेको हुन्थ्यौँ। औसतमा एकजनाले 5 वर्ष काम गरेपछि 12 लाख रुपियाँ लिन पाउँछ। तर हामीले द्विपक्षीय सम्झौता नगरेको हुनाले हामीले कोरियन नेपालमा श्रम स्वीकृति लिएर काम गर्दै गर्दाखेरि उनीहरूलाई पनि
माननीय सदस्य महेश कुमार बर्तौला।
पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, हिजो मात्रै सरकारले भारी विश्वासको मतका साथ फुल फ्लेजमा टेकअफ गरेको छ। चुनौतीका धेरै ठुला अग्ला पहाडहरू छन्। यात्राका क्रममा विभिन्न टर्बुलेन्सहरू आउन सक्छन्, तर सक्षम, दूरदर्शी, दृढ पाइलटका कारणले गर्दा सरकार सहज ढङ्गले अगाडि बढ्नेछ, स्मुथली अगाडि जानेछ, सफल ढङ्गबाट यो अगाडि बढ्छ। बर्मुडाको ट्रायङ्गलमा फस्ने कुनै पनि खतरा छैन। म सरकारलाई धेरै बधाई दिन चाहन्छु, शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। यो सरकारलाई असफल हुने छुट छैन। त्यस कारणले गर्दा सफल ढङ्गबाट यो सरकार अघि बढ्नेछ। सिङ्गो देशवासीले यही अपेक्षा गरेको छ। म सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू सहित सिङ्गो मन्त्री परिषदलाई म हार्दिक शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य महेश बस्नेत।
सम्माननीय सभामुखज्यू, नेपालको वाम लोकतान्त्रिक आन्दोलनका शिखर पुरुष पुष्पलाल प्रति म हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। इलाम जिल्ला सूर्योदय नगरपालिका वडा नम्बर 5 समालबुङ मेची किनार टोलमा अविरल वर्षाको कारण 4 घर परिवारको करिब 45 रोपनी जमिन पहिरोले बगाएको छ र घर बारविहीन बनाएको छ। पीडितहरूमा लालबहादुर देवान, शङ्खबहादुर देवान, कुसुम देवान, वेद प्रकाश देवान रहेका छन्। पीडितहरूको राहत, उद्धार तथा पुनर्स्थापनाका लागि म सम्माननीय सभामुखज्यू मार्फत सरकारको ध्यान आकृष्ट गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य माधव सापकोटा।
नेपालको कम्युनिस्ट आन्दोलनका संस्थापक कमरेड पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको आज 46औं स्मृति दिवस। पुष्पलालको योगदानको उच्च प्रशंसा र सम्मानसहित भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, दोलखा र सिन्धुपाल्चोकको सिमाना खरीढुङ्गामा खानी रहेको र सिन्धुपाल्चोकको लामो साङ्गुमा उद्योग रहेको ओरेन म्याग्नेसाइट विगत लामो समयदेखि रुग्ण र बन्द अवस्थामा छ। रोपवेका कारण बस्ती र अरू मानव जीवनका लागि त्यो जोखिमयुक्त भएको छ। तत्काल यसको व्यवस्थापनसहित उक्त उद्योग सञ्चालनका निमित्त सम्माननीय सभामुख मार्फत नेपाल सरकारको गम्भीरतापूर्वक ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य मिना तामाङ।
सभामुख महोदय, अहिले सरकार परिवर्तन भएको छ। सत्तापक्ष र प्रतिपक्ष फेरिएको छ। नवगठित सरकारको सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू तथा मन्त्रीज्यूहरू मन्त्री परिषद शपथ ग्रहण सहित आफ्नो जिम्मेवारी र भूमिकामा फर्किनु भएको होला भन्ने अपेक्षासहित सफल कार्यकालको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, प्रतिपक्षको बेन्चबाट निम्न अनुसारका प्रश्नावलीको उत्तर विश्वास र प्रतिबद्धताको माग समेत होस् भन्ने सम्बोधन होस् भन्ने अपेक्षासहित सभामुख मार्फत सरकारको ध्यान आकृष्ट गर्न चाहन्छु। निवर्तमान सरकारद्वारा तयार गरिएको भ्रष्टाचारी फाइल, कृत्रिम भुटानी शरणार्थी, गिरीबन्धु टी स्टेट, जग्गा अपचलन, नक्सालको बाल मन्दिरको जग्गा भाडा प्रकरण, जनकपुरको जग्गा अधिक्रमणको प्रयाससँग जोडिएका दोषीहरूलाई न्यायिक अदालतमा उभ्याउन सकिन्छ कि सकिँदैन? सङ्घीय लोकतान्त्रिक गणतन्त्रात्मक राज्य प्रणाली र संविधानको 2072 को प्रस्तावनाको मर्म, भावना, उद्देश्य र लक्ष्यमाथि कुनै
माननीय सदस्य मुक्ता कुमारी यादव।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हिजो महामानव दूरदर्शी नेता स्वर्गीय बीपी कोइरालाको र आज पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको स्मृति दिवसको अवसरमा उहाँहरूप्रति उच्च सम्मानसहित हार्दिक श्रद्धासुमन अर्पण गर्दै हिजो मात्रै सरकारले बहुमतका साथ विश्वासको मत लिनुभएको छ। सरकार प्रधानमन्त्री समेत उप प्रधानमन्त्री मन्त्रीज्यूहरू सबलाई म आफ्नो तर्फबाट हार्दिक बधाई र सफल कार्यकालको शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। साथै पहिला 2015 सालमा महामानव बीपी कोइरालाले समावेशी सरकार बनाउनु भएको थियो। अहिले त्यो यो सरकार समावेशी छैन, समावेशी बनाउन चुक्नु भएको छ र अहिले धेरै चुनौतीहरू पनि छ सरकारका सामु। तराई मधेसमा धेरै दिन देखारै चोरी डकैती हत्या हिंसा।
माननीय सदस्य मेनका कुमारी पोखरेल।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सर्वप्रथम आज 46औं पुष्पलाल स्मृति दिवसको सन्दर्भमा उहाँप्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु र पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठ र बीपी कोइरालाको विरासतमा बनेको यो सरकारका प्रधानमन्त्री मन्त्रीहरूको सफलताको कार्यकाल सफलताको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। त्यसै गरी दाङको पवित्र तीर्थस्थल धारापानीमा गएको असार 23 को भीषण वर्षाले मन्दिरमा जाने पुलको डाइभर्सन क्षतिग्रस्त भएको र 1 गतेदेखि महाआरती चलिरहेको हुँदा त्यहाँ यात्रुहरूलाई समस्या सिर्जना भइरहेको छ।
मान्य सदस्य मैना कार्की।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नवनियुक्त सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी ओली लगायत नयाँ मन्त्रीमण्डललाई हार्दिक बधाई, कार्यकाल सफलताको कामना। देशमा सुशासनसहित शान्ति कायम गर्दै युवाहरूलाई देशभित्रै काम गर्ने अवसर, भ्रष्टाचार अन्त गर्न सकोस्, यही मेरो सरकारलाई शुभकामना छ। त्रिचुली नदीमा खसेका 2वटा बसका यात्रुहरू मृत्यु भएका, देशभरि र जाजरकोट जिल्लामा बाढी पहिरोमा परेर ज्यान गुमाएका नागरिकलाई हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली, घाइतेहरूको शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना। देशभरि र जाजरकोट जिल्लामा बाढी पहिरोले जोखिममा रहेका नागरिक र बस्तीको धनजनको रक्षा, जोखिम न्यूनीकरण, आवत जावत सहज गर्न, मृतक र बेपत्तालाई राहत उपलब्ध गराउन सम्बन्धित निकाय र नेपाल सरकारसँग जोरदार माग गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
मान्य सदस्य मङ्गल प्रसाद गुप्ता।
सम्माननीय सभामुखज्यू, सर्वप्रथम कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी का संस्थापक आदरणीय पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठज्यू को उसमा श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित गर्न चाहन्छु। कपिलवस्तु जिल्लाको बाणगङ्गा नदीमा भारतीय क्षेत्र बार्डरमा लगभग 6 दशकदेखि बन्धा बनेको छ, जसको पानी नेपाल भूमिमा पनि स्टोर रहन्छ। केही दिन पहिले बाढी आउँदा बाणगङ्गा तटमा सयौं वर्षदेखि बसेका हरदौना गाउँका 4 घर बगाएको छ भने 50 घर जति मानिस अर्कै ठाउँमा सरेका छन्। यस खोलाका कटान भइराखेको करोडौं रुपियाँको क्षति भइराखेको छ। भारत सरकारसँग यस बारेमा कुरा राख्दा भारत सरकारले नेपालभित्र लगभग 10 किलोमिटरसम्म नदी कटानको व्यवस्थापन गर्न सर्वे गराई, सायद DPR पनि तयार छ। सो अरबौंको योजना कैयौं वर्षदेखि भइसक्यो।
माननीय सदस्य योगेन्द्र मण्डल।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, हामीले सुन्दै आएका छौँ, हिजो पनि यही सदनमा सुन्यौँ, कुनै पनि नेपालीका छोराछोरीले नागरिकताबाट वञ्चित हुँदैन र त्यसको लागि आमा वा बुवाको नामबाट पनि नागरिकता दिने भन्ने कुरा हामी सुन्दै आएको छौँ। के भइरहेको छ, कहिलेदेखि यो कार्यान्वयनमा आउँछ? किनकि नागरिकता जस्तो संवेदनशील कुरामा नागरिकता नहुँदाखेरि कति छटपटिन्छ यही सदनमा हामीले देखेका छौँ। त्यसकारण म आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु अहिलेको सरकारलाई आमा वा बुवाको नामबाट तुरुन्त नागरिकता पाउनु पर्यो, तर कुनै पनि यसको बहानामा कुनै पनि विदेशी नागरिक वा त्यसका छोराछोरीले नागरिकता पाउनु हुँदैन। यो मान्यतामा पनि हामी अडिग हुनुपर्छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य योगेश कुमार भट्टराई।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज म यो स्वार्थको द्वन्द्व सम्बन्धी कानुन निर्माणमा सरकारको ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, सार्वजनिक पद धारण गरेका व्यक्तिहरूले र उनीहरूको पेसा जोडिएको विषयमा विगत समयदेखि पटक पटक यस्ता विषय उठेका छन्। राजनीतिक नेतृत्व, सांसद, मन्त्री, प्रधानमन्त्री, संवैधानिक निकाय, सुरक्षा निकाय, न्यायाधीश लगायतको बारेमा पनि यो कुरा उठेको छ। के गर्नुहुने, के गर्नु नहुने, कस्तो विषयमा नियुक्ति लिनुहुने, कस्तोमा नहुने, यस्ता विषय गम्भीरताका साथ उठेका छन्। नेपाल भ्रष्टाचार सम्बन्धी संयुक्त राष्ट्रको महासन्धिको पक्ष राष्ट्र हो, र हालै पूर्व गृहमन्त्रीज्यूको विषयमा सर्वोच्च अदालतमा बहस हुँदा सर्वोच्च अदालतले द्वन्द्व सम्बन्धी कानुन निर्माण गर्न समेत निर्देशन गरेको छ। त्यसकारणले यी तमाम विषयको सम्बोधन गर्न, राजनीतिलाई पारदर्शी बनाउन, साथै स्वच्छता निर्माण गर्न र न्यायसङ्गत ढङ्गले काम कारबाही अगाडि बढाउन स्वार्थको द्वन्द्व सम्बन्धी कानुन नेपाल कानुन आयोगले बनाइकन कानुन मन्त्रालयमा बुझाएको छ। त्यो कानुनलाई यथाशीघ्र संसदमा
मान्य सदस्य रघुजी पन्त।
सभामुख महोदय, नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक, संयुक्त जनआन्दोलनका प्रणेता र नेपालको पहिलो वामपन्थी सिद्धान्तकार, इतिहासकार दिवंगत पुष्पलाल प्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दछु। जुन भूमिका रुसको क्रान्तिमा लेनिनको थियो, नेपालको सन्दर्भमा झन्डै पुष्पलालको त्यस्तै छ। लेनिनका दाजु जारको विरोध गर्दा मारिएका थिए, पुष्पलालका दाजु गङ्गालाल पनि राणाशाहीको विरोध गर्दा मारिएका थिए। यी दुवैको जीवनी पढ्यो भने कतिपय कुराहरू मिल्न जान्छ र पुष्पलालले पहिलोपल्ट लेनिनको नाम पनि गङ्गालालकै मुखबाट सुनेका थिए। र म पुष्पलाल वामपन्थीले मात्रै पढ्ने, बिपी प्रजातन्त्रवादी भन्ने उहाँहरूले मात्र पढ्ने होइन। सभामुख महोदय, नेपालको लोकतान्त्रिक आन्दोलनलाई सही ढङ्गले बुझ्नको लागि बिपी कोइराला र पुष्पलाललाई समान ढङ्गले पढ्नुपर्छ, तब मात्र हामी नेपालको लोकतान्त्रिक आन्दोलनलाई बुझ्न सक्छौँ। त्यसैले म आजको दिनमा पुष्पलालप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दै सबै राजनीतिक क्षेत्रका महानुभावहरूलाई, हामी राजनीतिक
मान्य सदस्य रणकुमारी बलमपाकी मगर।
सम्माननीय सभामुखज्यू, नेपालको 45औं प्रधानमन्त्री हुनुभएकोमा नेकपा एमालेका श्रद्धेय अध्यक्ष केपी शर्मा ओलीज्यू लगायत सम्पूर्ण मन्त्रालयका मन्त्रीज्यूहरूलाई देश र जनताको पक्षमा देखिने गरी काम गर्न हार्दिक बधाई, सफल कार्यकालको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। देशैभरि परेको अविरल वर्षाको कारण मृत्यु हुने प्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली, परिवारजनमा गहिरो संवेदना, बेपत्ताको खोजी, घाइतेको उपचार, पीडितलाई बासको व्यवस्था गर्न अनुरोध गर्दछु। 28 गते राति चितवनको सिमताल पहिरोमा परि 2वटा गाडीमा सवार 62 जना यात्रुमध्ये 28 जनाको शव भेटिएको छ। अझै 34 जना हराइरहेका छन्। उनीहरूको खोजी छिटो गर्न सरकारसँग माग गर्दछु। सभामुख महोदय, अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सम्मेलन केन्द्रमा काम गर्दै आउनुभएका 25 जना कर्मचारीलाई बिना जानकारी निकालिएको छ। काम गरेर खानेलाई किन बेरोजगार बनाएको? उहाँहरूको रोजीरोटीको ग्यारेन्टी गर्न म सभामुखमा।
मान्य सदस्य रणेन्द्र बराली।
सम्मानीय सभामुखज्यू, नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीको संस्थापक नेता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठप्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दछु। सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, धेरै पहिलेदेखि मैले भन्ने गरेको छु, दलितको अधिकार भनेको हेर्दा ऐना छाम्दा छैन। यो कथन आजको हरेक निकायमा समानुपातिक सहभागिताले व्यवस्थापन गर्न, कार्यान्वयन गर्ने बेलामा पुष्टि हुन्छ। हालै गठित मन्त्री परिषदमा एकजना दलितको पनि सहभागी नहुनु झनै प्रमाणित भएको छ। विगतमा भनिन्थ्यो दलितहरू न पार्टीको केन्द्रीय हैसियतमा पुग्न सकेका हुन्छन्, न त दक्ष योग्य विशेषज्ञ नै हुन्छन्। के आधारले राज्यको महत्त्वपूर्ण अङ्गमा समाहित गर्ने भन्थे, तर अब त्यो भन्ने ठाउँ पनि रहेको छैन। यसमा केही छ भने नेताहरूमा आफूले थाहा नपाउने गरी गडेर बसेको सामन्तवादको अवशेष नै छ। सबैलाई चेतना भए। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
मान्य सदस्य रञ्जु कुमारी झा।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, स्वर्गीय बिपी कोइराला र स्वर्गीय कमरेड पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धासुमन दिँदै, हिजो मात्रै नवनियुक्त प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले यो सदनको 2/3 विश्वासको मत प्राप्त गर्नुभएछ। उहाँ लगायत उहाँको सम्पूर्ण क्याबिनेटलाई म हार्दिक बधाई र कार्यकाल सफलताको शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, हिजो सामान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले रोस्टमबाट भन्नुभयो कि करप्सनलाई 0 टलरेन्टको कुरा, भ्रष्टाचार नगर्न दिने। म उहाँको क्याबिनेट लगायत उहाँ समेतलाई ध्यान आकर्षण गराउन चाहन्छु कि वास्तवमा उहाँको कार्यकाल सफलता उहाँको क्याबिनेटले गर्ने हो। त्यसकारण सम्पूर्ण मन्त्री परिषदलाई पनि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु कि उहाँले भनेको कुरालाई मनन गरिदिनलाई र त्यसबाट सुशासनलाई प्रत्याभूति जनताले गरोस्। किनभने सामान्य प्रधानमन्त्री कुनै कमजोर प्रधानमन्त्री बन्नुभएको छैन। विगतको धेरै अनुभव लिएका व्यक्ति हुनुहुन्छ र उहाँसँग सबै किसिमको क्षमता छ।
माननीय सदस्य राजेन्द्र कुमार केसी।
सभामुख महोदय, 1 वर्षको अविरल वर्षाका कारणले मुलुकको धेरै भूभाग तहस बनेको छ, धेरै जनधनको क्षति भएको छ, धेरै नागरिकको मृत्यु पनि भएको छ। म मृतकप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। घाइतेहरूको चाहिँ शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना गर्न चाहन्छु। यो बत्ती बुटीको अँध्यारो भने जस्तो काठमाडौँ उपत्यकाको ग्रामीण भेगमा यो पहिरोको कारणले चाहिँ सारा खाद्यान्न बालीहरू चाहिँ तहस नहस भएका छन्। सडकहरू अवरुद्ध भएको छ। म निर्वाचित भएको क्षेत्र नम्बर 10 दक्षिणकाली वडा नम्बर 1 चाल्लाखेलदेखि पावर हाउस जाने बाटो गत 20 दिनदेखि अवरुद्ध भएको छ। त्यहाँ कोही छैन, बनाइदिने मान्छे कोही छैन। सडकलाई भने पनि, विपद व्यवस्थापनलाई भने पनि कसैले हेरेको छैन। त्यहाँका आम नागरिकहरूले अत्यन्त कष्टकर जीवन बिताइरहेका छन्। म सरकारको ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु, कमसेकम डोजरहरू लगाएर लङ टर्ममा त्यसको चाहिँ पहिरोको रोकथाम गरे पनि अहिले त्यो बाटो खोलाइदिनुको लागि म सरकारको ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु, माग गर्न चाहन्छु।
माननीय सदस्य राजेन्द्र बजगाई।
सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, अहिले मलाई 1 मिनटको समयको दबाब जस्तै यो सरकार, नवगठित सरकारलाई त्यस्तै दबाब छ। मलाई एकजना मित्रले भन्नुहुन्थ्यो 2009 जनवरी 2 तपाईँले यो ओबामाको ओथ टेकिङ सेरेमनी चाहिँ निहाल्नुहोस् भन्नुहुन्थ्यो। अनि मैले भने किन भने यस्तो अवस्थामा परिस्थितिमा अमेरिकामा गैर स्वायत्तले राष्ट्रपतिको कार्यभार सम्हाल्दै गर्दा कतै उहाँमाथि आक्रमण भयो भने, गोली प्रहार भयो भने तपाईँले त्यो चाहिँ छुटाउनु हुनेछ भन्नुभएको थियो। हाम्रो जिल्लामा बुढी गण्डकी बन्यो, त्यहाँका जोडिने पुलहरू, साना साना खोलाहरूको पुलहरू चाहिँ बने अथवा डुबे भन्ने भ्रम पूर्ववर्ती सरकारलाई थियो। यो 0 आवरको बेलामा पुलहरू भत्कियो भनेर प्रश्न राखिरहनु पर्ने कुनै कारण म देख्दिनँ। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
माननीय सदस्य रामकुमार राई।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, श्रद्धेय कमरेड पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली व्यक्त गर्दछु। सभामुख महोदय, खोटाङ जिल्ला यातायातबाट हिँड्दामा सबैतिर सहभागी हुन्छ। जब वर्षा हुन्छ तब चाहिँ अब सबैतिर नाकाबन्दी हुन्छ। कहीँ पनि अहिले पनि यातायातहरू चलिरहेको छैन। 10वटा पालिकाहरू सदरमुकाम र तराईसँग जोड्ने, काठमाडौँसँग जोड्नको लागि नवगठित सरकारलाई म जोरदार माग गर्दछु। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य रामकृष्ण यादव।
सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, हिजो प्रतिनिधि सभाबाट सामान्य प्रधानमन्त्री मान्य श्री केपी शर्मा ओलीज्यू 2/3 बढीको विश्वासको मत प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ। उहाँलाई र उहाँको मन्त्री परिषदलाई पूर्ण सफलताको कामना गर्न चाहन्छु, हार्दिक बधाई पनि दिन चाहन्छु। त्यसै गरी नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक पुष्पलाल प्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु र साथै सर्लाहीका 75 वर्षीय पूर्व राजमन्त्री श्री रामचन्द्र रायजीको आफ्नै घरमा अज्ञात समूहबाट हत्या भएको छ। उक्त घटनाको घोर निन्दा गर्दै संलग्नलाई कारबाही गर्न सामान्य सभामुख महोदय मार्फत मान्य गृहमन्त्रीज्यूलाई मन्त्रीको ध्यान आकर्षण गर्न चाहन्छु। सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, त्यसै गरी बङ्गलादेशको स्वतन्त्रता आन्दोलनमा सक्रिय व्यक्तिका छोराछोरीलाई सरकारी जागिरमा दिएको आरक्षणको विरुद्धमा सुरु भएको आन्दोलनको हिंसात्मक रूप लिएको छ र त्यसबाट तपाईँको त्यहाँ भागाभाग भएको छ। 3000 जति विद्यार्थी नेपाली विद्यार्थीहरू त्यहाँ अध्ययनरत छन्। 100 भन्दा बढी विद्यार्थी नेपाल फर्किसकेका छन्। बाँकी विद्यार्थीहरूको सुरक्षाको लागि सामान्य सभा
माननीय सदस्य रामशंकर यादव।
सामान्य सभामुखज्यू, नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक कमरेड पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठज्यूको 46औं स्मृति दिवसलाई नमन गर्छु। साथै श्रद्धेय नेकपा एमाले पार्टीका अध्यक्ष, संसदीय दलका नेता एवं वर्तमान सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी शर्मा ओलीजी लगायत नयाँ मन्त्रीमण्डल समेतलाई सफल कार्यकालको लागि शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्छु। साथै पूर्व नेपाल सरकारले शून्य समयमा उठाएको विषयलाई शून्यमा नै राखिदियो, तर अहिले बनेको नयाँ नेपाल सरकारमाथि जनताको जनविश्वास छ कि यो सरकार देश र जनताको लागि काम गर्नेछ। त्यसैले मेरो निर्वाचन क्षेत्र सिराहा 1 मा बलान, खुट्टी, सर्रे, झिरझिरे र मिरमिरे नदीको बाढी र कटानबाट गाउँ बस्ती, जग्गा जमिन, बाटो घाटो र
मान्य सदस्य रामहरि खतिवडा।
सभामुख महोदय, सर्वप्रथम कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक नेता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठप्रति हार्दिक संवेदना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। 2072 सालमा गएको भूकम्पले निर्माण हुनुपर्ने ओखलढुङ्गाका घरहरूमा पहिलो किस्ता र दोस्रो किस्ता रकम पाएको, तेस्रो किस्ता नपाएका झन्नै धेरै घरहरू छन् र 4 करोडभन्दा बढी रुपियाँ त्यहाँ निकासा हुन बाँकी छ। त्यो यथाशीघ्र छिटो जिल्लामा पुर्याउने व्यवस्था होस्। अविरल वर्षाका कारणले ओखलढुङ्गा, मोलुङ, 7 जेसे पातलेमा ठुलो क्षति पुर्याएको छ। सभामुख महोदय, विद्यालय भवनहरू भत्किएका छन्, त्यहाँका बस्तीहरूलाई स्थानान्तरण गरेर राम्रो बस्ने व्यवस्थाको लागि अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। साथै सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री भर्खरै बहुमतसहित 2/3 बहुमतसहित पुग्नु भएको छ सरकारमा। उहाँको कार्यकालको सफलताको कामना गर्छु र प्रत्येक गाउँपालिकामा
माननीय सदस्य रूपा सोशी चौधरी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, संविधानतः केपी शर्मा ओली नेतृत्वको सरकारले गठन गरेको मन्त्री परिषदको सचित्र वर्णन यस प्रकार रहेको छ। ब्राह्मण क्षेत्रीबाट 64%, थारू 4%, मधेसी 23%, आदिवासी जनजाति 9%, जसमध्ये महिला 9%। सभामुख महोदय, विगतमा अरूले गरेको कार्यभन्दा माथि उठेर समाधान निकाल्नु नै अग्रगमन होइन र, तर सिद्धान्त विपरीतको व्यवहार र सोही व्यवहार अनुसारको सिद्धान्त बनाउन खोज्नुलाई के भनिन्छ? म सभामुख महोदय मार्फत सरकार र सिङ्गो सदनलाई यसको जवाब खोज्न आग्रह गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य रेखा यादव।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, अहिले हामी यस सदनमा बसिरहँदा कहीँ न कहीँ बाढी पहिरोको प्रकोपले जनजीवनलाई अस्तव्यस्त, छिन्न विचिन्न बनाइरहेको अवस्था छ। तर सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय मार्फत म सम्बन्धित निकायलाई सोध्न चाहन्छु, यसको लागि अहिले कस्तो नीतिहरू अपनाइरहेको छ, त्यसको जवाब चाहियो। बाढी पहिरोको कारण जनजीवन गुमाउनेहरू सम्पूर्ण नागरिकमा भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दछु। घाइतेहरूको शीघ्र स्वास्थ्य लाभको कामना पनि गर्दछु। जसरी काठमाडौँबाट गौर र वीरगञ्ज आउँदै गरेको बस डुबिरहँदाखेरि अहिलेसम्मको अवस्था हामीले राम्रो देखिएको छैन, पोजिटिभ देखेका छैनौँ। तर ती लासहरू भारतको छिमेकी देश भारतको खोलाहरूमा पाइने गरेको देखिन्छ। त्यसको लागि कस्तो यन्त्रहरू मगाइएको छ, कस्तो व्यवस्थाहरू गरिएको छ भन्ने मैले जान्न चाहेँ।
माननीय सदस्य लक्ष्मी तिवारी।
सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, वुमेन्स एसिया कपमा नेपालको ऐतिहासिक जित हासिल गरेकोमा हामी हृदयदेखि धन्यवाद ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छौँ। नेपालभरि छाएको वर्षायाममा नेपाली वुमेन्स क्रिकेट टिमको पर्फर्मेन्स पक्कै पनि सूर्य उदय जस्तो उदाएको जस्तो उदाहरण देखिएको छ। महिला खेलाडीहरू नेपालको क्षेत्रमा उदयमान कृति निरन्तर रचिरहेका छन्, तर त्यसलाई बढावा दिने भने हाम्रो जिम्मेवारी पनि हो। उचित सुविधा नदिएको अवस्थामा पनि खेलाडीहरू यति जित हासिल गर्न सकेका छन् भने उहाँले पाउने सुविधा पाए अझ कति रेकर्डहरू तोडिन्थ्यो होला। सभामुख महोदय, महिला खेलकुद अब नेपालको खेलकुदको केन्द्रबिन्दुमा राखी विकास गरिनुपर्छ। उहाँहरूलाई दिने सुविधा मात्रै अब बनाउने खेल संरचना पनि महिला मैत्री हुनुपर्छ। खेलकुद सोच्दा महिला पनि दिमागमा आउने गरी त्यसको विकास गरिनुपर्ने जिम्मेवारीलाई पनि हालै फेरिनु भएका मन्त्रीज्यूहरूलाई पनि मनन गरिनु पर्छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य लालप्रसाद सावान लिम्बू।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक नेता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको 46औं स्मृति दिवस, उहाँप्रति उच्च सम्मान र हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। 2006 सालमा उहाँले नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीको स्थापना गरी नेपाली राजनीतिमा नयाँ युगको सुरुवात गर्नुभयो। पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठ नेपाली क्रान्तिका सिद्धान्तकारको रूपमा परिचित र मार्क्सवादी लेनिनवादी राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोणमा मार्क्सवाद लेनिनवादप्रति दृढ सङ्कल्पित हुनुहुन्थ्यो। 2005 सालमा कम्युनिस्ट घोषणापत्रको नेपाली अनुवाद गर्ने पहिलो अनुवादक हुनुहुन्थ्यो। उहाँले आफ्नो जीवनभर जनताको स्वतन्त्रताको लागि लडाइँ लड्नुभयो। पञ्चायती निरङ्कुशताको अन्त्यको लागि संयुक्त जनआन्दोलनको कार्यदिशा 2025 सालमा नै सार्ने पहिलो नेता उहाँ हुनुहुन्थ्यो। पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको जीवन र योगदानले हामीलाई सङ्घर्ष र परिवर्तनको बाटोमा अग्रसर हुन प्रेरित गर्छ। उहाँको स्मृतिले हामीलाई सधैँ अग्रगामी
माननीय सदस्य लीलानाथ श्रेष्ठ।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक महासचिव कमरेड पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको 46औं स्मृति दिवसको सन्दर्भमा भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। साथै हिजो मात्रै हाम्रा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, उपप्रधानमन्त्री लगायत मन्त्रीज्यूहरूले अत्याधिक समर्थन प्राप्त गरेको छ। उहाँहरूलाई कार्यकालको म सफलताको कामना गर्छु र साथै हामीलाई विश्वास छ कि सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीको कार्यकाल विगतमा अत्यन्त सफल रहेको हुनाले जस्तो सुकै चुनौतीलाई यो विशेष परिस्थितिमा बनेको प्रधानमन्त्री हुनुहुन्छ पार गर्नुहुन्छ भन्ने हामी विश्वास व्यक्त गर्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य लेखनाथ दाहाल।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, विद्युत महसुल नतिर्ने तर अकुत मुनाफा कमाउने 61वटा उद्योग छन्। 61वटा उद्योग जसले 22 अरब 26 करोड विद्युत महसुल तिर्नुपर्ने छ। पहिलो अवधि र पछिल्लो अवधिको 14 अरब सम्मानित अदालतमा मुद्दा विचार दिन्छ। बाँकी 8 अरब 26 करोड सम्मानित जिल्ला अदालत र उच्च अदालतले चाहिँ असुल पर गर्ने आदेश दिइसकेको छ। त्यसै गरी संसदको सार्वजनिक लेखा समितिले आदेश दिएको छ। महालेखाको प्रतिवेदन, त्यसो लाल आयोगको प्रतिवेदनको आधारमा तत्कालीन मन्त्री परिषदले 8 अरब 26 करोड उठाउने निर्णय गरिसकेको छ। यसैको जगमा विद्युत प्राधिकरणले लिखित पत्र पटक दिँदा पनि विद्युत महसुल तिर्न अस्वीकार गरिसकेपछि विद्युत प्राधिकरणको तर्फबाट विद्युत लाइन काटिएको छ। सम्माननीय सभामुखमा त हिजो रोस्टमबाटै सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले सफेद झुट बोल्नुभयो, सत्यलाई भ्रमले छोप्ने दुष्प्रयत्न गर्नुभयो। उहाँले यी सबै प्रमाणहरूलाई अवज्ञा गर्नुभयो। त्यसपछि बिचौलियाको भाषामा, बिचौलियाको दबाव र प्रभावमा विद्युत लाइन जोड्ने, त्यसपछि उहाँहरूलाई यो चाहिँ विद्युत
माननीय सदस्य बिजुला रायमाझी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हिजो साउन 6 गते 42औं बिपी स्मृति दिवस र आज साउन 7 गते नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक पुष्पलालको 46औं स्मृति दिवस। उहाँहरूप्रति श्रद्धासुमन व्यक्त गर्दै उहाँहरूले देखाएको बाटो देशलाई स्थायित्व दिन र नेपाली जनतालाई सरकार छ भन्ने विश्वासको वातावरणका निम्ति बनेको नयाँ समीकरणको सरकार प्रमुख नेकपा एमालेका सर्दै अध्यक्ष सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले पाएको दरिलो विश्वास र नवनियुक्त मन्त्री परिषदलाई हार्दिक बधाई ज्ञापन गर्दछु। समृद्ध नेपाल, सुखी नेपाली सहितको देशको जग बसाल्ने यस अवसरमा थुप्रै चुनौतीहरू आउन सक्छन्। आपसमा मिलेर चुनौती पार गर्न सबैलाई मातृभूमिप्रति वफादार बनाउँदै 20.26% विपन्न जनताको जीवनस्तर उकास्न, सेयर बजारमा आएको सङ्केत जस्तै कर्मशः अन्य क्षेत्रमा समेत सकारात्मक सन्देश ल्याउन सफलताको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। हस्त धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्यहरू, शून्य समयमा मान्य सदस्यहरूले बोल्ने क्रम यहीँ समाप्त हुन्छ। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब प्रतिनिधि सभा नियमावली 2079 को परिच्छेद 9 बमोजिम प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नोत्तरको लागि सोही नियमावलीको नियम 58 बमोजिम सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रश्न गर्न 10 जना माननीय सदस्यहरूबाट प्रश्न प्राप्त भएको बेहोरा जानकारी गराउँछु। यस परिच्छेद बमोजिम प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नोत्तरमा स्पष्टीकरण सोध्ने व्यवस्था नरहेको पनि जानकारी गराउँछु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब म सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी शर्मा ओलीलाई प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नोत्तर कार्यको लागि रोस्टममा आमन्त्रण गर्दछु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नोत्तर कार्यक्रम प्रारम्भ हुन्छ। सर्वप्रथम प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य सदस्य धनराज गुरुङलाई सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रश्न सोध्न अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सर्वप्रथम त नेपाली प्रजातान्त्रिक आन्दोलनका प्रणेता बिपी कोइरालाको हिजो परेको स्मृति दिवस, साथै नेपाली कम्युनिस्ट आन्दोलनका प्रणेता पुष्पलाल श्रेष्ठको आज परेको स्मृति दिवसका सन्दर्भमा दुवै नेताप्रति उच्च सम्मान व्यक्त गर्दछु। सँगसँगै हिजो मात्रै भारी मतले 2/3 बहुमतले चाहिँ विश्वासको मत प्राप्त गर्नुभएका प्रधानमन्त्री एवं मन्त्री परिषदका सदस्य साथीहरूलाई हार्दिक बधाई एवं शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय मार्फत सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूमा मेरो प्रश्न छ। नम्बर 1, आर्थिक वर्ष 2081-82 को बजेट वक्तव्यको क्रम सङ्ख्या 83, 84 र 85 मा उल्लेख भए बमोजिम गण्डकी त्रिभुज आयोजना आर्थिक दृष्टिकोणले महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। गण्डकी त्रिभुजमा पर्ने बुटोल पोखरा कोष्ठमा सिद्धार्थ राजमार्ग सडक खण्डलाई डेडिकेटेड 2 लेनमा स्तरोन्नति गर्ने कार्य कहिलेदेखि सुरु गर्ने र कहिलेसम्म सम्पन्न गर्ने लक्ष्य सरकारले लिएको छ। साथै हिउँदमा विद्युत आयात र वर्षातमा निर्यात गर्ने व्यवस्थाको अन्त गर्दै हिउँद वर्ष निरन्तर विद्युत निर्यात गर्ने अवस्थामा पुर्याउनका लागि जलाशययुक्त जलविद्युत आयोजना निर्माण गर्नुपर्दछ। यसका लागि आँधी खोला उच्च बाँध विद्युत आयोजना पनि प्राथमिकताका साथ गर्नुपर्ने एउटा आयोजना भएकोले यस आयोजनाको वर्तमान अवस्था के हो र कहिलेदेखि सुरु गर्ने सरकारले तयारी गरेको छ। नम्बर 2, मुलुकको वर्तमान आर्थिक अवस्थालाई सुधार गर्नका लागि आर्थिक सुशासन अपरिहार्य विषय हो र आर्थिक सुशासन कायम गर्न गैर सरकारी कारोबारको अन्त्य गर्नुपर्दछ। गैर कानुनी कारोबार अन्त्य गर्नका लागि सरकारको के तयारी छ? धन्यवाद।
अब सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी शर्मा ओलीलाई उक्त प्रश्नको जवाफ दिन अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज नेपालको लोकतान्त्रिक प्रगतिवादी परिवर्तनकारी आन्दोलनको एउटा महान हस्ती, महान योगदान गरेका व्यक्तित्व, महान चिन्तक एउटा महान दार्शनिक इतिहासविद पुष्पलाल ज्यूको 46औं स्मृति दिवस हो र यस सन्दर्भमा म पुष्पलालज्यूप्रति हार्दिक सम्मान र श्रद्धासुमन अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। मैले उहाँको थर नभनेर पुष्पलाल मात्रै भने। उहाँ जातीयता झल्किने खालका कुनै कुरा नगरेर उहाँहरूले एउटा अभियानै चलाउनु भएको थियो, नाम मात्रै लेख्ने। त्यसकारण उहाँको समयमा पुष्पलाल, सूर्यलाल, अर्कोलाल यस्ता नाम मात्रै लेख्ने, थर नलेख्ने यस्तो अभियान चलाउनु भएको थियो र उहाँले पनि त्यही अनुसार पुष्पलाल मात्रै लेख्ने गर्नुहुन्थ्यो, थर लेख्नुहुन्न थियो। त्यसकारण मैले उहाँको थर उल्लेख गरिनँ। उहाँप्रति श्रद्धासुमन अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। उहाँको सम्बन्धमा मैले अहिले विचार विमर्श गर्ने समय होइन, त्यसकारण धेरै कुरामा जान चाहन्न। एउटा कुरामा मेरो ध्यान आकर्षण भएको छ। हामी यस गरिमामय संसदमा छौँ। यहाँ हामीले बोल्दा भएका कुरा बोल्ने गरौँ, सही कुरा बोल्ने गरौँ, तथ्ययुक्त कुराहरू बोल्ने गरौँ। जथाभावी राजनीति फरक होला, पार्टी फरक होला, तर त्यसो भनेर जथाभावी बोल्ने नगरौँ, असभ्य तरिका ननिकालौँ, झुटको सहारा नलिउँ। म फेरि एकपल्ट सम्झाएर भन्न चाहन्छु, मैले हिजो बोल्दा विद्युत महसुल ट्रङ्क लाइन सम्बन्धी अथवा डेडिकेटेड लाइन सम्बन्धी विद्युत महसुल तिर्न पर्ने भनिएका र तिर्न नपर्ने भन्ने तर्क गरिरहेका उद्यमी व्यवसायीहरू र विद्युत प्राधिकरणका बीचको विवाद टुङ्ग्याउनुपर्छ, संवादबाट टुङ्ग्याउनुपर्छ। सरकारले पाउनुपर्ने रकम सरकारले लिनै पर्छ, असुल गर्नुपर्छ। तथ्य प्रमाणका आधारमा जुन विद्युत उनीहरूले उपयोग गरेका छन् त्यसको महसुल उनीहरूले तिर्नै पर्छ, उनीहरूसँग लिनुपर्छ। जुन महसुल उनीहरूले तिरेका छैनन्, के प्रयोग गरेका छैनन्, विद्युत प्रयोग गरेका छैनन्, त्यो महसुल उनीहरूले तिर्न पर्दैन। प्रयोग नगरेको विद्युतको महसुल तिर्न पर्दैन, मैले भनेको त्यो हो। प्रयोग गरेको विद्युतको महसुल तिर्नुपर्छ। तर आजको विषय होइन यो। 9-10 वर्ष अगाडिदेखि यो विवाद चलिराखेको छ। पटक पटक लाइन काटिन्छ, फेरि लाइन जोडिन्छ। किन यस्तो भइरहेको छ म डिटेलमा जान चाहन्न, आवश्यकता पर्दा डिटेलमा पनि जाउन। मलाई कुनै लप्पन छप्पन गर्नु छैन, म सिरियसली भन्दैछु। मलाई कुनै लप्पन छप्पन गर्नु छैन। मलाई कुनै बेठिक खालका सेटिङ र विभिन्न खालका तन्त्रहरूका पछाडि कुद्नु पनि छैन। मैले देशको हितको पक्षमा, जनताको हितको पक्षमा 60 वर्ष लगभग समर्पण गरेको छु। बाँकी जिन्दगी पनि समर्पण गर्छु, क्लिनली, स्वच्छताका साथ। त्यो म फेरि दृढताका साथ राख्न चाहन्छु। मैले हिजो पनि विद्युत महसुल तिर्नु पर्दैन, असुल उपर गर्नु पर्दैन, मिना गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने एउटा फेरि हिजो मात्रै मैले यहाँ बोलेको कुरा। तिर्नु पर्ने जति तिर्नुपर्छ, तिर्नु नपर्ने तिर्नु पर्दैन, विवाद छ, हामी अध्ययन गरेर टुङ्ग्याउँछौँ भनिराखेको छु। हिजो मात्रै कसरी मैले तिर्नु पर्दैन भने रेकर्ड छ। यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुहुन्न थियो भने रेकर्ड सुनेर कन्फर्म भएर कुरा गर्नु बाँच्छ नि। म भन्न चाहन्छु, हामी गरिमामय संसदमा छौँ। हामी जनताले छानेर पठाएका प्रतिनिधिले त्यस हैसियतमा बोल्नुपर्छ। कहिले सुन होइन पित्तल चढायो भनेको छ, कहिले अनेक प्रकारका फोटाहरू छपाएको छ, अनेक गरेको छ। यो खालको तरिका माननीयको हैसियतमा शोभनीय हुँदैन। सत्य कुराहरू गर्न सिक्नुपर्छ, सत्य कुरा बोल्नुपर्छ। भ्रष्टाचारका विरुद्ध बोलौँ, भ्रष्टाचार छोप्नका लागि अरूमाथि भ्रष्टाचारका लान्छना लगाउने काम नगरौँ। म मान्यज्यूहरूलाई भन्न चाहन्छु, हामी कुनै खेलवाड गर्न, यहाँ कुनै गालमुखाल गर्न यहाँ आएका होइनौँ। देश र जनताप्रति साँच्चैको जिम्मेवारी बोध गरेर हामी यहाँ आएका हौँ र अवस्थामा परिवर्तन ल्याउँछौँ। सङ्कल्पका साथ यहाँ आएका हौँ, गर्नका लागि यहाँ आएका हौँ। प्रधानमन्त्री बनेको कसैलाई चित्त नबुझ्या हुनसक्छ, ठिक छ नि, नबन्न सक्छ। कसैलाई मर्का पनि पर्या हुनसक्छ। यो त दलीय व्यवस्था हो। त्यो कुरा राजनीतिक हिसाबले, प्रश्नहरू राजनीतिक हिसाबले नै अगाडि बढाउँ। मैले हिजो पनि भने, कुनै आवेश उत्तेजनामा हामी छैनौँ, कुनै आग्रह पूर्वाग्रहमा हामी छैनौँ, कुनै प्रतिशोधको राजनीति हामी उचितै ठान्दैनौँ, गर्दैनौँ। तर झुटा लान्छनाहरू लगातार लगाउने कुरा प्रति जवाफदेही हुनुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ म राख्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय, मेरो निवेदन कि यो गरिमामय सदन जस्तै होस्। हामीले सदनको मर्यादा, गरिमा, यहाँ भएका छलफल, यहाँ उठाएका विषय, यहाँ उठेका प्रश्न यति हल्का फुल्का झुटा पूर्वाग्रहीपूर्ण हुनु हुँदैन कि सुन भनेर पित्तल चढायो भने जस्ता हावादारी कुरा यस गरिमामय संसदमा नबोलियोस्, क्या नगरियोस्। यति हल्का फुल्का बनाउनु हुँदैन हामीले यस गरिमामय संसदलाई। मैले यति मात्रै भन्न खोजेँ। माननीय सभामुख महोदय,
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीजी एकछिन रोक्नुहोस्। मान्य सदस्य के भनाइ छ?
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीजी कुन चाहिँ उसमा सन्दर्भमा अहिले बोल्दै हुनुहुन्छ, यो चाहिँ सायद कहीँ न कहीँ सभामुखज्यूले चाहिँ रुलिङ गर्नुपर्छ होला। प्रश्न उत्तरमा हुनुहुन्छ।
धन्यवाद छ। मान्य सदस्य आसन ग्रहण गरौँ। मान्यजीको आसन ग्रहण गरौँ। ध्यान आकर्षण भएको छ, मैले त्यतै लान कोसिस गरिरहेको छु। मान्य सदस्य आसन ग्रहण गरौँ।
प्रश्नोत्तर नै गरिराखेको छु म। कसलाई गाली गरेको छ र?
मान्य सदस्य आसन ग्रहण गरौँ।
गाली गरे, गाली नगरौँ भन्दैछु म, उल्टै गाली।
मान्य सदस्य आसन ग्रहण गरौँ। प्रधानमन्त्रीजीलाई विषय केन्द्रित भएर अगाडि बढ्नको लागि म निर्देश गर्दछु।
सभामुख महोदय, म बिल्कुल विषय केन्द्रित छु, बिल्कुल विषय केन्द्रित छु। संसदमा उठेका प्रश्नहरूको लिखितको जवाब दिनुपर्ने, त्योभन्दा अगाडि अलिखित नै बिचमा बाटैमा आइपुग्यो। त्यसकारण यसो नगरौँ भन्ने मात्रै मेरो आग्रह हो। यसो नगरौँ। मैले कुनै गाली गलौज कसैलाई गरेको छैन, मैले खालि सचेत गराएको। आवेश उत्तेजनामा आउनुपर्ने कुनै आवश्यकता छैन। धन्यवाद। सभामुख महोदय, बजेट वक्तव्यमा उल्लेख भएको भरतपुर, बुटवल, पोखरा, मुगलिन, भरतपुरलाई तीनवटा कोणमा राखेर गण्डकी आर्थिक त्रिभुजको परियोजना निजी क्षेत्रसँग सहकार्यमा एकीकृत विकासको अवधारणा अनुरूप नमुना विकास अभियान सञ्चालन गर्ने गरी भनेर ल्याइएको कार्यक्रम हो। यस कार्यक्रमबाट यातायात पूर्वाधारको विकास मात्र नभएर औद्योगिक विकासका साथै ऊर्जा क्षेत्र, कृषि तथा पर्यटन क्षेत्रको विकास एवं रोजगारीका अवसरहरू सिर्जना हुने विश्वास गरिएको छ। प्रस्तुत गण्डकी त्रिभुज आयोजना अन्तर्गत पर्ने बुटौल, पोखरा, सिद्धार्थ राजमार्ग सडक खण्डलाई 2 लेनमा स्तरोन्नति गर्न चालु आर्थिक वर्षमा बजेट विनियोजन गरिएको छ भने सिद्धबाबा सुरुङ मार्गको कार्य अन्तिम चरणमा पुगेको छ। चालु आर्थिक वर्षको पहिलो त्रैमासिकबाटै काम गर्ने गरी बजेट कार्यान्वयन कार्ययोजना तयार भइसकेको छ। यस सन्दर्भमा साउन महिनाबाटै काम अगाडि बढाउने गरी सम्बन्धित निकायलाई निर्देशन समेत भइसकेको छ। प्रस्तुत सडकलाई सुरक्षित, छिटो गतिमा आधुनिक एवं आर्थिक करिडोरको रूपमा विकास गर्न निजी पुँजी समेत परिचालन गर्ने गरी नवीनतम विधिमा विकास सहायता समेत परिचालन गर्ने गरी प्रक्रिया अगाडि बढाइएको समेत जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। यसमा यद्यपि यो त्रिभुज गण्डकी आर्थिक त्रिभुज परियोजना भन्ने जुन छ यो कति पर्याप्त अध्ययन, कति विश्लेषण, सम्भाव्यताको अध्ययन, कति विषयहरू नबाच्ने गरी ल्याइएको छ त्यो अलिकति हेर्नु त पर्ने छँदैछ। त्यो हेरिनेछ। फेरि पनि यो विकास निर्माणसँग आएको कुरा हुनाले यसमा रहेका कमीहरूलाई करेक्सन गरेर सच्याएर र यसलाई प्रभावकारी ढङ्गले कार्यान्वयनमा अगाडि बढाइनेछ। म त्यो मान्यज्यूलाई आश्वस्त पार्न चाहन्छु। मान्यज्यूले उठाउनु भएको दोस्रो विषय आँधी खोला उच्च बाँध विद्युत आयोजनाको सम्बन्धमा स्पष्ट गर्न चाहन्छु। स्याङ्जा जिल्लाको कालीगण्डकी गाउँपालिका मोतीचौरको आँधी खोलामा प्रस्तावित बाँधस्थल र गल्याङ नगरपालिकाको वडा नम्बर 3 मा विद्युत गृह रहेको आँधी खोला जलाशययुक्त जलविद्युत आयोजनाबाट 180 मेगावाट विद्युत उत्पादन गर्ने लक्ष्य रहेको छ। हालसम्म यस आयोजनाको पूर्व सम्भाव्यता अध्ययन गर्ने कार्य सम्पन्न भई वातावरणीय अध्ययन कार्य स्वीकृत भइसकेको छ। हालसम्मको अध्ययनबाट आयोजना निर्माण गर्न प्राविधिक रूपमा उपयुक्त देखिएको छ। यस आयोजनाको निर्माण गर्न गल्याङ नगरपालिकामा 712 घरहरू विस्थापित गर्नुपर्ने चुनौती भने रहेको छ। यस आयोजना निर्माणका लागि मोडालिटी टुङ्ग्याई लगानी जुटाउने, अपडेटेड फिजिबिलिटी एन्ड डिटेल डिजाइन रिपोर्ट तयार गर्ने, बोलपत्र आह्वान गरी निर्माण गर्ने लगायतका कार्य स्वीकृत कार्ययोजना अनुसार अगाडि बढाउने विश्वास दिलाउन चाहन्छु। मान्यज्यूले उठाउनु भएको अर्को विषय आर्थिक सुशासन कायम गर्ने सम्बन्धमा प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु। वित्तीय अपराधको प्रभावकारी नियन्त्रणका लागि जोखिममा आधारित मूल्याङ्कन प्रणाली अवलम्बन गर्ने, अधिक जोखिम रहेका क्यासिनो, बहुमूल्य धातु, सहकारी, घर जग्गा, विप्रेषण र बैङ्किङ क्षेत्रको सघन सुपरिवेक्षण गर्ने व्यवस्था मिलाइनेछ भने भ्रष्टाचारमा शून्य सहनशीलताको नीति अनुरूप भ्रष्टाचारको दृष्टिले उच्च जोखिमका क्षेत्र पहिचान गरी नियन्त्रणका लागि एकीकृत रूपमा प्रवर्धनात्मक, निरोधात्मक तथा उपचारात्मक उपाय अवलम्बन गरिनेछ। भ्रष्टाचार न्यूनीकरण र सदाचार पद्धतिको प्रवर्धन गर्दै राज्यका समग्र क्षेत्रमा सुशासन कायम गर्नका लागि प्रविधि मैत्री सेवा प्रवाहमा जोड दिइनेछ। सरकारका सबै अङ्गहरूमा आन्तरिक नियन्त्रण प्रणाली सुदृढ बनाउने तथा सार्वजनिक खरिद कानुनको समसामयिक संशोधन र परिपालनालाई सशक्त र प्रभावकारी बनाइनेछ। राजस्व चुहावट नियन्त्रण गरी गैरकानुनी आर्थिक कारोबार हुन नदिन सम्बन्धित निकायलाई क्रियाशील बनाई समन्वयात्मक रूपमा परिचालन गर्नुको साथै चोरी निकासी एवं पैठारी नियन्त्रणका लागि संयुक्त गस्ती परिचालन र छड्के जाँच तथा सुराकी परिचालनलाई प्रभावकारी बनाइनेछ। राजस्व परिचालनलाई प्रभावकारी बनाई आर्थिक सुशासन कायम गर्न केन्द्रीय बीजक अनुगमन प्रणाली, आशीकुडा प्रणाली, VCTS सूचना प्रणाली, भूमि व्यवस्थापन तथा अभिलेख सूचना प्रणाली बीच अन्तर आबद्धता कायम गरी एकीकृत करदाता सूचना प्रणालीको विकास गर्नेछ। यस्तै आयात हुने मालवस्तुको मूल्याङ्कनका लागि नियमित बजार सर्वेक्षण गरी सङ्कलन गरिएको सूचनाका आधारमा तथ्यपरक र वास्तविक भन्सार मूल्याङ्कन प्रणाली विकास गरिनेछ। स्रोत परिचालनको दबावलाई न्यूनीकरण गर्न राजस्व परिचालनका अन्य क्षेत्र परिचालन गरी राजस्वको दायरा विस्तारलाई थप प्रभावकारी बनाइनेछ। आन्तरिक ऋणलाई समेत पुँजीगत प्रकृतिका ठुला पूर्वाधार निर्माणमा केन्द्रित गर्दै जाने व्यवस्था मिलाइनेछ। आर्थिक क्रियाकलापमा आएको सुस्ततालाई सम्बोधन गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था रहेको छ। विगत वर्षमा विधि प्रक्रिया पुरा गरी कार्य सम्पन्न गर्ने क्रममा विधि सम्मत रूपमा सृजित दायित्व यकिन गरी चालु आर्थिक वर्षभित्र भुक्तानी गर्ने व्यवस्था मिलाइनेछ। चालु आर्थिक वर्षको मौद्रिक नीतिलाई थप लचिलो बनाई मुलुकको व्यावसायिक वातावरणमा थप सुधार गरिनेछ। मिटर ब्याज, सहकारी, लघु वित्तका क्षेत्र तथा क्रिप्टोकरेन्सीको प्रयोग तथा हुन्डी लगायतका माध्यमबाट ठगीका घटना बढ्दै गएकाले यस प्रकारका आर्थिक अपराधका घटनामा विद्यमान स्रोत साधन र उपलब्ध जनशक्तिबाट प्रभावकारी रूपमा अनुसन्धान गरी दोषीलाई कारबाहीको दायरामा ल्याइनेछ।
अब अर्का प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य दीपक बहादुर सिंहलाई समय दिन्छु।
सम्मान्य सभामुखज्यू, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, मन्त्रीज्यूहरूलाई बधाई तथा शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु म र मेरो पार्टीको तर्फबाट। सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, तपाईँ प्रधानमन्त्री भएको बेला कालापानी, लिपुलेक र लिपियाधुरा सहितको भूभाग समेटेर जो नेपालको चुच्चे नक्सा जारी गर्नुभएको थियो, हामी नेपालीहरू विचार बेग्लै भए पनि हामीले सोचेका थियौँ बल्ल एउटा राष्ट्रवादी प्रधानमन्त्री यो देशले पाएको छ। तर प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, आज चौथो पटक तपाईँ प्रधानमन्त्री भइराख्नु भएको छ। अहिलेसम्म ती भूभागहरू नक्सामा मात्र सीमित भएको छ। नेपाली जनतालाई तपाईँको यो कार्यकालमा ती भूभागहरू नेपालको अधीनमा स्वामित्वमा आएको 3 करोड नेपाली जनताहरूले हेर्न चाहिराखेको छ। त्यो चाँडोभन्दा चाँडो नेपालको अधीनमा ल्याउनको लागि तपाईँको नीति, योजना, कूटनीतिक कला र के छ प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, त्यो तिथि, मिति र समय बताइदिनको लागि अनुरोध गर्छु। साथै अहिले देशमा व्यापक रूपमा भ्रष्टाचारले ज्वरो गाडिसकेको छ। हरेक तह र हरेक क्षेत्रमा भ्रष्टाचारको सीमा नागिसकेको छ। त्यसलाई नियन्त्रण गर्न सक्ने आँट, साहस, हिम्मत र कला पशुपतिनाथले हाम्रो प्रधानमन्त्रीलाई दियोस् भन्ने म प्रार्थना गर्न चाहन्छु। यही सन्दर्भमा सयौँ काण्डहरू देशमा भइराखेको छ। त्यो मध्येमा जम्मा 4वटा काण्ड म यहाँहरूको अगाडि, प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूको अगाडि पस्किन गइराखेको छु, जो जनताको मन मस्तिष्कमा गाँजिरहेको छ। हरेक नेपालीका आँखाले हेर्न चाहिराखेको छ अब हाम्रो प्रधानमन्त्रीले यो काण्डमा कस्तो निर्णय गर्नुहुनेछ भन्ने। 1. नेपाललाई तस्करहरूको केन्द्र बनाउने सुनकाण्ड, जसमा नेपालका ठुल्ठुला नेतादेखि व्यक्तिहरू मुछिएका छन्, त्यसको अन्तिम जडसम्म पुगेर कसरी पुग्ने हो प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई थाहा नै छ। अब के हुन्छ, निर्णय के हुन्छ, ती राष्ट्रद्रोहीहरूलाई के सजाय दिने हो, त्यो के हुन्छ भन्ने नेपाली जनताले खोजेको छ। अर्को, नेपाललाई लाखौँ गरिब जनताहरूको सहकारीमा राखेको पैसा, अरबौँ रुपियाँ बर्मलुट गरेकालाई पर्दाफास गर्न जनताहरूले जम्मा गरेका पुँजी, बचत रकम जनतालाई कहिले फिर्ता गर्न सकिन्छ, त्यसको जवाब जनताले मागिराखेको छ। सहकारीमा कुनै एउटा मात्र पार्टीको नाम यही हाउसमा पटक पटक आइराखेको छ, तर जति ठुल्ठुला पार्टी छन् त्यति नै मान्छे सहकारीमा मिसिएको त्यो विभिन्न सहकारीको डाटाबाट थाहा भइसकेको छ। त्यसको जवाब जनताले माग्न चाहिरहेको छ। गिरीबन्धु टी स्टेट सरकारको सम्पत्ति हो। अब सरकारले यसलाई कसरी सट्टा भर्नाको माध्यमबाट कि त्यो भेगमा उद्योग धन्दा, कल कारखाना र नगर विकासको परिधारणा गरिकन एउटा सिटी डेभलप गर्ने हो। त्यो अदालतले निर्णय गरिसकेको हुनाले त्यसमा चाहिँ त्यतातिर पनि ध्यान दियोस् र प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूको के विचार छ त्यो पनि जनताले जान्न चाहन्छ। अर्को कुरो, हिजो भर्खर यही सदनमा
उपसभामुखज्यूको बारेमा विभिन्न कुराहरू हाम्रै अगाडि गर्दाखेरि मैले यही टिभीमा देखेको थिएँ, आँखाभरि आँसु राखेर। एउटा सोसल फिल्डमा काम गरेको एउटा महिला जनजातिको लागि चाहिँ त्यस्तो गर्नु उचित थिएन सब प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू। आज उहाँले त खालि
माननीय सदस्य प्रश्न सकियो?
अलिकति बाँकी छ सभामा।
त्यो लेखेर दिएकै प्रश्न हो।
यो भुटानी शरणार्थीमा त्योभन्दा पनि खतरनाक छ। यही जवाफ माग्नको लागि म प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई
माननीय सदस्य लिखित प्रश्न बाहिर नजाउँ। ल अब सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू जवाफ दिनुहोस्।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, नेपालको अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सीमाका सम्बन्धमा सङ्घीय संसद, नेपाल सरकार र सबै नेपाली स्पष्ट र दृढ रहिआएका छौँ। नेपालको संविधानको मिति 77-3-4 भएको दोस्रो संशोधन मार्फत नयाँ नक्सा समेटी संविधानको अनुसूची 3 राखिएको तथा सीमा सम्बन्धी विषयमा हामी बीच अभूतपूर्व राष्ट्रिय सहमति रहेको छ। सुगौली सन्धि 1816 बमोजिम, लिम्पियादुरा, कालापानी र लिपुलेक लगायत काली अर्थात् महाकाली नदी पूर्वका सबै भूभाग नेपालको हो भन्ने कुरामा नेपाल सरकार दृढ र स्पष्ट रहेको छ। उच्चस्तरीय भ्रमणहरूका अवसरमा नेपाल र भारतका प्रधानमन्त्री बीच भएको भेटवार्तामा समेत सीमा सम्बन्धी विषयलाई स्थापित कूटनीतिक संयन्त्रहरू मार्फत समाधान गर्ने गरी अगाडि बढ्ने समझदारी भएको छ। गत 2080 साल पुस 19 सम्पन्न परराष्ट्र मन्त्री स्तरीय नेपाल भारत संयुक्त आयोगको 7औं बैठकमा समेत सिमानाको विषयमा छलफल भएको र नेपाल भारत सीमाको बाँकी खण्डमा काम छिटोभन्दा छिटो सम्पन्न गर्ने प्रतिबद्धता व्यक्त भएको छ। नेपाल भारत सीमा कार्य समूह नेपाल इन्डिया बाउन्ड्री वर्किङ ग्रुपबाट नेपाल भारत सिमानामा सीमा स्तम्भहरूको निर्माण, पुनर्स्थापना र मर्मतका साथै 10 गजा एवं क्रस होल्डिङको लगत तयार गर्ने जस्ता प्राविधिक कार्य निरन्तर रूपमा हुँदै आएका छन्। द्विपक्षीय अनुकूलतामा यसका बैठक सुचारू गर्ने सम्बन्धमा पहल भइरहेको छ। सुगौली सन्धि, विभिन्न नक्सा, ऐतिहासिक तथ्य तथा प्रमाण समेतका आधारमा सीमा समस्यालाई भारत सरकारसँग वार्ता र कूटनीति मार्फत समाधान गर्ने नेपाल सरकारको निरन्तर अडान र प्रतिबद्धता रहिआएको छ। सोही अनुरूप हाम्रो सक्रिय पहल रहने कुरा म स्पष्ट पार्न चाहन्छु। यस सम्बन्धमा दार्चुला जिल्लाको छाङ्ग्रुमा सशस्त्र प्रहरी बल नेपालको गुल्मे स्थापना गरिएको छ भने दार्चुला जिल्लामा भारततर्फ 5 वटा र चीनतर्फ एउटा गरी 6 वटा बिओपीहरू समेत थप गरिएको छ। सुशासन, सेवा प्रवाह र विकास निर्माणको बाधकको रूपमा रहेको भ्रष्टाचार निवारण वर्तमान सरकारको प्रमुख प्राथमिकताको विषय हो। भ्रष्टाचार निवारणका लागि सरकारले सम्भाव्य सबै उपायहरूको अवलम्बन गर्नेछ। सुनकाण्ड, सहकारी ठगी, नक्कली भुटानी शरणार्थी लगायतका मान्यज्यूले उठाउनुभएका विषयहरूमा म के प्रश्न पार्न चाहन्छु भने आम जनताको चाहना बमोजिम राष्ट्रिय हितको रक्षा गर्न, भ्रष्टाचार नियन्त्रण गरी सुशासन कायम गर्न सरकार प्रतिबद्ध छ। ठुला साना जोसुकै भए पनि दोषीलाई कानुनी दायरामा ल्याइने प्रतिबद्धता व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। यस सम्बन्धी कतिपय विषयहरू न्यायिक निकायहरूमा विचाराधीन समेत रहेकाले सोही बमोजिम न्याय निरूपण हुनेछ। र म थप के भन्न चाहन्छु भने कुनै पनि प्रकारको भ्रष्टाचार सम्बन्धमा मुलायजा गरिने छैन, कुनै पनि दल विशेष भनेर हेरिने छैन, छुट्याइने छैन, कोही पनि भ्रष्टाचार गर्ने व्यक्तिका अनुहार हेरिने छैन। अनुहार नहेरिकन व्यवहार हेरेर कारबाही गरिनेछ। यसमा म गरिमामय संसदका सबै मान्य सदस्यज्यूहरूलाई ढुक्क रहन आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता माननीय सदस्य डाक्टर धवल शमशेर जङ्गबहादुर राणा।
सम्मान्य सभामुखज्यू, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, तपाईँलाई र तपाईँको मन्त्री परिषदको सफलताको शुभकामना गर्दै मैले त भ्रष्टाचारकै विषयमै सवालहरू राखेको थिएँ, तपाईँबाट त्यसको जवाबहरू आइसकेको छ। तैपनि म केही लेखेकै कुरामा थप्न चाहन्छु। यो आजको दिनमा नेपालमा राजनीति र राजनीति गर्ने नेताहरूलाई कस्तो दृष्टिकोणले जनताले हेर्छ, यो दृष्टिकोणलाई सुधार गर्नको लागि हामीले 2046 सालबाट नेताहरूको सम्पत्ति छानबिन गरेर दोषीलाई कारबाही गर्न पर्ने आवश्यकता छ। प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, र प्रतिष्ठित ठाउँमा पद ओगटेका नेताहरूले अकुत सम्पत्ति कमाएको कहाँबाट आयो भन्ने कुरालाई छानबिन गर्नुभयो भने धेरै नेताहरू जेल जान्छन्। यो विषयमा प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू गम्भीर हुनुहुन्छ भनेर मैले विश्वास लिएको छु। संविधानलाई नि के सकारात्मक रूपमा परिवर्तन गर्ने भनेर भन्नुभएको छ, त्यो पनि तपाईँले गर्नुहुन्छ भन्ने विश्वास लिएको छु। र भ्रष्टाचारकै विषयमा कुरा गर्दाखेरि हिजो मात्रै यो गरिमय सदनभित्र एकजना पूर्व मन्त्री, हालका सांसदले आफ्नो छोराको सर्टिफिकेटलाई टेकुमा गएर इक्विभलेन्स गर्दाखेरि दिनभरि उहाँलाई झुल्यायो, लट्क्यायो र 5 बजे बज्न लागेपछि 5,000 रुपियाँ बिचौलियालाई दिएपछि उहाँको काम कागज तुरुन्तै हातमा आयो। उहाँले यस्तो भन्दा यो सदन तरङ्गित भएको मैले देखिनँ। एकजना सांसदलाई नि त्यहाँ कर्मचारीका घुस दिएर काम गराइन्छ र सदन तरङ्गित हुँदैन। हामी गम्भीर हुँदैनौँ। हामीले देशलाई कहाँ पुगाइसकेको रहेछौँ। सदनभित्र सांसदसित पैसा मागेर पैसा लिँदाखेरि पनि हामीले त्यो विषयमा गम्भीरता देखाउन छाडिसकेको छौँ।
मान्य सदस्य, आफ्नो लिखित प्रश्न पढ्न सक्नुहुन्छ, त्योभन्दा धेरै व्याख्यामा नजाउँ।
धन्यवाद।
के हो लिखित प्रश्न, त्यसलाई सट्ट राखिदिनुहोस्।
अन्तिममा हिजो राति पूर्व मन्त्री रामचन्द्र रायजीको फारममा उहाँको बर्बर रूपले हत्या भएको छ। प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, यो विषयमा दोषीलाई कारबाही हुन्छ भन्ने विश्वास लिएको छु। धन्यवाद।
सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू।
सभामुख महोदय, जनजीविकाका सवालमा केन्द्रित भएर कार्य सम्पादन गरी सुशासन कायम गर्दा मात्रै सरकारको कार्य सम्पादनप्रति आम जनताको विश्वास अभिवृद्धि हुनेछ। तसर्थ विभिन्न समयमा चर्चामा आएका भ्रष्टाचार र अकुत सम्पत्ति आर्जनका आरोपहरूको निष्पक्ष र स्वतन्त्र छानबिनमा सरकार प्रतिबद्ध छ। जहाँसम्म सहकारीको विषय छ, यसमा सहकारी क्षेत्र तथा बचतकर्ताहरूले भोग्नु परेका समस्या सम्बोधन गर्न विगतमा गठित कार्यदलहरूबाट प्राप्त हुन आएका सुझाव एवं सहकारी पीडितहरूसँग पटक पटक गरिएका सहमतिहरू कार्यान्वयन गर्न भूमि व्यवस्था, सहकारी तथा गरिबी निवारण मन्त्रालयबाट विभिन्न प्रयासहरू अगाडि बढेका छन्। समस्याग्रस्त घोषणा भएका सबै सहकारी संस्थाका बचतकर्ताहरूसँग अनलाइन मार्फत माग गरिए बमोजिम 59,587वटा मागदाबी निवेदन प्राप्त भएको र 35,51,72,35,000 रुपैयाँ बराबरको दायित्व यकिन गरिएको छ। सहकारी कर्जा असुली न्यायाधिकरण, कर्जा सूचना केन्द्र र सहकारी बचत तथा कर्जा सुरक्षण कोष स्थापना गर्ने प्रक्रिया अगाडि बढाइएको छ र बजेट समेत सुनिश्चित गरिएको छ। सहकारी नीतिको परिमार्जन मस्यौदा तयार गरिएको छ। सहकारी ऐन 2074 को संशोधन मस्यौदा तयारीको चरणमा रहेको छ। मान्यज्यूले उठाउनु भएको अर्को विषय संविधान संशोधनसँग सम्बन्धित रहेको छ। संविधान संशोधन राष्ट्रिय आवश्यकता र राष्ट्रिय हितलाई मनन गरी राजनीतिक दलहरूबीच राष्ट्रिय सहमति जुटाउँदै अघि बढाइने विश्वास दिलाउन चाहन्छु। संविधान संशोधनको विषय कसैको लहरको विषय होइन र यो समयको माग देशको आवश्यकताका लागि हो भन्ने कुरा मैले हिजो पनि भने, फेरि दोहोऱ्याउँछु। वर्तमानमा देखिएका समस्या सम्बोधन गरी संविधानलाई अझ जीवन्त बनाउन र देशलाई स्थायित्व र समृद्धिको मार्गमा अगाडि बढाउन सरकारमा रहेका र नरहेका सबै दलहरूसँग छलफल र परामर्श गर्दै यस कार्यलाई अगाडि बढाउने विश्वास दिलाउन चाहन्छु। मान्यज्यूले उठाउनुभएका अन्य विषयका सम्बन्धमा पूर्व प्रश्नकर्ता मान्यज्यूहरूको उत्तरमा समेत यी कुराहरू स्पष्ट पारिसकेका छु।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य सदस्य दीपक बोहरा अनुपस्थित देखिनु भएकोले उहाँको अनुपस्थितिमा उहाँको तर्फबाट प्रश्न सोध्न उपयुक्त देखिएन, अत सूचीबाट उक्त प्रश्न हटाएको कुरा म प्रश्न पार्न चाहन्छु। यस पछाडि प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य सदस्य देवी प्रकाश भट्टचन्द आफ्नो प्रश्नलाई वाचन गरेर प्रश्न राखिदिनुहोला।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू समक्ष जिज्ञासा र प्रश्न। बागलुङ जिल्लाको धोरपाटन नगरपालिकाको उत्तरगङ्गा जलाशययुक्त जलविद्युत आयोजना 828 मेगावाट र उक्त आयोजनाबाट जम्मा 1726 मेगावाट उत्पादन हुने साथै हिउँदे याममा 100% उत्पादन दिने योजना कहिले सुरु हुनेछ? साथै आन्तरिक तथा बाह्य पर्यटन विकास प्रबन्धनको लागि धोरपाटन विकास परियोजना स्थापनाको पहलको लागि माग गर्दछौँ। मुस्ताङ जिल्लाको लोमनथाङमा लम्बाइ 10 किलोमिटर, चौडाइ 4 किलोमिटर भएको उत्कृष्ट युरेनियमको भण्डार रहेको प्रारम्भिक अध्ययनले देखाएकोमा सोको उत्खनन प्रक्रिया कहिलेदेखि अगाडि बढ्छ? उक्त युरेनियम भण्डारबाट प्राप्त हुने आयस्रोतबाट स्थानीय सरकारलाई अत्याधिक रकम छुट्याई परम्परागत ढाँचाको बसोबास निर्माण गर्न स्थानीयवासीको माग रहेको अवगत गराउन चाहन्छु। यसै गरी नेपाली मालवाहक पानीजहाज अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय समुद्र मार्गमा सञ्चालन गर्नको लागि संसदमा पेश भएको विधेयक विगत 4 वर्ष यता अल्पत्र अवस्थामा रहेकोले सो विधेयक कहिलेदेखि छलफलमा लाई पास गर्ने सरकारको योजना छ?
सम्मानीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू जवाब दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, उत्तर गङ्गा जलाशययुक्त जलविद्युत आयोजना पहिले नेपाल विद्युत प्राधिकरणको आयोजना विकास विभाग अन्तर्गत रही सोही विभागबाट सम्भाव्यता अध्ययन, वातावरणीय प्रभाव मूल्याङ्कनको काम भएको थियो। हाल उत्तर गङ्गा जलाशययुक्त जलविद्युत आयोजना स्पेशल पर्पस भेहिकलको रूपमा विकास गर्न 2074 सालमा उत्तर गङ्गा पावर कम्पनी लिमिटेडको स्थापना गरी कार्य अगाडि बढाइएको छ। हालसम्म आयोजनाको सम्भाव्यता अध्ययन सम्पन्न गरिएको, वन तथा वातावरण मन्त्रालयबाट वातावरणीय प्रभाव मूल्याङ्कन स्वीकृत भइसकेको, जग्गा अधिग्रहणको लागि प्रक्रिया अघि बढाइएको छ। विद्युत उत्पादन अनुमति पत्रको लागि विद्युत विकास विभागमा आवेदन दिइसकिएको छ। हाल एनईए इन्जिनियरिङ कम्पनी मार्फत आयोजनाको रिभ्यू अफ फिजिबिलिटी स्टडी एन्ड बेसिन एन्ड इन्टरभेन्सन अप्सन स्टडीको कार्य भइरहेको छ। एनईए इन्जिनियरिङ कम्पनी मार्फत आयोजनाको रिभ्यू अफ फिजिबिलिटी स्टडी एन्ड इन बेसिस एन्ड इन्टरभेन्सन अप्सन स्टडीको अन्तिम प्रतिवेदन प्राप्त भएपछि कन्स्ट्रक्सन मोडालिटी र फन्डिङ मोडालिटी निर्क्युल गरी आगामी 4 वर्षभित्र आयोजना निर्माण सम्पन्न गर्ने लक्ष्य रहेको छ। खानी तथा भूगर्भ विभागबाट अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय अटोमिक सङ्गठनको सहयोगमा भएको प्रारम्भिक अन्वेषणबाट मुस्ताङको लोमाङथाङ क्षेत्रमा उत्खनन योग्य गुणस्तर र परिमाणमा युरेनियमको खनिज भण्डार रहेको देखाएको छ। युरेनियम रणनीतिक खनिज भएकोले यसको उत्खनन पूर्व केही कानुनको सुधार, प्रयोगशालाको स्तरोन्नति, जनशक्ति विकास सँगसँगै गरी विस्तृत अन्वेषण र औद्योगिक उपयोगको मोडालिटी र सङ्गठन ढाँचा तय भए पश्चात मात्र उत्खनन गर्न सकिने देखिन्छ। यस कामको सन्दर्भमा पहिले नै म प्रधानमन्त्री दोस्रो कार्यकालमा हो क्यार म प्रधानमन्त्री भएको बेला होइन, पहिल्यै कार्यकालमा म प्रधानमन्त्री भएको बेला मैले त्यहाँ अन्वेषण गर्ने र त्यहाँ युरेनियम छ कि छैन भनेर पत्ता लगाउने काम गरेको थिएँ र त्यहाँ युरेनियम छ भनेपछि त्यसको सुरक्षाको त्यस क्षेत्रको युरेनियम क्षेत्रको सुरक्षाको जिम्मा नेपाली सेनालाई लगाइएको थियो। त्यो ठाउँ सुरक्षित छ र त्यसको विधि पुर्याएर मैले यहाँ भने जस्तै यसको विस्तृत अन्वेषण र औद्योगिक उपयोगको मोडालिटी र सङ्गठन ढाँचा तय भएपछि मात्रै उत्खनन गर्न सकिने देखिने कुरा मैले निवेदन गरेकै छु। पानी जहाजको सञ्चालन तथा व्यवस्थापन सम्बन्धी कानुनलाई संशोधन र एकीकरण गर्न बनेको विधेयक नेपाल सरकार मन्त्री परिषदबाट मिति 81/3/27 संसदमा पेश गर्ने प्रयोजनार्थ स्वीकृत भई संसदमा पेश गर्ने प्रक्रियामा रहेको जानकारी गराउँदछु।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता माननीय सदस्य दिलेन्द्र प्रसाद बडुलाई आफ्नो प्रश्न राख्न अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैले पटक पटक यस संसदमा ध्यानाकर्षण गराउँदै आइरहेको उच्च रणनीतिक महत्त्वको दार्चुला तिङ्कर सडक र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सीमा नदी महाकाली नियन्त्रणका सन्दर्भमा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीको ध्यानाकर्षण गराउँदै म केही कुरा राख्न चाहिरहेको छु। नेपालको चुच्चे नक्साको भूगोलभित्र पर्ने लिफुलेक लिम्पियाधुरा कालापानीसित जोडिएको पश्चिमोत्तर सीमामा अवस्थित दार्चुलाको ब्यास गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 1 छाङ्ग्रो र तिङ्करमा बसोबास गर्ने जनताले सो क्षेत्रबाट आफ्नै जिल्लाको सदरमुकामसम्म कुन्छा ओहोरदोहोर गर्न र आवत जावत गर्न समेत विगत लामो समयदेखि भारतीय भूमि भएर नै यात्रा गरिरहनु परेको बाध्यात्मक र पीडादायक अवस्थाबारे सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीजी जानकार हुनुहुन्छ भन्ने विश्वाससहित म प्रश्न गर्न चाहन्छु कि यस्तो पीडादायी र बाध्यात्मक परिस्थिति अन्त्य गर्ने र जनतालाई आफ्नै सीमाभित्रको भूगोलमा छिटोभन्दा छिटो सडक सुविधा पुर्याउने बारेमा वर्तमान सरकारको कति वर्षीय कार्ययोजना छ र त्रिदेशीय व्यापार, पर्यटन र राष्ट्रिय स्वाभिमानसित समेत सोझै जोडिएको उक्त सडकलाई राष्ट्रिय गौरवको योजनामा सूचीकृत गरी छुट्टै बजेट उपशीर्षक राखेर स्रोत सुनिश्चित गर्ने र आवधिक योजनासहित निर्माण सम्पन्न गर्नुपर्ने होइन र? यस सन्दर्भमा सभामुख महोदय, नेपाली काङ्ग्रेस समेत रहेको पछिल्लो सरकारले एउटा निर्णय गरेको छ। अर्थ मन्त्रालय, भौतिक पूर्वाधार, रक्षा मन्त्रालय समेत भएर यस सन्दर्भमा अब यसलाई 2 वर्षमा 3 मिटरको पैदल बाटो ट्र्याक ओपन गर्ने र 5 वर्षमा पुरै सडक सम्पन्न गर्ने भनेर मिति 2080-6-5 भौतिक पूर्वाधार मन्त्रालयले माननीय मन्त्री स्तरीय निर्णय पनि गरेको छ र तर त्यो पछिल्लो सरकारबाट कार्यान्वयन हुन सकेन। त्यसकारण म जिज्ञासा साथ अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु कि वर्तमान सरकारले यही प्रस्तावित योजना कार्ययोजना 5 वर्षीय कार्ययोजनालाई कार्यान्वयन गर्ने र त्यही कार्यान्वयन कार्ययोजना अनुसार आवश्यक रकम छुट्याउने गरी विशेष निर्णय गर्नका निमित्त मेरो आग्रह र ध्यानाकर्षण सहित म सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीको यसबारेमा स्पष्ट र सकारात्मक जवाब पनि चाहन्छु। हस्, धन्यवाद।
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू अब जवाब दिन सक्नुहुन्छ। अर्को छ? अझै छ? ल, राख्नुहोस्।
सडकको सन्दर्भमा भयो। अब अर्को चाहिँ मैले महाकाली नदीको सन्दर्भमा नदी नियन्त्रणका सम्बन्ध राखेको छु। महाकाली नदी नियन्त्रणको सम्बन्ध, अब महाकाली नदी भारत र नेपाल दुवैको अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सीमा नदी हो। यसमा भारततर्फ र हाम्रोतर्फ 2017 सालको बाढीले धेरै ठुलो कटान गर्यो र हाम्रो सदरमुकामको धेरै ठुलो हिस्सा काटिएर नदीले केही बगायो भने केही इन्डियासित मिसिन पुगेको अवस्था पर्यो। त्यस अवस्थालाई ध्यानमा राखेर त्यहाँ 2017 सालमै महाकाली नदी नियन्त्रण आयोजनाको गृहयोजना सुरु भयो, तर त्यसको काम पुरा नहुँदै त्यहाँबाट त्यो आयोजनाको कार्यलाई अन्यत्र हटाउने काम भयो, जसले गर्दा अहिले पनि त्यहाँ तीव्र कटान भइरहेको छ र उतातिर भारततर्फ भने अझै पनि त्यो नदी नियन्त्रणमा काम धमाधम भइरहेछ र त्यसले अझ हामीतिर बहाव आउन सक्ने खतरा छ। त्यसकारण सभामुख महोदय, यस अफिसलाई अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सीमा रक्षा र आफ्नो भूमिको रक्षा गर्ने महत्त्वपूर्ण काम भावनाले यो आयोजनाको कार्यालय फेरि पुनर्स्थापन दार्चुलामा गर्नका लागि म सम्मानीय प्रधानमन्त्रीजीकोबाट म सकारात्मक जवाब चाहन्छु। यो मेरो ध्यान आकर्षण होस्। धन्यवाद।
सम्मानीय प्रधानमन्त्रीजी जवाब दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, मान्यज्यूले उठाउनु भएको प्रश्नको सम्बन्धमा पूर्व प्रश्नकर्ता मान्यज्यूहरूको उत्तरका सन्दर्भमा समेत मैले प्रष्ट धारणा राखिसकेको छु। यहाँ मान्यज्यूले उठाउनुभएका अन्य विषयको सम्बन्धमा प्रश्न पार्न चाहन्छु। महाकाली करिडोर आयोजना अन्तर्गतको तुषारपानी कोटेश्वर टिङ्कर खण्डमा 80% कडा चट्टान रहेको र विस्फोटक पदार्थको व्यवस्थापनको सहजता भई निर्माण कार्यमा कम समय लाग्ने र कार्यप्रगति छोटो हुने उद्देश्यका साथ नेपाली सेना मार्फत कार्य भइरहेको छ। यो निर्णय सभामुख महोदय, म प्रधानमन्त्री भएकै बेला 77 साल वैशाख 14 गतेको मन्त्री परिषदको निर्णयबाट दार्चुला तिङ्कर सडकको 134 किलोमिटर मध्ये निर्माण हुन बाँकी रहेको 79 किलोमिटरको अन्तिम सडक खण्ड तुषारपानी कोठेदार तिङ्कर सडक निर्माणको जिम्मा नेपाली सेनालाई सुम्पिने निर्णय गर्दा साबिककै उक्त निर्णयमा नै साबिक जस्तै रातो किताबमा बजेट विनियोजन भइरहेको अवस्था समेत त्यसलाई अन्त्य गरेर, किनभने त्यो चट्टानी भूभाग भएको हुनाले अरूले गर्न गाह्रो हुने भएको हुनाले नेपाली सेनालाई सुम्पिएको थियो। र त्यसलाई सकेसम्म छिटो प्रगति गराउने उद्देश्यका साथ काम अगाडि बढाइएको छ। बढाइने कुरा म मान्यज्यूलाई आश्वस्त पार्न चाहन्छु। छुट्टै बजेट शीर्षकको सन्दर्भमा रक्षा मन्त्रालयबाट कार्यान्वयन भइरहेको तराई मधेस द्रुत मार्ग बाहेक अन्य कुनै पनि नेपाली सेनाले निर्माण गर्ने सडकमा छुट्टै बजेट उपशीर्षक कायम भएको अवस्था छैन। तथापि यथेष्ट बजेट विनियोजनका सन्दर्भमा भने बजेट अभावका कारण कार्यप्रगतिमा कुनै कमी हुन नदिने नेपाली सेनाबाट माग भए बमोजिम नै विगतमा पनि बजेट व्यवस्थापन भएको र भविष्यमा समेत बजेट कमी हुन नदिने विश्वास म व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सङ्घको कार्यक्षेत्र रहेका सुदूरपश्चिम प्रदेशको पहाडी क्षेत्रमा सिँचाइ र नदी नियन्त्रणका कार्यहरू प्रभावकारी रूपले सम्पादन गर्न दार्चुलाबाट बैतडीको पाटनमा कार्यालय स्थानान्तरण गरिएको थियो। तटबन्ध निर्माण कार्यान्वयन एवं आवश्यक अनुगमनका लागि सम्पर्क कार्यालय र केही प्राविधिकहरू दार्चुलामा पनि राखिएको छ। साथै बैतडी स्थित कार्यालयले पनि यस सम्बन्धी कार्य गर्ने जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य सदस्य दुर्गा राईलाई प्रश्न राख्न अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, प्रतिनिधि सभा नियमावली 79 को नियम 56 बमोजिम प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूसँग प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्न गर्नको लागि सहभागी हुन अनुमति चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदय मार्फत सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई मेरो प्रश्न। सर्वप्रथम प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई बधाई दिन चाहन्छु। गत असार 17 गते मध्यराति के पर्यो त्यस्तो आपद 12 घण्टा उज्यालो पर्खिन नसकिने गरी संसदको पहिलो र दोस्रो सङ्ख्याका ठुलो दलहरूले 7 बुँदे सम्झौता गर्नुको कारण के हो र यसलाई आम नेपाली नागरिकले थाहा पाउँदा विद्रोह गर्ने बुदाहरू समावेश छन् र अर्को कुरा संविधान संशोधन गर्ने भन्दै आम उत्पीडितहरूको प्राप्त अधिकार खोज्न लागि त होइन भन्ने आम उत्पीडित समुदायहरूको चासो छ। साथै प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, कानुन न्याय तथा मानव अधिकार समितिमा रहेको सङ्क्रमणकालीन न्याय सम्बन्धी विधेयक कहिले टुङ्गाउने हो? सरकार र प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूको के भनाइ छ? मेरा प्रश्नहरू प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू लिखित रूपमा 4 गते मैले बुझाएको हुनाले यस सम्मानित सदनलाई मैले आफ्ना क्वेसनहरू प्रश्नहरू फेरि प्रत्यक्ष रूपमा प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई सोध्न मेरो त कर्तव्य सोचेँ। त्यसैले जवाफ हिजो आए तापनि मैले 4 गते बुझाएको क्वेसन भएको हुनाले आज फेरि प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई प्रत्यक्ष सोध्ने अनुमति चाहे। धन्यवाद।
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू जवाफ दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
सभामुख महोदय, म प्रश्नकर्तालाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। मैले नबुझेको कुरा के भने नि, हामी यो गरिमामय संसदको समय हामी सांसदहरू कस्ता कुरामा अल्झिनुपर्छ, कस्ता कुरा अल्झिनु हुँदैन। पार्टीहरूका बिचका सहमति एएमभित्र हुनुपर्छ कि पिएमभित्र हुनुपर्छ, कति बजेर कति मिनट जाँदा हुनुपर्छ, यस्तो कुनै कहीँ कतै छ र? यस्तो हुन्छ कहीँ कतै? यो एएमभित्र सक्नुपर्छ या पिएम लागेपछि गर्न हुँदैन, या पिएमभित्र सक्नुपर्छ, वा यति बजेर यति मिनट गएपछि अफिस अफ हुन्छ। पोलिटिकल पार्टीहरूको अफिस अफ हुँदैन, पोलिटिकल एक्टिभिटीको अफिस अफ हुँदैन, घडीको अफिस पनि अफ हुँदैन, समयको गति पनि अफ हुँदैन। त्यसकारण यो समय गतिशील समय छ। त्यति बेला थकाइ लागेकाहरू सुत्छन्, दिउँसो पनि सुत्छन् नि, थकाइ नलागेकाहरू बस्छन्, काम पनि गर्छन्, लेखकहरू बस्छन्, चिन्तकहरू बस्छन्, अरू पनि बस्छन्, विचार विमर्श गर्नेहरू पनि बस्छन्। त्यसकारण यस्तो सानोतिनो कुराहरूमा टाउको दुखाएर समय खेर फाल्नु म कुनै आवश्यकता देख्दिनँ। आम नेपाली नागरिकले थाहा पाउँदा विद्रोह गर्ने कुराहरू पनि समाजमा छन् र भनेर हिजो त भनिसकेँ त मैले। त्यसपछि त मैले बुझाउनु भएको छ प्रश्न। हिजो मैले भनिसकेँ के छन्, 7वटा जवाब मैले त भनिसकेँ। मुद्दामा के छ त 7वटा मुद्दामा सबै देशका लागि, जनताका लागि, जनताको हितमा। अब कसैलाई त मर्का पर्या हुनसक्छ, मैले अघि नै भने, कसैलाई मर्का पर्या हुनसक्छ, त्यो बेग्लै कुरा हो। तर यो देशको जनताको हितको पक्षमा छ, त्यो प्रतिबद्धताका साथ यो गरिएको। अब संसदीय समितिमा रहेका विधेयकहरूलाई टुङ्गोमा पुर्याउने सन्दर्भमा मान्यज्यूहरूले समेत सक्रिय र क्रियाशील भई सहयोग गर्नुहुनेछ। सरकारको यस सम्बन्धमा पूर्ण सहयोग र पूर्ण ध्यान रहनेछ। म यति मान्यजीलाई आश्वस्त पार्न चाहन्छु।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता मान्य सदस्य दीपक गिरी प्रश्न राख्नुहोस्।
सम्मान्य सभामुखज्यू, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, म सर्वप्रथम नेपाली राजनीतिका शिखर पुरुष महामानव बिपी कोइराला, शिखर पुरुष पुष्पलालजीलाई श्रद्धासुमन टक्राउँदै म आफ्ना केही भनाइहरू राख्न चाहन्छु। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, यस सम्मानित सदनमा म सर्वप्रथम सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीजीलाई तपाईँको नेतृत्वमा सरकार गठन भएकोमा हार्दिक बधाई ज्ञापन गर्दै सफल कार्यकालको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। वास्तवमा जब जब मुलुक सङ्कटहरूको भुमरीमा रुमलिन थाल्छ तब तब नेपाली कङ्ग्रेस र नेकपा एमाले एकसाथ उभिएर सङ्कटको निकासका लागि अग्रसर भएको इतिहास छ। यस्ता सङ्कटकालीन अवस्थाहरूमा राज्यले अभिभावकको जिम्मेवारीपूर्ण भूमिका निर्वाह गर्नुपर्नेमा राजनीतिक खिचातानीमै हामी अल्झ्यौँ। त्यसो त गत निर्वाचनमा नेपाली काङ्ग्रेस यो देशको प्रमुख दलका रूपमा निर्वाचित जनताले चुने र दोस्रो दलका रूपमा एमाले भयो र तेस्रो दलका रूपमा नेकपा माओवादी रहन पुग्यो। अत सरकार सञ्चालनका लागि कसैको बहुमत नपुग्दा मुलुकको प्रमुख दल कहिले प्रतिपक्षमा बस्नुपर्ने त कहिले तेस्रो दलले नेतृत्व गरेको सरकारमा सामेल हुनुपर्ने संसदीय अभ्यासको हामीले सामना गर्नु पर्यो। प्राविधिक रूपमा जे जस्तो रहे पनि यस्तो अभ्यासले हाम्रो संसदीय प्रणालीको खिल्ली उडारेको हामी सबैले अनुभव गरेकै हो। यस्तो राजनीतिक अस्थिरताका कारण सरकारले जनजीविकाका सवालमा प्रभाव गर्नुपर्ने सेवाहरूमा तदारुकता नहुनु स्वाभाविक थियो र यस्तो हुँदा संसदीय लोकतन्त्रप्रति नै प्रश्न गरेर जनतामा भ्रम सृजना गर्नेहरूको खेती क्रमशः सुरु हुँदै गर्दा संसदीय लोकतन्त्र समावेशीकरण र खास गरी परिवर्तित प्रणालीको रक्षाका लागि मुलुकका प्रमुख दल एक ठाउँमा उभिन जरुरी थियो। हाल ढिलै भए पनि राजनीतिक कोषले एउटा उचित मार्ग पहिलाएको छ। यसका लागि पनि म शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, म प्रधानमन्त्री समक्ष मेरो केही प्रश्नहरू राख्ने अनुमति चाहन्छु। गत असार 28 गते त्रिशुलीमा 2वटा यात्रु बस दुर्घटना भएको खबरले देश शोकमग्न बनेको छ भने अझै यात्रुहरूको अवस्था अज्ञात छ। यस सन्दर्भमा प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू मार्फत म यो जान्न चाहन्छु कि सार्वजनिक यातायात तथा सडक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित गर्न सरकारको नीति के छ? नेपालमा कति यात्रुवाहक सवारी साधनहरू सञ्चालित छन्? ती सबै सडकहरूको अवस्था मापदण्ड अनुसार छ कि छैन? सडकमा चल्ने सवारी साधनको यान्त्रिक अवस्था के कस्तो छ? कुन खालको सडकमा कस्ता वाहनहरू चल्न अनुमति छ? यस्ता विषयहरू नागरिकसँग प्रत्यक्ष सरोकार राख्ने विषय भएकोले उपयुक्त अनुसार यातायात व्यवस्थापन र नियमन गर्ने निकायहरूको कार्यक्षमता र कार्यकुशलता आजको अवस्था अनुसार छ कि छैन? मेरो दोस्रो प्रश्न छ, एमसिसी कार्यान्वयन भएको 1 वर्ष हुन लाग्दैछ। 5 वर्षभित्र सक्नै पर्ने शर्त हामीले स्वीकार गरेका छौँ। यही सदनबाट हामीले पारित गरेका छौँ। 1 वर्षको प्रगति कस्तो छ? यही गतिमा काम गरेर हामी 5 वर्षभित्र काम सक्छौँ त? हामीले स्वीकार गरेका शर्त अनुसार देश हितमा विकासलाई गति दिने कि नेपालीहरू आफैले स्वीकार गरेको शर्तमा काम गर्न सक्दैनन् भन्ने इमेज बनाउने? यदि हामीले काम गर्न सकेनौँ भने यस्ता सहयोगहरू भविष्यमा पाउन अप्ठ्यारो पर्ला कि भन्ने विषयमा प्रधानमन्त्रीको जवाब सुन्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू जवाब दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
सभामुख महोदय, म प्रश्नकर्ता मान्यज्यूलाई धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। गत असार 28 गते त्रिशुलीमा भएको यात्रु बस दुर्घटनामा परेर हराएका 62 जनामध्ये हालसम्म 25 जनाको शव फेला परेको छ। त्यसमध्ये 18 जनाको शनाखत भएको छ भने 7 जनाको शनाखत हुन बाँकी रहेको छ। आजको मितिमा नेपाली सेना 14 जना, नेपाल प्रहरी 56 जना र सशस्त्र प्रहरी बल नेपालका 126 जना गरी 197 जना सुरक्षाकर्मीले खोजी कार्य गरिरहेका छन् भने श्रावण 5 गतेदेखि 12 जना भारतीय गोताखोरहरू समेत परिचालन गरिएको छ। शवहरू बगेर भारतीय भूमिमा समेत पुगेको अनुमान गरिएकाले भारतको पश्चिम चम्पारण स्थित स्थानीय प्रशासन मार्फत शव खोजीका लागि भारतीय दूतावास मार्फत अनुरोध गरिएको छ। फेला परेका 25 शवहरू चितवन, नवलपरासी पूर्व, नवलपरासी पश्चिम र भारतीय भूमिमा समेत फेला परेका छन्। बस दुर्घटना भएको स्थल र सोको आसपासको क्षेत्रलाई मुख्य केन्द्रबिन्दु बनाई खोजी कार्य गरिएको छ भने नदीले बगाएका शवहरू भेटिन सक्ने सम्भावित स्थलहरू चितवन, नवलपरासी पूर्व, नवलपरासी पश्चिम र भारतको पूर्वी चम्पारणसम्म खोजी कार्य भइरहेको छ। धमिलो पानी, नदीको उच्च भाव गति र 30-40 मिटर गहिरो नदीका कारण खोजी कार्यमा अपेक्षित सफलता मिल्न सकेको छैन। तथापि उपलब्ध प्राविधिक उपकरण, जनशक्तिको सम्पूर्ण सामर्थ्य प्रयोग गरी सुरक्षा निकाय परिचालन र स्थानीय प्रशासनले स्थानीय नागरिकहरू समेतको सहयोगमा खोजी कार्यमा निरन्तरता दिएको छ। सार्वजनिक यातायात तथा सडक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित गर्न सरकारले सडक सुरक्षा विधेयकको तयारी गरी अन्तिम रूप दिने चरणमा रहेको छ भने राष्ट्रिय यातायात नीति हालै मन्त्री परिषदमा स्वीकृतिका लागि पेश भएको छ। सडक सुरक्षाको संवेदनशीलता र यसमा सम्बन्धित क्षेत्रका सरकारवालाहरूको आबद्धता जरुरी भएकाले राष्ट्रिय सडक सुरक्षा परिषदलाई कानुन बमोजिम सडक सुरक्षाका विभिन्न अवयवहरूलाई व्यवस्थित तवरले कार्यान्वयन गर्ने गरी नीतिगत तथा कानुनी व्यवस्था गरिनेछ। एमसिसी सम्झौता अनुरूप ट्रान्समिसन लाइन, सब स्टेसन तथा सडक स्तरोन्नतिका आयोजना तोकिएको समय 5 वर्षभित्रै सम्पन्न गर्ने गरी कार्ययोजना स्वीकृत भई सोही अनुसार कार्य अगाडि बढेको जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। आयोजनाको सब स्टेसन निर्माणका लागि ठेक्का सम्झौता समेत भइसकेको छ। ट्रान्समिसन लाइनको सम्बन्धमा एउटा खण्डको ठेक्का सम्झौता हुने चरणमा पुगेको छ भने बाँकी काम तीव्र रूपमा अगाडि बढेको छ। एमसिसीबाट प्राप्त हुने अमेरिकी डलर 500 मिलियन बराबरको रकम सम्झौता अवधिभित्र पुरै उपयोग गर्ने गरी वित्तीय योजना ढाँचा कार्यान्वयन हुनेछ। प्रस्तुत आयोजना सम्पन्न भए पश्चात नेपालको ऊर्जा क्षेत्रको विकासमा विशेष योगदान पुग्नेछ भने सडक स्तरोन्नतिमा नयाँ प्रविधि हस्तान्तरण हुने समेत जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता माननीय सदस्य दिनेश कुमार यादव प्रश्न राख्नुहोस्।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू, आज प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नको रूपमा हामीले आज 22 आज हिजो 6 गते बिपी स्मृति दिवस र आज पुष्पलालजीको आज स्मृतिको दिवसको अवसरमा उहाँहरूप्रति हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्झन चाहन्छु पञ्चायतकाल, राणा शासनकाल र आज ती नेताका आदर्शहरूलाई सम्झेर त्यही बाटोतिर हामी लागू भने सम्झना गर्दै हार्दिक श्रद्धाञ्जली दिन चाहन्छु। साथसाथै नव परिवेश नव स्थितिमा आज जुन गठबन्धन बनेको छ, प्रतिपक्ष पहिलो पार्टी र दोस्रो पार्टीको बिचमा केपी ओलीजीको नेतृत्वमा उहाँको कार्यकाल र पुरै मन्त्री परिषदलाई हार्दिक बधाई र शुभकामना दिन चाहन्छु। सँगै एउटा इतिहास बनाउन पनि माँ भगवतीसँग कामना गर्न चाहन्छु कि यो देशले फेरि संसदीय व्यवस्थाको विकल्प खोज्न नपरोस्। त्यसकारण हामी सम्पूर्ण संसदले आज 70 वर्षदेखि गरेको सङ्घर्षलाई अगाडि लाउँदै आम जनताको विश्वासलाई जित्ने काम यो क्याबिनेटले गर्नेछ भन्ने विश्वास राख्दै आज मेरो 3वटा प्रश्न छ। एउटा प्रश्न हो, कोशी सम्झौता अनुसार कोशी बाहिरैदेखि नेपालको सिमाना भारतको सिमाना लोखिस बजारसम्म 32 किलोमिटर पश्चिमी केनाल नहर पर्दछ, जो बारम्बार चर्चामा पनि आउने गरेको छ। त्यो नहरमा भारतको सिमानामा दुवैतर्फ त्यो ड्याममा पक्की सडक बनेको छ। नेपालको दक्षिणी भेगमा पर्ने यो नहर जो 32 किलोमिटर पर्छ, त्यस भेगको जनतालाई यति असहनीय भएको छ कि गर्मीमा धुलायाम हुन्छ, वर्षामा हिलो हुन्छ। त्यो त्यहाँको भेगका जनताहरूलाई आवत जावत गर्न साह्रै कठिनाइ परेको छ। यस कुरामा हामीले सम्बन्धित राजदूत जाँदाखेरि हामीले ध्यान आकर्षण सर्वदलीय गराएका पनि हौँ, तर पहल हुन सकिरहेको छैन। त्यसकारण मेरो सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग आग्रह छ कि यसमा यो कोशी सम्झौता अनुसार नै पहल गर्नको लागि, कूटनीतिक पहल भारतसँग गर्नको लागि मेरो हार्दिक अनुरोध छ। दोस्रो, 70 जिल्लालाई हामी पहिला सगरमाथा अञ्चल भन्ने गर्थ्यौँ, जसको सदरमुकाम राजविराज थियो। सोलुदेखि राजविराजसम्म हामीले पहिला पनि धेरै प्रयास गरेको कि यो सडक सगरमाथासँग जोडेर 70 को भारतको सिमानासँग एउटा सडक कायम होस्। तर धेरै प्रयासहरू भयो, धेरै सरकारको कार्यक्रमहरूमा, तर हुन सकेन। तर अहिले हुलाकी सडक अन्तर्गत यो सडकलाई विगत वर्षमा गाईघाटदेखि लिएर भारतको बनिनिया सीमासम्म लगभग 30 किलोमिटर पर्छ, जसको हुलाकी सडकले अर्थ मन्त्रालयमा स्वीकृतिको लागि फाइल पेश गर्दा त्यो हुन सकेन। मेरो आग्रह छ कि यो सडक पहाडी जिल्ला र 70 जिल्लालाई जोड्न, त्यहाँको जीवनयापनलाई बढाउन र समदूर सम्बन्ध पहाड र तराईको मधेसको हुनको लागि पनि यो सडक अति आवश्यक छ। यसमा प्रधानमन्त्रीको पहल होस् भन्न म चाहन्छु। अर्को, हामीले कृषिका कुरा गऱ्यौँ। कमला डाइभर्सन के अरे सुनकोशी मरिन डाइभर्सनको कुरा सबैले हामी उठायो। यो जिल्ला कति जिल्लामा जान्छ? पूर्वको जिल्ला पर्ने 70 सिरहामा यो पानी पुग्न सक्दछ, त्यहाँको किसानलाई सिँचाइ हुन सक्दछ। त्यसकारण आग्रह छ कि राष्ट्रिय गौरवको योजनाभित्र राखेर कमला कोशी डाइभर्सनलाई त्यहाँ 70 सम्मको सिँचाइ योजनामा परिवर्तन गर्नको लागि प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग हार्दिक अनुरोध छ। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
प्रश्नभन्दा पनि मान्यज्यूले त माग राख्नुभयो जस्तो देखियो। खैर जे होस्, सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू जवाब दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
सभामुख महोदय, नेपालको भूभागमा पर्ने कोशी पश्चिम नहरको बाँधमा क्रमशः सडक कालोपत्रे भइरहेको छ। नहरको किनार अतिक्रमित भएकोले उक्त अतिक्रमण हटाई कालोपत्रे गर्न नेपाल सरकार, नेपाल र भारत द्विपक्षीय संयन्त्र मार्फत अनुरोध गरिनेछ। अर्को दोस्रो प्रश्न, उदयपुरको गाईघाटदेखि भारतीय सीमासम्मको सडक निर्माणको सन्दर्भमा पूर्व तयारीका कार्यहरू सम्पन्न भई गत आर्थिक वर्ष 80-81 स्रोत सहमति माग भएकोमा आर्थिक चापका कारण अगाडि बढाउन नसकिएकोले यस आर्थिक वर्षमा प्राथमिकताका साथ अगाडि बढाउने काम गरिनेछ। तेस्रो प्रश्न मान्यज्यूले उठाउनु भएको, नेपाल र भारतबाट संयुक्त रूपमा कोशी उच्च बाँधसँगै सुनकोशी कमला डाइभर्सन अध्ययनको चरणमा रहेको छ। अध्ययन सम्पन्न भएपछि यसको कार्यान्वयन अगाडि बढाइनेछ। यसै सन्दर्भमा मान्यजीले सुनकोशी मरिनको पनि कुरा गर्नुभएको थियो। त्यो मैले नै त्यसको शुभारम्भ शिलान्यास पनि गरेको थिएँ, त्यस आयोजनालाई अगाडि बढाएको थिएँ र यसलाई कोशी उच्च बाँधसँग पनि अलिकति जोड्ने काम भएको छ। त्यो जटिलताहरूलाई समेत ध्यानमा राखेर अगाडि बढाउने प्रयास गरिनेछ। धन्यवाद।
अब प्रश्नकर्ता माननीय सदस्य दिपा शर्मा, प्रश्न आधारित संक्षिप्तमा राखिदिनुहोस्। प्रश्न पढ्नुहोस्।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज नेपाल कम्युनिस्ट पार्टीका संस्थापक नेता आदरणीय पुष्पलालको 46औं स्मृति दिवसको अवसरमा उहाँप्रति उच्च सम्मानसहित भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। हाम्रो पार्टीका श्रद्धेय अध्यक्ष एवं सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी शर्मा ओली लगायत उप प्रधानमन्त्री र मन्त्रीज्यूहरूलाई हार्दिक बधाईसहित सफल कार्यकालको सफलताको शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री, राष्ट्रवादी एवं विकासका पर्यायवाची केपी शर्मा ओली र यो सरकारसँग सम्पूर्ण नेपाली नागरिकले निकै आशा, विश्वास र भरोसा गरेका छन्। जनताका आशा, विश्वास र भरोसा पुरा हुनेछन् भन्ने कुरामा मलाई विश्वास छ। म आज यो प्रश्न उत्तर कार्यक्रममा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूलाई मेरो जिज्ञासा प्रश्न यस प्रकार रहेको छ। 2077 सालमा सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यू नै त्यतिखेर सरकारको नेतृत्व गर्नुभएको थियो र यहाँको नेतृत्वमा गठित सरकारले आफ्नो कार्यकालमा थालनी गरिएका कैयौँ राष्ट्रिय गौरवका आयोजनाहरू, निर्वाचन क्षेत्र केन्द्रित रणनीति योजनाहरू र पालिका केन्द्रित योजनाहरू जस्तै सडक, पुल, अस्पतालहरू, बहुप्राविधिक विश्वविद्यालय, औद्योगिक ग्राम, प्रधानमन्त्री आधुनिक कृषि कार्यक्रम, राष्ट्रपति शैक्षिक सुधार कार्यक्रम, पोखरा क्षेत्रीय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय विमानस्थल, गौतम बुद्ध अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय विमानस्थल, पुष्पलाल लोकमार्ग, मदन भण्डारी राजमार्ग, करिडोर र चक्रपथहरू, खेल मैदान, रङ्गशाला, रेलमार्ग, न्यानो सेटेलाइट र भूमि सम्बन्धी समस्याहरू जस्तै यस्ता धेरै जो अहिलेसम्म पनि कतिपय अगाडि बढ्नै सकेका छैनन् भने धेरै जसो योजनाहरू अलपत्र र अधुरा नै रहेका छन्। यी योजनाहरूलाई अगाडि बढाउनेतर्फ सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले कसरी सोच्नु भएको छ जान्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री जवाफ दिन सक्नुहुन्छ।
माननीय सदस्यज्यूलाई धन्यवाद छ। समृद्ध नेपाल, सुखी नेपाली जो राष्ट्रिय आकाङ्क्षा हो, त्यो पुरा गर्न जसलाई हामीले गन्तव्य बनाएका छौँ त्यसलाई प्राप्त गर्न नै मैले 77 सालमा मेरो नेतृत्वमा गठित सरकारले कैयौँ राष्ट्रिय गौरवका आयोजनाहरू, यो 77 मा मात्रै होइन कि अगाडिदेखि नै यो 74बाटै हामीले सुरु गरेका थियौँ र 75, 76, 77, 78 सम्म हामीले विभिन्न आयोजनाहरू अगाडि बढाएका छौँ र कैयौँ राष्ट्रिय गौरवका आयोजनाहरू, निर्वाचन क्षेत्र केन्द्रित रणनीतिक योजनाहरू र पालिका केन्द्रित योजनाहरू सुरुवात गरेका थियौँ। यसरी थालनी गरेका मध्ये अधुरा र अल्पत्र योजनाहरूलाई स्रोत साधनको उचित व्यवस्थापन गरेर यथाशीघ्र अगाडि बढाउने र सम्पन्न गर्ने यस सरकारको प्राथमिकता रहेको छ। मैले हिजो पनि भनेको थिएँ, थालेका कामहरू सिद्ध्याउने हाम्रो प्राथमिकता हुनेछ। नयाँ थाल्ने मात्रै होइन, थालेका काम सिद्ध्याउने, पुरा गर्ने, नतिजा प्राप्त गर्ने, यो हाम्रो प्राथमिकतामा रहन्छ अहिले भनेर मैले हिजो पनि बोलेको थिएँ। अर्को कतिपय मान्यजीहरूले हिजोको बहसमा पनि मैले सुने, पूर्वाधार विकासका कुराहरूलाई खेर गएको जस्तो ठान्ने, यो सम्पत्ति खेर गएको जस्तो ठान्ने। पूर्वाधार विकासका पूर्वाधार भनेको विकासका पूर्वाधार हो नि त। पूर्वाधार नै नभइकन, पूर्वाधार भनेको जग जस्तो हो, पूर्वाधार नै नभइकन विकास कसरी हुन्छ त? विकासको पूर्वाधार। त्यसकारण पूर्वाधार भनेको विकासभन्दा अगाडि आउने चिज हो। त्यसले विकास अगाडि बढाउँछ, विकास अगाडि बढाउन मद्दत गर्छ। त्यसकारण त्यसलाई पूर्वाधार भनिन्छ। त्यो कुरा अलिकति नबुझ्न खोजेको जस्तो, अस्पताल भवन किन बनायो, विद्यालय भवन किन बनायो, कतिपय राष्ट्रिय गौरवका कुराहरू हुन्छन्, किन बनाइए, त्यसले कति लिटर दुध दियो, कति बोरा धान फल्यो, कति घोगा मकै फले जस्तो हिसाब हुँदैन त्यसको। हाम्रा कतिपय गौरवका कुरा हुन्छन्, हाम्रा कतिपय इतिहासका कुरा हुन्छन्, कतिपय ऐतिहासिक धरोहरहरू हुन्छन्, हाम्रो संस्कृति हुन्छ। त्यसकारण यसलाई ठ्याक्कै तत्कालको आयव्ययमा मात्रै जोडिँदैन। त्यसको विकासको समग्र विकासको अभियानसँग, गतिसँग र विकासका आधारसँग र उपलब्धिहरूसँग त्यसको सरोकार हुन्छ। सीमित स्रोत र साधनको सदुपयोग गर्दै राष्ट्रिय गौरव, रूपान्तरणकारी प्राथमिकता प्राप्त र राष्ट्रिय महत्त्वका अन्य आयोजनाहरूका बजेट अभाव नहुने व्यवस्था पनि मिलाइनेछ। हाल कार्यान्वयनमा गएका आयोजना अन्तर्गतका ठेक्काहरूको कार्य सम्पन्न गर्न आवश्यक बजेट व्यवस्था गरिनेछ। साथै ठेक्का व्यवस्थापनलाई चुस्त बनाइने र जिम्मेवार पक्षलाई जवाबदेही बनाइनेछ। आज 10 जना मान्यहरूले लिखित प्रश्न पठाउनु भएको भए पनि एकजना प्रश्नकर्ता अनुपस्थित रहनुभयो, 9 जना मान्यज्यूहरूले प्रश्न गर्नुभयो। मैले सबै मान्यज्यूहरूका सबै प्रश्नहरूको जवाफ उपयुक्त ढङ्गले दिएको छु भन्ने ठानेको छु र म सबै प्रश्नकर्ता मान्यज्यूहरूलाई र सबै प्रश्नोत्तर कार्यक्रममा सहभागी सबै मान्यज्यूहरूलाई पनि धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। सभामुख महोदयले समय दिनुभएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद।
सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्रीलाई आफ्नो आसन ग्रहण गर्न अनुरोध गर्दछु। मान्य सदस्यहरू, आजको लागि निर्धारण गरिएको प्रधानमन्त्रीसँग प्रत्यक्ष प्रश्नोत्तर सम्बन्धी कार्यक्रम यही समाप्त हुन्छ। मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब माननीय कानुन, न्याय तथा संसदीय मामिला मन्त्री अजय कुमार चौरसियालाई राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत गर्न अनुमति दिन्छु। माइक मान्यज्यू एकैछिन माइक मिलाउँ। मान्य मन्त्रीजी एकैछिन। मान्य फेरि माइक भयो अब।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदयको अनुमतिले राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
यता ल्याएर छाडिदिनु होला मान्छे। माननीय मन्त्रीज्यू, त्यो टेबल गरिसक्नु भएको छ, त्यसलाई ल्याएर दिनु होला। परिपाटी पनि त हो। धन्यवाद। मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्तावमाथि अर्थात् विधेयकमाथिको सामान्य छलफल प्रारम्भ हुन्छ। यस छलफलमा विधेयकको सैद्धान्तिक पक्षमा मात्र छलफल हुने व्यवहार अनुरोध गर्दछु। मान्य सदस्यहरू, उक्त छलफलमा भाग लिन चाहनुहुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले आफ्नो नाम सभामुखको डायसँगै बसेका कर्मचारीहरूलाई 5 मिनेटभित्र लिखित रूपमा उपलब्ध गराइदिनु हुन अनुरोध गर्दछु। छलफलमा भाग लिन चाहनुहुने प्रत्येक मान्य सदस्यहरूलाई 3 मिनटको समय निर्धारण गरिएको छ। सर्वप्रथम मान्य सदस्य विराज भक्त श्रेष्ठ, त्यस पछाडि मान्य सदस्य रघुजी पन्त।
सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, संसद विधेयक निर्माणको थलो अथवा विधेयकहरू अनुमोदन हुने ठाउँ भने जस्तो त्यसमा अझ महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा चाहिँ विधेयक निर्माणको प्रक्रिया पनि हो। यसमा म चाहिँ धेरै कुरा यो विधेयकले गर्दा सिक्ने अवसर पनि पायो। तर कस्तो छ भन्दा केही कुराहरू यसमा छुट्या जस्तो मलाई लागेको कुरा चाहिँ बुदागत रूपमा के छ भन्दा ऐनमा आधारित भएर बन्ने कार्यविधिक नियमावली विनियमावलीहरू चाहिँ ऐनको मर्म अनुसार छ कि छैन भनेर त्यसलाई चेक जाँच गर्ने प्रणाली पनि चाहिन्छ हैन। जस्तो मैले कति अनुभवहरू कस्तो गरेको छु भन्दा ऐनको मर्मभन्दा धेरै फरक खालको कार्यविधि नियमावलीहरू विनियमावलीहरूले सिर्जित गरेका समस्याहरूलाई पनि हामीले कुनै तरिकाले चेक एन्ड ब्यालेन्स मोनिटरिङ गर्नुपर्ने पद्धति प्रणाली पनि चाहिन्छ हैन। ऐन कार्यान्वयनको स्थितिको पुनरावलोकन पनि गर्नुपर्छ। किन भन्दा हामीले यो जारी गरिसकेपछि त्यसका सबल दुर्बल पक्षहरू जनताले सेवाहरू कसरी पाएको छ कि छैन भन्ने कुरा त्यसको प्रणालीको पनि यसले सम्बोधन गर्यो भने अझै राम्रो हुन्छ। यसले गर्दा कस्तो भन्दा ऐन कानुनहरू समय सापेक्ष अनुसार परिमार्जित गर्नको लागि मद्दत पनि गर्छ सभामुख महोदय। सो त्यसले गर्दा त्यो प्रणाली पनि चाहिन्छ। एउटा मैले महसुस गरेको चाहिँ के भन्दा जनप्रतिनिधिहरूलाई यो प्रक्रियाको बारेमा अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रमको पनि एकदमै आवश्यकता महसुस गरेका छु सभामुख महोदय। अर्को यो अभिमुखीकरण कार्यक्रममा यसरी बन्दै गरेका नियम कानुनहरूले कुन तहको के जिम्मेवारी हो भन्ने कुराको सूचनाको अभियान पनि हामीले जारी गर्न सक्नुपर्छ। आम नागरिकहरू के कुरामा अस्पष्ट छन् भन्दा कुन जिम्मेवारी चाहिँ कुन तहको हो, कसले के गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरूको पनि हामीले जानकारी अभियान नै चलाउन सक्नुपर्छ। त्यो पनि यही विधेयक अन्तर्गत पर्नुपर्छ। यसमा एउटा एकदम गम्भीर कुरा छुटेको जस्तो लाग्छ सभामुख महोदय। गैर सरकारी विधेयकलाई पनि प्रोत्साहन हुनुपर्छ। किन भन्दा अब अहिले चाहिँ विधेयक भनेकै सरकारी विधेयक मात्र भन्ने हो भन्ने मान्यता छ, तर त्यो होइन। इन्डिभिजुअल सांसदहरूले पनि विधेयक तयारी गर्न सक्ने त्यो अवसर, त्यो अभ्यास छैन, यसमा समावेश भएको छैन। यसले चाहिँ के गर्छ भन्दा सरकारले नदेखेका विषयहरू चाहिँ त्यसरी व्यक्तिगत मान्य सदस्यहरूले ल्याउने विधेयकले देख्न चाहिँ महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका पनि खेल्छ। सार्वभौम संसदको छलफलको विषय बन्न सक्यो भनेदेखि कानुन निर्माण र कार्यान्वयन अझ दिगो बन्छ। त्यसले गर्दा यही कुराहरू निवेदन गरेर यहाँबाट बिदा हुन्छु। नेपालको जय होस्।
माननीय रघुजी पन्त, त्यसपछि माननीय सन्तोष परियार।
सभामुख महोदय, यो विधान सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न बनेको विधेयक जुन छ, यो विधेयक वास्तवमा अत्यन्त आवश्यक विधेयक पनि हो। किनभने यो विधेयक कानुन भनेपछि कानुन निर्माणको प्राथमिकता क्रम निर्धारण हुन्छ। यसले कानुन निर्माणको कामलाई व्यवस्थित र प्रभावकारी बनाउँछ। किन भन्दाखेरि हाम्रा कानुनहरू एकअर्कासँग बाजिने पनि देखिएका छन्। त्यो कानुन त्यस्तो हुनुको एउटा कारण चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि कानुन निर्माणको प्रक्रिया व्यवस्थित नहुनुको पनि पछाडि त्यो एउटा मुख्य भूमिका रहेको छ। त्यसैले त्यसलाई व्यवस्थित गर्ने कुराको चाहिँ यसले प्रारम्भ गर्छ यो कानुन बनेपछि, यो विधेयक पारित भएपछि भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। दोस्रो नम्बरमा कानुन निर्माणको लागि कानुन निर्माणको सिद्धान्त के हो त्यो प्रष्ट हुनु जरुरी छ र यसले त्यो कुरालाई जोड दिएको छ। यसले दिएका 35-36वटा प्रावधानमध्ये मलाई मन परेको चाहिँ कुनै पनि कानुन निर्माण गर्ने सिद्धान्त के हो। त्यसैले त्यो कानुन निर्माण गर्नको लागि सबभन्दा पहिला त्यसको सिद्धान्तको स्वीकृति लिनुपर्ने, त्यो कानुनको मस्यौदा गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि त्यसको अवधारणा पत्र तयार गर्नुपर्ने जस्ता जुन व्यवस्था यसले अगाडि सारेको छ त्यसले चाहिँ कानुन निर्माणका आधारहरू समृद्ध र बलिया हुन्छन् र कानुनहरू अलिकति प्रभावकारी पनि हुन्छन्। तेस्रो कुरा चाहिँ कानुन निर्माणको प्रक्रिया अगाडि बढाउँदा त्यो विषयगत समितिहरूमा छलफल गरिनुपर्ने प्रक्रियालाई पनि यसले अगाडि सारेको छ। त्यसरी विषयगत समितिमा छलफल गर्दाखेरि कानुन डिरेल हुने सम्भावना कम हुन्छ र कानुनको निर्माणको प्रक्रियालाई जे कुरालाई ध्यानमा राखेर कानुन बनाउन खोजिएको हो त्यो विषयमा विशिष्टीकृत हुन सक्ने सम्भावना चाहिँ यसले देखाउँछ। त्यसले चाहिँ कानुन छिरलिन सक्ने सम्भावनालाई साँगु र ट्र्याकमा ल्याउँदै विशिष्ट जे आशयले कानुनको आवश्यकता अनुभव गरिएको त्यतातिर चाहिँ कानुनलाई परिलक्षित गर्न मद्दत पुर्याउन सक्छ, विधेयकलाई परिलक्षित गर्न मद्दत पुर्याउन सक्छ। अनि त्यसपछि कानुन निर्माणका लागि विधेयक बनाउने प्रक्रियामा नै यसले सरोकारवालाहरूसँग छलफल गर्नुपर्छ भनेर भनेको छ। यो अत्यन्त महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा हो र यो लोकतान्त्रिक प्रक्रिया पनि हो। किन भन्दाखेरि कानुन जसको लागि ल्याइएको हो कहिलेकाहीँ त्यो कानुनले त्यो विषयको जटिलतालाई सम्बोधन गरिरहेको हुँदैन। जस्तो यहाँ अहिले नै भनौँ हामीले त्यो विद्युतीय कारोबार सम्बन्धी विधेयक ल्यायौँ तर त्यो विद्युतीय कारोबार विधेयकलाई पढ्दाखेरि त्यो कारोबार गर्नेहरू के भनिरहेका छन् भन्दाखेरि यसले चाहिँ विद्युतीय कारोबारलाई अगाडि बढाउने होइन, यसले त झन् निषेध गर्छ, झन् साँगुर्याउँछ भनेर भनिरहेका छन्। त्यस्तो किन भयो त भन्दाखेरि विधेयकलाई ड्राफ्ट गर्ने चरणमा नै त्यसबारेमा छलफल गरेन मैले सकेसम्म त्यसबारेमा राम्रोसँग तयारी नगर्दा त्यस्तो हुन्छ। र अन्तिम कुरा अन्य मन्त्रालय र सम्बन्धित निकाय त कानुन बनाउँदाखेरि अन्य मन्त्रालय र निकायहरूसँग पनि छलफल गर्नुपर्ने र आफूले मस्यौदा ड्राफ्ट नगर्दा कानुन आयोगलाई दिन सक्ने जुन प्रावधानहरू यो विधेयकले यो मस्यौदा तर्जुमा गर्दा आधारहरू क्लियर गरेको छ त्यो अरू पनि थुप्रै 35-36वटा आधार छन् तर 5-6वटा चाहिँ मलाई मन परेका कुरा हुन् र यसले चाहिँ विधेयक निर्माणलाई व्यवस्थित, च्यानलाइज र प्रभावकारी बनाउन भूमिका खेल्छ भन्ने मैले ठानेको छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सन्तोष परियार, त्यसपछि माननीय हितराज पाण्डे।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न बनेको विधेयक 2080 माथि हामी सैद्धान्तिक छलफल गरिरहेका छौँ। सर्वप्रथम यो विधेयक असाध्यै महत्त्वपूर्ण छ। राष्ट्रिय सभाले यति महत्त्वपूर्ण विधेयक उत्पत्ति गरेर यहाँ पठाइदिएकोमा राष्ट्रिय सभाप्रति आभार भन्न चाहन्छु। सर्वप्रथम हामी लामो समयदेखि कानुन निर्माणको प्रक्रियामा छौँ सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, तर कानुन निर्माणका हाम्रा प्रक्रियाहरू हामीले सोचे जस्तो भएका थिएनन्। यो विधेयक पछाडि कानुन निर्माणको हाम्रो प्रक्रिया र जुन हाम्रो यो जिम्मेवारी छ यो विधानसभालाई त्यसलाई अझ मूर्त रूप दिनलाई र प्रभावकारी बनाउनलाई यसले महत्त्वपूर्ण भूमिका खेल्छ भन्ने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु। अलिकति केही त हाम्रा कानुन निर्माणका संवैधानिक अप्ठ्याराहरू पनि छन् भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ। सम्भव भयो भने त्यहाँतिर पनि कहिलेकाहीँ चर्चा गर्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने लाग्छ। हाम्रो समस्या के हो भने खास कानुन बनाउने कसले हो, कानुन बनाउनु पर्ने मुख्य जिम्मेवारी कसको हो र त्यो उत्पत्ति कहाँ हुनुपर्ने हो, त्यो हामी त्यति व्यवहारमा प्रष्ट छैनौँ। नियमावलीहरूमा त अलिअलि प्रष्ट छ, विधान समितिले अलिअलि काम गर्छ, तर मुख्य रूपमा हाम्रो कानुन चाहिँ नि यो सदनले नबनाइकन सदनभन्दा पहिला अन्तै उत्पत्ति हुन्छ। यो यहाँहरू हामी सबैलाई यो थाहा छ। यसका खास स्वार्थ समूहले कानुन निर्माण प्रक्रियामा सुरुवाती दिनमा काम गर्छन्। यो कुरालाई अब रोक्नुपर्छ र मलाई लाग्छ यो विधेयक पछाडि ती कुराहरू रोकिन्छन् भन्ने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु। एउटा प्रक्रियाबाट, लोकतान्त्रिक प्रक्रियाबाट सार्वभौम तरिकाले कानुन निर्माण गरियो भने ती कानुनहरूको कार्यान्वयन गर्न पनि हामीलाई सजिलो हुन्छ। तर हामी 2-3टा कुराले कानुन निर्माण गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय। पहिलो कुरा त
तत्कालीन समयमा आवश्यक पर्ने समस्याहरूको समाधानको उप कानुन बनाइन्छ। अर्को दीर्घकालीन रूपमा समाज रूपान्तरण गर्न चाहिने आवश्यक कानुनहरू बनाइन्छ। अब हामीले यो गर्दैनौँ। हामी सरकारलाई जति बेला आवश्यक भयो त्यति बेला मन्त्रालयगत हिसाबमा कानुन निर्माणका प्रक्रियाहरू जुटाउने र त्यसरी गर्ने गर्छौँ। त्यो प्रक्रिया चाहिँ नि अब यो विधेयक पछाडि रोकिन्छ भन्ने मैले विश्वास लिएको छु सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय। अर्को कुरो, प्री र पोस्ट लेजिस्लेटिभ स्क्रुटिनी गर्ने चलन छ संसारका विकसित राज्यहरूमा कि कानुन बनाउनुभन्दा अगाडि त्यो कानुनको इम्प्याक्ट एसेसमेन्ट, त्यो कसका लागि हो, त्यो किन बनाइन्छ भन्ने कुरा एउटा, र कानुन निर्माण गरिसकेपछि त्यो कार्यान्वयनमा गएपछि त्यसको प्रभावकारिता के रह्यो, त्यसले कति परिवर्तन ल्यायो, त्यसले आवश्यक उद्देश्य प्राप्ति गर्यो कि गरेन भन्ने हेर्ने पनि चलन छ। तर हाम्रोमा त्यो छैन। यो विधेयकले पनि त्यसको त्यति धेरै कुरा गर्दैन। यो विधेयक बनाइरहँदा मलाई लागेको कुरा यो पोस्ट लेजिस्लेटिभ स्क्रुटिनी गर्न पायो भने हामीले त्यो कानुनलाई समयमा अद्यावधि गर्ने कुरा पनि रहन्छ। यसर्थ यो विधेयक बनाइरहँदाखेरि यसले यो प्री र पोस्ट लेजिस्लेटिभ इम्प्याक्ट एसेसमेन्टको कुरालाई पनि यसले राखोस् र त्यसको पनि सैद्धान्तिक पहल कदमी होस् भन्ने भनाइराख्दै मेरा शब्दहरू यहीँ टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय हितराज पाण्डे, त्यसपछि माननीय मनिष झा।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हामी विधायन सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्थापन गर्न बनेको विधेयक 2080 उप सैद्धान्तिक छलफलमा छौँ। सबभन्दा पहिले त हाम्रो यो सङ्घीय संसदले बनाउनु पर्ने जति पनि कानुनहरू छन्, खास गरेर हामीले यो नयाँ संविधान बनाइसकेपछि थुप्रै कानुनहरू बनाउन बाँकी छन्। ती बाँकी हुनुको एउटा कारण भनेर भनेको विधायन सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न बनेको जो विधेयकको अभाव थियो, त्यो अभावलाई यो विधेयकले अवश्य पूर्ति गर्नेछ। म यसको स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। यसले जुन चाहिँ प्रक्रियाका बारेमा कुरा गरेको छ, यो विधेयकले जसरी चाहिँ प्रत्यायोजन अथवा प्रत्यायोजित चाहिँ विषयवस्तुमा कुराकानी गरेको छ, यो कुराले अब हाम्रो अझ व्यवस्थित हुन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। सैद्धान्तिक रूपमा म दुई तीनटा कुरा के राख्न चाहन्छु भने, हाम्रा विधेयकहरू गुणस्तरीय कसरी बनाउने, हाम्रा विधेयकहरू जनताका आवश्यकतालाई छुने गरेर कसरी बनाउने, त्यसलाई व्यावहारिक कसरी बनाउने, र यसरी व्यावहारिक बनाउने क्रममा अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय प्रचलनहरू के छन्, यसका साथसाथै हाम्रा विगतका सकारात्मक अनुभवहरू के छन्, यी सबै कुरालाई पनि हामीले यो विधायन चाहिँ निर्माण गर्ने बेलामा व्यवस्था गर्न आवश्यक छ। यो विधेयकले जसरी एउटा प्रत्यायोजित विधायनका बारे ऐनले दिएको अधिकार अनुसारको चाहिँ नियमावलीहरू बनाएका छैनन्, विनियमावलीहरू बनाएका छैनन्, यसको बारेमा कुरा गर्न खोजेको छ। यसको साथसाथै यसले जसलाई अडिट भनेर भनिन्छ, एकपल्ट विधायन बनाइसकेपछि त्यसले के काम गर्यो, त्यसका चाहिँ परिच्छेदहरू, त्यसका अङ्गहरू कहाँ कहाँ गएर कामयाबी भए, यसलाई एकपल्ट यसरी फेरि परीक्षण गर्ने जुन विषयवस्तु यसले उठाएको छ, यो सही छ। एउटा कुरा भने मलाई लाग्छ यसले कार्यक्रमै बनाएर अगाडि बढ्ने, हामी त कार्यतालिका बनाउँदैनौँ, कार्यक्रम बनाउँदैनौँ, जसका कारणले गर्दाखेरिमा जति बनाए पनि हुने। सायद यसले एउटा विषयवस्तु के तोकेको छ भने, अब हामीले बनाउनु पर्ने जुन विधेयकहरू छन् तिनीहरूलाई कार्यक्रम बनाएर आगामी वर्षमा गर्नुपर्ने कामहरू, हाम्रो नीति योजना बजेट कार्यक्रम, त्यसलाई लागू गर्नलाई के ऐन चाहिन्छन्, ती सबै कुराहरूलाई यसले व्यवस्थित गर्नेछ भनेर ल्याइएको छ। यसका डिटेल कुराहरू त हामी फेरि पछि दफाबार छलफलमा गर्नेछौँ। यो विधेयकलाई व्यवस्थित गरेर अगाडि बढाउनलाई म यसको समर्थन गर्दछु र यसले हाम्रो समग्र विषयवस्तुलाई व्यवस्थित बनाउन सक्नेछ। यसमा हामी अझै व्यापक छलफल गर्नेछौँ। यति भनेर आफ्नो कुरा टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय मनिष झा, त्यसपछि माननीय योगेश कुमार भट्टराई।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, यो विधेयकको बारेमा कुरा गर्दै गर्दा हामीले धेरैवटा प्रक्रियाहरू जुनमा हामी काम गर्छौँ, विधेयक बनाउने वा विभिन्न किसिमको प्रक्रिया, त्यसको त्यो प्रोसेस चार्ट भन्छ, हामी कसरी गर्ने त त्यो काम, त्यसमा काम गर्न आवश्यक हुन्छ। विधेयकको मसौदा र कानुन निर्माणका लागि आवश्यक पर्ने चरणहरू, कस्तो कस्तो परिस्थिति, कस्तो अवस्था आउँछ, त्यसको बारेमा परिकल्पना गरेर त्यसको व्याख्या गर्न र पूर्व जानकारी रहन, पूर्व शर्तहरू उल्लेख गर्न आवश्यक हुन्छ। त्यसैले गर्दा यो विधेयक हामीलाई अहिले निकै नै आवश्यक छ। यसमा सैद्धान्तिक सहमति राख्दै र अर्को कुरा, हामी कुनै पनि हाउसमा जान्छौँ, यो पनि हाउस भनेर हामी भन्छौँ नि, यहाँ विधेयकहरू कानुनहरू बनाइन्छ, सल्लाह गरिन्छ, छलफल गरिन्छ, त्यसको हाउस रुल बनाइन्छ एउटा, यसरी काम हुन्छ है भनेर हामी जाँदै गर्दाखेरि र अहिले नै विभिन्न कुराहरूमा सत्तापक्ष प्रतिपक्ष छलफल गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले एकदमै यो 2-3 दिनमा मार्मिक रूपमा र स्ट्रङली रियलाइज गरेको एउटा कुरा के हो भने हाम्रो ट्रेनिङ एन्ड एजुकेसन एकदम कम छ। हामीलाई हाम्रो शर्तहरू, हाम्रो धर्महरू, हाम्रो कर्तव्यहरू र हाम्रो अधिकारहरू, कति कुराहरूको जानकारी दिइएको छैन र यो विधेयकमा काम गर्दै गर्दाखेरिको हाम्रो भूमिकाकोहरू बारेमा पनि आवश्यक हामीलाई जानकारी दिएको छैन। एउटा नेपालमा डेभलपमेन्ट ब्याङ्कले आफ्नो कर्मचारीलाई वार्षिक ट्रेनिङ एन्ड एजुकेसनमा जति खर्च गर्छ र सबै शर्तहरू, पूर्व परिस्थितिहरूको बारेमा जानकारी दिन्छ, त्यति यो एउटा सङ्घीय सदनमा धरि छैन। त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि यस्तो मस्यौदाहरू बनाउने, यसमा बनाउँदै गर्दा अवधारणा पत्रहरूको परिकल्पना गरेर त्यसमा छलफल गर्ने र त्यसमा सबै साझेदारहरूलाई जानकारी गराएर त्यसमा सबैको शर्तहरू, परिस्थितिको परिकल्पना गर्ने। कानुन भनेको त के हो? कानुन भनेको एउटा भविष्यमा हुन सक्ने परिस्थितिको परिकल्पना हो र त्यसको लागि चाहिने अनुसन्धान भनेको सम्भावनाको आकलन हो। यो दुईवटै कुरा हामीले अभ्यास गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीलाई चाहिने जुन विधेयकहरू हुन्छ, विधानहरू हुन्छ, त्यो परिस्थिति हुन्छ, त्यसको परिकल्पना हुन्छ, पूर्व शर्तहरू हुन्छ, त्यो सबै कुरा यसमा समेटिनुपर्छ र केही यसको बनाउँदै गर्दाखेरि यसको हाउस रुलहरू, यसको ट्रेनिङको कुराहरू, एजुकेसनको कुराहरू, यसमा चाहिने स्टेक होल्डर्सहरूसँगको डिस्कसनको कुराहरू, यो सबैमा हामीले अझै केही काम गर्न आवश्यक छ। तर सैद्धान्तिक रूपमा यो आवश्यक छ, यसमा काम गरियोस् र गर्न आवश्यक छ। र फेरि पनि म एउटा कुरा उल्लेख गर्न चाहन्छु, हामीले अहिले पनि देखिसक्यौँ कि हामी मेम्बर अफ पार्लियामेन्ट हुन्छौँ, प्रतिनिधि सभा सदस्य हुन्छौँ, तर एउटा सामान्य हामीलाई ओरिएन्टेसन, तालिमहरू, यो प्रक्रियाहरूको बारेमा जानकारीहरू हामीले कतिचोटि एउटा ट्रेनिङहरू त्यो एटेन्ड गऱ्यौँ, त्यसमा सहभागी भयौँ, छलफल गऱ्यौँ, त्यो पर्याप्त छैन। त्यसैले गर्दा यसको साथसाथै अरू केही प्र्याक्टिकल नलेजहरू पनि समेटिएर यो विधेयकहरूमा मस्यौदा र कानुन निर्माणका लागि आवश्यक पर्ने चरणहरूमा छलफल होस्। धन्यवाद।
माननीय योगेश कुमार भट्टराई, त्यसपछि माननीय शिशिर खनाल।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, विधान सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न बनेको यो विधेयक गएको 80 साल असोज महिनामा राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भई राष्ट्रिय सभामा छलफल भएर प्रतिनिधि सभामा आएको छ। म यो विधेयकको सम्बन्धमा राष्ट्रिय सभाले जुन महत्त्वका साथ छलफल गरिकन यहाँ पठाएको छ त्यसको लागि धन्यवाद भन्न चाहन्छु। वास्तवमा विधेयक कानुन निर्माणको सन्दर्भमा हाम्रा अनुभवहरूले के देखाउँछ भने हामीहरू त्यति व्यवस्थित अवस्थामा थिएनौँ। अब यो विधेयक आइसकेपछि कानुन निर्माणले एउटा सही बाटो पक्रिन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दछ। आज हामी यसको केही सैद्धान्तिक विषयमा छलफल गरेका छौँ। यो विधेयकमा मैले हेर्दाखेरि कानुन निर्माणमा जनसहभागितालाई पनि काहीँ न काहीँ उल्लेख गरेको छ, तर त्यो जनसहभागितालाई अलिकति स्वैच्छिक जस्तो बनाइएको छ। म के भन्न चाहन्छु भने जनसहभागिता भनिसकेपछि जनताका प्रतिनिधिहरू मार्फत हामी मार्फत पनि भइ नै राखेको छ। तर प्रत्यक्ष ढङ्गले जनताको सहभागिता यसमा होस् भन्नका निम्ति कानुन मन्त्रालय, कानुन आयोग जस्ता निकायमा कुनै एउटा औपचारिक संस्था नै हुनुपर्छ जहाँबाट आम जनताले थाहा पाउन् कि यो विधेयकमा त्यो मञ्चमा छलफल हुँदैछ, स्टेक होल्डरहरूले छलफल गर्दैछन् भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ थाहा पाउनुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दछ। त्यस्तो एउटा संरचना त्यहाँ व्यवस्था गर्नुपर्दछ। कानुन निर्माणमा स्वार्थ समूहहरू हाबी हुने विगतदेखि नै यो विषय उठ्दै आएको छ। यसबाट चाहिँ कानुन निर्माणलाई, विधेयकलाई कसरी चाहिँ निरपेक्ष राख्ने भन्ने कुरा हामीले यसमा ध्यान दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्दछ। सरकारी विधेयकहरूमा जोड दिएको छ, तर एउटा लोकतान्त्रिक व्यवस्थामा गैर सरकारी विधेयकहरूको पनि त्यत्तिकै महत्त्व छ, जुन कुरालाई यसले अलिकति प्राथमिकतामा राखेको छैन जस्तो लाग्दछ। त्यस विषयमा पनि हामीले ध्यान दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्दछ मलाई। कानुन निर्माण गर्नुपर्ने त्यो विषयको औचित्य किन हो? किनभने हाम्रा कतिपय कानुनहरू डुप्लिकेसन छन्। 10वटा 20वटा कानुनहरू एउटै विषयलाई सम्बोधन गर्ने कानुनहरू छन्। त्यसलाई कसरी चाहिँ एकीकृत गर्ने भन्ने सम्बन्धमा पनि हामीले छलफल गर्नुपर्नेछ। अन्तर्निकाय छलफल त्यति राम्रो छैन हाम्रोमा। साथै अन्तर्तह, अब हामी 3 तहको व्यवस्था गरेका छौँ, सङ्घ, प्रदेश र स्थानीय तहको। सङ्घ र प्रदेशलाई आकर्षित गर्ने कानुनहरू बनाउँदा पनि, स्थानीय तहलाई आकर्षित गर्ने कानुन बनाउँदा पनि हामीले उनीहरूसँग पूर्वत राय सल्लाह लिएका छैनौँ। त्यसले गर्दा जस्तो विद्यालय शिक्षा विधेयकमा होस् अथवा निजामती विधेयकमा होस्, स्थानीय तहको, प्रदेशको चाहिँ आपत्ति हामीले देखिरहेका छौँ सार्वजनिक सञ्चार माध्यममा। त्यसैले त्यो विधेयक बनाउनु पूर्व नै उहाँहरूसँग पनि आवश्यक राय सल्लाह लिँदै अगाडि बढियो भने त्यसले चाहिँ एउटा अझै विश्वसनीयता, अझै जवाफदेहिता चाहिँ त्यसले प्राप्त गर्न सक्छ। यी विषयलाई समेत समावेश गर्दै यसको एउटा दफावार छलफलमा हामी जानेछौँ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय शिशिर खनाल, त्यसपछि माननीय अशोक कुमार चौधरी।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अहिले हामी राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न विधेयकको सैद्धान्तिक छलफलको क्रममा छौँ। यसको उद्देश्य हेर्दाखेरि यो अत्यन्त राम्रो उद्देश्यबाट प्रेरित देखिन्छ। मूलतः यसले सङ्घीय संसदमा निर्माण हुने कानुनलाई गुणस्तरीय बनाई कानुन निर्माणमा एकरूपता ल्याउने भन्ने उद्देश्य राखेको छ। साथसाथै यसमा प्रत्याजित विधेयकको सीमा तोक्ने, सरकार को नीति तथा कार्यक्रमको आधारमा कस्ता विधेयक निर्माण हुनुपर्छ त्यो जेठसम्ममा कानुन मन्त्रालयमा जानकारी दिने र संसदमा वर्षभरि कार्यतालिका बनाई कस्ता विधेयकहरू आउँदैछन् भन्ने कुराहरूको प्रस्तुत गर्ने भनेर जुन अवधारणा ल्याएको छ त्यो हामीले पटक पटक संसदमा उठाएका विषयहरूलाई पनि यो विधेयकले समेट्ने प्रयास गरेको देखिन्छ। त्यो अर्थमा अत्यन्त राम्रो विधेयक आएको छ। तर त्यो भन्दै गर्दाखेरि यसमा अझै सैद्धान्तिक अलिकति फिलोसोफिकल स्पष्टता नभइसकेको र अहिले हामीले आजसम्म जे प्र्याक्टिस गरेका छौँ त्यसलाई लिपिबद्ध मात्रै गर्न खोजेको जस्तो देखिन्छ। मूलतः हामीले लोकतन्त्रमा शक्ति पृथकीकरणको सिद्धान्तलाई मान्छौँ र विधेयकहरूको उत्पत्ति सामान्यतया व्यवस्थापिकामा हुनुपर्छ भन्ने मान्यता पनि छ। तर यसको विधेयकको आजसम्म हाम्रो प्र्याक्टिस हेऱ्यो भने विधेयकको ड्राफ्टको हिसाबले उत्पत्ति मन्त्रालयहरूमा हुन्छन्, विभागहरूमा हुन्छन् र त्यसपछि छलफलका लागि मात्रै सदनमा आइपुग्छन्। अन्य मुलुकहरू जस्तै लोकतन्त्रको जननी मानिने बेलायतमा विधेयकको ड्राफ्ट अफिस अफ द पार्लियामेन्ट्री काउन्सिल भनेको व्यवस्थापिकाभित्र पार्लियामेन्टभित्र भएको छुट्टै अफिसले गर्छ। लामो सयौँ वर्षको डेमोक्रेसीको प्र्याक्टिस भएको अमेरिका हेऱ्यो भने एउटा सांसदले पनि विधेयक उत्पत्ति गराउन सक्छ अथवा संसदीय समिति मार्फत विधेयक उत्पत्ति हुन्छन् र सदनमा दर्ता हुन्छ र छलफल हुन्छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि अहिले पनि अलिकति यो कार्यपालिकातिर नै विधेयकको जननी नै कार्यपालिकातिर हुने गर्दाखेरि सांसदहरूले हामीले सधैँ गर्ने गुनासो हाम्रो भूमिका भएन भन्ने गुनासोलाई यसले सम्बोधन गर्न सकेको छैन। त्यसैले पनि होला यसले गैर सरकारी विधेयक पनि हुन्छ भनेर परिकल्पना गरेकै छैन। यो ऐन विधेयक पढ्दै गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो नियमावलीमा गैर सरकारी विधेयकको कुरा छ तर यो ऐनले अथवा यो विधेयकले कल्पनै गरेको छैन। अर्को कुरा पोलिसी कस्ट अथवा जुन कानुनले आर्थिक जुन दायित्व सृजना गर्छ त्यसको बारेमा अलिकति मात्रै बोलिएको छ तर त्यसलाई अलि बलियो बनाउने व्यवस्थित बनाउने कुरामा थप यसमा व्यवस्था हुनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। अब फेरि बेलायतको अथवा अमेरिकाको उदाहरण हेऱ्यो भने अमेरिकामा कङ्ग्रेसनल बजेट अफिस भन्ने हुन्छ, त्यसले इन्डिपेन्डेन्टली आर्थिक कुराहरूको एनालिसिस गरेर सांसदहरूलाई अथवा विधायकहरूलाई दिन्छ। त्यस्तै बेलायतमा पनि अफिस अफ बजेट रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी भन्ने छ। थुप्रै इन्स्टिट्युसनहरू जो चाहिँ पार्लियामेन्टसँग जोडिएका इन्स्टिट्युसनहरूले विधेयकलाई बलियो बनाउने, सांसदहरूलाई बलियो बनाउने काम गर्छन्। यस्तो खाले विधेयकहरू आउँदै गर्दाखेरि हामीले त्यो दृष्टिकोणले पनि राख्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा राख्दै म अहिले बिदा भएँ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय अशोक कुमार चौधरी, त्यसपछि माननीय ध्रुवबहादुर प्रधान।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अहिले हामी राष्ट्रिय सभाबाट उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 को सैद्धान्तिक छलफलमा छौँ। भनिन्छ कानुन भनेको सार्वभौम सत्ताको आदेश हो र सोही अवधारणा बमोजिम विविध सम्प्रदायमध्ये एनालिटिकल स्कुल अफ ल को वरिपरि आजको विश्वमा कानुनहरू बनिरहेको छ। नेपालमा कानुन कसरी बनाउने भन्ने विधिको अभावमा कानुनहरू बनिरहेको थियो र तर नेपालको कानुनी इतिहासमा पहिलोपटक सरकारले ल्याएको यो विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयकले कानुन बनाउने प्रक्रियाको व्यवस्था गरेको देखिन्छ। कानुन बनाउने प्रक्रिया एउटा जटिल विषय हो। लामो गृहकार्य र दरिलो विषय विज्ञताको अभावमा कुनै पनि उत्कृष्ट ऐन बन्न सक्दैन। कानुन बन्ने प्रक्रियामा एकरूपता नभएर सरकार ल्याएका विधेयक एकपछि अर्को विवादित बन्ने गरेको छ। गोठी विधेयक, मिडिया काउन्सिल विधेयक, विद्यालय शिक्षा विधेयक र बारम्बार दर्ता फिर्ता भएको निजामती सेवा विधेयक त केही उदाहरण मात्र हुन्। यसरी एकपछि अर्को विधेयक संसदमा दर्ता हुनु अगावै विवादित हुनुले हाम्रो कानुनी मस्यौदा प्रक्रियामा नै प्रश्न चिन्ह खडा गरेको छ। के यो विषयमा प्रस्तुत विधेयकले सम्बोधन गरेको छ त? यो एक गम्भीर प्रश्न हो। सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, यस विधेयक पढ्दा केवल सरकारी विधेयकको हकमा मात्रै व्यवस्था गरेको देखिन्छ, तर परिभाषामा विधेयकलाई सङ्घीय संसदमा प्रस्तुत हुने ऐनको मस्यौदा भनिएको छ। अर्थात् यो परिभाषा मात्र हेर्दा गैर सरकारी विधेयक पनि समावेश हुनुपर्ने देखिन्छ, किनभने यो त्यो पनि सदनमा नै प्रस्तुत हुने हो। तर प्रस्तुत विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयकले सो विषयमा छोएको देखिँदैन। हाम्रो देशमा गैर सरकारी विधेयकको पनि धेरै अभ्यास नभए तापनि यो विषय ऐन व्यवस्था गर्न सकिन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। पूर्ण रूपमा नियमन नगरिकन सहज बनाउनको लागि गैर सरकारी विधेयकको हकमा पनि सो सम्बन्धी व्यवस्था गर्नुपर्ने देखिन्छ। ऐनको मस्यौदाको क्रममा अवधारणा सिद्धान्त बनाउँदा आर्थिक क्षेत्रमा पर्ने प्रभाव, मौलिक हकमा पर्ने प्रभाव आदिको मूल्याङ्कन गरेर मात्र कानुन बनाउने प्रक्रिया अगाडि बढ्दछ। तर विधेयक प्रस्तुत गर्दा त्यसको मूल्याङ्कन गरेको विस्तृत जानकारी त न यो विधेयकको आर्थिक टिप्पणी न त व्याख्यात्मक टिप्पणीमा गरिएको छ। कुनै पनि ऐनले राज्यको अनुमानित कति ढुकुरी खर्च गर्छ र कति ढुकुरी बढाउँछ भन्ने लेखाजोखा त हुनै पर्नेछ। सो सम्बन्धी व्यवस्था यो ऐनमा गरिनुपर्छ। सामान्य सभामुख महोदय, हाम्रो राज्यमा अभिलेख गर्ने परिपाटी अत्यन्तै कमजोर छ। यसै कारणले हाम्रा थुप्रै इतिहासहरू हराएर चोरी भएर विलय भएका छन्। विधेयकमा कानुनको अभिलेख गर्ने व्यवस्था गरिएको छ, तर विधेयकले हाल भइरहेकै अभ्यासलाई कानुनी रूपमा प्रदान गरेको देखिँदैन। अभिलेख केवल कानुनको मात्र होइन, कानुन निर्माण गर्दाका बखत भएका छलफल, गोष्ठी, बैठक सबैको हुनुपर्छ। आजभन्दा दशकौँ पछि जब कानुन अध्येताले वा जोसुकैले खोज अनुसन्धान गर्दा विधेयक बन्दा के विषयमा छलफल भइरहेको रहेछ भन्ने जान्न सक्दछ। यो सम्पूर्ण विवरणहरू वेबसाइट एवं अभिलेखमा राख्नु जरुरी देखिन्छ। यसले हाम्रो इतिहासलाई जोगाइ राख्दछ। यसलाई विधेयकमा सुधार गरेर अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ। तसर्थ अन्तिममा यो विधेयक हाल भएका अभ्यासलाई कानुनी मान्यता दिन आए तापनि यसमा नवीनता दिने हामी सबैको दायित्व हो र भन्ने म धारणा प्रस्तुत गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय ध्रुव बहादुर प्रधान, त्यसपछि माननीय नागिना यादव।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 अग्रगमनतर्फ छ। धेरै सुधारका कुराहरू उल्लेख भएका छन्। व्यावहारिक जीवनमा लागू हुन नभए पछाडि जुन सरोकारवालासँग सम्बन्ध नगरेर, छलफल नगरेर र सुझावहरू नलिएर बनाउने जुन प्रवृत्ति थियो, त्यसबाट उन्मुख हुनको लागि यो विधेयकमा त्यो व्यवस्था गर्ने जुन प्रयास गरिएको छ, त्यो अवश्य पनि उपयोगी हुन्छ भन्ने कुरो मान्न सकिने अवस्था छ। यहाँसम्म यो सामाजिक सञ्जाल मार्फत विचारहरूलाई सरोकार गर्ने सन्दर्भ पनि उल्लेख, यसका सकारात्मक पक्षहरू रहेका छन् र अरू प्रत्यायोजित विधायनलाई सीमित गर्नेतर्फ पनि जुन अवस्थाको एउटा सोच बनाइएको छ, त्यो अझ महत्त्वपूर्ण रहेको छ। किनभनेदेखि हामीले यसका थुप्रै अप्ठ्याराहरू भोगेका छौँ र सदन जहाँबाट ऐनहरू निर्माण भएका छन्, त्यसलाई अनुगमन गर्नको लागि जुन प्रत्यायोजित विधायनको कुनै पनि प्रयासहरू, प्रक्रियाहरू अपनाउन सकिएको छैन र त्यसबाट जनता लाभान्वित हुन सकेका अवस्थाहरू छैनन्। तर यो समन्वय गर्ने सन्दर्भको कुरोमा 3 तहमा रहने जुन सरकार छ, स्थानीय सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार र सङ्घीय, तिनै तहबाट विधायकीय अधिकारहरू छ भन्ने अहिले स्थानीय तहबाट च्यालेन्जको रूपमा आएको छ। हामी स्थानीय तहलाई यो अधिकार छ, विधायकीय अधिकार छ, हामीले यो निर्माण गरेका छौँ। केन्द्रमा बनाइएको जुन ऐन छ त्यो व्यवहारिक छैन, त्यसकारण तपाईँहरूले संशोधन गर्नुहोस् भन्ने खालका कुराहरू स्थानीय तहबाट आएका छन्। त्यो कुरो भर्खरै हामीलाई सहकारीको छानबिनको सन्दर्भमा महासङ्घहरूबाट एउटा सुझावहरू आए कि तपाईँहरूले गरेको कुरो व्यावहारिक हुन सकेका छैनन् भन्ने सन्दर्भका कुराहरू। त्यस्ता कुराहरू यदि हामीले समयमै सरोकारवालाहरूसँग छलफल गरेर बनाउन सकेको भए यो सरकार बीचको द्वन्द्व देखिने अवस्थाहरू थिएन र जहाँसम्म प्रत्यायोजित विधायनको सन्दर्भ रहेको छ, अहिले जुन सहकारीमा देखा परेको समस्याको रूपमा हामीले हेरिरहेका छौँ, त्यसमा हामीले प्रत्यायोजित विधायनमा निर्णय गर्न नसकेको एउटा दफा म उल्लेख गर्न चाहन्छु। सहकारी ऐन 2074 को दफा 52 मा के उल्लेख छ भने व्यक्तिगत बचत सीमा संस्थामा सदस्यको व्यक्तिगत बचतको सीमा सम्बन्धित संस्थाको विनियममा तोके बमोजिम हुनेछ। एउटा सामान्य कुरा जुन चाहिँ ऐन बनाउँदाखेरि तोकिदिन सक्ने कुरा पनि त्यो कुरो गर्न नसकिएको कारण यो अवस्थाहरू सिर्जना पनि भइरहेको अवस्थाहरू छ। त्यसकारण यो विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक सकारात्मकतर्फ उन्मुख भएकोले यसलाई दफावार छलफलको क्रममा भाग लिने गरी म मेरो कुरा यही विराम दिन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय नागिना यादव, त्यसपछि माननीय जुली कुमारी महतो महासेठ।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, हाम्रो संविधानकै मर्म अनुसार चाहिँ कानुनी राज्य र विधिको शासन परिकल्पना गरेका छ हाम्रो संविधानले नै। त्यही अनुसार यो हाम्रो चाहिँ विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक जुन आएको छ, यो चाहिँ एकदमै अहिलेको आवश्यकता देखिन्छ। किनकि हामीसँग प्रत्यायोजन विधानको पोलिसीहरू कम देखिन्छ हेर्दाखेरि, कानुनहरूलाई हेर्दाखेरि ऐन नियमावली छैन, प्यारेन्टल ल नै छैन, जसले गर्दा यो विधेयकको चाहिँ एकदम आवश्यक देखियो। जसमा चाहिँ अब ओभरअल यो विधेयकलाई हेर्दा यो विधेयकमा व्यवस्था गरिएको विषयवस्तु उद्देश्यले नै स्पष्ट पारेको छ के विषयवस्तु राख्ने त यो विधेयकमा भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ उद्देश्यमा स्पष्ट छ, जसमा चाहिँ कानुनलाई गुणस्तरीय बनाई निर्माणमा एकरूपता कायम गर्ने, जारी भएको ऐनको व्यवस्थित अभिलेख राख्ने, प्रत्यायोजित विधायनको सीमा तोक्ने, त्यसै गरी प्रत्यायोजित विधायनको मूल विधायनको उद्देश्य विपरीत भए नभएको जाँच गर्ने र व्यवस्थित गर्ने अभिलेख राख्ने जस्ता कुराहरू विषयवस्तु एकदमै स्पष्ट पारेको छ। त्यसै गरी यसको सैद्धान्तिक विषयवस्तुलाई हेर्दाखेरि यस विधेयकमा 5 वटा परिच्छेद छ, जसमा नामदेखि लिएर नाम र परिचयदेखि लिएर सम्पूर्ण कुराहरू व्यवस्था गरेछ। जस्तै विधेयक तथा अध्यादेश तर्जुमा जस्ता प्रत्यायोजित विधानको निर्माण तथा सीमा, विधिको लागि सबै प्रक्रियाहरू, यसमा चाहिँ विधि र प्रक्रियाहरू सबै प्रष्ट छ कि कुन विधान अथवा कानुन कसरी जाने, कुन प्रोसेस फलो गर्ने भन्ने कुरा यो सैद्धान्तिक विषयवस्तुमा चाहिँ स्पष्ट यो विधेयकमा व्यवस्था गरेको देखिन्छ। त्यसै गरी अब यसका यो विधेयकको सकारात्मक पक्ष चाहिँ के हो भनेदेखि कतिपय ऐन र नियमावलीमा सबै कुरालाई हामीले व्यवस्था गर्न सक्दैनौँ, तर हामीले सानो सानो स्पेसिफिक कुराहरू पनि ऐनमा र नियमावलीमा लेख्न नसकेको कारणले गर्दा यो प्रत्यायोजित विधानहरूको व्यवस्था पनि यो ऐनमा छ, जसले गर्दा यसमा रहेर चाहिँ हामीले ऐन यसैमा टेकेर यसको ऐन नियमावलीमा टेकेर हामीले कार्यविधि निर्देशिकाहरू बनाउँछौँ हैन, जसले गर्दाखेरि हाम्रो कामलाई चाहिँ छिटो छरितो बनाउँछ, यसले चाहिँ समय लाग्दैन। त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि यसको एकदम राम्रो सकारात्मक पक्ष देखेको छु मैले। र नकारात्मक पक्ष के हो भनेदेखि गर्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ अब विधान प्रत्यायोजन गर्ने भनेको छ हैन, अब त्यो के बमोजिम हुनेछ जस्ता कुराहरू थुप्रै छन् हैन, र सम्बन्धित निकायलाई हामीले जिम्मेवारी दिँदाखेरि अब पर्सनल इन्ट्रेस्ट त्यहाँ हाबी हुनसक्छ, पावरको मिसयुज हुनसक्छ यदि यसको नियमन र समयमा गरिएन भने त्यस्ता कुराहरू चाहिँ देखिन्छ। र कार्यान्वयन पक्षलाई हेर्ने हो भने यो विधेयकको चाहिँ कार्यान्वयन पक्ष हेर्दाखेरि प्रोसेस चाहिँ अलिकति लामो र कम्प्लिकेटेड पनि छ, जसले गर्दाखेरि यो लामो प्रोसेसमा जाँदा समय लाग्ने र समयमा चाहिँ काम पूर्ण रूपमा नहुने, जिम्मेवार व्यक्ति को हुन् र गैर विधेयकको व्यवस्थाहरू पनि गरेको छैन, जसले गर्दाखेरि हामीले चाहिँ यसको च्यालेन्जेसहरू कार्यान्वयन पक्षमा चाहिँ अलिकति समस्या आउने जस्तो मैले यो विधेयक ओभरअल हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ मैले फाइन्डिङ्समा पाएको छु। त्यसकारण हामी दफाभर छलफलमा यी कुराहरूलाई करेक्सन गर्दै अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ भन्ने मैले आफ्नो कुरा यहीँ राखेँ। हस्त धन्यवाद।
माननीय जुली कुमारी महतो महाशय, त्यसपछि माननीय माधव सापकोटा।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधेयक विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि हामी सैद्धान्तिक छलफल गरिराखेका छौँ। संसदले ऐनको तर्जुमा गर्ने काम गर्छ। संसदले सहायक कानुन, नियमावली, विनियमावली, निर्देशिका, कार्यविधि गठन आदेश, मापदण्ड आदि तर्जुमा गर्ने अधिकार कार्यपालिकालाई प्रत्यायोजित गरेको छ, तर कार्यपालिकाबाट जारी भएका अधिकांश सहायक कानुन ऐनले दिएको अधिकारभन्दा बाहिर गएर जारी भएको बारेमा धेरै गुनासोहरू सुन्ने गरेको छ। अख्तियार दुरुपयोग अनुसन्धान आयोग, महालेखा परीक्षकको कार्यालय लगायतका निकायका अधिकांश प्रतिवेदनहरूमा भ्रष्टाचारका सबभन्दा ठुलो हतियारका रूपमा सहायक कानुन कारक रहेको उल्लेख भएको देखिन्छ। मन्त्रालय तथा निकायले आफू अनुकूल सहायक कानुन जारी गर्छन् र अधिकांशले सार्वजनिक गर्दैन भन्ने गुनासो प्रशस्त रूपमा सुनिने गरेको छ। प्रस्तुत विधान सम्बन्धी व्यवस्थापन गर्न बनेको विधेयकले यी कुराहरू सम्बोधन गर्न सक्नुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। कानुन निर्माण जनताका प्रतिनिधिले संसदबाट गर्ने भए पनि कानुनको विधेयक त्यसबाट प्रत्यक्ष प्रभावित हुने सरकारवाला समुदाय बीचको संवादहीनताले ल्याएको विधेयक विवादमा आउने लक्षित वर्ग आन्दोलित हुने र फिर्ता लिएर संशोधन गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था सिर्जना हुन सक्छ। तर आम नागरिकको सहभागिता सुनिश्चित गर्ने व्यवस्थाले कानुनमा जनताको अपनत्व स्थापित हुन सक्छ। यो विधेयकको सकारात्मक पक्ष हो। विधेयकले प्रत्याशित व्यवस्थापन अन्तर्गत बनाइने कानुनको प्रकृति र सीमा प्रस्ताव गरेको छ, जसमा विधेयक तर्जुमा गर्न नेपाल सरकारले स्वीकृतिका लागि पेश गरिने अवधारणा पत्रको ढाँचा तोकिने, सदनमा प्रत्याशित विधान सम्बन्धी विषय हेर्ने, समिति आफैले प्रत्याशित विधानको जाँच तथा परीक्षण सम्बन्धी कार्यविधि निर्धारण गरी लागू गर्ने उल्लेख छ। यसले कानुनको मस्यौदा तर्जुमा र प्रत्यायोजन व्यवस्थापनमा एकरूपता ल्याउने परिकल्पना चाहिँ सकारात्मक रहेको छ। सबै कानुनको मस्यौदा तर्जुमा तहदेखि नै आम नागरिकको सहभागिता र प्रत्यायोजन व्यवस्थापनमा एकरूपता ल्याउने गरी ल्याइएको विधेयकले परिकल्पना गरे अनुरूप कार्यान्वयनको सुनिश्चितता अहिलेको आवश्यकता मलाई महसुस भएको छ। यी विषयहरूको अचरज कार्यान्वयन हुनु आवश्यक छ। हामी फेरि छलफल गर्दा भाग लिनेछौँ। समय सकिएछ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय माधव सापकोटा, त्यसपछि माननीय प्रतिमा गौतम।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधानसँग सम्बन्धित विधेयकमा हामी सैद्धान्तिक छलफलमा भाग लिइरहेका छौँ। यो ज्यादै महत्त्वपूर्ण र हामीले गर्नै पर्ने काम। खास गरिकन हाम्रो समाजलाई संसदले प्रभावकारी ढङ्गले विधान उत्पादन गर्छ भन्ने कुराको सम्प्रेषण प्रसारण गर्ने, प्रशिक्षित गर्ने काम नै पुगेको छैन। किनभने हामी निर्वाचनमा प्रचार अभियानमा जाँदा विधानका भन्दा ज्यादा विकासका कुरा गर्छौँ। त्यसैले आम रूपमा जनमानसमा के भाष्य र बुझाइ छ भने सांसदहरूको काम भनेको विकास ल्याउने। भर्खरै हामी बजेट सेसन सिद्धायौँ। त्यसैले कसका निर्वाचन क्षेत्रमा कति बजेट परे भन्ने कुरा संसदभित्र पनि संसद बाहिर पनि त्यो विषयले ज्यादा प्राथमिकता पाउँछ। त्यस हिसाबले पनि विधानमा हामीले प्रभावकारी ढङ्गले केन्द्रित भएर काम गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुराको व्यवस्थित तरिकाले जानका निमित्त यो विधान जे छ, खास गरिकन विधान भनेको कानुन निर्माण गर्ने कुरा हो। यसले आफ्नो उद्देश्य र कारणमा संसदमा पेश गर्नु अघि पुरा गर्नुपर्ने प्रक्रिया तथा प्रत्यायोजित विधान जारी गर्दा अपनाउनु पर्ने प्रक्रियाका बारेमा भनेर खास गरिकन यसको प्रक्रियाका बारेमा जे जोड दिएर आफ्नो उद्देश्यमा स्पष्ट पारेको छ, यसका लागि म धन्यवादै ज्ञापन गर्न चाहन्छु। खास गरिकन यसले गुणस्तरीयता, एकरूपता, व्यवस्थित अभिलेख राख्ने जस्ता कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ जोड दिएको छ। यसमा थप हामीले पूर्ववक्ता मान्यज्यूहरूले पनि आफ्नो विषयहरू राखिसक्नुभयो। सुरुवातको ड्राफ्ट गर्ने बेलादेखि नै यसलाई पारदर्शी बनाउनका निमित्त हामीले बढी जोड गर्नुपर्दछ। कुनै इन्ट्रेस्ट समूहले त्यसको सम्पूर्ण ड्राफ्ट पाउने, तर हामी विधायकहरूले नै त्यसको ड्राफ्ट माग्दाखेरि त्यो ड्राफ्ट प्राप्त गर्न सक्दैनौँ र संसदमा दर्ता भएर पिजन होलमा आएपछि बल्ल मात्रै त्यो हामीले पाउँछौँ। भर्खरै निजामती कर्मचारीसँग सम्बन्धित विधेयक, विद्यालय शिक्षा विधेयक, यिनका कुरा गर्ने हो भने प्रारम्भिक ड्राफ्टदेखि नै त्यो सांसदहरूले या विधायकहरूले प्राप्त गर्न सकेको भए हामीले आन्दोलनको सामना गर्नु पर्दैन थियो। यसरी हेर्दा मलाई के लाग्छ भने यो ज्यादै महत्त्वपूर्ण विधेयक हो। यसका केही अझ सीमा छन् भने हामी संशोधन दर्ता गर्ने, अरू दफावार छलफलहरूमा नि भाग लिन सक्छौँ। खास गरिकन ड्राफ्टदेखि नै यसलाई पारदर्शी बनाउने कुरा, अन्तर तहमा समन्वय गर्ने कुरा, सम्बन्धित मन्त्रालयले गर्दाखेरि यहाँ एउटा हामीले यसमा छलफल गर्नुपर्ने एउटा विषय के जस्तो लाग्छ भने सबै ड्राफ्टहरू या प्रारम्भका विधेयकहरू चाहिँ विभिन्न मन्त्रालयहरूले बनाउँछन् र सुरुमा ड्राफ्ट गरेको चाहिँ कर्मचारीहरूको सरुवा हुन्छ र पछिसम्म आइपुग्दाखेरि एउटै समूहले एउटै टिमले नै त्यसलाई चाहिँ सम्पादन गरिसकेको हुँदैन। त्यसो गर्दा विषय गन्जागोल हुन्छ। त्यसैले एउटा स्थायी प्रकृतिको कमसेकम एउटा विधेयकको ड्राफ्ट गर्दा सोही समूह चाहिँ अन्तिमसम्म रहने विषयको हामीले व्यवस्थित ढङ्गले यसलाई लैजानुपर्छ। गैर सरकारी विधेयकहरूलाई समेत सुनिश्चित गरिनुपर्दछ र अरू बाँकी हामी दफावार छलफलमा भाग लिने प्रतिबद्धताका साथ अहिलेलाई आफ्नो भन्नुलाई अन्त्य गर्छु। लाल सलाम।
माननीय प्रतिमा गौतम, त्यसपछि माननीय प्रेम सुवाल।
सभामुख महोदय, आज यो राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयकको छलफलमा छौँ। यो चाहिँ खास भन्यो भने स्पष्ट रूपमा यसको प्रावधानहरू नै क्लियर हुने गरी लेखेको छ। यसको चाहिँ ऐनको गुणस्तरीयता कायम हुने, अभिलेख प्रकाशन व्यवस्थित गर्ने, आधुनिक प्रविधिको प्रयोग गर्ने भन्ने विषयमा चाहिँ यो स्पष्ट रूपमा यसको उद्देश्यहरू नै राखिएको छ र भन्यो भने यो प्राथमिकताको आधारमा यो कार्यतालिका प्रकाशन गर्ने कुरा सकारात्मक छ। यसभित्र भएका सकारात्मक कुराहरूमध्ये यसले चाहिने कानुन बनाउने कुराको स्पष्टता दिन्छ। जसो जेठ महिनामा वर्षभरि बनाउन पर्ने कानुनको विषयमा कानुन मन्त्रालयमा पठाउने कुराहरू पनि सकारात्मक छ। अन्य गर्न सकिने कुराहरू पनि छ। यो बजेट क्यालेन्डर फेरेसँगै नीति तथा कार्यक्रम तथा विनियोजन विधेयक बजेटका प्राथमिकतासँग जोडिएका विषय आउने समय पनि फेरिएको छ। त्यसकारण बजेट नीति कार्यक्रमका सन्दर्भमा बजेट पेश भएपछि लगत्तै कानुन निर्माण गरिसक्नुपर्ने गरी क्यालेन्डर निर्माण गर्न सके थप व्यवस्थित हुने थियो भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। बनाउनु पर्ने कानुनका सन्दर्भमा कानुन मन्त्रालयमा आइसकेपछि पनि वार्षिक कार्यतालिका तोक्ने कुरा निश्चित समयभित्र गरिसक्नुपर्ने भन्ने समय सीमा तोक्नुपर्छ। यो तोक्दाखेरि अझै राम्रो हुन्छ, अझै व्यवस्थित हुन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। यसरी कार्यतालिका बनाएर काम गर्दै गर्दा सरकारले जसरी केही नेपाल ऐन संशोधनका नाममा धेरै कानुनहरू एकैपट्टि संशोधन गर्ने गरेको छ, त्यसो गर्नु नपर्ने अवस्था बन्छ कि भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। तर केही नेपाल ऐन संशोधन वा समूहमा संशोधन गर्न पर्ने अवस्था आयो भने पनि यस्तो विधेयकमा समेटिने संशोधन गर्ने पर्ने विधेयकको सङ्ख्या तोकौँ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। विधायन व्यवस्थापन सम्बन्धी समितिहरूको अधिकारलाई चाहिँ हामीले ख्याल गर्नुपर्छ। प्रत्यायोजित कानुनका सन्दर्भमा यस्ता समितिले शीघ्र जानकारी पाउने र त्यस समितिको भूमिकाको विषयमा पनि हामीले अलिकति ध्यान दिनुपर्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। सरकारवाला निकायको सहभागिता गराउने कुरा एकदमै राम्रो लाग्यो। यसलाई अझै प्रभावकारी बनाउने गरी के थप गर्न सकिन्छ त्यसमा पनि सोचौँ। मसुदाकै क्रममा सम्बन्धित मन्त्रालय वा कानुन आयोगले प्रकाशन गर्न पर्ने कुराहरू सकारात्मक छ। यसले विधेयकमा अपनोत्तर ऐन बनेपछि पनि कार्यान्वयनमा सहयोग पुग्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। यस्तो व्यवस्था अध्यादेशबाट बन्ने कानुनको सन्दर्भमा झनै महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। ऐन कार्यान्वयनको मापनलाई अझै प्रभावकारी बनाउने बारेमा सोचौँ। कुनै कानुनको सन्दर्भमा 5 वर्ष लामो समय पनि हुनसक्छ। जस्तो शिक्षा सम्बन्धी ऐनको बारेमा 5 वर्ष कुनै एउटा बच्चाको विद्यार्थीकाल लामो समय हो। ऐन कार्यान्वयन समस्या आएको कारण शिक्षाको विषयमा ऐन र अन्य कानुनको परिकल्पना गरेको उद्देश्य प्राप्त नहुने अवस्था नबनोस्। त्यसकारण यो समयको बारेमा पनि हामीले केही कुरा सोच्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने मलाई लागेको छ। प्रत्यायोजित कानुन आफ्नै महत्त्व छ, तर यो प्रत्यायोजित कानुनका सन्दर्भमा कति सीमा के गर्ने वा प्रत्यायोजित कानुनको संविधान तथा ऐन वा मातृ कानुनको परिकल्पनाभित्र छ र त्यसमा सरकार र मातहतका निकायको स्वेच्छाचारिता हावी भएको छ कि छैन भन्ने कुरा मेक स्योर गर्नको लागि उचित संयन्त्र अझै सक्रिय बनाउन
काम गर्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। कुनै पनि कानुनले पार्ने आर्थिक भारहरू स्पष्ट हुनुपर्छ। यो कुरालाई बाध्यकारी बनाऊ। अघिल्लो विद्यालय शिक्षा विधेयक जस्तो राज्यको स्रोतको बारेमा प्रत्यक्ष असर राख्ने र राज्यको क्षमता अनुसार कार्यान्वयनमा असर पार्न सक्ने कानुन समेत यकिन गर्न नसकिने लेखिएको थियो। त्यसकारण यसले कानुन कार्यान्वयनमा व्यापक समस्या निम्ताउन सक्छ। यसकारण यो कुरालाई पनि बाध्यकारी बनाउने विषयको व्यवस्था गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने लाग्छ। सङ्घीय संसदबाट निर्माण हुने कानुनलाई अझ गुणस्तरीय बनाउन, यसलाई चाहिँ अझै यो मूल विधायनको उद्देश्य विपरीत भयो नभएको जाँच गर्ने, जारी भएका प्रत्याशित विधानको व्यवस्थित अभिलेख राखी प्रकाशन गर्ने लगायतका विधायन व्यवस्था सम्बन्धी प्रावधानको सम्बन्धमा स्पष्ट व्यवस्था गर्न आवश्यक छ। यो भएकोले यो विधायन अझै यो विधेयक अझै महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छ कि भन्ने मैले सोचेको छु। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
माननीय प्रेम सुवाल, त्यसपछि माननीय सुमना श्रेष्ठ।
सभामुख महोदय, संसदमा एक सदस्यले पनि विधेयक दर्ता गर्ने पाउने व्यवस्था यो विधेयकमा हुनु जरुरी छ। विधेयक संविधानको मूल मर्मअनुसार बनाउने भनेर उल्लेख हुनुपर्छ। संविधानको मूल मर्म समाजवाद उन्मुख अर्थतन्त्र निर्माण गर्नु हो र सरकारको नीति तथा कार्यक्रम, बजेट, आवधिक योजना र क्षेत्रगत नीति सबै समाजवाद उन्मुख अर्थतन्त्र अनुसार हुनुपर्ने भनेर यो विधेयकमा लेख्नु जरुरी छ। र समाजवाद उन्मुख अर्थतन्त्र भन्नाले सबै जनताको हातमा देशको स्रोत साधन बराबरी पुग्ने व्यवस्था हो। तत्कालीन सोभियत सङ्घमा सार्वजनिक भोजनालयमा खानेकुरा खान जानेलाई पाउरोटी र चिज बिना पैसा उपलब्ध थियो। समाजवाद भनेको त्यो हो। पुँजीवादमा के हुन्छ? पुँजीवादी अर्थतन्त्रमा मुठीभरका व्यक्तिको हातमा देशको स्रोत साधन पुग्ने हो। त्यसकारण यस्तो विधेयक ल्याउन पाइँदैन भनेर यो विधेयकमा स्पष्ट लेख्नुपर्छ। किन भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो संविधानमा संविधान उन्मुख भन्ने छ। विधेयक र विधायनमा सरकारको नीति तथा कार्यक्रम, बजेट, आवधिक योजना र क्षेत्रगत नीतिमा कृषि, शिक्षा, जलस्रोत, स्वास्थ्यलाई प्राथमिकता राख्ने भनेर स्पष्ट उल्लेख गर्नुपर्छ। र यो विधेयकमा प्राथमिकतै फरक ढङ्गले आयो सरकार परिवर्तनसँगै। विधेयकको सिद्धान्त निर्माण गर्दा राजनीतिक दल र राजनीतिक दलका प्रतिनिधिहरूसँग सुझाव लिने प्रावधान पनि उपयुक्त हुन्छ। आर्थिक विधेयक निर्माण गर्दा मजदुर, किसान र गरिबहरूको सुझाव लिनुपर्छ। आर्थिक विधेयकमा विदेशी पुँजीका दलालहरूलाई प्रवेशै गर्न नदिने यो यहाँ स्पष्ट लेख्नुपर्छ। जस्तो आर्थिक विधेयकको राजस्व प्रस्तावमा अब अनेक घटना भएको हामीले यहाँ भोगिरहेका छौँ र राष्ट्र ऋण उठाउने विषय पनि यहाँ हामीले भोगिरहेका छौँ। र यो विषयमा प्रगतिशील कर उठाउने, नेपालीको सम्पत्तिको सीमाङ्कन गर्ने, विदेशमा सम्पत्ति राख्न नपाउने भनेर हामीले विधेयकमा यस्तो किसिमको ल्याउनुपर्छ भनेर अहिले नै निर्देशन गर्नुपर्छ एक विधेयकबाट। र विनियोजन विधेयकमा बजेट शीर्षकको रकम संसदमा कुन संसद सदस्यले उठाएको स्पष्ट लेख्नुपर्ने छ। जस्तो नेपालमा अहिले भ्यू टावरको ठिक बेठिक छ, कसले ल्यायो यो बजेटमा त्यहाँ लेख्नु पर्यो। भ्यू टावर ल्याउने यो संसद सदस्य फलानाले संसदमा बोल्नुभयो अनि बजेटमा पर्यो भनेर स्पष्ट हुनु पर्यो। त्यो नहुँदाखेरि अब बिग्रिएको जति मुक्त हुने, भन्छिने र राम्रो जति चाहिँ मैले गरेको भन्ने खालको आयो, त्यसो हुन नहुने। र अर्को कृषि, शिक्षा र घरेलु तथा साना उद्योगलाई केन्द्रित गरेर विधेयक ल्याउने र नीति र बजेट संशोधन हुन सक्ने भनेर लेख्नु पर्यो। यहाँ विनियोजन विधेयकको कुरा छ यो विधेयकमा, त्यो संशोधन हुन सक्छ। र आर्थिक विधेयकको कुरा छ, राष्ट्र ऋणको, त्यो संशोधन हुन सक्छ। संशोधन हुन नहुने यो ठिक छ। र अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय सन्धि सम्झौतामा सरकारले हस्ताक्षर गर्नु पहिला नै संसदमा ल्याउने हो। खालि अनुमोदन गराउनलाई ल्याउने होइन, पहिला यस्तो सम्झौतामा हस्ताक्षर गर्दैछौँ भनेर ल्याउनु पर्ने भनेर यहाँ लेख्नु उपयुक्त हुन्छ। र यदि त्यसो नभएमा बगी पछाडि घोडा जस्तै हुन्छ यो संसद। र विधेयक तर्जुमाको बेला विज्ञको रूपमा बिचौलिया र स्वार्थ समूहलाई समावेश गर्न नपाउने पनि यहाँ उल्लेख हुनुपर्छ र नेपालका विधान ऐन प्रभावकारी यसकारण भएन कि बिचौलिया एनजिओ आइएनजिओले विधेयक तयार गर्यो र राज्यका 3वटै अङ्गमा एनजिओ आइएनजिओको प्रभाव रहेको छ। यसबारे यो विधेयकमा स्पष्ट लेख्नुपर्छ, एनजिओ आइएनजिओसँग सरसल्लाह हुँदैन भनेर। यसअघि पूर्वाधार नभएका विश्वविद्यालय र स्वास्थ्य विज्ञान प्रतिष्ठान विधेयक पारित भयो। पूर्वाधार भएको खोपो विश्वविद्यालय र तेन्जिङ आँखा विश्वविद्यालय पारित भएन। यस्तो गर्न पाइँदैन, पूर्वाधार नभएको विधेयक ल्याउन पाइँदैन भनेर यो विधान सम्बन्धी विधेयकमा राख्नु जरुरी छ। र चलिरहेको अधिवेशन टुङ्ग्याई 1 हप्ता नपुग्दै आफ्नो अनुकूल अध्यादेश जारी गर्ने यो पनि गर्न पाइँदैन भनेर यो विधान सम्बन्धी विधेयकमा अब टुङ्ग्याउँछु। एउटा राष्ट्रपति र सभामुखको कार्यकालमा संसदबाट पारित भएको विधेयक अर्को राष्ट्रपति वा सभामुखको कार्यकालमा प्रमाणीकरण गर्न नहुने भनेर स्पष्ट लेख्नुपर्छ। यसमा नागरिकता विधेयक 2079 जेठमा नागरिकता विधेयक यसरी नै पारित भयो, त्यसकारण त्यो गर्न पाइँदैन भनेर लेख्नुपर्छ। र नागरिकता एमसिसी विद्युत सार ग्रिड सौर्य गठबन्धन लगायतका विधेयक र सम्झौतामा जनमत लिनु पर्ने थियो। यो विषय संसदमा हामीले उठाए पनि व्यवस्था गरियो, त्यो गर्न पाइँदैन भनेर लेख्नुपर्छ। र प्रधानमन्त्री मन्त्री राजनीतिक दलका नेताहरू बैठकमा उपस्थित हुने संसद बैठकमा प्रधानमन्त्रीसँगको प्रश्नोत्तर प्रभावकारी बनाउन राजनीतिक दलकै तर्फबाट प्रश्न सोध्ने व्यवस्था गर्नु पनि जरुरी छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सुमना श्रेष्ठ, त्यसपछि माननीय रामकृष्ण यादव।
सम्मानीय सभामुख महोदय, यो विधेयक त एकदम राम्रो छ, किनभने यसले फाइनली यो प्राथमिकताकरण गर्नुपर्छ, एउटा तालिका बनाएर काम गर्नुपर्छ, यो जेठ अगाडि ल्याउनुपर्छ, जुन क्यालेन्डरको लागि धेरै आवाज उठायो, यसले इन्कर्पोरेट गरेकोले म यो कम्प्लिट समर्थनमा छु। तर यो भन्दै गर्दाखेरि 3-4वटा कुरा यसमा इन्कर्पोरेट गर्ने हो भने अझ पनि हाम्रो लोकतन्त्रको अभ्यास परिष्कृत गर्न सक्छौँ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। एउटा यो पटक पटक भनेको हामी जहिले पनि गजुरबाट सुरु गर्छौँ, विधेयक बनाउँछौँ, त्यसपछि नियमावली निर्देशिका कार्यविधि गरेर जान्छौँ। कोही नर्मल नेपालीले त्यो विधेयक पढेर के भन्छ ऐन पढेर यसको चाहिँ नि इम्प्याक्ट यहाँ कसरी हुन्छ, मलाई कसरी हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ नि हामीले स्पष्ट यो जुन वेबसाइटमा राखिदिने भनेको छ त्यो राम्रो छ। मेरो यो बिल ह्याकाथन अथवा हामीले राष्ट्रपाले गरेको अभ्यास यो विधेयक मन्थनको कन्सेप्ट पनि यहाँ इन्कर्पोरेट छ। तर मेरो एक्सपिरियन्सले के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि यतिकै यो विधेयक पढेर चाहिँ फिडब्याक देऊ भन्दाखेरि जनताले एक्ज्याक्टली मलाई यो कुरा चित्त बुझ्यो, यो कुरा चित्त बुझेन भन्नलाई समय लाग्छ। त्यसकारण हाम्रै विद्यार्थीहरू छन्, कानुन पढ्ने विद्यार्थीहरू, उहाँहरूलाई परिचालन गरेर यो विधेयक आइसकेपछि चाहिँ नि तपाईँको तात्विक रूपमा तपाईँको जिन्दगीमा तपाईँले डे टु डे एक्सपिरियन्समा यो चेन्ज हुन्छ भनेर चाहिँ एक्सप्लेन गरिदिनुपर्छ होला। वेबसाइटमा राखेर हाम्रो कति 34-36% त छ नि जम्मा इन्टरनेट कनेक्सन ल्यान्डबाट, भनेपछि दूरदराजका हाम्रा नागरिकहरूसँग पनि फिडब्याक लिनको लागि चाहिँ त्यो गरिदिनुपर्छ होला। त्यसपछि अर्को यो अहिलेसम्मको अभ्यास के छ, कसैलाई दुःख पर्छ कि माइतीघरमा उहाँहरू आन्दोलनित हुनुहुन्छ कि बानेश्वरमा अथवा आफ्नो सांसदलाई भेट्छ अथवा ज्ञापन पत्र लिएर मन्त्रीकोमा जान्छ, यहाँ शून्य समय विशेष समय उठाउँछ, अहिले बल्ल जनताको समस्याको सुनवाई हुन्छ। तर हामी एउटा परिकल्पना किन नगर्ने, यदि 10,000 जनाले पेटिसन गर्ने हो भने 15,000 जना त्यो अङ्कमा हामी पछि छलफल गर्न सक्छौँ। तर नागरिकले पेटिसन गरेर यो सदनमा बुझाउँछ भने चाहिँ नि त्यो म्यान्डेटरी रूपमा होइन, कम्पलसरी रूपमा चाहिँ नि सदनमा छलफल गरेर यदि त्यो विधेयक बनाउनुपर्छ भने विधेयक त्यो गरेर जनताको प्रत्यक्ष रूपमा यो अरू देशमा यो प्र्याक्टिसमा पनि छ होइन, जनताको सर्टेन नम्बर अफ जनताले सिग्नेचर गरेर पिटिसन गरेर दियो भने चाहिँ नि सदनमा डाइरेक्ट रूपमा छलफल हुने। यदि त्यो पनि गर्न सक्यौँ अथवा त्यो अनुरूप पनि कानुनहरूमा यदि हामीले काम गर्ने हो भने यो जहिले पनि यो आन्दोलन गर्नुपर्ने अथवा ध्यानाकर्षण गर्नुपर्ने अथवा भेन्टिलेसनको लागि एउटा ठाउँ हामीले खोलाउन सक्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। र अर्को एकदम महत्त्वपूर्ण मेरो पूर्ववक्ता साथीहरूले पनि उठाइसक्नुभयो, यो प्राइभेट बिलको कन्सेप्ट हामीलाई सहयोग चाहिन्छ। धेरैवटा विधेयकहरू संशोधन गर्नुपर्ने छ। यो स्कलरसिपको नै धेरैवटा छरपष्ट शिक्षा मन्त्री हुँदाखेरि थाहा पाएको
स्पष्ट छ, त्यसलाई एकीकृत गर्नुपर्ने छ। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ नि प्राइभेट बिलहरू ल्याउनलाई सहयोग चाहिन्छ, त्यसमा पनि योले चाहिँ नि एकदम चुप्पै छ, त्यसमा पनि काम गर्नुपर्ने छ। र फाइनली कस्ट, यो बिल यो विधेयक कार्यान्वयनमा कति खर्च पर्छ हेर्नु। वैदेशिक सम्बन्ध लिएर चल्ने कलेजहरूमा 25,000 भन्दा बढी विद्यार्थीहरू पढ्छन्, नेपाली विद्यार्थीहरू पढ्छन्। त्यसलाई अनुगमन केले गर्छ? एउटा शाखाले, 3 जना मान्छेले, 3 जना कर्मचारीले, त्यतिले त पुग्दैन। भनेपछि कुनै यदि विधेयक कार्यान्वयनमा जान्छ, ऐन बनेर कार्यान्वयनमा जान्छ भने एक्चुअल इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन कस्ट कति पर्छ त? यो दफा 6 मा छ। तर यो यस्तो गर्ने भन्दाखेरि अहिले पनि त ऐन बनाउँदाखेरि 10 बुँदे अवधारणा पत्र क्याबिनेटबाट पास हुनुपर्छ, त्यो 10 बुँदेको टेम्प्लेटै भएन के, त्यो एकदमै त्यो अलिक कर्मकाण्डी रूपमा छ। त्यसैले यो विधेयकमा चाहिँ नि यदि हामीले टेम्प्लेटै खाका नै अनुसूची थपेर यो कस्ट अफ इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन यसरी गर्ने होइन, यसको ह्युमन रिसोर्स कस्ट यति हुन्छ, यसको यो क्यापिटल एक्सपेन्डिचर दिने हो भने यति हुन्छ भनेर राख्यो भने बल्ल हामीलाई आर्थिक भार कति पर्छ, पैसा बजेटबाट दिने र रिकरेन्ट एक्सपेन्डिचर कति हुन्छ, चालु खर्चमा कति थप्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि स्पष्ट आउँछ। त्यो नभएको खण्डमा चाहिँ नि एकदम सोर्स फोर्स लाएर विधेयक पास गर्यो, अब क्यापिटल एक्सपेन्डिचरमा 1 लाखमा त किन दिएको भनेर उफ्रिने जमात चाहिँ ठुलो हुन्छ। त्यसकारण यो एकदम अनैतिक रूपमा जुन दबाब दिने प्रक्रिया सुरु भएको छ त्यसलाई पनि ठ्याक्कै जरोमै काट्ने हो भने चाहिँ नि यसको टेम्प्लेटै बनाएर काम गर्नुपर्छ। धन्यवाद।
माननीय रामकृष्ण यादव, त्यसपछि माननीय धवल शमशेर राणा।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, आज मान्य कानुन, न्याय तथा संसदीय मामला मन्त्री अजय कुमार चौरसियाले राष्ट्रिय सभामा उत्पत्ति भएको विधान सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्ताव गर्नुभएको छ। अब यो प्रस्तावमाथि आफ्ना धारणा राख्नुभन्दा पहिला मान्य अजय चौरसियाजी कानुन, न्याय तथा संसदीय मामला मन्त्रीको रूपमा विधेयक ल्याएर पहिलोचोटि आउनुभएको छ र उहाँ मन्त्री बन्नुभएकोमा म आफ्नो तर्फबाट उहाँलाई हार्दिक बधाई र उहाँको कार्यकालको शुभकामना, सफलताको कामना पनि व्यक्त गर्न चाहन्छु। र यो विधेयक वास्तवमा यो विधेयकको बारेमा धेरै पहिलेदेखि प्रतीक्षा थियो र सबैजना हामी आशा गरिरहेको थियो कि विधेयक प्रतिनिधि सभामा आओस् र छलफल गरेर तपाईको वास्तवमा एउटा निष्कर्षमा पुगोस्। र यो प्रस्तावको बारेमा आज वास्तवमा सैद्धान्तिक छलफल भइरहेको छ र यो सैद्धान्तिक छलफलमा म पनि आफ्ना केही धारणाहरू राख्न चाहन्छु र राष्ट्रिय सभाबाट जुन व्यापक छलफल भएर जुन प्रतिनिधि सभामा आज आएको छ, उहाँहरूले पनि वास्तवमा माथिल्लो सदनमा पनि राष्ट्रिय सभामा पनि मान्यजहरूले गहन छलफल गरेर, व्यापक छलफल गरेर आफ्ना धारणाहरू राखेर उहाँले सर्वसम्मतबाट पठाउनु भएको छ। त्यस कारणले गर्दा म आफ्नो तर्फबाट पनि यो विधेयकलाई विधान प्रस्तावलाई स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु र वास्तवमा सङ्घीय संसदबाट निर्माण हुने कानुनलाई गुणस्तरीय कसरी बनाउने र कानुन निर्माणमा एकरूपता कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुरो पनि कसरी व्यवस्थित गर्ने कुरा पनि यसमा समेटिएको छ र त्यसै गरी यसमा विधान कानुन बनाउने माध्यम हो र यसलाई संविधानको प्रतिकूल नहुने गरी संसदले औपचारिक रूपमा बनाएको लिखित दस्तावेज पनि हो। विधानले समय सापेक्ष कानुनको निर्माण र विकास गरेको हुन्छ र जनभावनाको प्रतिनिधित्व गरेको पनि हुन्छ। सामाजिक कुप्रथा तथा शत्रुताको नजिरहरूको सुधार गर्न यसको आवश्यकता पनि हुन्छ र समय समयमा वास्तवमा विधान भनेपछि हिजो पनि कुरा उठेको थियो, जहिले पनि कुरा उठिरहेको छ। कानुन भनेपछि तपाईँको कुनै कुराको थाहै एकै नजिर होइन, त्यो समय समयका अनुसार सुधार पनि गर्दै जानुपर्छ। त्यसै गरी यो विधान पनि प्रस्ताव आएको छ र यसमा अभिलेखहरू कसरी तपाईँको व्यवस्थित गर्ने र त्यसै गरी जनताले भोट हालेर संसदमा पठाएका सांसदहरूले एक आपसमा छलफल गरी बनाएको कानुन नै विधान हो। र वास्तवमा पूर्वक्ता मान्यजीहरूले पनि जुन भावना राख्नु भएको छ कि हामी जनताको बिचमा जान्छौँ, चुनाव ताका जान्छौँ, हामीसित विकास निर्माणका कुराहरू मात्रै राख्छन्। अहिले पनि बजेट नपाएपछि जनताको बिचमा हामीलाई उठाउँछन्, फलानु काम भएन, फलानु ठाउँमा बजेट ल्याइदिनु भएन। हामी भन्छौँ वास्तवमा संसदमा अहिले तपाईँको नयाँ संविधानमा 3 किसिमको सरकारको व्यवस्था गरेको छ, केन्द्र सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार र स्थानीय सरकार। र प्रदेश सरकार हाम्रो काम प्रतिनिधि सभाको कामलाई अहिले तपाईँको वास्तवमा संसदबाट कानुन बनाउने, संसदबाट ऐन बनाउने कुराहरूको लागि नै बढी प्राथमिकता दिएको छ। त्यसकारणले बजेटहरूको पनि त्यति प्राथमिकता हामी दिइरहेछौँ। त्यसकारण यो जुन आएको छ अहिले विधान, यसलाई व्यवस्थित गर्न, कानुन बनाउनको लागि आएको छ। यसलाई म आफ्नो तर्फबाट स्वागत गर्दै म आफ्ना भनाइ यहीँ गर्न चाहन्छु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय धवल शमशेर राणा। माननीय धवल शमशेर राणा। माननीय धवल शमशेर राणा। माननीय श्याम कुमार घिमिरे। माननीय श्याम कुमार घिमिरे। माननीय श्याम कुमार घिमिरे। माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब माननीय कानुन, न्याय तथा संसदीय मामिला मन्त्री अजय कुमार चौरसियालाई छलफलमा उठेका प्रश्नहरूको जवाब दिन अनुमति दिन्छु।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, आज यस सम्मानित सदनमा माननीय सांसदज्यूहरूले राष्ट्रिय सभाबाट पारित भई विधान सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्था गर्न बनेको विधेयकमा अत्यन्त चिन्तापूर्ण धारणाहरू राख्नु भएको छ। यसको मूल्याङ्कन, अनुसन्धान र यसलाई अझ कसरी प्रभावकारी बनाउने, जनताको पक्षमा बनाउने म मान्यज्यूहरूलाई धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, प्रतियोजित व्यवस्थापन तथा सरकारी आश्वासन समितिको सम्वत 2078 असोज 6 गते को बैठकको निर्णय बमोजिम प्रतियोजित विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयकको मस्यौदा कानुन, न्याय तथा संसदीय मामिला मन्त्रालयलाई उपलब्ध गराई र सो मस्यौदा परिमार्जन गरी संसदमा पेश गर्न निर्देश दिएको र उक्त निर्देशन पश्चात कानुन, न्याय, संसदीय मामिला मन्त्रालयले राष्ट्रिय सभाको प्रत्याजित व्यवस्थापन तथा सरकारी आश्वासन समिति, विधायन व्यवस्थापन समिति, माननीय सदस्यज्यूहरू तथा सरोकारवालाहरूसँग छलफल गरी उक्त छलफलबाट प्राप्त सुझाव समेतलाई समेटी सम्वत 2080 साल असोज 7 गते विधान सम्बन्धमा व्यवस्थापन गर्न बनेको विधेयक राष्ट्रिय सभामा दर्ता गरेको थियो र राष्ट्रिय सभामा दर्ता भएको प्रस्तुत विधेयकमाथि सो सभाको विधायन व्यवस्थापन समितिमा व्यापक छलफल भई विधेयकमा रहेको कतिपय विषयमा आवश्यक संशोधन सहित यस सम्मानित सभामा प्राप्त भएको ब्यौरा अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु। सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, प्रस्तुत विधेयकले विधायन तर्जुमा पारदर्शिता कायम गरी जनसहभागिता अभिवृद्धि गर्ने र गुणस्तरीय विधायन निर्माण गर्ने, प्रत्याजित विधायनको सीमा निर्धारण गर्ने, विधायन तर्जुमा प्रकाशन र अभिलेख व्यवस्थापनको कार्यलाई प्रभावकारी बनाउन तथा सरकारी विधेयकको रूपमा सङ्घीय संसदमा पेश गरिने विधेयकको प्राथमिकता क्रम सहित वार्षिक कार्यतालिका निर्धारण गरी सङ्घीय संसदमा पठाउनु पर्ने व्यवस्था गरेको छ। त्यसै गरी विधेयक निर्माणको क्रममा सरकारवालाहरूसँग पर्याप्त छलफल हुन नसकेको धारणा व्यक्त भइरहेको सन्दर्भमा प्रस्तुत विधेयकले तर्जुमा प्रक्रियामा विषय विज्ञ तथा सरकारवालालाई छलफल अनिवार्य रूपमा सहभागी गराई राय सुझाव लिनुपर्ने व्यवस्था गरिएको छ। साथै विधेयकको मस्यौदा 30 दिनसम्म उपलब्ध हुने गरी सम्बन्धित मन्त्रालयले आफ्नो वेबसाइटमा प्रकाशन गर्नुपर्ने समेत व्यवस्था गरिएको छ र उल्लेखित व्यवस्थाले कानुन निर्माणमा जनताको सहभागिता अभिवृद्धि हुने, सरकारवालाहरूको अपनत्व बढ्ने तथा कानुनको गुणस्तर समेत अभिवृद्धि हुने देखिन्छ। अन्तमा राष्ट्रिय सभाबाट संशोधनसहित पारित भई प्राप्त भएको प्रस्तुत विधेयकलाई थप समृद्ध बनाउन यस सम्मानित सदनमा बृहत रूपमा छलफल भई विधेयक पारित हुन विश्वास लिएको छु। धन्यवाद। जय नेपाल।
गणतन्त्र संख्या के
माननीय सदस्यहरू, अब यो छलफल यही समाप्त हुन्छ। अब म विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्तावलाई निर्णयार्थ प्रस्तुत गर्दछु। यो प्रस्तावको पक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्छ भन्नुहोला र यसको विपक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्न भन्नुहोला। यो प्रस्तावको पक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्छ भन्नुहोस्। यसको विपक्षमा हुने मान्य सदस्यहरूले हुन्न भन्नुहोस्। हुन्न भन्ने आवाज सुनिएन, तसर्थ विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि विचार गरियोस् भन्ने प्रस्ताव सर्वसम्मतिले स्वीकृत भएको घोषणा गर्दछु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, विधायन सम्बन्धी विधेयक 2080 माथि संशोधन पेश गर्न चाहने मान्य सदस्यहरूले प्रतिनिधि सभा नियमावली 2079 को नियम 112 बमोजिम 72 घण्टाभित्र आफूले पेश गर्न चाहेको संशोधनको सूचना विधेयक शाखा प्रतिनिधि सभामा दिन सक्नुहुने बेहोरा जानकारी गराउँछु। मान्य सदस्यहरू, अब अर्को बैठक 2081 साल साउन 8 गते मङ्गलबार दिनको 1 बजे बस्ने गरी यो बैठक स्थगित हुन्छ।
बुझाइ छ। सदनको अहिलेको सङ्ख्याको बनोटमा सरकारहरू बन्नु र फेरबदल हुनु कुनै असामान्य कुरा बिल्कुलै होइन। तर उक्त कथित सम्झौतामा मौजुदा संविधानको मूल भावना विपरीत प्रतिगामी हतियार चलाउने कालो नियत देखियो। सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, यस प्रकारको हरकतले देशलाई गृहयुद्ध र राष्ट्रिय युद्धतर्फ धकेल्न खोजेको प्रश्न देखिन्छ। हामी सम्पूर्ण शक्तिका साथ सदन र आवश्यक परे सडकबाट यसको प्रतिकार गर्नेछौँ। धन्यवाद। लाल सलाम।
माननीय सदस्य हेमराज राई।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अविरल वर्षाको कारण देशव्यापी रूपमा भइरहेको धनजनको क्षतिप्रति गम्भीर चिन्ता प्रकट गर्दछु। सबै मृतकप्रति भावपूर्ण श्रद्धाञ्जली अर्पण गर्दै शोक सन्तप्त परिवारजनमा हार्दिक संवेदना ज्ञापन गर्दछु। बाढी, पहिरो र डुबानबाट घरबार विहीन हुन पुगेका जनतालाई आवश्यक गाँसबाँस र सुरक्षा प्रदान गर्न साथै घाइतेको यथोचित उपचार गर्न सरकारसँग जोडदार माग गर्दछु। उद्धार कार्यमा खटिनुहुने नेपाली सेना, प्रहरी लगायत सबैप्रति सम्मान व्यक्त गर्दै अझ व्यवस्थित तयारीका साथमा आवश्यक सक्रिय रहन आग्रह गर्दछु। राष्ट्रव्यापी भएको जनधनको क्षतिबारे सरकारले अविलम्ब सदनलाई जानकारी गराउन माग गर्दछु। सभामुख महोदय, राजनीतिक स्थिरता, सुशासन र संवैधानिक सुधारको लागि भएको नयाँ राजनीतिक समझदारीलाई इमानदार भई कार्यान्वयन गर्न, आर्थिक विकास गर्दै देशमा आशा र विश्वास जगाउन राजनीतिक दल र नेताहरू सफल रहन् भनी शुभकामना व्यक्त गर्दछु। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्य डाक्टर स्वर्णिम वाग्ले।
सम्माननीय सभामुख महोदय, अहिले मेरो निर्वाचन क्षेत्र तनहुँ सँगसँगै देशैभरि बाढी पहिरोले आम नेपालीमा पुगेको दुःख कष्ट सँगसँगै बेचन झाको पक्राउले नेपालका ठुला भनिने नेताहरूमा आएको बेचैनीबारे व्यापक चासो छ। हिजो भर्खरै नेपालको उदीयमान अनुसन्धानमूलक प्रतिष्ठित अनलाइन पत्रिका उकालोमा अडियो टेप सहित एउटा विस्तृत लेख आएको छ। त्यसमा विश्वसनीय हालै 15 लाख रुपैयाँको पुरस्कार राशिबाट पुरस्कृत नेपालका प्रतिष्ठित विश्वसनीय पत्रकार देवेन्द्र भट्टराईले लामो बेलविस्तार पनि लेख्नु भएको छ। तत्कालीन प्रधानमन्त्री, उहाँको परिवार र तत्कालीन गृह प्रशासनलाई सेटिङ गरेर क्याबिनेटबाटै निर्णय गराइकन जिउँदा नेपालीलाई नक्कली शरणार्थी बनाएर अमेरिका पठाउने प्रपञ्चबारे नेपाल प्रहरीमा अनुसन्धान जारी छ र यसमा अमेरिकाको शक्तिशाली फेडरल ब्युरो अफ इन्भेस्टिगेसन FBI मा पनि केस विचाराधीन छ। शुक्रबार राति बेचन पक्राउ पर्ने र शनिबार सरकार ढल्ने प्रपञ्च रचिनु यो एकदमै नेपाली जनतालाई चासोका रूपमा हेरेका छन्। यसमा उक्त आर्टिकलप्रति
माननीय सदस्य शान्ति विकलले बोल्ने क्रममा धोती खुस्किएको भन्ने शब्दलाई संसदको रेकर्डबाट हटाउनको लागि संसद सचिवालय म निर्देशन दिन्छु। माननीय सदस्यहरू, शून्य समयमा माननीय सदस्यहरूले बोल्ने क्रम यही समाप्त हुन्छ। माननीय सदस्यहरू, विशेष समयमा बोल्नको लागि दलीय आधारमा माननीय सदस्यहरूको नाम प्राप्त हुन आएको छ। म उहाँहरूलाई बोल्न समय दिन्छु। सर्वप्रथम माननीय सदस्य प्रतिमा गौतम, समय 6 मिनेट। त्यसपछि माननीय सदस्य महेश कुमार बर्तौला।
सभामुख महोदय, आज देशभरि बाढी पहिरोले ठुलो जनधनको क्षति भएको छ। लाखौँको करोडौँको सङ्ख्यामा आज भौतिक पूर्वाधारहरू भत्किएका छन्, बाढीले बगाएको छ, ठुलो धनजनको क्षति भएको छ। यो विपद व्यवस्थापन गर्न सरकारले के गरिरहेको छ, राज्यले के गरिरहेको छ, यो सदनलाई जानकारी गराउन म माग गर्न चाहन्छु। र नेपालमा कुनै पनि समय विपद आउन सक्ने सम्भावना रहेको मुलुकमध्ये गरिन्छ। नेपालको परिप्रेक्ष्यमा कहाँ, यदि भन्ने भन्दा पनि कहिले आउँछ भन्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ हामीले प्रश्न गर्नुपर्छ। र यो अत्यन्तै उच्च जोखिम रहेको भूमिको क्षेत्रको रूपमा नेपाललाई लिने गरिन्छ। र यो मलाई लाग्छ एउटा मेपल क्राफ्टको एउटा तथ्याङ्कले पनि देखाउँछ, जलवायु परिवर्तनको जोखिममा रहेको सूचीमा चौथो अर्थात् सबभन्दा धेरै उच्च जोखिम रहेको समूहमा पर्दछ। विगत 25 वर्षमा देशको 86% भन्दा बढी घरधुरी कुनै न कुनै रूपमा विपदको सामना गर्नु परेको तथ्याङ्कलाई हामीले मध्यनजर गर्नुपर्छ। र यो वर्ष पनि मनसुनबाट भित्रिएको 25 दिनमै मनसुन भित्रिएको 25 दिनमै बाढी पहिरोले चाहिँ देश आक्रान्त भएको छ। आज पनि माननीय सांसदज्यूहरूले बोल्ने क्रममा आफ्नो क्षेत्रका बारेमा बोल्दाखेरि सबै मान्यज्यूहरूले चाहिँ बाढी पहिरोबाट जुन देशमा भएको एउटा यो विषम परिस्थितिका बारेमा बोल्नुभएको छ, त्यसलाई पनि हामीले मनन गरेर हेर्दाखेरि आज धेरै नै मानवीय क्षति भएको छ। बाढी पहिरोले धेरै घरहरू विस्थापित हुनु परेका छ। आज खाना लाउन औषधि उपचारका क्रममा पनि धेरै जनता नागरिकहरूले दुःख पाइरहेका छन्। मलाई लाग्छ यो बर्खा यो एकपटक मात्रै आउने होइन, भूकम्प आए जस्तो झुक्काएर आउने होइन। जहिले पनि दसैँ आउँछ, तिहार आउँछ, त्यसै गरेर वैशाख आउँछ, जेठ आउँछ, असार आउँछ, प्रत्येक वर्ष आउने यो बर्खालाई हामीले यो राज्यले कहिले पनि महसुस नगरेको देख्दाखेरि जहिले पनि नेपाली जनताले यो विपदको सामना गर्नु परेको छ। आज सयौं नदी किनारामा बस्ने जनताहरू नागरिकहरूले जुन पीडा भएका छन्, कैयौं बाढी पहिरोले पुरिएका छन्। काठमाडौँ जलमग्न छ। काठमाडौँमा हिँड्दाखेरि यो हामीले बनाएको भौतिक संरचनाहरू कस्तो छ भन्ने कुरा पनि हामीले देख्न सक्छौँ। मान्छे हिँड्दा हिँड्दै मोटरसाइकल खाल्टोमा परेर 4 घण्टा उद्धार गर्न लाग्छ। मान्छेको जीवन यति जोखिममा परेको छ। यो कुरालाई राज्यले विशेष ध्यान दिनुपर्नेमा जहिले पनि यो विपद आउँछ अनि मात्रै हामी तात्छौँ र विपदका कुरा गर्छौँ, विपद व्यवस्थापनका कुरा गर्छौँ, विपद न्यूनीकरणका कुरा गर्छौँ। त्यसकारणले राज्य गम्भीर नभएको स्थितिमा नागरिकहरूले दुःख पाइरहेका छन्। म भन्न चाहन्छु त्यसकारणले राज्यले गम्भीर ढङ्गबाट यस्ता विपद न्यूनीकरण र विपद व्यवस्थापनलाई अलि गहिरोसँग बोध गर्नुपर्छ। होइन भने प्रत्येक वर्ष आउने यस्ता विपदले हामीलाई चिमोटिरहन्छ, हामीलाई दुःख दिइरहन्छन्। यहाँका कथाहरू भिन्दै छन्। अहिले पोहोरको अवस्था, पोहोरमा जुन बाढी पहिरोबाट पीडित भएर चाहिँ त्यत्र धनको क्षति भएको थियो, ती गरिब ती नागरिकहरूको हामीले आँसु पुस्न सकेका छैनौँ। फेरि नयाँ कुरोहरू थपिसक्यो। फेरि यो वर्ष राज्य छ, सरकार छ, केही गर्छ भन्दै यो वर्ष पनि फेरि विपदको सामना गर्न परेको कुराहरू चाहिँ राज्यले कहिले बोध गर्ने हो? राज्य छ कि छैन? ती नागरिकले अनुभूति गर्न सकेका छैनन् सभामुखमा। त्यसकारणले राज्यलाई गम्भीर भएर यो विपदमा जहिले पनि विपदका लागि तयारी भएर आइपर्ने, यो विपदका लागि जहिले पनि राज्य तयारी भएर बस्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा म सम्झाउन चाहन्छु। र अलिक गम्भीर ढङ्गबाट राज्यले जुन विपदमा परेका जनताको उद्धार गर्ने, क्षतिपूर्ति दिने, राहत दिने, के गर्नुपर्ने स्वास्थ्य उपचारका कुराहरूमा गम्भीर भएर अगाडि बढोस् भन्न चाहन्छु। र म अर्को कुरा के भन्न चाहन्छु भने अहिले काठमाडौँमै पनि कुरा गर्दाखेरि आफ्नै किसिमका कोठाहरू छन्। काठमाडौँभित्र बस्तीमा चाहिँ खोला पस्यो भनेर हामी कोकोहोलो गरिरहेका छौँ, तर खोलाले भन्छ बस्ती चाहिँ खोलाभित्र पस्यो भनेर भनिरहेको छ। यो हामी र एउटा प्रकृतिका बिचमा लडाइँ भइरहेको छ। यो हामीले कहिले बुझ्ने? यो कुरालाई हामीले स्वीकार्ने कि नस्वीकार्ने? खोला बस्तीमा पसेको हो कि बस्ती खोलामा पसेको हो भन्ने कुरा पनि हामी नागरिकदेखि राज्यसम्मले बुझ्न पर्ने कुरा हामीले आइसकेको छ। सभामुख महोदय, जहिले पनि हामी यो बर्खे विकासको रणनीतिमा अगाडि बढेका छौँ। अहिले हेर्दाखेरि प्रत्येक गाउँमा चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ स्काई भेटर चालक चाहिँ इन्जिनियर भएको छ। उसले चाहिँ बाटोघाटो खन्छ र अहिले चाहिँ यत्रो पहिरोको सामना गर्नु परेको छ। एउटा चाहिँ इन्जिनियर कता हो? अहिले स्काई भेटर चालकहरू नै गाउँघरमा आफ्नो किसिमले आफ्नो दिमागमा जे छ त्यो हिसाबले चाहिँ उहाँहरू नै इन्जिनियर बनेको अवस्थामा अहिले जे जस्तो विपद भएका छन्, यो हाम्रो विकासको रणनीतिले पनि हामीलाई चाहिँ गिज्जाइरहेको छ। हामी कस्तो प्लान गरेर हामीले चाहिँ विकास बनाउँदैछौँ? हाम्रो चाहिँ योजनाहरू कस्तो छन्? योजनाविहीन योजनाहरूले नै हामीलाई यो विपत्ति निम्ति आएको हो कि भन्ने पनि मलाई लाग्छ। अहिले यी सबै सन्दर्भलाई जोडेर हेर्दा नागरिकको स्वास्थ्यमा पनि ठुलो समस्या आइपर्ने देखिन्छ। म अहिले पछिल्लो समय डेङ्गुले नेपालमा पछिल्लो समय लामखुट्टेको टोकाइबाट चाहिँ सर्ने डेङ्गु नामक सङ्क्रमण बढ्दो प्रकोपले स्वास्थ्य तथा जनस्वास्थ्यको क्षेत्रमा गम्भीर चुनौतीहरू सिर्जना गरेको छ। 2024 अहिलेसम्म 6 महिनासम्म 73 जिल्लामा फैलिसकेको छ, जसमा 1432 जना सङ्क्रमण देखिएको छ। यो सबभन्दा बढी चाहिँ असार, साउन, भदौ, असोजसम्म रहने हुनाले यसको तथ्याङ्कलाई हेर्दाखेरि यो झन् बढी मात्रामा फैलिने आशंका देखिएको छ। किनभने यो जुन अहिलेको बाढी पहिरोका कारणले पनि डेङ्गुलाई चाहिँ अझै बढी फैलिनको लागि चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ असर गरिरहेको भन्ने बुझिन्छ। नेपालमा डेङ्गु प्रकोप केही वर्षदेखि निरन्तर रूपमा बढिरहेको छ। यसमा चाहिँ मृत्यु हुनेको सङ्ख्या पनि बढ्दो छ। यसबाट विभिन्न किसिमको मानसिक शारीरिक क्षतिहरू हुने हुँदाखेरि यो डेङ्गु रोग नियन्त्रणका लागि पनि सरकारले विशेष ध्यान दिनुपर्नेमा अझै यसलाई उन्मूलन गर्नेतर्फ सबै तहको सरकारहरू लाग्न पर्नेमा त्यो ढङ्गको काम नभएको हुँदा प्रत्येक वर्ष फैली डेङ्गुले मानसिक स्वास्थ्यमा पनि ठुलो असर गरेको छ। यसले रगतमा कमी ल्याउने हुनाले रक्त अल्पता हुने गरेको हुँदाखेरि यो असाध्यै डेन्जर रोगको रूपमा देखिएको छ। देख्दा सामान्य लागे पनि यसलाई नियन्त्रण गर्न नसकिने भन्ने कुरा छैन, तर राज्यले नियन्त्रण गर्नका लागि प्रभावकारी भूमिकाहरू चालिरहेको छैन। आज देशभरि बर्खायाममा मात्र होइन, देशभरि नै यो सबै बेलामा डेङ्गुहरू पुगेको जस्तो देखिन्छ र कुनै गाउँ आज डेङ्गुबाट प्रभावित, डेङ्गुको सङ्क्रमणबाट प्रभावित नभएको क्षेत्र छैन। त्यसकारणले यो डेङ्गु रोगलाई नियन्त्रण गर्न सरकारले के कति काम गरेको छ, स्थानीय सरकारले के कति काम गरेको छ, यो सदनलाई जानकारी गराउनुपर्छ र यो डेङ्गु रोग नियन्त्रणका लागि, यसलाई पूर्ण नियन्त्रण गर्नका लागि म सभामुख मार्फत पनि सरकारलाई आग्रह गर्न चाहन्छु र सरकार गम्भीर भएर भने यो रोगहरूले झन् धेरै अस्पतालहरू नपाइने, धेरै समस्याहरू यसले लिएर आउने चाहिँ जुन पहिलाको भन्दा झन् बढी मात्रामा यस्ता समस्याहरू देखा पर्ने हुँदा यतातिर गम्भीरतापूर्वक लाग्नका लागि अनुरोध गर्छु। सरकार परिवर्तनसँगै यो कुराहरूमा हामीले पनि ध्यान सबैले दिनुपर्छ र राज्य छ कि छैन भन्ने कुरा यो को सरकारमा आयो, को आउँदैछ, को जाँदैछ भन्ने खेलमा मात्र होइन, नागरिकका समस्यासँग राज्य जहिले पनि चेतनशील हुनुपर्छ। राज्य जहिले पनि नागरिकका समस्यासँग त्यसका समस्याका समाधानका बिन्दुहरूमा जो सरकारमा आए पनि त्यो समस्या समाधानका लागि लाग्न पर्नेमा आज अब योले ऊ आयो उसले ऊ आयो भनेर देखाएर जनतालाई केही फरक पर्दैन। गर्नुपर्ने कामहरू राज्यले जिम्मेवारीपूर्वक गर्नुपर्छ। आज हामीले देखेका छौँ, आज यसका फाइल खोल्छौँ, उसका फाइल खोल्छौँ भनेर धेरै धम्कीका कुराहरू आइरहेका छन्। यो कुरा आफू सरकारमा हुँदाखेरि गर्न नसक्ने र सधैँभरि धम्काएर मात्र राजनीति गर्ने परम्पराको अन्त्य होस् भन्दै म आफ्नो कुरा टुङ्ग्याउँछु। धन्यवाद।
अब माननीय सदस्य महेश कुमार बर्तौला, समय 12 मिनट। त्यसपछि माननीय सदस्य पूर्णबहादुर घरती।
सम्मान्य सभामुख महोदय, वर्तमान सरकारलाई नेकपा एमालेको तर्फबाट दिएको समर्थन हामीले यही असार 19 गते फिर्ता लियौँ। समर्थन फिर्ता लिए सँगसँगै नेकपा एमालेको तर्फबाट सहभागी सबै मन्त्रीज्यूहरूले राजीनामा दिनुभयो। राजीनामा दिने क्रममा हाम्रा मान्य मन्त्रीज्यूहरू राजीनामा लिएर बालुवाटार पुग्नुभयो। बालुवाटार पुग्दा राजीनामा बुझाउने क्रममा सम्मान्य प्रधानमन्त्रीज्यूले एउटा गीत गाउनुभयो, फतेमान राज भण्डारी। यस्तो पनि
Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on React.js full course by IntelliPact. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about React.js from basic to advanced level. In this session, we have also covered hands-on demo, projects and also interview questions and answers. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Begin with introduction to React.js. Then after that, we will explain you about DOM and virtual DOM. Then later on, we will see the difference between class, functions and components. Once we finish that, we will teach you about React hooks and also do a quick hands-on on how to build custom hooks. Post that, we will be learning about React.js Bootstrap. Once we finish that, we will be doing hands-on demo on creating class components and function components. Once we finish all the hands-on demo, we will be telling you the difference between AngularJS and React.js. Post that, we will be learning about how to become React.js developer. Then finally, we will be covering React.js interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. This video is going to be very interesting, so stay tuned and watch the video till the end. Now, let's begin the session.
What is React.js? We'll try and demystify what React.js is and why is it important for us to understand what it actually means. Why React.js is so popular is something we'll take a look at afterwards, but firstly we'll have to understand what React.js is all about. So React.js is a UI library. UI stands for user interface. So it's a user interface library that allows developers to build small self-contained UI components which can be used to build a user interface. So whenever you take a look at a user interface of any application, whether it's a web application, mobile application, desktop application, you will see that it's built using some components. These components are repeated all over the platforms. So even on an Android mobile, these components may be repeated. So the components could be a button, it could be a text field, an editable text field, a table view, it could be an image carousel in which you can take a look at all the images that are available by swiping on them or clicking on the arrow buttons. It could also be some image gallery and all of that. And many of these components are built by grouping together smaller components. So a good example of this is a form. A form which is used to collect users information is built by grouping smaller components together. Components such as text field, input field, submit button, and labels and things like that. So React.js allows us to write JavaScript code that allows us to build these components. These components can then be arranged in a hierarchy structure in which we define where does a particular component go declaratively, and using that we can build up the entire user interface. The user interface built using React.js is built completely using JavaScript. So we don't have to understand and define how you can use these components. We just need to define what these components look like, what their styles is going to be, and how they are going to interact with the events that the user dispatches. So when the user clicks on a particular component, what should happen and should something happen or not, things like that. So React allows developers to write really declarative code in JavaScript to efficiently assemble together a user interface. So thing is that what React allows us to do is that it allows us to declare our user interface rather than imperatively dispatching commands that lets the browser know how to piece together the user interface. So React allows us to just declare, okay, I need a button, I need inside the button I need some text, and the text should be this. Instead of us having to create a button from scratch and then assigning some text to the text field and stuff like that. If you have dealt with the old school DOM manipulation way, which we'll cover in a few moments, is how it works in DOM generally is you have to create these components or elements yourself. Then you have to edit their attributes and you have to add the children attributes. Once you've done all of that, you have to assemble them together in a tree-like structure, which is the DOM tree or document object model tree, in which you have all the child components and parent components efficiently rendered together. So you have to create like a form. Inside a form, you have to attach all the text fields and labels. You have to associate labels with the text fields. You have the input fields. You have to associate types with them. So for instance, some input fields can have passwords. Some input fields can have email. Some input fields can have numbers in a particular range, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're supposed to do that. Keeping that in mind, when we declare our code using React.js, it feels like we're writing HTML, but that's not what we're doing, which we'll cover in a later segment. But that was one of the major controversies with React when it released. So if you've seen some code in React, you can see it as being written HTML with CSS and JavaScript, which is not exactly how it's supposed to. So we'll cover that as well. So it allows us to create user interfaces using just JavaScript and writing the user interface code very declaratively. We do have to create the markup for our components so that our components understand what is it we're trying to display, fancy button or something like that. Also, React.js is maintained by Facebook and were released in 2013. So as you can see, React.js has been out for quite a while, and there have been some massive advancements in the development of React. Currently, React.js is in its 16th version and 17th version is being released. React.js is by far one of the most popular user interface libraries. It has overtaken Angular and Vue in popularity and in job requirements as well. React.js is very popular because it's very simple. It's very easy to understand and it's very easy to learn and use as well. Now, when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean simple. There is a sufficient mental model shift that you need to understand. If you worked with the old school way of creating DOM elements and then updating those DOM elements and then inserting the data, that is going to be difficult in this scenario. So we'll have to take a look at that. But overall, it works fine. So in conclusion, what React.js is that it's a user interface library that allows us to build user interfaces by declaratively writing JavaScript code. The JavaScript code is maintained by React. So if any changes happen to the thing that we have rendered, all the components, React will take care of assembling those components, re-rendering the changes, and making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. If React was not there, then we would have to write the code to figure out what are the things that we have to change. And once we do change, then we have to display it to the user, and that's about it. And that's how it's supposed to work. And now let's take a look at what else we have. What is DOM? We've been talking a lot about DOM and how React.js keeps everything in sync with the DOM, but we'll try and understand what DOM actually means. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it's the tree structure of our HTML components, but we'll try and get a bit deeper into it. So DOM actually stands for Document Object Model. That I think we all knew. It is a tree-like structure that is used to represent the structure of all the elements of an HTML document. So when we create an HTML document with all the markup, the tags, the attributes, and all of that, it creates a tree-like structure in which HTML tag is at the top. Then we have the body tag, which is its child node. Then we have the head tag, which is also the child node of HTML tag, and it has a lot of information about the content of our website, such as the SEO related stuff, the style sheets, and so on. So these are all arranged in a tree structure. Now, why in a tree structure? Because it makes it very easy for us to navigate from the top of our HTML tag to the particular element that we're interested in, and we can manipulate it in Java. We can manipulate it by getting a reference to it. We can manipulate it by, after getting a reference to it, we can manipulate it by changing its attributes, its content, its type. There could be a number of things that we can do. And that allows us to manipulate it on the fly. So when we click a button and we want to make some changes to our page's HTML content, we can do it using manipulating the DOM. So DOM creates a hierarchical structure. As a tree structure is a hierarchical structure that we have parent and child and sibling and grandparent and all that. And in that, what it does is that DOM can be used by programming languages like JavaScript to interact and manipulate. Now, it can be used by JavaScript, but that's not the only language that can use it. For instance, if you're into web scraping, then you can take a look at Python, Beautiful Soup, and they also understand the document object model. And you can just traverse the structure of the tree once you understand the structure. And with that structure, you can pinpoint to the content that you want to manipulate or save, and you can do that. Now, DOM is a standard interface for interacting with web pages using programming or scripting languages. So it's not that DOM is something that people haven't used yet. People use DOM all the time, and it's a standard programming interface. So anyone who interacts with the web page, who tries to get data from a web page, converts the HTML string into the DOM structure and then manipulates it the way they want to. The reason why JavaScript does it is because it's exactly the kind of thing that it was built to do. JavaScript was created so that it can manipulate and add functionality to web pages. As times grew, though, JavaScript's reach of what it could do became even more, and now JavaScript can do a whole lot more than just manipulate the DOM. But it's still one of its major features and one of the major reasons why we use DOM, right? So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now let's take a look at React DOM. We've taken a look at what DOM is, but when we're working with React in the browser, we need to also work with React DOM, which is one of the libraries that React uses underneath the hood. Let's take a look at what it is and why do we need to use it. So React is a user interface library, but it's built with the purpose of building user interfaces. It's not limited to web. It could also be extended to be used on mobile applications or virtual reality applications such as React VR or React Native, not in that order. But you can use React to build applications for the web, for the mobile platform, which could be cross-platform such as Android and iOS. And you can also use it to build applications for virtual reality apps. Now, that being said, how can you build such applications for such different platforms when you have a single library? Well, the answer is that they have separated the essential parts from the variable parts. So when we're using it on the web, That is when we're using it to build the front end of the web application that we are going to be building. Then it needs to interact with the DOM. To make that interaction easy and make that integration seamless, we use React DOM. So what React DOM will do, it will take a look at our componentry and it will take care of converting that componentry into DOM elements and keep track of managing that component. So we can create the components using React, and then when it comes to integrating our components with the actual web DOM, we can basically just use React DOM and it will take care of it all for us. That's what React DOM actually is. React DOM is nothing more than just a library. Now, it's basically just a package that contains DOM specific methods used by React to enable itself to interact with the DOM. So if you're using React and you want to build applications for the web, then you use React DOM. Other libraries such as React Native and React VR have their own bridging system, so you don't have to worry about that at all. All you have to worry about is how you can build user interfaces using DOM or React DOM in that specific scenario. So all React DOM does is that it bridges the gap between the React user interface library and the web DOM platform. So if you want to build React applications by creating components that can then be translated into DOM elements and managed by React, we use React DOM specifically for that purpose. Now let's take a look at UI without React.js. So when you're building user interface without React.js, what are the kinds of things that you need to tackle? The first thing is decomposition. So we can quite easily build user interfaces without React.js. So if you want to build a user interface without React.js, you can do it. Especially for smaller applications, it's also a recommended way that you go without React.js. But for any reasonably sized application, it involves some really difficult challenges. One of those challenges is decomposition. So when you're using React.js, we can create small isolated individual components which can then be composed together to create the entire user interface. So if you have a user interface that you want to create using React.js, you can do so. But without React.js, creating smaller components, combining which you can create a larger user interface can be really difficult. Whereas with React.js, decomposition is really easy. So that's why React.js is much more preferred over other component libraries. So without React.js, we would need to create the HTML tags, then use the JavaScript to add event handling code and wire everything up. So without React.js, what we do in plain JavaScript is firstly we create the HTML code for our user interface, style it using CSS. Then we get a handle to each of the components that we're interested in, such as if we are interested in knowing when a button is clicked and all of that. We get those user interface elements, and then we add some user interface elements, add some event handling code to it. So if we have a button that we want to respond to when it's clicked on, what we can do is we can just create an on-click handler, which will run when the button is clicked on. Now the browser takes care of it all. When the user clicks on the button, the event code that we have associated with the event handling code will run. This is quite easy in theory, but in practice it's really difficult because when we have multiple user interface elements and their interaction needs to be configured simultaneously, separating these concerns can be really difficult. How do you separate the event handling code of a button from an event handling code of another button, which are two different buttons, such as the submit and the reset buttons of a form? So that could be really difficult. And when that difficulty is something that we need to manage on medium to large size applications, it could be really difficult as well. So that is why decomposition comes into play, where we can just create self-contained isolated components, and those components will take care of their own logic. They don't need to worry about how other components are working, and we don't have to go through the entire DOM hunting for each element and then assigning the behavior that needs to happen when the user clicks on a button or some other aspect of the application happens. Then comes state management. State management is one of the most important aspects in any application, not just front-end applications. But it is especially important when we are dealing with front-end applications or applications that the users can see. The reason being that state refers to the data that our application stores in the memory. So that data can be used to display things later. For instance, when we are building a chat application, the messages that you have sent so far and the messages that you are going to send right now that you have typed into the chat box, all of these are part of the state of the application. This is managed by your application. And now your application needs to take that data, save it to the database, send it to the user. The user needs to be able to see it. When the user sees it, that notification needs to be sent out to all the other users who are associated with the messages as well. And that could be a really complicated task. With that in mind, what we can do as developers is we need to firstly understand how to use state. So state management is really, really difficult. Mainly because if you have an application that has some data that is useful for one component and some data that's useful for other component, and then there's some data that needs to be shared between those components, that is really difficult because now we have to figure out where to put that data so that it can be easily shared by child components and so on. So that's really difficult, especially in an event-driven design, such as the one that we saw earlier with plain JavaScript and HTML. Because if you're doing things like this, then what's going to happen is we're going to be able to just do state management. We're going to be able to do state management based on user interfaces event system. So when we get a click, then we are going to update something. When we're going to make some changes to the state. But all the data that we need is going to be stored eventually in a larger global context, in a global object. All the variables that live on a global object, that's going to be really difficult to manage because some part of our application not knows what are the different names of the variables that are saving the information that we need, will end up overriding those variables, and all the other parts of our application will start breaking. And that will be really difficult for us to figure out how that is happening. So that's why state management is really important. Now, sometimes when data is being displayed, it gets changed or updated. So if you have data, let's say you have chat application, the data that you have is all the messages that you have so far when you load the application, and new data will be when the user sends a new message, updates previous messages if they have the ability to do so, and so on and so forth. So the total price that is shown on a shopping cart when another item is added also changes the total price of the entire cart. So when you add new elements, the total price needs to change as well, and many different aspects of the application need to update the data, and that is all very difficult. So this is where state management comes into play, where we can specify local state. Local state basically means just the piece of information that only one of our components is interested in, and they only need to know. So for instance, if we have an application that fetches data from the external web APIs and displays images, well, the individual components are only responsible for fetching data from each of the user interface elements and getting the images from the web server and then displaying it into the user interface element. So this is why state management is important, and simpler user interfaces without React.js, managing state, defining local state so that if we define some other state variable with the same name doesn't get overridden, can be really complicated, which is why we use React.js instead of plain user interface without React. Now, React takes care of keeping all the data and the display in sync with each other. So if the data is changed, all components being displayed are updated automatically. So if you are not using React, then you have to take care of where all the state that we are using is being referenced, and then we need to update it one by one, and that could be difficult. So adding and removing elements from a DOM tree is very performance intensive task. Now, this is what causes a lot of performance hit in a lot of our applications that we build. Whenever we add and remove or completely delete the entire DOM tree structure and then rebuild all the components that haven't even changed, that could be difficult. Unless we are very smart about it and we keep a track of what is being rendered. If that is the case, then it's not really difficult. So in situations like this, we end up using React.js because it gives us a massive performance boost. What React does is that it takes care of rendering the user interface without us having to muddle through the entire user interface's code, without us having to figure out what are the things that need to be removed and what are the things that need to be added and what is the best way to do it. React will just do it automatically for us. That's why React.js is so popular. Now, React solves this problem by something called a virtual DOM, which we'll discuss later on. Now, virtual DOM allows us to make updates to the components, and then the React will take care of matching the updated virtual DOM with the current actual DOM and figure out what are the things that need to be changed. It basically diffs the entire DOM and figures out what are the differences. The differences that are found are updated, and only the differences are updated. Other things are just left as they are, and that's the way it works. Finally, it comes to debugging. Whenever we're building an application that is using the user interface, it could be really difficult to us to debug this application. Debugging basically means if you run into an error, how are we going to solve it? The way we solve it usually is by going through console log statements, figuring out where the error has come from, taking a look through stack traces, but they are not really reliable ways of debugging an application. There are advanced ways as well, and you can use IDEs for that, but the tools for debugging JavaScript applications are not that good. Keeping that in mind, in React, we have React developer tools. And what they allow us to do is they allow us to, once we're in development mode and we have installed the React developer tools extension, greatly simplifies our component debugging. We can display components, we can take a look at the internal state, we can take a look at the props, where they are being passed from, at what level are the changes to state are being dispatched. There are many things that we can do, and all of that is very useful. So as you can see, React is so popular because it allows us to do these many things. Now let's take a look at some of the ES6 features that are necessary for us to use in React.js, or in order to learn React.js we need to know. So let's take a look at that. So React.js recommends using ES6 features to create more readable and more concise code. Now a few of the most important ES6 features are the ones that we are going to discuss now. ES6 basically refers to ES 2015. ES stands for ECMAScript. It is basically JavaScript, but it has been standardized. So new recommendations are proposed, and then browsers implement those recommendations, and that keeps evolving. And those recommendations are given by the ECMAScript Recommendation Society. So that's how we do that. So this is why we use the ES6 features, because new recommendations were proposed in 2015. Those have been implemented and are now widely supported, and they let us write really clean and concise code. So the first thing is variable declaration. Now in ES6 we can use let or const variables and to describe variables and constant values in JavaScript. Before ES6 we would have to use the var keyword, var, which allows us to describe variables, but there were certain issues with var. If we were to define a variable inside a loop, it would still leak out to and be available outside the loop inside functions. That was really difficult for us to understand, and that led to a lot of issues. This was called variable hoisting, and that led to a lot of undesirable effects. This is why we ended up using let and const, and that's why they are most important. Then comes arrow functions. So arrow functions are used to write anonymous functions in a very concise way without using the function keyword. So when we're using arrow functions, all we have to do is we have to use the simple syntax. Instead of writing anonymous function with the function keyword and just not giving it a name, but the whole single brackets, all the element names, and then double curly brackets, what we would have to do is we would, for arrow functions, all we have to do is create arrow like syntax, and that will work. And we'll take a look at the syntax just in a moment.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then came classes. Now, classes are the fundamental construct of an object-oriented programming language, such as Python, Ruby, Java, C#, C++. All of them have the keyword class associated there. But in JavaScript, the keyword was not present. In order to create a class, you would have to firstly create a function, which is called the constructor function, then create a new object out of that function and add things to its prototype. That was really difficult for people to understand. So what they have done is they have created, instead of creating functions, we now can use class keyword and just use classes the regular way. And that works just fine. And then comes array destructuring. So what destructuring allows us to do is it allows us to get the variables out of objects and arrays. So if we have an array with 3 elements that we know are going to be 3, and we want to get these 3 variables out into 3 variables, instead of assigning them one by one, we can do it all in one line using this destructuring. Same with objects. So if we have objects that are key value pairs, we can do the same thing with objects as well. So that's why we do destructuring, and it's a concept that's available in many other languages as well. We'll take a look at the advantages that you can use to use React.js, the advantages that you get when you're using React.js. What are the advantages that you should be looking for when you're using React.js? So when we're using React.js, it provides us with several advantages. The first one is scalability. So React.js works well with applications of all sizes. If you've built React.js applications, you've built simple small applications like to-do list applications to really giant e-commerce applications. A really good example of this is going to be Flipkart, because they have built their entire front end using React.js, and it's scalable because we can see that their front end is working quite well. So you can build applications using React.js for smaller applications to applications that are of giant size. Another example of disadvantage would be Facebook. The company that has created React.js has built more than 100,000 of UI components that are being used in Facebook. Instagram also uses React.js, and many other front ends of the online websites that are of the giant scale use React.js. So it's quite scalable in that regard. When it comes to compositional UI, compositional UI basically means that it allows us to combine our user interface elements or smaller user interface elements that are usable into other user interfaces, and then we can modify the things that can be modified and replace the user interface elements if needed. So we can just pick and choose the user interface elements that we want to combine in our front end, and we can easily do it by importing the component, then rendering it, and then changing its behavior if it's possible and if necessary. So that's why we use compositional UI as one of the advantages. Then comes portability. Portability is one of the major advantages of React.js, mainly because a component can be ported from one project to other project without much hassle. If I have a project in which I have created a button component and I want it to be used in my other project as well, all I have to do is just import the button component and then display it on the screen, declaratively creating the markup. Nothing more than that I have to do. If I want to configure it, then there's a bit more work to be done, obviously. But for simple usages, it's very easy to do. So that's why portability is one of the major advantages of using React.js, and that's why many people use React.js, because it's very, very portable. Portability also helps across devices. So if you're using React.js on the web and you want to use it for your native mobile application, there are some components that you can carry over. Not all, because the environments are so different, and the platforms are so different. But if you want to, you can just create the styles for one component and then at least can share the styles for those components across different user interfaces. So that's usable. And then comes performant. So React.js is very performant. What it allows us to do is it allows us to, instead of accessing real browser DOM, allows us to use virtual DOM. That virtual DOM can then be used in order to boost the performance when it comes to DOM manipulation. If we were doing it without the virtual DOM, then there would be a lot of issues. The performance would be really cumbersome, it would be really clunky, the user interface would lag at certain points, and that would be really difficult for us to get started with. So we don't have to worry about that. That will work just fine. And now we are done with the advantages. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the disadvantages of using React.js. So React.js is a library, but it's not free. So there are going to be some consequences of using it. So it's better to be advised of what the disadvantages might be. The first thing is its learning curve. Although it's quite easy to pick up the learning curve, the number of things that you have to learn in order to become a React.js developer are going to be quite a large number. Also, there's a steep or there's a big mental shift in the way you look at applications. So earlier we used to build applications by creating the markup, then getting the user interface elements, and then attaching event handlers to perform some tasks on it. Now we need to change that kind of thinking to applications being a function of our markup and our state. So the markup will be what our application should look like, and state would be the data that our application holds. So if the user logs out of the application, what are the things that need to change? If the user deletes a particular message, what are the number of things that need to change? That's the kind of thinking we need to adopt when we're building applications, and that could be a little difficult to understand right at the beginning. So a lot of practice is needed in order to get understanding of how to build applications like that. When comes documentation. So React.js rolls out updates and new features quite fast. So every now and then new features, new updates, new experimental features are available as well, and old features are removed, new features are added with different syntax than the experimental one. Lots of changes are happening quite fast. So because of this, online documentation tutorials might not be up to date. Some new ways of doing things that are much more efficient might have come out. Maybe there are patterns that allow us to build our applications in a much more robust way, but we can't use those patterns right now because we don't know those patterns because they have been discovered recently and we're not aware of those. So documentation isn't always up to date. The tutorials aren't always up to date. There are new things that are happening every now and then. So it could be really difficult and frustrating, especially for a beginner. Then comes JSX. So JSX is the extension to the JavaScript language that allows us to write HTML like syntax, which allows us to declaratively describe our user interface. And React will take care of creating that user interface and displaying it to the user. So what happens is, to work with React, we need to learn how to use JSX. JSX is not the easiest thing to learn, especially when you come from plain JavaScript background where you're supposed to separate JavaScript into a separate file and HTML to a separate file. When you look at JSX code, it looks a bit funny. It looks a bit difficult to understand. It looks like we're breaking some commonly used good patterns, like not mixing your JavaScript and HTML. That could be a little tough. Then comes state management. Now, depending on how your application is structured, managing the state of your application is among one of the most difficult aspects of React applications. If you want to manage state, you need to understand where does a particular piece of information needs to go in your component tree. So if you, for instance, if you have some list of users that need to be displayed and they have certain properties, but those properties are needed by other components as well, you need to find the lowest possible common ancestor and put the data there. It's called lifting up the state. So these are the kind of things that we need to understand. We need to be very cognizant of where a particular piece of information is going to live in our application component tree and how we are going to be able to use it. So that could be a little tough. Again, it's also a shift in the mental model, which could be very difficult to understand right at the beginning. But overall, it's quite easy to understand once you get the hang of it. And now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. What I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create two files. Let's close this one. First one is called index.html. All right. So this is an HTML file. All right. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to right, and there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list. Yeah, and it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly I need the list. So I just use document.get element by ID, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. Alright, that's done. Now I need the button, so I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, fresh, click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tab. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag, add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
We will now build a user interface without React. So this would be us performing DOM queries on ourselves, and we'll be using plain JavaScript, and you can see how tedious it is. So this is what we have right now. And if I open the folder that I have created things in, this is what it looks like. I have a simple React.js application or a simple front-end application without React.js. All it has is a script file and an index.html file with a main tag. And now we want to build the user interface inside it. So we will be using the code that we write inside our script tag. So for that, we'll need to create a few functions. We want to display an h1 tag with the text UI without React as being displayed. So that you can understand how difficult it might be, let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, render. Render will take children, and what we will do is we'll create our app, and for that we need document.getElement by ID, and the ID is main. The main is basically a div inside which our entire application will live. App.append child children. That's all we need to do here. Now we need to create a few functions that we can compose with each other. First function I'll create is for creating an h1. It will also take children, and what it will do is it will first create an element. H1 is what we want to create, so we do that element dot, and what we want to do is we want to append the child and then return element. Finally, we want some text content to be displayed, so for that we need to create function named text. This will also take some content that we need to display. So now all we have to do is we need to return document.create text node with the content that we have provided. And now all we have to do is we need to compose these functions with each other. We need to call the render function. We want to create an h1. Inside the h1 we need to pass in the text. The text would be UI without React. Save it. After manually writing all those functions and creating everything, if we rerun our app, I think we've run into some issues. We run into the console and everything is working fine. Inside the body tag, we have forgotten to link our script file as far as I can see. So all I have to do now is just type script src script.js, and since it's the same file, and now it's working completely fine. So as you can see, if we don't include our JavaScript, then it won't work. And we have a div tag with an h1 tag, and the h1 tag contains the text content UI without React. So that's how you can build a user interface, a really simple one without using React. However, as you can see that we have to plumb together all these components and figure out how to get things done. That could be really cumbersome. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the new ES6 features that we have discussed thus far. We'll try and understand what these features are and what they look like and how they compare to the old syntax. So for that, all I've done, I've created an HTML page. I have created this is the HTML page. It has nothing but a reference to a script file and a console that I have opened. This is the HTML page. It has nothing, just the basic HTML skeleton and the script.js reference. And every code that we write will be written here. So let's first understand our variables using let and const. So the things that we have to understand are let and const are the first one. So what we do is if I create a block, so if I create variables inside a block, inside an if statement, let's say, so x is equals to 1, y is equals to 2, and z is equals to 3. So if I try to console log them outside my if statement, although I've declared them inside the if statement, they should not be available outside. Look what happens. As you can see, they are available. In fact, I can put them inside my console as well. So the reason why that happens is because of a feature in JavaScript called hoisting. What hoisting does is that it takes all of the variables and the function declarations that we have created, no matter how deeply nested they are, and it gets bubbled up to the top. So now it's available everywhere we want to use it. The reason that happens is because if we declare a function, let's say I declare a function named function a app, right? And inside it I have written whatever I want to do, and I call it before I have declared it. Now that would have been an error because my application knows nothing about it. But if I have done it using hoisting, then it knows that okay, this is a function, I'm going to bring it when it tries to interpret it, brings everything at the top, and then tries doing things. But it doesn't make sense with the variables, and that causes a lot of issues. So to solve this scoping issue, developers of these languages came up with an idea. The variable is going to be there. We can create one for let, and we can create one for const. Now if I run this, as you can see, y is not defined. If I remove x and y here, sorry, y and z, just use x, it's available. Now, what is the difference between let and const? Both of them are scoped to a particular scope, but what the difference is this dot log and let x is equals to 10, const y is equals to 11, right? And now if I print x plus plus, it works. So now the value of x is 11 after I printed it. I can also do it the other way, plus plus x, and that works. Now if I were to do it this way, it's going to give me an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So I can't change the value assigned to a constant variable. That is the only difference. So which one should you use? I recommend that you choose const as much as you can, because if you use const, then there's no way that someone who is using your code can end up changing it and changing variables that your application depends on if they are not allowed. Only when you explicitly need to change a variable, use let. So with that, we have come to the other part of it, which is us creating arrow functions. This is done. I'm going to delete it all. Now comes arrow. Arrow function basically allows us to create functions in a single line. So if I want to create a function, right, and what that function is supposed to do is it's supposed to print something. So let's say that I'm creating a function, perform, okay, and then we have milliseconds, and then we have a callback function, right? This is pretty standard so far. So timeout. I'm going to simulate a delay for the milliseconds and then execute callback. So handler and then timeout. So callback and then millisecond. Now what will happen is if I call the perform task function, pass in 1000 milliseconds, and I pass in the function, I have to create a new function with all the syntax, and then I have to write console dot log done. Run this, wait for a second, and then everything's done. But I can also do it in one other way, which is I can use arrow functions. Inside arrow functions, I can keep the function body to be the same, and I can remove these things. So now all I have to do is create an arrow. As you can see, I can do it in a single line, run it, and then it's done. So what's happening is I'm just defining the list of parameters that I want. If I have some parameters, I can pass it here as well. But since I don't, I'm not going to be passing it. And then a single line of function, I can do it this way. If, for instance, it's a multiple line function, then I can wrap it in curly braces and do it whatever I want to do with it. As you can see, it still looks more concise than using the whole function syntax. So that's why we use arrow functions. Arrow functions are more concise way of writing code. Right. Now we move on to classes. So classes are, these are the classes. In old school JavaScript, we had to firstly create a function. Let me call it app. This would be my class. Inside my function, I would console log constructor. So this is the constructor function. And now I have to add things to the prototype dot say hello is going to be equal to a function, and that function is going to log hello, right? So I can create a function const object is equals to app, but since it's a class, I have to use new keyword. So I create a new class, which is an object. Now after creating the object, all I have to do is say hello. Now if I run this, first the constructor function gets called, then hello function gets called. Now same thing I can write using class. The changes I have to make is just class app constructor and instead of doing it this way, all I have to do is wrap all of this, and this should work similarly. You refresh it, as you can see constructor and hello. So everything's working completely fine. This is just syntactic sugar. And now if I want to create subclasses and superclasses, all I have to do is I can just since base app. If I had a class named base app, I don't, but this is how you would do it. On the other hand, on all school syntax where we used function, we would have to do assigning the prototype, extending the prototype, and there would be a lot of tricky situations. So we don't do that. Finally, we have destructuring, which is one of the newest and one of the most used features. Destructuring, and what it allows us to do. So let's say I have a variable names A, B, and C. Now I want A to be assigned to a variable named X, B to be assigned to a variable named Y, C to be assigned to a variable named Z. To do this, I would have to then go const X is equals to names of 0, Y is equals to names of 1, and finally Z is equals to names of 2. Now if I console log X, Y, and Z, and I run this, ABC is there. But as you can see, this is just a lot of code for something so simple. So instead what I can do is I can use the destructuring syntax. And now if I run this, it's working just the same. So what's happening is it's saying, okay, this is a variable. The variable at the first index goes in X. Second index goes in Y. Third index goes in Z. If there are other variables as well, they will be ignored. So that's how you can destructure an array. But what about objects? So let's say that I have person, right? And they have name as John and country as England. Now, if I want to create two variables named name and country to be assigned with the variables with the keys of names and countries, what I want to do is earlier I would have to create const name is equals to person.name, that, and similarly for country. But here all I can do is I can just use name country, and now if I want to log name and country, I can do so quite easily. Fresh, everything's working as expected. That's how you destructure things. These are called syntactic sugars, basically because they just do things in a different way. They're not changing the performance, they're not changing anything underneath the hood. They just allow that with a more convenient way of describing the things that we want the language to perform. So that's why we do that. So with that in mind, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at virtual DOM, or VDOM as it's called. Virtual DOM or VDOM is one of the fundamental concepts that React uses to keep the application performing. How does it work and what does it actually mean to use a virtual DOM? So let's take a look at that. In React.js, virtual DOM is just an ideal. So it's just an idea or virtual representation of the user interface. So to give you an idea, this is just basically how your DOM should look like. This is just an ideal or a virtual representation of what the UI is supposed to look like, that is kept in memory and synced with the real DOM. So the real DOM is the browser DOM, or the tree structure that we have discussed earlier in module 1. That structure is what it is then mapped onto. The real advantage of using virtual DOM is something that we'll see in a moment, but the real reason why we use a virtual DOM is because the actual DOM is quite expensive to work with. Whenever you make changes to it, there are going to be a lot of changes that you have to make here and there, and that leads to a lot of performance degradation. A good idea of getting over it is to use virtual DOM. In virtual DOMs, what we do is we create inline similar structure, and what we do is we use that structure in order to make sure that what we are doing is taking effect and then mapping those changes over to the real DOM. So a virtual DOM is used to encapsulate things, and it is encapsulated in the React DOM packages. So if you've taken a look at the module previously, what that taught us was that React was supposed to be, it's something that is supposed to be used with multiple platforms, ranging from the web to native mobile applications to virtual reality applications. So in order to abstract away all the DOM related functionalities from React.js, we use React DOM. And the virtual DOM is a concept that has been encapsulated in React DOM so that it can only be used on the web. Virtual DOM is not a concept that gets carried over to React Native or React VR, because these are different environments. They don't have the concept of DOM. So React uses virtual DOM to improve performance, as we've heard many times. But the real question is, how does it do it? Well, React uses a virtual DOM as in to improve the performance, so that the real DOM is updated only when it's needed, and all the necessary updates and the transitions are made in the virtual DOM, which is in memory and it's really fast. This process of updating the real DOM from the virtual DOM is called reconciliation. It's a concept that basically means that when we have done making changes with the React DOM, we try and figure out what are the changes that need to be persisted to the actual DOM, what is the current state of the actual DOM, and how are we going to do those changes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So for instance, if I have 3 nodes in my actual DOM and 3 nodes in my virtual DOM, and only one of those nodes in my virtual DOM change, we'll go and look through all the DOM nodes that are available, figure out what are the DOM nodes that have changed, and update those only, so that we do the minimum work required for DOM. That this is mainly because DOM is very expensive. The document object model, it has a lot of issues in itself, which is why we don't like to use simple plain JavaScript. Because if we do use it, then it's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of performance. And the performance issues really degrade the user experience, which is why React is so popular, because it takes care of managing the performance behind the scenes. So we don't have to worry about how to manage the performance. React will take care of all of that. And the way it does it is using virtual DOM. So you don't have to actually deal with the virtual DOM yourself. React does it itself. But this is a concept that is used throughout the React community, and we have to understand what it actually means and how React does the actual performance optimizations that it needs to. And now that we have done that, let's see what else we have to learn. Now that we have taken a look at virtual DOM, next is we have to understand JSX. JSX is the syntax extension that allows us to use React.js much more declaratively and efficiently. So under the hood, React uses the create element method to create a new DOM node that need to be attached to the nodes. So React at the end of the day is creating DOM nodes, but for us to tell React that we want to create a DOM node of this type, we can use plain React, which will involve us writing react.createElement, and inside the function will pass in 3 parameters, and that is going to be really cumbersome. The main reason why React was not really that popular at the beginning was because it was really verbose. So as you can see that it's very difficult to use, especially when we have components nested into each other. So this can make our code really unreadable. So if you have react.createElement calls going from start to end of your code, it's going to make your code really unreadable. It might be fine for smaller applications, for smaller elements when you only have 3 or 4 DOM nodes that you need to add and manipulate. but it could be really, really difficult for the other parts of the application when you have like multiple applications or multiple DOM nodes interacting with each other, keeping the data in sync with the DOM nodes. It could be really, really problematic. So to solve this in React, we use a special syntax. That syntax is called JSX. So what JSX allows us to do is that it ultimately compiles to React.create element calls, but it makes our code easier to read. So underneath the hood, once you've written your code in JSX, you just run your application, and JSX's compiler will take care of everything else. It will take your code, compile it to React.create element calls, and it will be interpreted by the browser, which in turn will use the React library and build the DOM nodes. Or so that you can build applications much more easily and much more effectively, and you don't have to worry about making the calls that need to be made in order to create DOM nodes. Now, React does not mandate the use of JSX, which is to say that React doesn't need you to use JSX. You can reuse plain React in order to build your applications, and if you choose to do so, that's fine. But do understand that once you use the JSX, it makes your code easier to read and understand, and it is thus far the recommended way of doing it, unless they come up with a new way. But so far, this is the recommended way, mainly because it makes your code more readable, more concise, more understandable. So because of these features that React JSX provides, we use JSX throughout our React code. Most of the developers currently using React will use JSX as their primary syntax. In case you wish to use some other syntax, you are more than welcome to, but JSX is by far the most popular way. If you don't want to use JSX, then you would have to use the plain React.create element calls, which are going to make your code much more unreadable and really not that concise. Could be difficult to part through a large DOM structure. So that's all about JSX. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at props. Props is an important concept in React.js. It's one of the two ways through which you can store data for a component. So props stands for properties. Props is the short form of properties, and they are arguments passed to a component by a parent component for it to use. So one of the differences between the other ways of using internal data and props is that props is not internal. This is data that is passed from a parent component. So if I have a component that is rendering other components, I can pass in some data for those components to render. And that's how the data should flow from in a React app, from a parent application, from a parent component to a child component, and props allow us to do that. Props are read-only and should not be modified by a component on its own. So if you have a component that has some data being passed into it via props, you should not modify it. They can only be modified by the parent passing those props. So if you are a parent component that are rendering a few child components and you're passing some data, you have the ability to modify that data. But the component that is receiving that data as props cannot change the data. This is one of the concepts in React in which you cannot change the data that is being passed to you. The reason for that is because if all the components that are being passed the data, some components pass data downstream. So anywhere down the stream, if some component ends up changing some data, then it's very difficult to reason about and it's very difficult to debug. So in order to overcome this, these are the few guidelines that we have to follow in order to make better decisions about the code that we write. And change in prompts from the parent component will lead the child components being updated and re-rendered to the DOM. So if you have some data in your parent component, since that is the only place where you can change it, and that is the only place where you're supposed to change it. When you do change it, it will lead to a re-render, which means updated data will be merged with the current representation in our DOM node, and the reconciliation process will happen, and anything that needs to be updated will be updated in the child components. And nothing in the child components could actually change the props, so that would not lead to a re-render. So this is why when you get something from props, make sure that you know how to change it, and the only way to change it, or the access to change these things, or the code that needs to change it, needs to exist in the parent component. If, for instance, you have some reason to make your data be changed by your child components, or you need some way to access the code that changes the props in your child component, then you can pass in functions that do the same. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Right, so now we're done with props. Let's take a look at what else we have. Now we come to state. State is the other way that we can change data in a component. So props were passed from parents to child component. State is the internal data. So if you have some component that needs to have data that's only localized to itself, and the parent component doesn't know about it, doesn't care about it, and doesn't have access to it, that's state. So let's take a look at it. State is similar to props, but it is private and fully controlled by the components. So if I have a component and it needs some internal data in order to display something, that data is something that needs to be stored as state. If it's something that the component that is rendering my component needs to be able to pass in, for instance, the color of the border or something like that, then that is something that needs to be turned as props. But if it's something like a behavior when the person clicks on the button and I want it to be just one thing, then I use state. So this is where state and props come into play. State holds data that is internal to the component, that is required by the component, and the parent components need not know about it. The state is used by components to determine what is to display on the screen and has been managed by the component itself, as other components do not have access to the state. As we have discussed earlier, that once we're building a component, we need to be able to understand that that component, if it has a state, that state is not visible to outside components. That's its state only. So that could be passed down to child components as props, but still, so you are the one who is able to manage it. You're the ones who are able to figure out how to manage the data and how to change the data. The other components don't have access to it. So that's why we use that. So what exactly is child components and parent components? We have all taken a look at that. That's just the hierarchy. And that's how we create components. So in React, a component state should not be changed directly. It should be done via a special setter method because React keeps track of the state. So if you want to change the state, you don't just go and fiddle with the variables and mutate it, which is to change it. So if you have a state that's containing the name of the currently logged in user, if that needs to change, then you don't just reassign the variable to the new name. What you do is you call a special setter method. Depending on what kind of component it is, usually the method is called set state. So inside set state, you pass in an object. That object contains the key and the value. Key is the variable you want to change, variable is and the value is the value that you want to assign to it. In React, the state is kept as a JavaScript object. So that's how you can do that. In functional components, which we'll take a look at in a moment, we use hooks, and we'll also take a look at that in a moment. So that is a little different from the set state function, but the idea is the same. You have a variable and you have a setter function. The function's only job is to set the data and let React know that something has changed, re-render the thing that needs to be updated, or at least be aware that things have changed, and with the next time you re-render, make sure that you change these things. So that's how state works. State are quite the opposite of props in the sense that you don't have to get it passed from parent components. You derive the data yourself and you take care of the data itself. So those are state and props. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods allow us to hook into important events in our React component lifecycle. Let's take a look at what that means and how you can use it to your advantage. React manages the lifecycle of the components. So tasks such as adding or removing the component from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. So you just need to declare the component, and when the component is mounted, when the component mounted basically means added to the DOM, when the component is removed from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. Now that presents some challenges to us because there are tasks as web developers that we need to perform when the components are being added and when they're being removed from the HTML page. So some of these tasks may include fetching some data and displaying it to the user. So only after the component is displayed on the screen, then do we want to update the data onto it. If it's not on the screen and we're updating the data, we're wasting time. Also, with that, another issue is that event handling is something that we need to take care of. If we are on a page where a component is mounted and it has an event handler attached to it, once we move away from that component, when that component is removed from the screen, we need to disassociate those event handlers. The reason being that that could cause a memory leak. These are the kind of things that we need to be aware of when we're using React components. And this is why lifecycle methods are such important aspect. There are many other things that you can do with lifecycle methods, but these are some of the things. Let's take a look at a few lifecycle methods. So to allow developers to execute code during these lifecycles, React provides them with lifecycle methods, which you can override. So these are component did mount, component did update, in component will unmount. There are many other lifecycle methods available, and sadly we can't cover all of them, but these are the most important ones. So the component did mount lifecycle method is something that you can override when you want to execute some code after a component is added to the DOM. So you want to, let's say you want to propagate an event that the component is available on the screen, and so that other components can manipulate it. It could also be that after the component is mounted, you want to make sure that it has a particular style. You can only do that once it's been mounted. Whether or not it's being displayed, that's a completely different thing. Now, this is ideal for when data is fetched and we want to add it to the DOM. So we have a component such as an unordered list, and we have a lot of list items in our components, and we want to add them to our unordered list. That can only happen when the list is added. So to do that, what we do is create list items. We wait for the component mounted. When the component does mount, we write the code in component did mount, which will get executed. And that's the code that will add all the things into the components, and our code will work just fine. Then comes component did update. This is a lifecycle method that allows developers to execute code after a component gets updated. So these components may get updated due to props or state change. And if that's the case, if the props of your component change and you want to propagate those changes elsewhere depending on the props, then you can use this lifecycle method. You can also do this for state as well. If you want to pass some data down to child components as props, you can use the state components or use state, and that will work just fine as well. And then comes component will unmount. This is a lifecycle method that gets executed before the component is going to be removed from the DOM. So right before the component is going to be removed from the DOM, if a developer wants to execute some code that can be run at that point specifically, then we use component will unmount. This is ideal for removing event listeners from components to stop memory leak. So if you have an event listener attached to all the DOM nodes of your component, and that component is going to be removed, you want to make sure that all of those event listeners are being removed as well, so that your component don't leak things to memory. And if we have removed it, then the JavaScript garbage collector will execute, take everything away, and we can move on and with a slate of memory. So with that, we have come to the end of lifecycle method. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at components. Components are the building blocks of any React application. We use components to encapsulate our UI logic of a particular element of our web page or web browser's front end. And what we want is for those components to be reusable. But what are they? In React, a UI is built using individual independent pieces called components. These pieces are used to encapsulate logic, markup, and styles, and then they could be reused into other places. The user interface is built as a tree of components that are managed and converted into native DOM elements by React. So what React does is that it allows us to write components that can then be used by other components as well. And for React DOM takes care of changing those components from React.createElement calls to the native DOM elements that need to be displayed on the web page. And all of that is taken care of by React. So all we have to do is understand how to create components, how to make data flow through our components, and how we can use those components in order to work with our application's internal data representation. And all of that is then extremely useful. So components allow us to build single, reusable, and isolated piece of UI, which can be used to efficiently render the user interface. If you have components, then you can use those components, use simple components to build complicated user interfaces. Because if you have a form that needs to be displayed on the screen, it is built up of very small components such as the text field, a button to submit the data, a button to reset the data inside the form, and many other things. So that's where you can use components. Components are really useful in that regard. Now in React, there are two types of components which are created: class components and function components. So these have their own distinct advantages and disadvantages. These have their own distinct reasons to be used and not to be used. Just take and understand what they are and how they compare against each other. Now let's take a look at class components. Class components is one of the way we can create components in React. So class components are created by creating classes that we have seen in the previous module, how to create classes in JavaScript using ES6 syntax. And those classes need to be extended using the React.component class. So there's a class named component in the React package, and we need to extend that class and override its render method, which we'll take a look at. The class name will be the same as the name of the component. So if you have created a class with the name of login component, that is going to be the name of the component that is going to be rendered on the screen. So a class component needs to override the render method using JSX to describe the markup of the component. So if you have a component that has a form and you want to display that form, you need to firstly you need to use JSX syntax, or you can use React.createElement as well, but JSX is the preferred way. And inside the render method that you are overriding from the React.component class, we return the JSX. That return JSX will then be compiled to React.createElement, which will then be converted into the real DOM by our React application. So we don't have to do a lot here. We just need to know how to write JSX and how to extend a class and create a component using that class. That's the entire gist of what we have to learn. Now, class components are still supported in React, but it is preferable to use functional components to React boilerplate code. The reason why is because, and we'll take a look at that, but in essence, it allows us to reduce boilerplate code, and React class component has a few problems, and we'll take a look at those in future. But right now, all we have to understand is that there are class components, there are function components. Class components are still supported, and there are reasons to use them, but mostly it's preferred to use functional components, and we'll take a look at that next. So now let's take a look at functional components. Functional components are the second way that you can build a component in React.js. So you can declare how a component is supposed to look and function. So let's take a look at that. In a functional component, we create functions instead of a class. So as you can see, functions are something that are taken to that extreme in the React ecosystem when we create a functional component. The reason why we use a function is going to be cleared out in a moment, but since we don't have to use classes, we don't need to use constructors, we don't need to use class properties and all of that. It's simply a function. It's going to be very easy for us to build. That function is supposed to return some JSX to describe the component markup. That JSX may be littered with some function calls here and there, which also can hook into the React ecosystem and allows us to describe what should happen. Now, functional components take props as parameters and have state to keep track of the data to be displayed. It's very similar to the class components, but in class components, we take props in the render function, whereas here the component function takes in the props. And we'll take a look at that. That simplifies our code greatly. We don't have to write a lot of this boilerplate code where we write the class, then the class name, then the extends keyword, then React.component, then create a constructor, and binding those functions, and a lot of different tasks need to go right in order for us to create a class component. And functional component is simply a function that can have state, that can have props. Functional components can have a lot of different moving parts put to them as well. So in React, functional components are given preferences as they are less verbose and more maintainable. Now, the reason why functional components are given that preference now and earlier class components were given these preferences because of a new addition to the React ecosystem called hooks. We will take a look at hooks in future, but right now you need to understand that this change in the mental model is because we have introduced a concept of hooks that allows functional components to have state in them and have lifecycle methods in them. Two of the concepts that we have discussed earlier. Before that, what functional components were limited to do were to just take in some props and return some JSX. They were not allowed to have any internal data of themselves, which was a bit difficult and a bit tricky to get around. So we had to rely on class components. But now, since class components are not the only way you can do it, it's much more easier for us to use function components. With that, we have come to the end of functional components. Let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so now let's take a look at class versus functional components. We have two ways of building components. Let's take a closer look as to when to use or what are the criteria you need to consider in order to build class components or functional components. So the first thing is backwards compatibility. If you have a project in React that's using an older version of React and it's not been updated and there's a lot of code that you need to update, then using functional components right at the beginning is going to be really tricky. Since class components have been supported since the beginning and are still supported in React, functional components on the other hand were always supported in React, but they could not hold any state until React version 16.8. So if you want to use functional components in previous versions of React, you need to firstly make sure that functional components can be used the way you want them to use. If you want some state, then it's better that you don't. If it's a really simple component that only needs props and displays the data and then that's it, then you can use React quite easily with that. Now comes state and props. So in class components for state, we use setState function, which is something that we get by extending the component in our class. So we get a React.component is extended in our class, and now we get access to the setState function. And for the props, we use parameters passed to the render function. So all of that is useful and all of that is easy to use. But in function, the fundamental difference is that in functional components, we use the use state hook. So instead of us having to extend the class and then use this dot set state, all we have to do is use the use state function, which is also called the use state hook. And using the use state hook function, we can create state, which when changed will cause a re-render of the component. This is how you can change the component in React, by changing the state variables. Then comes lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods are useful for class and function components both, but the way you implement them is different. So in class components, you have defined methods that you need to override, and that came with its own set of challenges. For instance, if you had a component that used the same code when the component is mounted and when the component is updated, in situations like this, you would have to use class component, you would have to duplicate some code, which was an issue. In functional components, though, you have other ways of doing this. We have the use effect hook, and the use effect hook allows us to just define the code, and then we can define the variables that the hook needs to watch. And if those variables change, then the effect needs to run again. So that's how we do class components and function components. We'll take a look at that in the demo as well. And then comes verbosity, which is one of the major drawbacks of class components. Class components are extremely verbose. There's a lot of boilerplate code that you need to get over in order to build anything useful. This is why developers prefer using functional components, but so many developers prefer using class components only when they are necessary. So if there are certain functionalities that we want to build that is only available in class components, then only we use class components. Otherwise, we'd end up using functional components. And this is why we use functional components in React, because they are not very verbose. So functional components are really concise. Hence, they are the preferred way of building components in React applications instead of classes. Right? So now let's take a look at what else we have. Now we have come to prop types. Let's take a look at what prop types are. Prop types allow us to define the shape of the props that our components are expecting. So since props are something that the parents can pass, they can end up passing anything of any data type. Even if we are expecting an email to be of type string, they could pass in a boolean saying true. And we would have to take care of whether or not the props are being passed correctly. That could be a lot of issues. So in situations like this, prop types come to our rescue. Prop types allow us to define the shape of our props and the types and the whether or not a prop is required to be passed in or not. And with that, we'll come to understand, well, how are we going to use those prop types. So using prop types, we can define what is the data type of a particular prop, if it's required, if it's not required, and many other things that we can do. Using prop types, we can then understand how you can use we need to then define the shape of our props, different kinds of props. Props is data type. So if you're expecting a boolean, an integer, a number, or whatever, and then our React.js will take care of validating the props on its own. It'll throw a warning if the props are of incorrect shape and size and incorrect, and they're not following the standards that we have set, and that will cause some issue. So prop types are validated by React automatically. All we have to do is define the shape of the constraints. So React will throw an error or a warning depending on what the prop types library you're using is. React has extracted the prop types into a separate library. So if you want to use prop types in React, you have to import that script, and then it will work. And whether or not props are passed in correctly or not is what's going to determine the throwing of warnings. So we'll use prop types to figure out how to do that. If we're not using prop types, then we have to do the manual plumbing of figuring out what the data type of a particular prop is, whether it was passed or not, whether it's undefined. If it is undefined, then how we're going to use it, so on and so forth. So that's how we use prop types. So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. So now let's take a look at how we can create a React component. We'll take a look at how to create a React component without using JSX, so the plain JavaScript syntax. So let's take a look at that. Now let me just show you the setup that I have. I have an index.html file. It's empty. It doesn't contain any code relating to displaying anything on the screen. As you can see, there's nothing there. Let's just start writing some code. HTML React. Now I need main div tag with the ID of main, and I need these two scripts. So let me just explain what these scripts are. This is the React development version. This is the React DOM development version. If you're building for production, you need to change this to production as you can. But right now, since we're building for development and we want to see the errors and warning, we want the development version. Now I'll just write the code needed for React in order to show our component. So the component that we have is going to be called greeting. I'm going to use a function to create the component. Right. So for that, I'll have to firstly write function. We'll be using the simple JavaScript syntax in order to write the code. So we need to write greeting, and this is going to return a React component. So it's not taking any parameters. Return React dot create element React dot create element. Inside it, we need to pass three things. Firstly, the kind of element we want. We want an h1. Do we want any attributes to attach to it? No. And what are its children? So we just want a text node which says hello world. Right? Save it. It's done. Now we need to render it to the DOM. So we need to use React DOM dot render render. We use the greeting function, which in turn returns the React component we want, and we want to render it inside the element with the ID of app. That is done. I've saved everything. Refresh it, and if I open it up inside the console, as you can see that target container is not a DOM element. That's because .app its main, and now it's done. As you can see that it's also being shown in our console that download the React dev tools for better experience. Right now we're not using the create React app version, which comes in with a local server. We're just importing it in a file and using it. From there on we can expand, and if we're building applications that are much more complicated, then we can set up create React applications. And we'll take a look at that in future lessons. The reason why we're not doing it is because that's going to be a little complicated and it takes time to set up any application that way. So that's why we're not doing it that way. But if you are doing it that way, then you can take a look at React Dev Tools as well. So we have done this. If I go to my code, this is what it looks like. We have a React development version. We have the React DOM development version. Using React.create element, we create a h1 tag. As you can see inside the div, nothing there right now. But if I open up my console, go to elements, and you can do it in your browser as well. It's dynamically added new data. So that's how you can create an element in React. Alright, now let's see what else we have. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at how we can create a React component using JSX. So earlier we had taken a look at how to create a React component without JSX. Now let's see how easier the process is with JSX. So again, I have an index.html page. No code to display anything on the page yet. All I have is the previous setup. Now I need to just add these three scripts. So earlier you'll remember I had two scripts, right now I have three. First is the React development version. Second is the React DOM development version. And third is the Babel compiler. This is what will compile our JSX code into our JavaScript code. Now for that, we need to write the script. Now, one thing you have to do when you're displaying using JSX is you have to describe the type of script. Text/Babel. This instructs the browser that whatever I'm about to write in here is not just plain JavaScript. It's something that needs to be compiled using Babel, and Babel will take care of the rest of it. Babel is the compiler that will compile it from JSX to React.create element. Now all I have to do is create a component. We'll create a functional component because it's going to be easier. I don't need any state right now. And I will do the same thing. As you can see, it looks like I'm writing HTML, but I'm not. And now all I have to do React DOM.render, and here I have to render it as greeting. As you can see, again, this is the name of my component, greeting, and I have to render it as if it's an HTML page or an HTML component. I can, for instance, instead of doing it this way, I could have just done it this way. This is how you open and close a tag in HTML, same as you can do here. But since I only want to render this component and there are no child components, I can do a self-closing tag. So it opens and closes in one tag only. I don't need to create an opening tag and then a closing tag. Now I need to pass in document.getElement by ID, and it's going to be main. Save it, refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading 3 giant files. Take a look at if we have gotten any errors. We have not, and we have a hello world element. As you can see, here it is, hello world. And if I take a look at the code, it's just 3 lines of code. Essentially, it's just 3 lines. Not even 3 lines. It's just 3 lines. 3 to 4 lines of code, and it's not really difficult to understand as well what we're doing. We have a greeting component that needs to return this markup. Instead of us having to specify the h1 tag, its attributes and children's in 3 specific stages, all we can do here is just write it as HTML. It'll get compiled to JSX. JSX will compile it to pure JavaScript. And then all we have to do is say, okay, when you compile this, whatever return you get, whatever response you get returned, display that within this element, which is this one. That's how we do that. Now that we are clear on how to use JSX with React, let's just recap what we have learned. Need a basic HTML page, need somewhere to display our code. If I didn't have div main, I could have just written get element by tag name, and here I can just type in body 0, and that will work just fine. 0 would mean, because since we're getting a tag name and we could enter a tag that says P, and P can have many elements on the page such as a paragraph, so we can do it that way. But that's not very useful, so we have this. This is the preferred way, by the way, to have a single div element that contains your entire application. And now we just, after creating this, we import all the required libraries: React DOM, Babel. We describe to our script tag. This is an important bit. You should not forget this. If I remove this and then I run this, my browser will try and interpret it as plain JavaScript and will run into an error. If I refresh this and I see nothing on the screen yet, and it just runs and runs, and I get an error. It doesn't understand why do I have a less than symbol in my browser. If I change it and then if I refresh it, it works just fine. So you have to unfortunately do it this way here. Then we just describe a function that will return this. You can also describe it as a class, which we'll take a look at in a moment, and then we can display it. Now that we have come to an end to the JSX portion of our hands-on, let's take a look at what else we have. Now let's take a look at how we can pass props to a component. We'll create a component and then we'll modify its behavior by passing in some props. So for that, all we have to do is follow along with the previous hands-on. I'll just show you. So I have the same index.html page. It has no code to display anything on the page yet. Everything is just boilerplate HTML, and we have a div tag with the ID of main. We have the React development version. We have the React DOMs development version. We have the Babel compiler, and we have a script tag that is going to contain some JSX code. All I have to do now is create a component that we had created earlier, and it's going to have the same code, but I'll show you what I have done differently this time. So, and the semicolon is not required in JavaScript, but many developers like to write it, so do I. So inside the React DOM, we now document.getElement by ID. This should all be familiar since we had done it earlier. Not add, it's supposed to be main. So after I've saved it, I'll refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading these files, and now we have it. But let's say that I want to, when I'm rendering it, I want to change things. The way I can do this is by changing it here. So if I want to say hello John, I can do hello John, and if I want to say hello Jane, I can do it this way. But that's really cumbersome. I want this to be dynamic. I want this to be able to be changed by the person who's rendering it. So the way I can do it here is by accepting some props. Props. I can call it anything I want, but I like to call it props here. And now if I want to dynamically display anything inside my JSX code, I have to wrap it inside a curly brace, like this. As you can see, the syntax has changed, props dot, and I will call it name. I'll save it. So just to recap, all we have done is we have passed in some props. I have hello, and I want to display anything that has the value of the name contains inside our props object. So how do we pass in the value? Basically, when we're rendering the component, all we have to do is pass in name to be equal to, and it's supposed to be a string. So let's say I call it John. Save it, and a very load.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Just hang on for a moment. It's rendering everything. Just take a look at all of it. Since it's downloading the file, and yeah, that's done. So we have hello John. But you might be wondering, why do you have to use it? I mean, you could have just written hello John and save it, go back, refresh it, and the answer is the same thing, right? What's the reason for using a prop? So the reason why is, let me just show you, because this makes our component dynamic. Now our component is not just limited to John. Let's say that I want to have 3 components, and I'm just going to create them here. Function demo, and this is going to return a div with greeting. And whenever we're returning a component, we can't return 3 components as it is. We have a demo component that's returning our JSX code. It's wrapped inside a div, so this should work. Okay, we've run into an error. Oh, that is because we have to pass in props.name. And now, as you can see, we have hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson. Now, in case you want to use hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson, and you can even create more of these components by themselves, right, just as an HTML markup, this is the power of props. So I'll just remove it and bring it back to the normal state with greeting, name John. And since it's working fine, all I have to do now is just reload it again and see if it's working, and it is. So with that, we've come to the end of props, understanding what props are and how to use them. As you can see, we did not change them anywhere in our code because that's not allowed. Now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now we'll take a look at using state in a React application in React components. State is local to a component, so we don't need to pass it to a particular component. And we'll take a look at how that works. All right, so let's take a look at that. Again, we have our simple apps setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing on the screen. The code is quite simple as we had earlier. And now all I have to do is create some state, right? And since we're using a functional component, I can just, don't worry about the syntax right now. We'll take a look at that in a moment. Just understand that this is how you define state. And from here, we have to just return an h1 tag, name being printed, and nothing more. And all I have to do now is render it to screen. So greeting, we don't have to pass in the name. Right, so everything's done. If I open it up and if I refresh it again, as you can see, it's showing John, which was the name. And if you want to make it completely compliant to what we had earlier, hello, save it, refresh it, and then this. Now, where does state matter here? Because we were clearly able to do it using props. Well, sometimes what happens is we get some data not from we don't get the data from external services or external components. We want to get it from our web server. For instance, if it's a user-based application and we're logging in a user, we want to display the username. So for one instance, let me just show you. I'll just simulate a network call instead of getting a network call. Function get user info. This will return a promise that resolves to username being John and age being 28. Right. So now what I can do is at the beginning it's supposed to show nothing, but when I get user info, this will return a promise, and I can use the then function to get the user. And now all I have to do is set name to user dot name. As you can see, we're not using age right now, so we don't have to do that, but we could very easily do it. Now if I refresh it again, as you can see, it says hello John. Now, but this is something that we have gotten from an external component. So if this is something that only my component needs and other components don't, then this my component can get it from the user's internet and make a request to a web server, get the data, pass the response, and then paste it onto the user screen using this syntax. So this is how we do this. Now that we have covered state as well, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at how to create a class component. So again, we have our same setup. We have an index.html page. It's not displaying anything. And we have our code. We have a div tag with the ID of main, React DOM, and Babel. So we're going to create a class component. Now for that, let's take a look at the anatomy of how do you create a class component. We start with the class keyword, then the name of the component. Earlier, we would have, for the ES6 class syntax, we would have to use function, greeting, and do a lot of complicated stuff. So something as simple as creating a class, but now you can do it this way. This will extend the React component class, and as you can see, that now we have to type in the constructor function because we want some initial state, and it takes in some props. We have to call the super function, pass in the props. This is why the class components are not so preferred over functional components, which we'll take a look at that in a moment. But the reason why is because there's a lot of boilerplate code you have to write. We have written 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code for not any reason, because these are not the kind of things that you would have to write. They don't have anything pertaining to our business logic. Now let's set up a state. This is something that we would have to do. And I'll write a greeting to be hello. This is something that's going to be internal. I can create a render function. That render function is going to return. And again, because it's a class, I have to use this keyword, greeting. Here, I'll just get the name from props. That's it. So now, if I want to see something happen, I would have to render it to the page. React DOM.render greeting. I have to pass in the name to be John. Document get element by ID. Wait. Save this. Refresh it. And it displays everything. But as you can see, that just for a simple component like this that takes one bit of content from state, other bit from prop, and displays it on the screen, we have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines of code. So by creating one component, it was 9 lines of code. That doesn't have in much. It needs something from the state, something from the props, and needs to be displayed here. That's basically all that needs to be done. So that was an issue. And so this is one of the issues with class components. Now let's take a look at what else we have. Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at how to create function components. Earlier we've taken a look at class components, and we saw that although it was relatively easier to do creating class components, but there are a lot of verbosity involved. We had to write a lot of boilerplate code. Let's take a look at how function components can solve that. So again, the same setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing. Here's the code. Now we'll create the same component, but here we'll be using function. So as we know, it was called greeting. It will accept some props. And when we need a greeting and we need a function to set greeting, that needs to be something that we need to use using React. Use state inside it. Default value is going to be hello, and now all I have to do is return an h1 tag that prints out greeting as well as the name from the props. Yeah. So finally, now all we have to do is just react dom.render, pass in greeting, pass in name, pass in John as the name, and document.get element by ID. The element is going to be me. So now as we have this, let's see if this actually works. So we refresh it, and as you can see, everything works correctly. Now the thing to notice is that we didn't have to write a lot of code. Even from a purely aesthetic point of view, we only had to write 3 to 4 lines of code in order to create a component. There we had 9 lines of code, and to be quite honest, each line of code was really long. We had to write how to get state. For accessing the greeting, we had to write this state.greeting. For accessing name, we had to write this props.name. And for small components, it's fine. But for larger components, these things really do matter because you'll be writing thousands of components. So you'll have to write thousands of 10,000s of more lines of code. And that's really the kind of code that you're writing is something of problem, because if you're writing more code, that means more code that you need to maintain, more code that you need to manage, and more code that you need to keep in your mind in order to understand what's going on. So this is why functional components are more preferred. So let's take a look at what else we have. Okay guys, now we'll take a look at prop types. Prop types is an external library, so we'll firstly have to import it, and then we'll have to make it use with React.js. Let's see what the implications of using prop types are and how to use them. So again, the same code. This time I'd also like to open up my console. As you can see, nothing's being displayed right now. We are using the Babel transformer in development. Everything's fine. So let's just take a look at that. Here's our code. Firstly, I'll have to import the prop types library. This is what the current version is. You can import any other version. And from here on, I have to create components. So I'll create a greeting component that will just return hello in the props name. So function greeting takes in props, returns an h1 tag, which is hello and name. So that's done. We render it to the DOM using React DOM. To document.get element per ID. The ID that I want is the main. The name is going to be John. If I refresh this, hello John is being displayed, but there's an issue with this. If I'm someone who has exported this into a library and another person wishes to use it, what they can do, instead of John, they can pass in 5 is a number, and we want it to be a string. It's going to display it nonetheless, that's fine, but still it's a problem. Also, if I type in true, and then I refresh it, nothing's going to be displayed because true and false are not something that is displayed in JSX. So the user has the liberty of passing in something that's completely useless for us. So in order to prevent that, or at least have the developers or people who use this component some idea whether or not they're doing things correctly or not, we can prop types is equals to, and this is going to be an object that has the name of the prop, which is the name, and it is going to tell us that inside it we want string and it is required. Now if I save it, go back, refresh it, as you can see we're getting a warning. Failed prop type. Invalid prop name is of type boolean supplied to greeting expected string. Another thing that's important is that if the user doesn't pass in a prop which they are at the liberty of doing, we will again raise an error. And it will say failed prop type, the prop name is marked as required in greeting but its value is undefined. So as you can see, we have ways of now a lot more control over how our props are being passed into our components. There are other ways as well, such as Flow and TypeScript, but they are a bit advanced. And for smaller applications, prop types are a great way. They check our props at runtime and they make us understand how we can use our props and how we can use props in other libraries. If we don't find it, then we'll have a warning issued in our console. So with that in mind, let's see what else we did. Alright guys, now let's take a look at problems with class components. There are several issues with class components, and that's what led to developers using function components with hooks. Hooks were there to provide function components the same capabilities that class components have. So with that, we will take a look at the problems that class components have. So class components have several issues with them, and we'll discuss them one by one. First one is constructor. So when using class components that uses state, we have to create a constructor that just isn't optional for us anymore. We have to have a constructor function, and in that constructor function there's another bit of functionality that we need to add, that is we have to call the super method and pass in the props that are passed into the constructor. The issue with all of this is that although this is something that we would have to do on every classes, this is something that takes up a lot of work. We don't want to do all of these things specifically, mainly because when we're using constructor functions, when we're using class components, we have to write this lot of boilerplate code, which we don't intend to write at all. And this leads to really clunky and messy code and a lot of, and there needs to be a lot of boilerplate code for us to write. Then comes binding. So if you've ever worked with JavaScript's event system, the problem with event handling in classes is that when you have a class and you create an event handler function inside a class, the value of this keyword inside the class changes. And we'll take a look at that in the demo, but the main problem with that is that if to solve this, we would have to always, after creating a function that's going to be used inside an event, needs to be bound to the current class, and we need to in the constructor write this dot method name equals to this dot method name dot bind, and in the brackets we have to type in this. That's really annoying and that's really cumbersome. We don't want to do that because that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of effort, and that's not something that's necessary for us. Then comes sharing non-visual logic. So sharing non-visual logic is one of the major reasons why we like to use React, but the problem is that when we have non-visual logic, we would have to use a lot of complicated patterns like higher order components or render props. Don't worry if you don't know about them, it's just a little difficult to get started with it. It's going to be really difficult to understand what this means. So because of this, we have a lot of mental overhead in order to use class components. And finally, there's duplicated lifecycle logic. So in lifecycle methods, if we want to use the same code in different lifecycle methods, what we would have to do is we would have to copy and paste the code. Mainly because this is how classes function. You could extract it to a function, but still that function needs to be copied to multiple places, and that leads to a lot of problems as well. So with that, these are the kind of problems that we reach in class components. Specifically in the lifecycle methods, we would have to duplicate the code between different lifecycle methods, and that's one of the major reasons why React is not in React community. Lifecycle methods and all of this is used using hooks, because functions, these problems are not there. Alright, so now let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So what are React hooks? Well, React hooks are used to create functional components with the same capabilities as class components. As we have discussed, class components have several disadvantages associated with them. So we want to create functional components that can counteract those. Functions are quite simple, quite straightforward, and they have quickly become the preferred way that React developers like to build their components. So let's take a look at some basic React hooks. We have use state, use effect, and use context. Let's take a look at them one by one. So as you can see that these are the three React hooks that we'll be taking a look at. But there are many other React hooks that we can take a look at as well. There are many that have been already created and many that are being added in the libraries that are already existing. So you can take a look at those at your own time. But these are the most common ones, and others are built on top of these. First one is use state. So as the name suggests, because in the class components we would have to create a state variable and use the set state function to update the state. In this case, we can use the use state function, and this will add some local state to our functional components. How to use this, I'll show you in the demo. Then comes use effect. The use effect hook is used to define code which is run either a component's loads or when some state changes. So if you have some component in which some state changes and you want some code to run whenever that happens and the component is re-rendered, then you can use the use effect hook. It's very much like the class components lifecycle method. However, it has some added benefits, and we'll take a look at this. So then comes use context. Context is a way to share some data or some state among multiple child components without passing them through every child component. Now, without using the use context hook in class components, you would have to do a lot of complicated patterns like the render prop pattern. But in our case, we don't have to do that because use context allows us to just extract data out of a context quite easily. So now let's take a look at a demo. Now in the demo, we'll take a look at a few implementation of how we can create hooks. Now you can create this demo quite easily. I will be using Code Sandbox. I'll just click on create a free sandbox. It will open up a web page and it will show me all the templates that are available. It's free, so you don't really have to even create an account and log in and sign up. It's quite easy to use. It's loading, and when it loads, it will show me a few templates. Templates will tell us what kind of a sandbox I want to create. I want to create one for React, but if you want to use Angular, Vue, Vanilla.js, Vue 3, static HTML page, React, TypeScript, and there are other components as well. But I want to use React. So I will click on this and make sure you are choosing the template by Code Sandbox because that's the official template, or you can create your own if you wish to, in which you add your own libraries and all. So this will create an anonymous sandbox because I have not logged in, I have not created any account. You don't have to either. In case you wish to do this in your own PC, you can do that as well. I just want to show you a working environment in which can be set up in seconds. So this is what it looks like. This is the starting code. This is what we can see. Let's wait for a moment because it's initializing the JavaScript language features. As you can see, it's written here. So this is what we have. So right now we have everything we want. Let me just remove a few things. App component, not the app component, but the, yeah, everything's done. Now I will just remove this, and this is what a class component look like. Had it been a functional component, I would have to export default. Instead of being a function component, I would have to use class. Instead of being app, it would have been this extends react.component. So this is done. Now this has to be a function named render, and what it does is that it returns some JSX code. If you've been using React for a little bit of a time, you know that this is how React works. And now, yeah, so nothing is being shown here. If I were to add a p tag, which is a paragraph tag, and this is, by the way, not HTML but JSX, it will be converted into JavaScript and then run into the browser. Type in hello, save it, and one other thing that you have to do sometimes is call a constructor function, and to do that, constructor and call the super function, and you can also pass in some props And you can pass in some props here as well in case you wish to, or if you don't wish to, you don't have to do that as well. So that's how our class components work. Let's take a look at whether or not it's working. Export default class app and we import it here. Yeah, so that's an issue. Classes may not have a field named constructor. So that is a problem that we have to solve. And that's the constructor function by default. If you don't want to use this, then you can simply just use the function component, which we have created earlier. Now, let's take a look at how hooks allow us to solve this. And if we just, yeah. So this is what it looks like. We are exporting a default function named app, and you can either choose to not rename it as well, but you can name it if you wish to. And this is what it looks like. Now, if I want to add some state to it, I have to use the use state hook. It's quite simple. I want to add some value to it. So let's say a number and set number. Now I have to use react dot use state. It's a function. I have to pass in some default value. By default, it's going to be 0, and now I can use it. Let's just put it in an h1. And in React, if you want to output some data, you do it this way. And we have it here. Now, how do you update the data? Or how do you update the state? The way you would do that in normal JavaScript or in normal React is by using the use set state function that was on the class. To call this, you would have to use the this dot set state function. That would be really difficult. So in order to overcome this, in functions you don't have to use this keyword. I'll just create a button, and that button is supposed to add something. So this will have an add button, this will have a decrement button, and now what we want to do is want to add an event handler. So when this button is clicked, what I want to do is I want to call the set number function, and this is going to take in the current number and return a number that is current number plus 1. So if I click here, as you can see, it is incrementing 1 for me. But if I want to change it a little bit, I can do that as well. Instead of incrementing, I can now decrement it. As you can see, now I can change it. So instead of using class components, I can just do it this way. And that works quite easily for me. So that's the set state. Now you can also use the use effect function. We'll take a look at that now. So this is how you can create state. Let me just remove all of this. Now if I want to use a state or use effect, react dot use effect. This is how you do it. Let me just create some state as well, so I can tell you how you can use seconds, and set seconds is equals to react dot use state. Pass in 0 as the default value, and what I want to do is as the time progresses, I want to just show the amount of seconds that have passed. Quite easy, but in React it can be a little difficult. So it takes in this. Now I want to use a function that is the default function called set timeout. So firstly, timer ID, set timeout and set interval. There are two functions that can do this. Let's take a look at set interval first. And it has two things that it takes in, the timer handler and the timeout. So firstly, I'll just take the timer handler. What it's supposed to do is that when it runs, it's supposed to call the set seconds function and increment the seconds by 1. And it's supposed to do this every 1000 seconds. And that's about it. So when we call the set interval function, it takes in a function and it takes in a timeout, and seem to have run into set is not defined. Oh yeah. Let me just type it again. I think there has been some issue with the IDE, but it's not to worry about it. And if you run it now, let's see what happens. Basically, what we have done so far is we have created a function that is supposed to run it again and again and again on each second. And as the second elapses, it's supposed to increment the second, and then it's supposed to make the changes. So let's see if it works. To do that, we firstly have to wait for a few seconds, and then okay, so it is being shown here. I'm not seeing anything right now because I have not created anything. P and now all I have to do is show the second. That's the first thing, and the second thing I have to do is I have to return a function that will call another function called clear interval and will remove the timer ID. So that is done. Let's take a look at any error that we might have. It says that there is unterminated JSX content. I think it's talking about earlier content. So let us just rerun this. Sometimes the code sandbox servers don't work as well. So it will just reload it in a moment. And because we didn't have to do anything, it works just fine. So as you can see, it is working now. 7, 8, 9. So all of this is working. Now let's just explain what happened. So we created an interval. I'll just remove this one. So we created an interval. The reason why we use the use effect hook is because we want to run it after the component is being displayed on the screen. So with that, we create a set interval hook or a set interval function, which is available in JavaScript by default. Then what we do is for each 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, we increment seconds by 1. So we have 1 more second each time. After doing that, we return another function named clear interval. What this does is that it allows React to know that when this component is being removed from the screen, I want to clear the interval, which basically means I want to remove this from the memory, this function handler. And that avoids something called a memory leak. Whenever you are using React hooks, you can pass it this and it will work just fine. Another thing you can do is pass in an empty parameter like this. This basically means that only run this when the component loads for the first time. Then when subsequently the component loads, when the state changes, don't run it again. So if you had some data that you want this effect to be dependent upon, which is if this effect should run when some data changes, you can put it here. And React will take care of keeping that in sync for you. So that's how you can use the use effect hook as well. There are several other hooks available, such as use context, use memo, and many others.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now let's take a look at what is Bootstrap. If you've been doing web development for any amount of time, Bootstrap is definitely one of the things that you have come across. So let's take a look at what that is. So Bootstrap is a styling library that allows developers to style their user interface components without writing too much CSS. In case you are a developer or you wish to be a software engineer that writes front-end code, then Bootstrap is a useful tool, especially in the prototyping stage. When you're building a user interface for a specific application and you want it to look a little more than just bland HTML, what Bootstrap does is that it allows you to use its already existing styles, and you can just show it to the developers and they can take a look at the user interface, and you can just use those user interfaces for yourself. Now, these user interface components can be used in React, Angular, plain HTML. There's no need for you to use them just in React, But the point here is that it allows you to build UI components that look good quite quickly. Instead of you having to hand roll the CSS yourself, you can just use Bootstrap stuff. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that Bootstrap provides. So there are several advantages. The first one being that it's cross-browser. Bootstrap is cross-browser, which basically means that since styling is one of the most important aspects of an front-end application, and the major hiccup that comes when we're styling is that we have to take care of several browser versions, and which one of those versions support the features that we are trying to use in our code. For instance, Internet Explorer might not support box shadows while Chrome might. So these differences need to be accounted for when you're building your own user interface. And when you're using a library, you want it to be performant on at least the latest versions of all these browsers. And Bootstrap delivers on that promise. It has a really good support for all the browsers. It allows us to make sure that even if we implement our user interface using Bootstrap, majority of it will be displayed on the screen, and none of it will look inconsistent from one browser to the other. If you're using if you're using Internet Explorer, we're using Safari, we're using Chrome, everything will look just the same. Then comes lightweight. So when we're including a new library or new framework in our application, we're introducing some size or some sizable amount of code to be sent over the wire on an HTTP connection. If we are trying to serve our application in regions where the internet connection is slow, then this could be a problem. Although Bootstrap takes care of this problem for us by being lightweight. Bootstrap doesn't take a lot of time, it doesn't take a lot of memory as well. It's only a few kilobytes that needs to be transferred over the internet, especially if it's gzipped, then you can just use it easily. Bootstrap also allows us to customize our own version of Bootstrap so that we only take in the components we need, and we can take a look at that in a moment. But that's really an important feature, especially when we're trying to learn new technologies. Then comes responsiveness. So responsiveness basically means that styles are responsive, which basically means that if you were to shrink your browser size, that things are fluid and they adapt to the currently available size instead of just being cut off with an ugly scroll bar showing up. So React and Bootstrap does that for us automatically. It is responsive by default, and we can customize the responsiveness by providing classes of Bootstrap classes into our HTML code. And we'll take a look at that as well. And then finally, documentation. Documentation is an important aspect of a web application. We want to use documentation for developers to get started with it, or you can learn more about the technology. So in case new versions come along and you want to explore the new features that have been introduced, as a developer, all you would have to do is to open up the documentation and look at how things are structured, how you can use the new code to build your own features. So finally, we have come to the hands-on aspect of presentation. So let's take a look at that. Before we go to the hands-on, this is the Bootstrap documentation site. You can go to getbootstrap.com. This is the site on which you can find anything and everything that you want to find out about Bootstrap. So in case you wish to learn more about Bootstrap and new technologies that are relating to Bootstrap, what you can do is you can just go to the homepage, go to documentation, and you can go down and you can see all the technologies or everything. And if you want to learn about a specific concept such as layout, grid layouts, and utilities for layouts, if you want to take a look at other components, you can take a look at the code, images. If you want to learn how to build a card, carousel, or forms, you can just click on one of these. It will open up. Another thing that's great about Bootstrap is that it provides these things called scroll spice. So if you want to scroll to auto sizing, just click on this and it will take you to that piece of code and it will explain how this is working. If you want to take a look at other forms such as form control, you can take a look at it here. It really doesn't matter, it will take care of it entirely for you. Also, you can take a look at input groups, you can take a look at jumbotrons. There are a lot of components that forms provide us with. So in case we want to get started with it, first things first, we have to get some link to Bootstrap. And again, for that, you just have to click on Get Started. The first link here is the only link we need. It's the bootstrap.min.css. You can download it and install it on your own system, but we don't have to do that because we just want to use it once. Also, if you want to use it with React.js, you can use this. It's called Code Sandbox. Click on the Create Sandbox feature or button. In case you're trying to follow along, just use Code Sandbox because you don't have to install anything there. And just click on React. It'll open up in a few moments and it'll show us the output. And this is what it looks like. This is the default code. You can change it whenever you wish to. So that's the default code for Code Sandbox. And there's another project called React Bootstrap. When you click on Get Started, this basically is a library that has Bootstrap integrated with React component. So basically, you can just import a component and use it. So for instance, if I wanted to create a Jumbotron, instead of me having to write all the HTML code, all I could do is import Jumbotron and just type Jumbotron in my code and it will work. So if you are willing to not learn Bootstrap from its scratch and you know Bootstrap and you just want a library that does it entirely for you, you can use React Bootstrap. So that's one way to get started. But what if you want to build everything in React.js and Bootstrap from scratch? Well, there are ways of doing that, and we'll just take a look at those right now. But for that, firstly, you would have to have npm installed. npm stands for Node Package Manager, and you also need to have after Node.js, you need to have React.js installed on your system, which is Create React App. Let me just show you how you can do that. Make sure that you have React.js installed or Bootstrap in Node.js installed by typing node -- version, and it gives you a version that's at least this one. Then it'll be fine. Now let's take a look at how you can create a React application. Do that. Just type npx create React app, and here you can type the name of your application. If I want to create an application that says React Bootstrap, then I can just call React Bootstrap and press enter. Now I already have it done. In fact, I'm in the same folder. So I'd just like to show you that. Once I'm done, this is the folder structure. It comes with a lot of files in the source folder. I have removed all of those and just kept the app and index file. Now if I run this, npm run is the command that will run our React application. And okay, so it's saying npm start should be the one. I can just type this and this will work as well. If you want to run tests, you can run npm run test and it will work that way as well. So we are incrementing and this is what it's showing right now. Our code is running. This is the user and this is the command line interface that is being shown. We have a local network server that is localhost 3000. And now what we have to do is I have opened up the code in my browser and my code editor as well. So now if I want to make any changes, let's say I make a change by typing in h1 tag. In the h1 tag, I say hello, I save it, go back, and this will be reloaded automatically. I didn't have to reload it at all. So as you can see that this makes our development quite easy. So now let's start by creating a form using Bootstrap and React. All I will do is I'll create a folder. I'll call it components, press enter. Then I'll create a new file. I'll call it form.js. And you can call it form.jsx. It really doesn't matter. But I like to call it form.js or JSX. So now we need to create a component. Before that, I'll just like to use it here. And to do that, all I have to do is use the form component by typing in form. And now I need to import it. And for importing it, all I have to do is type the import form from, and I have to type the word form correctly. And I'm using components /form, and we're done. So now I have to return a JSX code. Firstly, in the form, I have to import React. Now that that is done, all I have to do is export it by default a function. I can give it a name, but I don't really have to do that. And now all I have to do is I have to return some JSX code. In case this doesn't make much sense to you, stick with us till the end and we'll show you how you can learn these things. But by default, what we're trying to do is we have created a JSX code, and now we're trying to create a form. Creating a form is quite easy. We just use the basic HTML commands. And now I'll create a div tag. This is where our Bootstrap code comes into play. So Bootstrap basically works with classes. If you take a look at the documentation, they will have code that has the word class in them. But if we take a look at React, it allows us to use the keyword class name instead of class. This is because we are using, even if it looks like we're writing HTML code, we are writing JavaScript code. And in JavaScript, class is a keyword that actually means something. So to avoid the confusion, we have a prop named class name, which when converted to HTML will be converted to class. So if you want to apply a class, here we have to apply a class known form group, group. So this makes Bootstrap available to our user interfaces and tells us how the user interface should look like. By default, it's not going to look anything like a Bootstrap form because we have not included Bootstrap in our project yet. But I'd like to show you how to do that in a moment. Firstly, I have created the form group. Now I need to create a label and an input. The label is there for, and we use the HTML4 in order to make it accessible. So it's going to be for an email field. I'm basically creating an HTML login form. And now email address. So I want the user to enter their email address here, and this will be inputted in an input of type email and the ID of email, because this is what the for tag is going to look at. Then we want to use a class of form control as well, and class name is going to be the one that we are using, form control. And if you want to add more attributes, you can, but here we don't really have to. And finally, we can add another text that tells us something more about our form, but we don't have to. So if I save this, if I go back to my code, this is what it looks like. Now, this does not look very pretty, neither does it look anything like what we have seen in Bootstrap. The reason why is because we have not added Bootstrap in our code yet. So all we can do here is just copy this code, which tells us how to use it, copy and paste the style sheet link into the head of our code before all of your CSS loads. So when you're using Bootstrap, you go to the public folder, index.html, paste it here, right before title, save it. Now if I go back, now as you can see, this looks much nicer. However, it looks very contrived. And we'll just take a look at how to solve that in a moment. But before, let's just build our component. So the first form is done. Second, I'm just going to steal it from here. Here I want a password. Password. Type is going to be password. If I save this, what you will see is it's the exact same thing. Now comes the interesting bit. Now after I've done that, I can also create a checkbox, a kind of checkbox that you would see when you are working on a form that tells you that allow it to remember you for a long time. So here I have to again use a class name. I'll call it form group, and it also needs another HTML tag, form group form check, and that's done. So that's how our form is supposed to look like. We have a form group, we have a form check, and now we need an input, and we can also have a label. First, let's create an input. The input will be there so that the user can tell us what they would like to be the value of this input. So checkbox is there. Then we have class name. Class name is equal to, and it's going to be equal to form check input. And these are all the things that you can take a look at the documentation for in order to get a greater idea of what it actually is. Also, you can create an ID for checkbox because we are going to put this in our label. Now the label is going to be for checkbox, and what I want the label to say is remember me, and also you can add a class here so that Bootstrap can style it, and the class is supposed to be form check label. This is done as well, and now finally we need to have a button. Now the button doesn't need any div to wrap it. All we need is a button that can say a lot of things, but all we want is it for it to be of type submit, and we can call it login, and it needs to have a class. Now the class is going to be, for us, it's going to be btn primary. The primary is what's going to define its color, and now all we have to do is save this. If I go back, this is what our code looks like. This looks like a typical input button, and as you can see, when I click on the labels, my inputs get to be active. I think the password one, I made it incorrect. Let me just see. If I go to password, firstly I have misspelled it. Now it should work. So if I click on the password label, it activates my input. But as you can see, it's very stretched out. Again, Bootstrap provides us with styling that allows us to deal with this. Go to my div outside my form component, and I have to add a class name. This will be called container. When I put container here, as you can see, everything squishes in between. Now this does not mean that I have to only use Bootstrap styles. I can add my own styles, as I'll show you here. So all I have to do is use style, and I want the max width to be 500 pixels. Save this, go back, and as you can see, it's squished down. Now if I want to reduce this even further, I can just type padding and make it be equal to 50 pixels. Save this, go back again, and as you can see, now it looks like an actual login form. I can put in some HTML, remember me, and I click on login and it will submit. But since it's not an email ID, click on login, and since it can't submit anyway, it just submits it to itself. And we have our code. So this is what it looks like. This is what Bootstrap looks like. In case you were wondering how did I got those styles, you can take a look at the documentation. You can take a look at the kind of form that we built. It's something that's exactly like we built here. You can take a look at the code. If you want to take a look at individual components, you can, such as checkboxes are here. You can click here and take a look at the checkboxes, how they are built, what are the classes that we need there, what these classes do. Everything is displayed here, so you can use them to your own advantage. Now, in case you have learned these things, these are the technologies that you can use. You can use Code Sandbox to build your form components. You can use React.js to build your user interface, and you can use Bootstrap to provide it with styling.
First, technology types. So Angular is full-fledged MVC framework which is written in JavaScript, whereas React.js is nothing but a JavaScript library, right? And guys, second parameter is that AngularJS was developed by Google in 2010, and in 2016, Angular team created AngularJS 2, which was pure copy of AngularJS, and it was actually a completed new framework. So in order to avoid the confusion from previous version, the Angular team decided to remove JS from the original name, and since then, this new framework is known as Angular. And in case of React.js, it was developed by Facebook in 2013, and since then it has been used as it is. And of course, with some changes and updates made regularly. Now the third parameter that we have is language used. In Angular, TypeScript consisting JavaScript plus HTML is used, whereas React.js uses JavaScript plus JSX, where JSX is nothing but an XML or HTML-like syntax used by React, which extends ECMA script so that XML or HTML-like text can coexist with the JavaScript or React code, right? Now the fourth parameter that we have is debugging and testing. In Angular, the testing and debugging for a complete project is possible via a single tool. But in case of React.js, it requires a set of tools in order to perform different types of testings. Now the fifth parameter, which is data binding. In Angular, two-way data binding method is followed, so it helps us to ensure that model state automatically changes if any change is made. Whereas React allows one-way data binding, that means the user interface elements can't be changed without updating the corresponding model state. Sixth parameter is the version. So guys, the latest stable version in Angular is 7.2.0. Since React always keeps on updating and making changes, so the latest stable version in React is React 16.7.0. Now in our 7th point, Angular is ideal to use if you want to develop large-scale, rich-featured applications. Whereas in case of React, it is ideal to use for modern web development and native rendered apps for Android and iOS devices. Now moving on to our last parameter of this section, that is the learning curve, which can also be considered as difficulty of learning. So for beginners, learning Angular is not at all easy. A lot of training is required, whereas React is easy to grasp. How did I conclude this? That we'll discuss in this session as we move forward. Alright guys, so now let us discuss about the pros and cons of using both of these technologies. First and foremost, pros of using Angular. So guys, code written in this is comparatively cleaner and structured, right? It offers higher performance and error is handled in a better manner. It has material design like interface. Angular framework takes care of routing. That means if you want to move from one view to another, it will be easier. And in case of cons of using Angular, if you're a beginner, then Angular features can be difficult and confusing for you. And Angular sometimes becomes slow with pages embedding interactive elements. If you want to integrate Angular with third party, then it will be really difficult. And if you want to switch from older versions to the newer ones, then you may face several difficulties or issues, right? So moving forward to our next point, that is pros of using React.js as well as cons, right? First, discussing pros, it has better user experience. It is easy to launch and has faster development. If you're using React.js, then it will be a lot more time saver than Angular. It has code stability and one-directional data binding. It also allows you to use third-party libraries, right? Now, let us discuss cons of using React.js. So if you want to integrate React in traditional MVC framework like Rail, then it needs complex configuration and setup. And the React users would be expected to have in-depth knowledge with respect to the integration of user interface into MVC framework. So guys, as we discussed previously, now let us understand the learning curve, or in other words, the difficulty level of learning Angular and React.js. So guys, learning curve or difficulty level of learning plays a very important role when it comes to choosing a new or a trending technology. So let me tell you, if you're a beginner and want to learn Angular, then it will need a lot of efforts as Angular is a full-fledged framework. So guys, if you're looking for making a project or an application, then certain things you need to learn. You need to go through TypeScript thoroughly with all the concepts clear, right? And MVC, Model View Controller Framework, you need to have a grasp over it, right? And other concepts like directives, modules, decorators, services, components, dependency, injection, pipe, templates, and a lot more, right? Another important thing is that it has very strict coding structure. But if you want to enter into Angular's world, then you have to learn a lot of many things, and the entry barrier is clearly higher in this compared to React.js. On the other side, React.js is just a JavaScript library, and so it has lesser concepts to learn in the comparison of Angular. You don't need to be a programming expert in order to learn React.js. It uses JavaScript XML, that is JSX, right? JSX is nothing but a way of writing HTML into JavaScript, as I discussed earlier, right? So you just need to know certain things to learn React. I'll name a few of them, that is the syntax of JSX, how to write the components, how to manage internal state, routing, props of configuration, state management using Redux, and so on. Code written in React.js are simpler and easy to understand. You don't have to learn any loops or new logical structures in it, as it's a plain JavaScript. Another important difference is React provides flexibility and options to the developers to do the same task in different manner. But it definitely does not mean that React is better than Angular, right? Now moving on to another factor, which is popularity and growth of Angular versus React.js. So guys, before you go to the libraries or frameworks to use, it is really important to have a look at its popularity and growth. Popularity of a technology is directly proportional to the job opportunities, isn't it? Simply put, in most of the cases, for more popular or trending technology, you can find more job demands. For better understanding, let us have a look at this data on our screen. So guys, if you observe here, you can see the significance difference. React obviously has more than double the amount of GitHub contributors and stars as compared to Angular. Another important factor you should consider is what Google Trends search hit says that about the popularity of these two as per the downloads and the visitors. Currently, React has around 10,000 more downloads than Angular. So according to the above metrics, it is crystal clear that React is more popular than Angular, right? Now, as we proceed forward, let us see where these technologies are used or the companies using them. So high-scale companies are using both React and Angular. I'll list down some of the biggest brands and companies in the world that are using them. For Angular, Google, Nike, Sony, Forbes, General Motors, Upworks, HBO, and the list goes on, right? In the case of React, you can see that Facebook, Airbnb, Instagram, WhatsApp, Netflix, Dropbox, Uber, again, the list goes on. You must have observed by now that working in these two technologies is not at all a cup of tea, right? So now we have the mobile solutions offered by both Angular and React.js. So guys, both Angular and React can be used for creating mobile applications, and in order to develop the hybrid mobile applications in Angular, Ionic framework is used, and Ionic uses a Cordova container which is incorporated with Angular. Ionic provides a robust UI component library that is easy to set up and develop the hybrid mobile applications. Hence, if you see the created applications on any gadget, it seems like a web app inside a local web application holder, right? So the apps can be quite slower. In React.js, React Native platform is used for creating native mobile applications. Syntax used in React Native is slightly different from Ionic's syntax. React Native produces a local user interface which allows its developers to make their own paths or components and tie them to the local code, which can be written in Kotlin, Java, or Swift, etc. As we move further, let us discuss about the next factor, which is testing tools and their usage in Angular and React.js. Right, guys? So in Angular, Jasmine and Karma, etc. are the testing framework which can be used. And in Angular IO, a single tool can be used for testing and debugging the complete project. Hence, the output is very difficult to read in such scenarios. Whereas Facebook uses Jest tool to test its React code, right? One additional benefit to use this tool is it does not require any configuration to use, and it is included in every React project. Jest also contains powerful mocking library. Most of the time, Jest is used in combination with Enzyme, which is a JavaScript testing utility, also used in Airbnb. So in React.js, set of tools are used for performing different set of testing. Now let's move forward and discuss about their code style and syntax. In React, code is written using JSX plus JavaScript. In most cases, JSX just looks like the HTML. Let's have a look at the code from testingprogram.jsx, where we are returning div, right? And it is a simple hello world program. Note that React has some different kinds of components, but here we have started with React.component subclasses or child class. So guys, that's how our React code looks like. Looks easy, right? So now in Angular, you can write a hello world program like you can see that testingprogram.js file, right? So guys, as you observe here, the code to write a simple hello world is little complex than our React's code, right? In case of Angular, isn't it? So syntax of Angular is quite lengthy as compared to React.js, isn't it? Now, as we have discussed about their difficulty levels.
Just a quick info guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, the roles in web development. Before we actually look at the roles, let us look at a brief definition of what web development is. It is a process to build web applications that users can access using web browsers. So this could be from multiple devices like TVs, smartphones, desktop computers. So any device, any smart device that virtually has access to a web browser, the process to create web applications for those devices is called web development. So the first job role associated with this process, and the most important one as well, is backend development. So backend development is also known as server-side development. Backend, also known as server-side, is the part of the web application that deals with the data and the relationships. Backend can be built using many languages. Some of these include, so you might be familiar with these: PHP, It is an old language used for creating server-side scripts. Python is a comparatively new language with a lot of libraries and frameworks available to develop servers. And then we have Ruby. So you might be familiar with Ruby on Rails. Node.js, it is a JavaScript-based server technology. And then Java. So Java, I'm sure all of you are familiar with. So these are some of the languages, most prominent ones used for server-side development. And then obviously we have front-end development. So this is what the users see. This is the part that deals with the user interface. So in front-end development, it is defined as the client side. It is the part of the web application that the user interacts with. It mainly consists of 3 technologies that are prominent today. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So these are the elements. These are essentially the bread and butter of front-end web development. So let us look at what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is used to define the structure and the elements of a web page. And then to style the HTML pages that we create, we use CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is used to define the style and layout of a web page. And then to add some sort of a dynamic element to your web page, you use JavaScript. JavaScript is used to add interactivity and asynchronous communication to a web page. So elements like drop-down menus or interactive chats, they are built using JavaScript. There are additional frameworks and libraries that can be added on top of this. So the front-end framework. So in the front-end frameworks, basically they are libraries of code that take care of a lot of commonly built features in a front-end framework. So among the most popular ones today, we have AngularJS, we have React, and we have Vue. So these are some of the most popular JavaScript-based front-end frameworks that we use today. So we're going to be discussing about React today, not all of these 3. And then finally, there is the full stack development job role. So if you are familiar with both backend and frontend, if you are proficient with both, then you go for the full stack development role. So it is used when a developer is expected to know and work with both front-end and back-end technologies and databases. So it's always a plus to know both of these. So the front-end should be known by you, and the back-end, the server development should be known by you. And then to integrate the back-end with the database and handling the database, this is also a knowledge base that you should have when you're dealing with full-stack development. So databases is also a technology that you should be familiar with. So in the front-end frameworks that we had discussed earlier, there are advantages to all of them, Angular, React, and Vue. But we will discuss today why React.js is a framework of choice for a lot of developers out there. So let us talk about React first. It is a front-end JavaScript framework created by Facebook. So essentially in all of the Facebook technologies that you see today, it mainly deals with the efficient rendering of components based on the current application state that you have. And there are various advantages associated to it. So let us look at the elements that make React.js such a favorable language. So the first is the JSX. JSX is a subcomponent that is present in React.js. JSX has a format very similar to HTML, and it renders just the same. So when you write JSX, you can write it in the way you would write HTML. But the main advantage that you get with JSX is that you can implement JavaScript logic within that HTML code, and it will simply render that logic onto your web browser as well. So integrating the logic, your JavaScript logic with frontend to reduce the server overhead. So you don't have to send requests to your server to get some data back. You can calculate it on the client side itself. And then we have components. So the code reusability factor and the easy to maintain factor come with components. So the way React works is that you write components instead of writing whole pages. you write components, and then you can reuse those components. You can call those components like functions and implement it wherever you need to implement it. So say if you have a drop down menu and you want to implement it in a certain section of your web page, you can simply call for that drop down menu function, and it will basically be rendered onto your web page. And the way components make the code becomes very structured. So it's very easy to maintain as well. So say if you want to perform a feature update, so you just go to the component that you want to make changes to, you make changes to that code, or you branch it out and you make changes to that code, and then you push the code back in, and then your feature is implemented without hindering any other code. So it's very easy to maintain as well, very easy to update. And then obviously React.js is a fast framework. It is stable and it is SEO friendly. So technologies, front-end technologies that are built using React, when you're searching for them, searching for certain keywords, certain elements with Google, it's very SEO friendly. So the search results would come up very easily. So what is the average salary of a React.js developer now that we know why React.js is favored? So there's also a quite hefty sum attached to it. In the US, the average salary of a React.js developer is $120,000. In India, it's 7.3 lakhs per annum. And in the UK, it's a pretty nice 57,000 pounds. So these are the average salaries of a React.js developer. So once you get to an experienced state, this is what you can get out of it. And this is only based on front-end technologies. If you transition to a full stack role, the possibilities are endless. So now that we know the salary of a React.js developer, let us look at the job description that is involved in a React.js developer role. So firstly, the candidate should be familiar with developing user interface components and implementing them with well-known React.js workflows like Flux or Redux. The candidate should be familiar with building reusable components and libraries for future use. So the main advantage of React.js is that we can reduce the lines of code in our web application, make it lighter with the use of components. So the components that you would build as part of your front end element, those components should be reusable in other places as well. So that is a very favorable point when you're applying for a React.js developer role. Being able to translate design into high quality code. So this is a quality that should be there in every front end developer, not just a React.js developer. So you should be able to look at a design and find out the most efficient way to implement it in your front end code. Optimizing components for time and memory usage. So your components should be optimized in a way that they don't take a lot of client-side resources. So they should be optimized for time efficiency and memory efficiency. Ensuring components are well-defined, robust, and easy to maintain. So the components should be well documented, well-defined. There should be proper camel casing and variable definitions. They should be robust, and all of this would make it easy to maintain as well when you're dealing with teams, developer teams, and whatnot. And then coordinating with the front-end team to ensure component integration. So it might be the case that you're working on one component and your teammate is working on another component. So you should be able to coordinate with your teammates in order for those two components to be very easily integratable. Coordinating with the backend team to ensure application architecture implementation. So whatever the architecture design is provided to you for your web application, you have to ensure that architecture is followed by coordinating with the backend team. And lastly, it's making the UI components that you build very easily accessible via multiple devices. So you're not just building your, in most cases today that you will deal with for websites. Websites develop their web pages for the desktop browser, for smart TV browsers, for mobile phone browsers. So your components should be coded in a way that they are optimized for all of these elements, so that when you open your components using a mobile phone, you should be able to see it in a way that it's fitting the aspect ratio of your phone, and all of the UI elements are optimized according to it. So that is a great sign of a React.js developer. And the skills that would be required of you when you're applying for these roles is you should know HTML, CSS, you should be familiar with JavaScript, obviously. And once you've learned JavaScript, you should also know React.js because you're applying for a React.js developer role. Flux or Redux, so these are workflows that you should be familiar with. Basic Node.js, I'll get to why you should know basic Node.js when you're applying for a React.js developer role in a moment. And then one or the other version control technology. So my recommendation would be Git. You should be familiar with Git as a version control technology. So let's look at some of the companies that are hiring React.js developers. So these are some of the top tier companies that are hiring for React.js. So you have Facebook, Netflix, Instagram, you have the New York Times, you have Yahoo, you have WhatsApp, Twitter, and Salesforce. So these are just some of the companies. Obviously, you can see all of the Facebook owned companies here. So you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have WhatsApp and such. And you have other companies as well. There are a lot of companies that are hiring for React.js at the moment. So it's a very popular technology. So let us look at the learning path, or in other words, how to become a React.js developer. So the first thing that you would need to know is HTML. So HTML is the first thing that any web developer ever knows. So it's what you see. It's the basis of internet technologies today. The basis of static web pages. Whatever you see on your web browser essentially is a render of the HTML code that your web browser is making. So that is what you're seeing. Then after you have the base concepts of HTML covered, you're quite familiar with all of the elements that are present in HTML. Then you would get to CSS. Now, CSS is a tricky bit. In CSS, you should be familiar with it to a very high extent, but you don't need to be proficient at writing CSS code, because in 90% front-end jobs that you would get today, you wouldn't be required to write flat-out CSS, but you should know what the CSS does so that you can make appropriate changes to it. So that is what your knowledge in CSS should be about. You should be very familiar with how to make changes to it. And what changes would do what in CSS, but you don't necessarily need to know how to code CSS from scratch. And then you have JavaScript. So once you're familiar with HTML and CSS, then you go on to JavaScript too. And when you move on to JavaScript, it's essentially when you need to add some sort of an interactable element to your web page. So then you move on to JavaScript, you implement some logic on your web page. And then when you're sort of proficient in JavaScript, then you can easily move on to React.js. And it wouldn't take much of a time to transition into React.js once you're familiar with vanilla JavaScript. Then after you've learned React.js, you've understood how it works, then you can get into how to implement it in a professional environment. So most of the organizations that are using React.js today follow either of the two workflows like Flux or Redux. So you should be familiar with these data flows in order to implement React.js in a professional organizational environment. And then when you're familiar with all of these, when you've built some hands-on and projects and all of this, then you're essentially ready for jobs. Then you can apply for jobs, right? And one other thing that I would like to add is a technology that is very handy after learning all of this, or even in your learning procedure, it's Node.js. So I'll tell you why Node.js is important. So the reason it is important is that when you're practicing React.js, right, you need to be able to deploy your server in order for the React.js code to display, right? You need to be able to deploy your website so that you can see your front end, right? You can't just directly see your front end. You need to have a server for that. So React.js works with Node.js. So you need to know basics of Node.js as to how to deploy it into servers in order for you to test your React.js knowledge. So that is the only requirement for Node.js if you're purely applying for a front-end role. But obviously, if you're applying for a back-end role or a full-stack developer role, then you need to be extremely familiar with Node.js, because then you need to be able to integrate both of these very efficiently.
So let's begin this React.js interview questions with one of the very important questions that is mostly asked in all of these interviews. So to begin with, we have the question which states, differentiate between virtual DOM and real DOM. So DOM, as you already might know it, is the document object model. And there is a specific working with respect to React on virtual DOM and the usage of real DOM as well. So more on that in the next couple of questions. But then the answer for this question, the way you're supposed to approach this is very simple. Just give them the concise difference between the virtual DOM and the real DOM. For example, when you consider working with virtual DOM, it is actually a little bit easier in terms of usability rather than real DOM. And then there's a lot of memory wastage which happens whenever you work with JavaScript objects. And here, when you're making use of virtual DOM, memory is not wasted as much as it would in the case of real DOM as well. And then when we talk about the JavaScript XML elements, which is also called as the JSX elements, it'll only be updated every time if an element actually exists for it. But then in the real DOM, that's not actually the case. In real DOM, what happens is every time there's a new element that gets updated, right, a new DOM itself is created for it, and then an object is processed and later passed on to JavaScript and then the browser and all of that. So in terms of the backend working efficiency as well, a virtual DOM has a bit of the higher picture here. And then when you talk about the ability for either the virtual DOM or the real DOM to manipulate HTML directly, well, here real DOM might have an advantage because it has the ability to directly manipulate HTML, while virtual DOM cannot manipulate HTML directly. And then when you think about compilation and the actual updates being shown, virtual DOM will update faster than the real DOM, and you will understand why in the next couple of questions, as we'll be dealing with virtual DOM a bit later. This brings us to question number 2. Question number 2 states, what is React? Well, React is one of the world's most popular JavaScript library as of now. It was originally launched in 2011. It was created by the developers at Facebook, and it was mostly meant to provide a nice pipeline for very good front-end development, right? So creating front-end elements is not only complex, but at the end of the day, it has to be simplified to a point where you can efficiently work with the tool. Well, React was this particular implementation. It is based on a component based approach where you try to build each components and make sure that the reusability of these components are very high, in a way where you can take these components out and make a lot of things with a lot less, if I have to put it in a very simple way. So React gained a lot of traction since 2011, and no doubt it is one of the number one JavaScript libraries out there. And for this reason, you can develop a lot of complex stuff, be it mobile interfaces, web applications, or even designing anything complex, right? So with React, it makes it all very simple. So when you're asked this question, make sure you mention all of these to add a little bit of value to your answer, rather than just saying that React is a JavaScript library, right? So saying it out this way will add value to your candidature. Now, coming to question number 3, it says, what is the meaning of virtual DOM? As we just discussed in the first question, so to give you more clarity about this, a virtual DOM is nothing but a simple JavaScript object. So a virtual object is an exact copy of a real DOM, where it can be considered as a tree, and it can be considered as a node tree, which has all these things such as elements, it has attributes, it has properties attached, and much more. So if you picture a node tree right now, where each of these branches can branch out into elements and their attributes and the properties, that is what the virtual DOM would look like. And then when you think about React uses something called as the render function, where it actually creates a tree. It updates the tree based on the changes that happen in real time, with respect to the data model, and then present the changes that you have done out to the browser, right? So it is very similar to this, and virtual DOM is in fact used for that as well. And then when you think about all the changes, either performed by the users, or if there is an action which has led to a cause, which changes something, then again the render function is called, the virtual DOM is put into use, the object is used, and then the working of it goes on in an order, as we'll check out in the next couple of questions. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are some of the important features of React? This question can be answered in many ways because React has so many different features that you can talk about. You can go on 10 minutes with the answer for this particular questions. But then the most simple way I would suggest is to, pick out features that'll help you portray the uniqueness of React, right? So I have 3 points on your screen that you can use to add a lot of value. The first thing is it says React makes use of a single directional data flow model. Again, this is only native to React while its development was, and it is in a league of its own. The single directional data flow model works very effectively. It's very rapid, and it is used to just make the entire process of designing and developing a front end solution very efficient. And then when we talk about the ability for the front end development language to have control over server side of things, well, yes, React has the ability to completely control the server side data processing abilities, the handling of it, and then merging it in terms of creating a pipeline where you'll be using it for your front end requirement as well. And of course, we spoke about virtual DOMs. So React uses virtual DOMs, and this in its own stages has multiple advantages as well. So you can name 3 or 4 points which makes React very unique in a way where your answer is concise and you keep it precise at the same time. Now this brings us to question number 5, which states, what is the meaning of JSX? JSX, as I just previously told you, is the abbreviation for JavaScript XML. So it's nothing but a very simple file which is used in React to make sure that you hold together this essence of JavaScript and React in a way where there's a lot of advantages of using these together. So, when you think about working with HTML and JavaScript, a JSX file is basically used to bring out the HTML file, make sure you have the ability to make use of the HTML syntax in a very simple way. And at the end of the day, of course, yes, the syntax is, very readable in a way where you can understand a lot of things even without having to know what it does exactly. And with this comes efficient programming and, of course, good performance to the application. If you have to take a look at an XML file, JavaScript XML file, there's a quick sample on your screen right now. There's a render function we're returning where we're printing the h1 header to be hello IntelliPath learners, right? So this is a very simple XML file, the JavaScript XML file, and in most of the cases it is as readable as this. Even though there's only 3 or 4 lines, even with more lines, a JSX file is very much readable, and you can very much contemplate and understand what's going on there as well. Now with this, we come to question number 6. Question number 6 states, can browsers read a JSX file? The answer you have to begin with very simply is no. Directly, browsers cannot have access and read JSX files, right? So what basically happens is, whenever there's a browser which needs some changes to be portrayed to the screen and it has to be rendered by the JavaScript programming languages, the browser can only read an object, and this object is directly provided by JavaScript. Now, the case comes in a way where if you answer no, then how do you make a browser read a JavaScript file? It will be the follow-up question you will be asked if you say no. So to explain that aspect of it as well, to make a browser actually read a JSX file, it has to be first converted into a JavaScript object using something called as JSX transformers, and only after using JSX transformers can they actually be shown to the browser, and the browser making sense of it as a JavaScript object, and then it'll work further down the pipeline. So unless your browser sees the JavaScript object, it cannot understand JSX files directly, guys. So with this, we come to question number 7. Question number 7 states, why is React so widely used today, right? So from 2011, from the developers of Facebook, it has been seen a lot of traction, and a lot of people are jumping on React, not only for its ability to create very good environments, working environments, easy ability to work with other frameworks, or whatever it is. It has created a plethora of job openings, in fact, and that is one of the reasons why everyone wants to get on the React train, because they know this is one of the top development frameworks out there, right? So if you make use of it, and if you want to build a career in it, it could be very lucrative at the same time. Now, coming to some of the features of why React is actually widely used, you have to understand that testing is a very, very important part about development frameworks, right? So here as well, with React, making use of testing methodologies for your user interface becomes extremely easy. And the another important thing is that, React can talk very easily and work very well with other frameworks such as Angular, Vue.js, and much more. And coming to point number 3, we're talking about readability of code from that time, right? So the ability of you to understand the code as soon as you look at it is very, very high, which makes sure that you can have an easy understanding of what's going on with the code and help you work in an effective way as well. And now when you talk about how React is being used for both front-end and server-side requirements, where it has the ability to, plan, maintain, hold some data and then work with it, well, here is the biggest advantages of why React is being considered today. And at the end of it, of course, with all of these applications comes very good performance, and with all these features, it brings about a sense of efficiency which no other framework has seen before. So this is one of the reasons why React is considered to be as popular as it is today. Now, coming to question number 8, this is a common question as well. This question has a very high probability of being asked. If you keep on talking about the advantages of React, the interviewer can ask you about any disadvantages with respect to React as well. No matter the amount of advantages, even though they outweigh the amount of disadvantages directly, there are some limitations when you talk about React. So, since we're making use of JavaScript XML here and something called as inline template formatting, what happens is that whenever you're writing code, it tends to become a bit complicated at times. And, especially for beginners, it'll be very difficult for you guys, even though the syntax might be very readable. But then this syntax is complex on its own to understand its structure as well. So, with respect to that, understanding methodologies, JSX and everything, beginners can find it a little tough, to work with these as well. And then we're talking about React. React contains a huge repository of information where you have to learn a lot before implementing. And of course, your implementations are going to be very powerful. But then to get there, you really need to have a lot of knowledge and information, right? So that can get a little overwhelming as well. And then we're only talking about learnability. But then when you really have to concentrate about the simplicity of React, yes, it is simple. And this poses as a disadvantage because it is not a complete framework. So you will have to have certain dependencies along with React. And of course, if you have to use them together, it means that you have to learn whatever it is required of the dependency and learn React at the same time as well. Even though it sounded like an advantage at the first half, now you get the clear picture of what some of these disadvantages of React are.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPact to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
This brings us to question number 9, which is a very simple question. It says differentiate between Angular and React. Well, both of them are amazing frameworks, right? So when we talk about Angular was actually developed by Google while React was created by Facebook. The usage of DOM, Angular uses the real DOM and React makes use of the virtual DOM. And then when we're talking about rendering, rendering happens on the client side with respect to Angular and on the server side when we talk about React. The architecture is again a very simple one. Angular provides support for model view controller. The complete MVC support is provided, while React only provides the view aspect of the model view controller. So when you have to talk about data binding, Angular takes a bit of a sidestep here because it only supports unidirectional data binding, while React has the ability to completely support and champion two-way data binding as well. So you really don't have to explain a lot when you're asked about Angular and React, because at the end of the day, these two frameworks are meant for their own niche uses, and both of them are really good at what they do. So just make sure you highlight the basic differences, the actual differences that lie in between them, and that should be more than enough to get you on to the next question. And the next question states, what is the meaning of the component-based architecture of React? So one very important thing about React you have to understand is that every single entity is considered to be a component, and these components are like the foundations which are used for building user interfaces for web applications. So when you have a component based system, what happens is that every single entity will become completely reusable in a way where so you can move it around, replace it, and once it has the ability to become independent of each other, right? So this is when you are extremely efficient while programming itself, and your application becomes efficient in a way where it can reuse the components rather than having like 10 components in the place of one, which would again cause very high redundancy, which is not good for programming and which is not good for execution as well. And then when you think about rendering the applications with a component based architecture, the rendering becomes very easy and it does not depend on any other components of the same user interface as well. So when you think about it, again, it's completely a huge advantage for React, and it is only because of the component based architecture. So with this, we can move on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, how does rendering work in React? Rendering is a very, very important aspect of React, as you might already know it, as every single component that exists in React, if it has to be seen by the user or by the browser, it has to be rendered. And rendering in React can be done by using a function of the same name, which is the render function. So what actually happens is whenever there's a function that is called, right? So after it is called, it returns an element that actually represents a DOM component. And what happens here is that if you're wondering, can we, have more than one HTML element at a time to be rendered to make sure that it is efficient? Well, yes, it is possible to render more than one HTML element. And how is this done? This is done by taking all the HTML tags, enclosing these tags, and then passing it all to the render function one by one to make sure that they execute concurrently as well. So rendering is a very important aspect, and this is why. So coming to the 12th question, it states, what are the states in React? So states is something which is very important you have to understand about React as well, because it is one of these vital things, because it is the source of data, or it can be considered as the objects which control various aspects such as component behavior, component rendering, and much more. So states, as the name suggests itself, is used to easily create these interactive components that we like in all React applications, and of course to create the dynamic applications as well. So as a serving foundation, states is very vital in the working of React. With this, we can come to question number 13, which states, what are the props? So what are the meaning of props in React? Well, props are actually a short name given for properties in React. So whenever there's properties we talk about in React, all of these are read-only components which are completely immutable in nature. So they cannot be changed as and when you require in real time, right? So whenever there's an application, what actually happens is that, there are properties which have an order that is passed down to them from, let's say, the parent components to the child components, and then these properties are matched to each other and then used. But then if you're wondering, can we have child components which can assign properties to parent components? Well, no, that cannot be done. This is done only to make sure of the concept that we already discussed. It's called as the single directional data flow. So to keep the data flowing only in one direction, even in this case, to keep the data flowing from the parent components to the child components and the properties associated with them, props are very vital to be used in React as well. And then coming to the 14th question, it states, what is the use of an arrow function in React? So you might have used the arrow function, or you might know how to use the arrow function as well. So it is a very simple expression that is used in React in case if you have the requirement where you have to bind certain components manually. The functioning is very simple, it is very direct, and it is very helpful when you're working with something called as higher ordered functions as well. Again, we have another question for higher ordered functions as well, so we'll check that out there. But then coming to the usual example of where you have to manually bind components, you can see my input on change equal to this dot handle change and bind this is how you manually bind it, right? Now there's a fun way if you make use of the arrow function. So instead of directly saying it that way, all you can do is to enclose the function and use the arrow function, as you can see on your screen right here. So this arrow function is another way where you can use it. Here in this example, of course, the syntax is very simple, but then if binding your components can get complex when you're using a large piece of code, this will simplify it to a very good extent. With this, we can come to question number 15. Question number 15 states, what is a higher order component, right? So as we just discussed in the previous question, higher order component is a component, yes, but then when we talk about it in general, it is actually a technique that is put in place for React, where, we make use of this entire architecture based on something which we already discussed, right? So it's the component reusability logic. So to apply all of these components, we have something called as the higher order components. And one thing that you should always mention while answering this question is that they are actually not a native part of the React API at all. And what actually happens here is that it will allow the users to reuse whatever piece of code that is required, have some bootstrap abstractions if required, and much more. And it's not only this. With higher order components, what happens is that it will allow for very, very simple sharing of any sort of behaviors between the components in the component structure. And then doing this again, we will circle back to one very important thing about React, is that it will give way for high efficiency and easy functioning of the applications. Well, with this, we can move on to the 16th question, which states, what is the meaning of create React app in React? Well, the create React app in React itself, it is actually nothing but a very simple CLI. A CLI is a command line interface where you can use it to create React applications where you have no build configuration, and using this is very simple in a way where all of the tools come predefined and pre-configured with the CLI. So doing this is mainly advantageous for you as a developer, because at the end of the day, you will be having the ability to concentrate more on the code, more on the logic, on the dependencies, rather than how you can work with syntax or the complexity of actually building the application and much more, right? So it's a simple CLI, and you can use the syntax shown on your screen to start a very simple project in React as well. It's called create React app space my app. My app is being the name of the simple project that you want to start. So with this, we can come to the next question that states, what are some of the advantages of using create React app in React? So we saw what it is, but then it has certain advantages which make it stand out as well. So, with create React app, one very important thing is that it has the direct support for JavaScript XML, flow statements, and ES6 statements as well. So with this, what it will do is it will make sure that it is very simple for you to work with without worrying on a large piece of code that happens in the backend. And of course, it will provide you fast interactive testing components and line development servers, which are very, very, very vital when you're working with debugging as well. And you get direct scripts which have the ability to handle JSS, CSS, and any other file that's required as well. And then your CSS is already auto prefix, it is ready, it is built in, and you can use it thoroughly as well. So with these 5 or 6 points that you can mention for the advantages of using the create React app, and then this will make sure that that you're proving to the interviewer that you do have a concrete understanding of the foundational concepts involved in React as well. Coming to the 18th question. In the 18th question states, what is the meaning of Redux? Redux is again a very important aspect of React in a way where Redux is actually used to store individual states of these applications. So every single application will have a state, and then to keep it very simple, we have to store it in a single entity, and using Redux we do just this. So if you're thinking about, is Redux a JavaScript object by now? The answer is yes. This entity that gets stored into the state of that holds the state of an application is actually a JavaScript object. So changing the states can be done whenever you're pushing out any actions from the applications, or whenever you are writing the corresponding objects for these particular actions, mapping them while you're modifying their states as well. So a simple Redux object is shown on your screen. First name is John, last name is Kelly, age is 25. So to retain this first name, last name, age in a state in a single entity, this is where the JavaScript object called Redux comes into the picture. So all of the data that gets retained by the Redux, so sometimes there is another name for it. The interviewer might ask for a store. So well, a Redux store, or it is just called as a store where the data is basically stored. Now with this, we come to the 19th question, which states, what is the difference between props and states? Props we already saw, it's as properties. States we already checked out as well. So there are certain simple differences that we can check out in the conditions. See, for example, the ability to perform any changes in child components for the properties, yes, you can change it. With respect to states, you cannot change the child components. Now, Can the parent components change values? In the case of props, yes, they can change it for their child components. In the case of states, no. So then what can states do in these conditions that we're talking about, right? So each individual component, can changes be done inside each individual component? So that is where when you ask that condition, of course with properties you cannot change, because then this defies the entire working architecture of properties and the component object model, right? So in the case of states, yes, changes can be made into the components, and this is one very simple yet elegant difference that you can put out when the interviewer asks you the difference between props and states. Now with this we come to the 20th question. The 20th question states, what are the three phases that is involved in the component life cycle of React? This is a very common question. This is among the first top 10 questions you will always be asked if you're going into a React interview, because it's very simple at the end of the day and it denotes your understanding of the concept. Because when we talk about the three phases of the component life cycle, it involves initial rendering, updation, and the process of unmounting. With initial rendering, which is the first phase, this is where the entire process actually begins. The component goes to the DOM and all of that. And then when you talk about updations, this is where the component has the ability to be updated, the code to be changed, it has to be rendered again if required, and then it gets added onto the DOM. And the unmounting becomes the third important phase, where this involves the destruction of the component and its removal after it is not being used, after its rendering is done, and after it is no longer in the viewing base or the viewing platform of the user, right? So it has to be removed from the DOM to make sure the application is kept efficient as well. So first we render it, then we update it, and whatever gets updated and re-rendered gets into the DOM, and after which we have a component which we do not use, we remove it. It's pretty simple, guys. It's initial rendering, it's updation, and it's unmounting. So with this, we can check out the 21st question.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So the 21st question states, what are events in React? Events are these important things, probably the most important things that happen in the entire React architecture, right? So think about this. Whenever you perform any action, right? So like moving a mouse on the user interface of the application, or let's say pressing a key on the keyboard as well. So what all of these actions pertain to is that they'll trigger something called as an event. An event will then do a certain set of steps. It will perform a certain set of activities in response to these triggers, right? So the triggers are the mouse pressings, the mouse movements, or the key presses on the keyboard. Now, to perform certain activities in response to this is a good example of what events are. And think about the DOM architecture, and then when you think about the working of the DOM architecture, handling an event in React is very, very much similar. It's very much similar to that of the DOM architecture as well. So with this, we can come to question number 22, which states, how are events created in React? Now, it is always advantageous that you answer questions like these with a small snippet of code, right? So ask for a piece of paper, or in case if you have your laptop in front of you, just whip up a tiny piece of code where you can actually show how events are created in React as well. And they are created in a very simple way. First, we have the function where you'll have to put in the logic for the code, and then of course with the render function, the render functions, whatever is in the div that will be rendered, it will have and you have the functionality of the div as well. So on click this dot show click here, so the message click here will be displayed on it, and as soon as you click there, the code basically will go into the segment which is shown as code inside. So there you have to devise and work on the functionality of what response you should provide when a user would click on that button, for example. So with this, we can move on to question number 23. Question number 23 states, how is routing in React different from the conventional routing that takes place in other frameworks? It's very important that you understand the subtle differences that lie in between conventional routing and routing in React in two aspects. One, it's by using pages, where when you think about React, here every single page is actually a new file that gets moved around in conventional routing, in case if you used conventional routing, right? So but then in React this is not the case. Each view is not considered as a new file. In an explanation where all of these files become one single single HTML entity. So instead of having a new file with the conventional routing methodologies, here we have one single HTML entity that can deal with all of these. So that's with respect to pages. And then when you have to talk about navigation, right? So in the case of conventional routing, users will manually have to move across different web pages to probably view different things. And every time this is done, the view model is basically refreshed, right? So whenever you click on different pages, every time the website gets refreshed, the application gets refreshed. In the case of React, that is not the case. The view will remain the same. The view is not refreshed because of only one important thing, is that the objects are reissued here to create new views, and new objects are not created here, guys. So creation of new objects, updation of the DOM model will create a scenario where the page automatically refreshes when you click on the new website, but in the case of React, that does not happen. So this is a very important difference between conventional routing and the routing that happens when you use React. Coming to question number 24, it states, what's the difference between Flux and Redux in React? Well, we're going to check out Flux and React both in detail, but then to answer this question in a very concise way, you can name about 4 or 5 points where, in case if you're talking about Flux, it contains the logic and the state of the applications in the same place, where when we're talking about Redux, that is not the case. The logic and the states are stored in separate places. And then when we talk about states, Flux has mutable state. It can be changed while updation in real time, while with respect to Redux, the states are immutable. And then when we talk about the number of stores, we spoke about stores a bit before. Flux has only one store and Redux has many stores. And then if you're talking about a dispatcher or a handler, Flux does have a dispatcher, while React does not come with dispatchers. And then of course components. Components are connected to Flux in React directly. And then when we talk about Redux, of course, since we're talking about Redux, the container components are directly connected, guys. So, when you think about the basic differences that exist between Flux and React, one is the presence of a dispatcher, the other one is the ability to have multiple stores, the data being mutable, the states being mutable more precisely, and then the separation in the storage of the states and the logic. So these 4-5 points are found to be the foundational differences between Flux and Redux in React. Let's come to question number 25. Question number 25 states, can Ajax be used with React? So the first thing you have to start out with your answer with when you have a question like this is either yes or no. And in this case, the answer is yes, because just like any Ajax library where you have jQuery Ajax, you have Axios, or any of these libraries, you can use this very easily with React. But to do this, you have to remember one very important thing, is that every single component has states, and you have to maintain the states here, because properties are again passed down to the parent, to the child components, and to make sure you maintain all these properties and that they are correct. And with React, you will lose the ability to move data in two directions, right? It's unidirectional. So once the props are sent from the parents to the children, then there is no way to send the props back to the parents, right? So this is one thing which is an advantage in terms of workability, and of course in terms of rendering efficiency. It'll have a huge impact whenever we're working with dynamic data. So the answer is yes to this particular question. With this, we can move on to the 26th question that states, what is the meaning of synthetic events in React? We checked out what events are, but then what are synthetic events? What you have to understand about synthetic events are, yes, even they are objects, and the simple thing is that they act as cross-browser wrappers. So what this does is this will allow the users the ability to make use of any of the native events in React alongside this as well. So why is this done? Why do we even require cross-browser wrappers, right? So this is done only to increase compatibility. So by doing this, you can make sure that your API can run across a variety of browsers and that it does not become browser dependent. So if a piece of code or an application works well on, say, Google Chrome, but then if it fails to work on Safari, it really doesn't make sense, right? So to make sure that the ability of React has the outreach of multiple browsers, we use these synthetic events to do that for us in a very, very simple way. Now with this, we come to question number 27 that states, what are stateful components in React? Stateful component, as the name suggests, are entities which have the ability to store any changes that happens to them and hold it in a place of memory. Stateless components will not have any states because they will not have the ability to store the changes that happen or hold them in memory. But then stateful components, yes, they can store all the changes. So whatever change in state, it is stored along with other information, such as what are the changes that happened in the past. There will be a document for that. What are the current changes that are taking place while the document is being executed and active rendering is taking place, and of course there will be documentation of in case any future changes do occur as well. So stateful components play a very vital role in the working of React. And then this brings us to the 28th question. The 28th question states, what are refs in React? And again, as you might have already known, refs is actually a shorthand for references. So whenever we talk about any sort of references in React, they used to store the reference to either one single React element or store references to a React component. And what and why we do this is to only make sure that we can return it later using the render function to, let's say, if you have any good animations that you have to run, imperative animations that keep running either on a loop or any rapid animations, then of course, so references are mainly used in case if you have third-party DOM libraries that you have to work with. And of course, one very important use of refs is to make sure you have the ability to manage focus and apply media playback to your web application or on your website for it to render as well. So mostly it is used in the case of media, animation, images and videos. But then one very important thing to mention is that it is also used to join third-party DOM libraries. Well, with this, we can move on to the 29th question that states, what are controlled components in React? We checked out what components are, stateful components are, but what are controlled components, right? So controlled components will always refer to the components that have the ability to maintain their state, same as stateful components. And here the data is actually controlled by a parent component. So this is a child component in the first person's perspective. And when we talk about this, the whatever value is present here is fetched only by making use of the props that it gets from its parent component. So why is this done? This is done only to make sure to quickly notify if there are any new changes that occurs when we're using callback functions while rendering. And this at the end of the day will simplify about 5 or 6 other steps that need to be done in case we do not make use of control components. It makes sure that the code is simple and effective to work with for you as a developer and React as a programming framework as well. Now, when we talk about the 30th question, one very important aspect that we have to cover in this particular interviews questions segment is, why is a router required in React? Router is something which is very important, as you'll see, and this is a question which is again very, very important in a React interview. So when you think about routers, well, routers are extremely efficient components, when we talk about React, because when we add that onto our URL, the user is taken from one particular component, and it's basically like mapping out a route for the components. So once you have a component of framework where you can actually walk through each of these components in a particular order, in a particular route, well, this is why it's called the name router. And there's a simple piece of syntax on your screen right now that denotes the usage of the router library. And of course, since we're using router, the library has to be added in React, and of course it can be done using the syntax. So we have the route exact path, we're defining the path, the component is the home component, then we have another component, new post and post. As you can see, we are routing it manually from home to new post to post, right? So the router is mainly required for this purpose. Now with this, we come to the 31st question. So the 31st question states, what are the components of Redux in React, right? So one very important thing that you have to keep in mind while answering this question is that Redux comes with 4 very important components. It's action, it's the reducer, it's store, and it's view. So action is an object that actually describes a call. Reducer will actually denote the state change that happens in the storage unit. Store, on the other hand, will denote the state and the object tree storage, while view displays the data that is provided by the store. So the features of the components go very hand in hand with their name. So an action will describe the call, the reducer will show the state change that happens in the storage unit, the store will denote the object tree storage and the states as well, and then the view will display the data provided. You have to remember the components, and in case if you do not know, just recall the names of it, and once you get the names, it is pretty easy to understand what it does and then convey the same to the interviewer as well. With this, we can come to the 32nd question that states, what are the advantages of making use of Redux? Well, there are numerous advantages of making use of Redux, but then to keep it very simple here, we've picked up the top 4 advantages of making use of Redux. One, when you talk about organized approach, right? So Redux requires code that has to be organized, and doing this will make sure that the code is consistent, the code is easy to work with, and it is structured at the same time. So to make use of this, your code has to be organized. And then when we talk about the testability or the testing ability in general, Redux functions are very isolated. They are extremely small to work with, and testing a small piece of code is very much easier, very much quicker than working with a large piece of code and then testing it later. And then when we talk about tools, developers can actually track actions and all of the tools in React by making use of Redux easily, and they do not have to put a lot of effort to do this. And then when we talk about the community aspect of things, Redux has a large community. This is an open source community, both React and Redux. So in case if you do require any help of working with Redux, or if you're stuck with any aspect of it, of course there are users who are out there who are ready to help you, and you can even get libraries built up in case if you do have a niche application as well. So in terms of community as well, there's a very big advantages of using Redux. Now with this, we can come to the 33rd question that states, are there any disadvantages, or what are the disadvantages of making use of the model view controller in React? One thing that we've already discussed is a lot of advantages of React in these 33 questions, but then there are certain tiny problems of making use of MVC as well. When you use model view controller, there's 3 steps: modeling, viewing, and then having the controller model all of these together will make sure that there is a slight bit of memory wastage that you have to consider. And then when you have to work with the DOM architecture, manipulating the DOM will actually take a lot of efficiency, take a lot of time as well. And doing this, the application will actually become very slow. There's a lot of dependencies that is created along with React in the case of MVC, and if you have to combine all of it together and give one big disadvantage is the model complexity will increase a lot. So for a developer, it will increase a lot in terms of workability, and for React as a framework, it will decrease its efficiency, make it very slow, and add a lot of dependencies which basically give you more probability of the application failing or something not going right. So in terms of you as a developer, there are certain disadvantages you have to consider, and then React as a framework again comes with tiny bit of disadvantages, as you can see on your screen.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of React.js by answering this question. What is React.js? A. Server-side framework. B. User interface framework. C. A library for building interaction interfaces. D. None of these. Comment your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPact to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now we can check out the 34th question that states, what are pure components in React? Pure components we have checked out, stateful components are done. So pure components are similar entities. They're actually singular entities, that are actually written in React. So what happens is that they are fast, they're simple to write, they have the ability to replace any other general component that you might have. And the only important thing is that it has to have a render function attached to it, because if you cannot render a new component, it is deemed useless. So to do this, you might be wondering, okay, can we use the regular component itself? So why do we require pure component at all? Well, a pure component is used only to make sure you keep the application workability high, to keep the efficiency and performance high while keeping the code same. So since these are singular entities, right, so they can be wrapped around in themselves, and they can be independently stored, independently worked on, and not have any sort of dependencies outside of the rendering ability as well. So in that particular case, when we talk about simplicity, ease of use, and how good it is for both the developer and the application, pure components wins. So after understanding pure components, we need to check out where HOCs are used. HOCs are higher order components, and we've already discussed this in a previous question. So HOCs are put to use very much whenever there's a requirement for code reusability, or let's say you have to hijack a render method, or if you have to manipulate a state and work with abstraction, and then of course if you have to manipulate properties, or if you have to work with bootstrap abstraction as well. So to be honest with you, there's a lot of applications where HOCs are put into effective use in React, but then you can mention 5 or 6 where they're the most effective and add the most value and this of course will power up your answer as well. So manipulation of props, state manipulating, render hijacking, code reusability, and where there's a requirement where you have to work with bootstrap abstraction as well. So these are some of the very important tasks that HOCs are put in use for. Coming to the 36th question, it states, what are keys in React? So as the name itself suggests, keys are actually used to keep a track of something here. So what is that something? Well, here we'll be checking all of the items and tracking changes on these particular entities actively. So what happens is that they used to check if an item has been added or if it's been removed in a list or not. So only to check the presence or the absence of these items in the list, we use an entity called as keys. And there's a small simple syntax on your screen which shows the usage of keys in React. So again, just as with any other question that we've been talking about, if there is a situation where you can provide a very simple code snippet or a syntax snippet where you can explain your answer better, please make sure to do that for all the questions as well. So if your question can fit a quick syntax or a quick dirty piece of code, guys, please make sure to do it, as this will add a lot of value to your candidature in that particular company as well. So understanding that, we can move to the 37th question, which states, differentiate between controlled component and an uncontrolled component in React. A controlled component, as the name suggests, is actually a component in which React can do whatever it wants on it. So React has complete control of it, and there is a singular point of data for the forms where you have to perform state changes, get it re-rendered, and all of that. When we talk about uncontrolled components here, it's very important difference is that the data gets handled by the DOM and not the React component itself. So React does not have complete control over this component. And how is this done? This is done by making use of refs in React, as we already checked out, right? So if you have to implement and handle third-party DOMs, if you remember, that was point number 4, I think. Yeah, so this is where it's used. And an uncontrolled components, while being handled by a DOM and not React, has its own advantages and disadvantages. Now, coming to the 38th question, it states, how can you tell React to build in the production mode, right? So what is the simple way of you conveying to React to move to the production mode? So you can actually directly code in production mode, but then to do it, you have to set one very, very simple variable. It's called as the environment variable, and then it's process.env.node_env, and you have to set this variable to production. And one very important thing that you do have to note is that once React is put into production, right? So if there is any other developmental features that you have, or let's say if there are any warnings, all of these are not shown in the production mode. So this is something which is very important for you to mention in the interviews as well. So it's as simple as setting an environment variable. Now with this, we'll come to question number 39 that states, what is the difference between clone element and create element in React? So what is the clone element and what is the create element, right? So clone element, again, since React is highly readable, you can already tell by its name, it is used to clone an element and pass it to new properties directly. With create element is an entity where all the JavaScript XML files get converted and gets compiled and converted into a format where it is understandable by the browser, and then this is also used to create elements inside React itself. So create elements will help in the actual creation of elements in React, and of course to help in JSX files getting compiled as well. And clone elements clones the element and then passes it on directly to new props. So guys, with this we come to the 40th question that states, what is the use of the second argument that is passed on to set state? So we have something called a set state and we have a second argument that goes to it. So is this second argument optional or not? Well, the answer to it is that, whenever set state is actually finished, there is a callback function that gets invoked, and then all of the components here gets re-rendered in React to make sure that, the latest render is shown to the user. So with this, when we make use of set state, we have a second argument there. So the interviewer is trying to ask you if it's an optional argument that you pass. The answer is yes. Since set state is actually an asynchronous function, what it does is that it takes in just another callback function and works normally. So Even though it seems very simple to directly do this, a clever programming practice, a standard good governance programming practice will always tell you to make sure to use another life cycle method instead of directly passing it via the optional argument as well. I mean, there are multiple reasons to do this, but then they are not in the scope of this answer. So when you're asked about if it's optional or not, make sure you answer yes. And why is it optional? Because it is asynchronous, and it can handle the same thing in another callback function as well. So with this, guys, we come to question number 41. So the 41st question states, is there any way to avoid the requirement of making use of binding whenever we make use of React? The simple answer to this is yes, we can actually avoid binding when we're making use of React, and it is done in two ways. One is that you can define an event handler as an inline arrow function, the arrow function that we discussed in the previous couple of questions, and then secondly, you can make use of a function component and use it with hooks to make sure that you do not have to bind any component to each other and work with it as well. So either making use of the arrow function or by making use of hooks, you can avoid the need of binding in React. So moving on to the next question, it states, what is the strict mode component that is used in React? So whenever we talk about strict mode component, one major thing that you have to know is its advantage and why is it used. So, whenever we create any new code bases where you have to understand what components are being used there, right? The strict mode components are immensely beneficial for this. Whenever we talk about in terms of debuggability, there it will help as well, because if we can solve the problem faster whenever we wrap it with any other component, it will of course solve it quicker, because that would be the one causing the problem, and we've just wrapped it with another component and then worked with it, right? So the strict mode component is used for two things: one, in the creation of new code bases, and second, to be wrapped around other components to provide easy debuggability. So make sure that you mention these 2 points. With this, we can come to question number 43 that states, what would you do if your React application is rendering slowly? Again, this is a question which is very, very, very commonly asked, and then guys, pay attention on this one. So why do you think, rendering is slow in React, right? So the most simple answer to why rendering is slow in React can be answered in the way where, because there are so many re-rendering operations that are being done. Sometimes they're necessary, of course, if you have a very large applications, but then most of the time these re-renderings can be unnecessary and redundant. So there are two main tools that React will give you where you can check this and fix this. One is react.memo function, where you can prevent all of the unnecessary re-renderings that takes place, and whatever the function components does, you can actually find what is the rendering that is not required to be done and then remove it as well. And then you have the pure components. Of course, pure components is put into place to make sure that you remove all of the unnecessary rendering in any of the class components. So in both the ways, with respect to function components and class components, React does provide a way for users to make sure to remove redundancy in terms of re-rendering, as you can see on your screen. So make sure to mention react.memo and its usage for function components and pure components in a way where we're talking about removing redundancy with respect to class components. So with this, we move on to question number 44 that states, can you conditionally add attributes to components in React? The answer is yes, you can add attributes to React whenever there are certain conditions that are met. One thing you have to know is that React has the ability to completely omit an attribute if the value is passed to it is not true, right? I mean, logically speaking, this is supposed to be done, this is supposed to be done automatically, but then many of the programming frameworks does not do this, and React has advantages in this way as well. It can completely omit an attribute if the value that is passed to it at the end of the day is not true at all. Now check out the simple example that's given on your screen to see how you can conditionally add attributes to components, right? So we have var condition equal to 2, var component, we have the div value is foo, and then we've easily added an attribute to the component there to further make use of it, right? So if the condition is met, then yes, you can add attributes to it, and that is shown in the example on your screen. Coming to question number 45, why is props passed to the super function in React? So when we talk about properties, again, all the properties are passed on to the super functions if and only if the user wants to make use of this dot props. So if the user has a requirement to make use of this dot props in the constructor, only then will the props get passed on to the super function. So it can be shown on the screen in the example that you're seeing right now. So when you talk about the constructor there, we're extending the React component and we have the constructor of props. So once you've made use of the constructor there, we're going to use this dot props, right? So once you have to use it, and once it is passed to the super function to have access to this dot props, we make use of the super function, guys. So coming to question number 46. Question number 46 states, what is the difference between the get initial state and the constructors in React? You have to understand that whenever we make use of ES6, right? So users have to actually manually initialize the state and the constructor, and then to do this, to manually initialize the state, we have the get initial state function. This method is actually defined by the user and worked on as well. So this is done very, very easily, as shown in the example on your screen, guys. So check it out. So we have the constructor props, you have the super function, and instead of calling this dot state, so we have manually defined the state, right? So this dot state, and we have given a comment there calling it initial state. So if you want the ability to go on to do this, you will have to use get initial states instead of direct constructors as shown here. And then when we come to question number 47, it talks about the predefined prop types that are present in React. You do not have to explain all of the prop types that are present here, the properties. In fact, you can mention them and then be good with it. So there are actually 5 very important properties, predefined property types in React as shown on your screen. One is the bool, one is the functions, the other one is the nodes. We have number and string. Of course, React.PropTypes.bool, func, node, number and string are the predefined prop types that are present in React. Again, all of these properties are used for their own niche applications, but at the end of the day, it is very important that you know this and you show the interviewer that you know that there are these predefined prop types that exist in React. So with this, we can move on to the 48th question, which states, what is React Fiber? Well, React Fiber is a new engine in React. So it is actually the re-implementation core algorithm that comes along with React 16. So one of the main important goals of React Fiber is to make sure that there are incremental rendering facilities given for the virtual DOM itself. Why is this done? Again, the primary talk here is about efficiency as well. So whenever you have to render, let's say, any gestures, animations, or anything of that sort, this will make sure that it will help in giving the right priority to what updates need to happen at what point of time. So again, this way there is no delay or there is no latency in terms of the gap that exists between multiple renders that happen for the DOM as well. So this is why React Fiber is a very important aspect of this. And then we already spoke about hooks. Coming on to what hooks actually are. So question number 49 discusses about what are hooks in React. So hooks again are entities that are used to make use of a state and any other features in one very important condition where you do not have to write a class for them. So hook is actually a new implementation. It came along with the React version 16.8, and here one very important thing is that the stateful logic can be extracted from any component very easily while testing it, while reusing it, repackaging it, and whatever you need without having to write a class specific for it. That is the advantage of hooks. And then this actually implicates that you can do all of these changes to the component hierarchy and all of these actually implicate that anything can be done here or whatever we mentioned without having to change anything in the component hierarchy as well. So there re-rendering, re-objectification, all of that is again removed, again working on efficiency, working on easy to use feature that the React framework provides for the users as well. So coming to the last question, the 50th question, we discuss about certifications. So the question states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process in React? Guys, know this. A certification program is not only a bragging right where you say that you're a certified developer, but it'll give you so many advantages in terms of career advancements where it'll show the interviewer that you're very serious about understanding React, implementing React, and working with it. And if you've picked up a certification program on your own, you're trained on it, it'll also show that you're an effective learner who has the ability to grasp new concepts and learn them effectively and master them at the same time as well. So this either you can be a beginner who's interested in React, who has absolutely no idea of how React works, or if you're a person who's switching from another framework or say a programming language like Python or something, and you want to master React, well, of course, yes, that'll add more value to your candidature. So one important thing is that do not get lost in mentioning the certifications that you have or talking about that in detail, but then what importance is given to the answer here is to make sure what you learned from them. So the importance that you have to give here is to talk about the applications or whatever you learned from the program rather than the program itself, right? Because at the end of the day, you learned a program to implement something. Do talk about that implementation. Do talk about the projects and how it has helped you on your journey into understanding and making use of React. Be it in the learning environment, be it in an actual project use case or a production environment, a certification program will give you all the training and the structured learning that is required to make you proficient in React. And of course, it is not only that, there are multiple advantages of having certifications as well. And I'm sure you guys already know this.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides React.js online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Hope you all enjoyed the session. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on ELK Stack tutorial by IntelliPad. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon so that you'll never miss any update from us. Now let's begin with the agenda. Firstly, we'll start with Introduction to ELK, where we will discuss what actually ELK is and what are its uses in cloud computing. Post that, we'll discuss the components of ELK, that is Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. Then we'll move on to ELK Flow. We'll also be performing a hands-on demo on single node installation with Elasticsearch, Kibana, and Logstash beats. Post that, we'll learn how to analyze log data. And finally, we'll discuss some details about filter plugins. So guys, this is the agenda. Now, let's begin with the session.
So what is ELK? So the ELK stack is a group of open source products from Elastic. So what is Elastic? Elastic is a company name which is designed to help users take data from any kind of data source in any format and search, analyze, and visualize the data in real time. So there's a huge difference, okay, where existing products which are there in the market to what ELK stack has achieved. Okay, so ELK stack can help you analyze data in real time, okay, which is the biggest advantage you have when compared to you using any kind of a what you call any relational database system kind of a tool which is going to help you understand your data in real time. So and elastic stack, right, the heart of elastic stack is something called as a elasticsearch. In the ELK stack or elastic stack, there is one product called elasticsearch which is going to drive everything. It was created by someone, and that is a very powerful way, and which is completely different way than what we are currently running. Okay, so this is mainly used for analysis and search, analyze, and visualize. So this is specifically used for log analysis, and ELK is the world's most dominantly used log analysis tool in the market, and it completely trumps Splunk or everyone in the market share because the ELK is completely free of cost. And yes, ELK stack will represent a steep learning curve. Why steep learning curve? Because you need to set up everything, all the building blocks, right? You need to do that. But when you go to Splunk, right, you can directly go and install Splunk within a couple of hours itself. You can have up and running because since you're paying a lot of licensing cost for Splunk, right? Splunk will do most of the activities for you, pay off of you. Most of them will be pre-configured and everything will be ready to be used out of the box, like dashboards, all these things. But here in the Elastic Stack, there's a considerable amount of a steep learning curve because the ELK is made of 3 different parts and these 3 different tools should be interconnected. Then you need to do a lot of tweaking, all these things. But as I told again, by putting this extra effort, right, what happens is you get some rewards or gains which is going to be highly useful, which is not going to be available from any other underlying infrastructure or software in a company. So today, earlier, right, ELK Stack as a company has started only to provide log analysis, but today it has branched out into so many kind of situations that it's going to be highly useful. And from Facebook to Netflix, right, there are thousands of companies today who are actively using ELK Stack in their enterprises, ranging from analysis and product search or enterprise word search or monitoring, APM. Okay, so there are different what you call situations today. ELK Stack is used by most of the companies, and we'll see that. Okay, and Elastic was founded in Amsterdam in 2012, and that company was formed to support the development of Elasticsearch. Okay, and it's related to all the commercial and services. So initially, Elasticsearch, right, was a one important application, and that important application is the core of everything, which is called a Elasticsearch. So ELK means it is a 3 tools case. Okay, and I hope you would have known by now, and that is Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana, and slowly it changed again later. So the main 4 components of Elastic Stack is Elasticsearch. Okay, this is a component which is going to store the data in Elasticsearch. So this component will store the data. Logstash is kind of a person who's going to feed the data, like your Splunk feeder jobs. So this person is also a very important component where he is going to read the data from various sources and then he can write to various sources and he will write into the Elasticsearch. So this person is going to actually get the data from various sources and he'll not just get the data in a plain format, he also can transform the data or he can also modify or filter the data and then he can store it to various outputs. And one of the most common output for Logstash is Elasticsearch because Logstash is going to collect the information and store it to Elasticsearch. Then Kibana, the Kibana is a graphical user interface. It is only an application which is going to provide visual interface and it will do a lot. Why? Because you have a lot of data, but until unless you don't get meaningful insights from it, it's waste of doing any search. That's why Kibana is also a very important component where it is going to be used as a visual interface to all the data we are going to collect. And Beats is a new component, but it's already now more than 3 years now, 3 to 4 years. These are lightweight data shippers, okay, that sit on different servers and send data to Elasticsearch directly. So Elasticsearch here is, as I told you, the heart of ELK stack, which is going to be a very high powerful database, which is a NoSQL database. And beats are these small lightweight agents which are single applications without no dependency, where they are going to keep sending the information to your Elasticsearch. They are going to be directly sending. The Elasticsearch is going to save that. Okay. And yes, we will talk in a lot more detail than this. Okay, because understanding your ELK stack architecture or components or what is the importance of it is very critical. Okay, let's talk about a problem statement, like how is my what you call a ELK stack going to help me. Okay, so that once we understand the kind of problem statements, so that you'll better understand it. Okay, let's take that. Okay, your customers are looking for product information, okay, from the business with huge product catalog. So you have an e-commerce site, okay, where the customers are looking for product information and you have a huge product base, okay, and you also have a huge client base where you're facing an issue with the long time in the product information retrieval because Amazon has a millions of products as a listed, right? It's going to be hard time for retrieving. So what happens is this is going to lead to a poor user experience, in turn going to miss the potential customer. So you may also potentially lose my customer because if it is slow, the customer may not be interested anymore or he may not be as interested in browsing your site and he will lose the interest and he may go to another site. So what happens is the lag in the search, right, is attributed to your relational database used for your product design. So where the data is scattered among multiple tables and the retrieval of meaning user information requires fetching from them, right? Because we all know everyone uses an RDBMS, a relational database management system, and the most popular of all is Oracle, right? That's common. There's no logic also because Oracle earns billions of dollars, and in today 2020 also, Oracle is the most stable application. SAP uses it, okay? Everyone uses it, okay? Because everyone trusts it. So it's so trusting that, okay, everyone uses it as their backend. It means that using these kind of relational database systems for retrieving your product information is going to slow down, and it's going to be the main culprit for that slowness in your product search. So why? Because your relational database, right, works comparatively slow when you are going to look for a huge amount of data and you're going to fetch that search results. And what are we going to do? We are going to do this through query. I'm going to send a query from the database business application, and what happens is it is becoming slow, and it is slow. That's where the businesses have started looking for alternative ways where the data stored is in a such a way that it can be quickly retrieved. This can be achieved through a NoSQL database rather than a RDBMS database. And SQL has some kind of properties, right? You know, ACID properties. SQL is based on these ACID properties. ACID are for these four pillars, right? Means your SQL should be built on these four rules. Okay, ACID. That's a foundation. Okay, atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Okay, so your SQL is based on these four properties, and any SQL server means any structured query language which is going to follow these ACID rules will be your relational database management system, and your Microsoft SQL, MySQL, or your Oracle DB, all of them follow these ACID properties because those are the core principles of how your database management system should run, where everything has this proper schema. Okay, and remember that whenever we are going to create a database, right, we always first decide on the schema, because what is going to be your schema is going to be the one of the most important things for your application development. See, a lot of people think that, okay, if I tell you that, okay, I am creating an e-commerce application, okay, for the e-commerce application, what will be there is three tiers, okay, the database tier, the application tier, and the web tier. Database tier, where you're going to store the data of the customer or my products. My application layer, where the actual business logic we write, how the user should be searched, how the content should be processed, everything. Okay, the main business logic of that whole e-commerce application will be written in your application layer. And web layer is the how are we going to display the information in a UI. Okay, so which component do you think is the most complicated to be designed in these three components, right? Which component do you think is most important to be designed? It's your database. Why? Because the Java applications are nothing but they are only about applications which people write to query upon the database. See, if you have created a proper database with a perfect schema, it is easy for your developers to write Java code to retrieve, because literally 99% of the time, any Java application most of the time will deal with a database. Either it is updating the information, pulling the information, or update or creating it or deleting it. Okay, you know the CRUD, right? Most of the time, right, any request originating from a Java application most of the times has a CRUD operation. Either you may need to create some data. Creating means if you have bought something, it will be adding an additional create table, because it will be adding as a new data because you purchased something. It should be written into the database. It's a create. Read, you're just reading your account information or your address information, or you're just reading your past 6 months purchase history. Or update, you're changing your personal details or home address details or mobile number, doesn't matter. And delete, you are canceling your what you call your order you placed yesterday, you're canceling it, so it's a delete. So it will literally go through any of this. So it means that you should properly design your schema, and around that schema you write a Java application which is going to actually read the data and show it to the customer. So this way, right, we have done from very long time, but now what happens is people wanted a new way, because not every time, right, we were having structured data. We had a lot of unstructured data, and this unstructured data started becoming increased highly. Okay, for like 7 or 8 years back, right, there was not much unstructured data to be processed, but today we have petabytes of information which is specifically unstructured data. And unstructured data cannot be properly maintained by NoSQL, by normal SQL, because a SQL needs a proper schema. Okay, means what is the row, column, everything. What is the primary row? Everything should be properly defined. Otherwise, you can't store the data. And it should always have the same column, number of columns. If you all the data should only have 4 columns. If any of the data has 5 columns, you can't store the data in the table because the table only accepts 4 row data, or sorry, 4 column data. So means SQL expects you to have a specific what you call number of rows, everything, the type of the data, everything. But the NoSQL doesn't care about it because it is an alternative to SQL and it doesn't have any schema. No schema means there is no set rule that okay that the customer ID should only be number only, okay, or the customer ID should only be name only. It can be name, number, and one customer can have 4 columns and one customer can have 6 columns, okay. So it can completely change. So the NoSQL is an approach to a database where we can accommodate wide variety of data including key value, document, columnar, and graph format. Columnar means data which is in the column wide, okay. So the columnar and graph means it will look like this, guys, okay. This is a graph database, okay. In the graph database, the data will be stored in this kind of relationships, okay. Yes, today we have databases which are going to use, which the data is stored in this kind of a graphs, okay, which is interrelated nodes. Why? It is also having special use cases. In that use case only it will be used. And if you want to see the columnar, right, the columnar is going to be completely huge columns of data, okay. Column storage is like this, okay. So the columnar storage again is going to be huge columns of data. So it won't be there rows, okay, it will be in the opposite column. So more columns will be there, less rows will be there. So that time you're going to use a columnar storage. Means one user will have a lot of records. Means one customer will be there, his information will be highly a large amount of information with each column. So that time use a columnar database. So these all kind of databases, right, are cat and score, NoSQL, where they don't have any set schema at all, okay, and they are not required to follow any schema. And large scale companies initially started using, but today most of the companies have use cases. And if you have heard the term MongoDB, right, the MongoDB is the world's most popular NoSQL database. He has become so popular now, okay, he's the 4th most popular database. So the usage of MongoDB has eclipsed a lot now, and lot of people use it, okay. Means that is the most commonly used NoSQL database, okay. In a NoSQL database, right, the data will be stored in the JSON format. So you all know JSON. How does JSON format looks like? So the JSON, right, is the one of the world's most important interchangeable format, okay. Why JSON is important is without JSON we can't live for a second also today, not even nanosecond. The JSON is that JavaScript object notation, which is that you can think it as like interchangeable format. See, today, right, no company has the same programming language. See, when you go to your Uber application, right, what happens is the Uber application is going to send some information to the Google to retrieve the data. Because when you go to Uber, right, what are the maps you see is not owned by the Uber is going to request Google Maps to show the maps information. On top of it, Uber will overlay his information like putting the car symbol, but actually that maps is not his own maps, he's going to use Google Maps. So when different companies applications, or within your company different applications wants to talk to a different application which are written in different programming languages or different complete different stack, everything, right, people wanted them to talk in a highly simplified way, and JSON became that. So it doesn't matter what programming language you're writing, you ask a question in a JSON format to a person, and the other person is going to accept your request, understand your request, and again he is going to respond back in the JSON format. So the JSON format today is that interchangeable format used by the human tech readable programs, okay, and this is the standard on top of which the whole world today runs, okay. So it doesn't matter, you can output a JSON request and you can also read the JSON request and understand that information and process that, okay. And that is the main reason for JSON. So JSON is not a programming language, it is a small syntax based what you call language which is only going to use to represent data. To only represent data, JSON is used. JSON is not a programming language. So a JSON data will look something like this, okay. So it is a proper representation of your JSON. The JSON always opens and closes with your curly braces, okay. And this is a one record in JSON, okay. Description, mode, name, type. So this is one record, this is one record. So normally in your SQL, right, what happens, it will show you table. In the table it will be like this, description will be one column, mode will be one column, name will be one column, type will be one column. But here the JSON is going to represent the data in this format, okay. This has a clear use case where it is going to in real time search for your applications. Okay, and Elasticsearch, in the Elasticsearch, right, the all the components, this is the main component, guys. Okay, this is going to drive everything because he has the capability to respond to your queries near real time. You loaded, like for example, let's take a 1 terabyte data or 2 terabytes of data or even 100 terabytes of data. Okay, and you requested for something, you ran a query. That query will run within seconds or less than a second. That is the capability of Elasticsearch, because the Elasticsearch doesn't store the information in a relational way. It stores the way in a non-relational way in the JSON format. So in a typical SQL, right, what happens? You run a select command, you write select star or select city from, for example, from list of cities. So that will be sent to the your database server, and the database is going to send you back. But what happens with Elasticsearch is the Elasticsearch is a document oriented database designed to store, retrieve, and manage document oriented or semi document oriented information in real time, because you store the data in the Elasticsearch in a JSON document format. Okay, so any information which is being fed into Elasticsearch will be stored in a JSON format. Whatever it is, your application logs or your server logs, anything, it will be fed to JSON and store it as a JSON, and then your query it is returned. So this is a schemaless and uses some basic defaults to index, means it will have some basic indexing by itself and it will use it. Okay, and in the background your Elasticsearch is based on one important component called as a Apache Lucene. The Apache Lucene is this important search engine which is built in the Java, and that is your heart of your Elasticsearch. So Apache Lucene is a text engine or search engine. Okay, so this is a core, okay, which is going to be driving your Elasticsearch. Okay, so this is Apache Lucene. This is an open source product, and this product is heart of your Elasticsearch. Apache Lucene is a highly performance, full featured text search engine library written entirely in Java. Okay, so someone has written a small Java program which is highly efficient, highly performance, and it has a fully featured text search. Okay, and Elasticsearch is based on this Apache Lucene. Okay, let's go to a little bit deep dive into architecture. Okay, so the Elastic Stack has four important components. Before, earlier people used to call it as a ELK stack, but once beats came, right, people have changed the term. So let me show you. First, let us see this one, and then we'll go there. So until 2015, right, people used to call it ELK stack, but after 2016, right, the ELK stack has been renamed to Elastic Stack, which is something you should remember, or you should going forward only call it as Elastic Stack but not ELK stack. Why? Because see, the ELK stack, the whole story began with the Elasticsearch. I told you the Elasticsearch is nothing but which is an open source distributed JSON based search engine. Okay, so this guy is a very highly powerful search engine. Means like Google search you have, right? Google search is also a powerful search engine. A search engine is nothing but was knowledge to search on top of a huge amounts of data with less latency, and that's what this is. Then it increased to Logstash and Kibana. So once ELK stack was only having three components: the Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. But later that community got expanded and the use cases increased. Then they added Beats to ELK. This brought an additional tool. So once the Beats product was added to these three products additionally, so they thought that ELK was no longer needed because there is fourth name. So instead of putting ELKB stack, something like that, they told Elastic Stack. So the Elastic Stack is a ELK stack, but with more flexibility to do great things. So this has been renamed to accommodate additional component which came as Beats. The Beats is a small component which we'll discuss in detail, and which is going to be useful for gathering and sending the information, and you're going to store it. Okay, so you need to call it as Elastic Stack now. You should not call ELK stack. And this component, right, you see the base components will be always the Beats and Logstash. Why Beats and Logstash? Because those guys are going to be the persons who are actually going to retrieve the data and process the data and send it to Elasticsearch. The Elasticsearch is a component which is going to store, search, and analyze. Okay, so he's going to be the heart of every product. So Elasticsearch, he is an application who is going to store information in the JSON format, and when you ask him also, he will respond to you back within nanoseconds or milliseconds of time with the appropriate information. And Kibana is this tool which is used to visualize and manage our application data. Okay, so we can visualize it. Means through Kibana we can create dashboards, okay, visualizations which are very good visualizations. Okay, so the Kibana has a very good visualizations available which are missing from every product in the market. Means there are a lot of different kinds of graphs, okay, dashboards and UI boards you have through which you can exactly represent the data in the most easiest and intuitive way, so that the business people or the non-technical people can consume that information, right? Not every time you want to search, you want to sometimes only show that in a meaningful way. But remember that people use Elasticsearch also extensively to search. Okay, that is why when you go to Elasticstack company, right, they tell Elasticstack is a search company. So they can't tell them it's a search company because they help you search a lot of information in a very short amount of time. And let's see that architecture. Okay, so the ELK flow. So you have 3 servers. Okay, in these 3 servers you need information, and you have the information about your log information. So when you write a Java application or any application, even a .NET application, what happens? Application logging is very critical. Through application logging only, we can actually know whether was some information, there was some issue midnight or yesterday or during any point of time during the application runtime. So now you have faced a situation that, okay, that the production services are not working correctly. So once you get this message, right, what happens? We log into all the servers where that application is running, and we are going to always troubleshoot through the logs itself, because the application logs are the first point of troubleshooting in any company. But that application may be running in 8 servers because it is a distributed application or high availability application. You can't go to each and every server and search it. It's going to take long time. And also, since that logs are separated, right, you can't know what will happen if all the logs are combined and you search it on top of it. And that's where one of the most basic or the fundamental use case of ELK arises. Analyzing logs at scale combinedly from a single location. So you can combine all the 8 application logs into a single location, and you can then search or query upon it to get meaningful insights in a very simple and efficient manner. And not just about it's going to be historical data, it will allow you to search in real time. So you can keep feeding your ELK stack and you can keep searching it in real time. So this is not about old data, guys. Okay, a lot of times, right, people talk about some old data, so the data which was collected, but ELK stack constantly collects, constantly stores, constantly allows you to analyze at near real time. So in real time you can install the Beats application. A Beats application is a small application who is responsible to gather the information from any source, and it's going to send it to the Elasticstack directly. Or else, if you need some kind of transformation, means some filtering you should do, means the data you gather directly is not in a usable format, you need to either cut it or transform it in some other way. Then you'll send it to Logstash. The Logstash will filter it, transform, and then the Logstash will store it to Elasticsearch. If the information is already very good, you can right away store. The Beats can directly send it to Elasticsearch to store it. And the Elasticsearch, as I told you, is a search engine who can store information, and it's going to store that information. And then through Kibana, I'm going to visualize it. Clear? So in Splunk, right, you don't have this kind of different things. In Splunk, you download the Splunk installer, you install it, done, right? And how does the Splunk licensing works, guys? Does you know how am I going to pay the money to Splunk? On what basis? Means if you are processing daily 15 GB of data, or if you're feeding 15 GB of data into Splunk, and 15 GB of data is being processed and stored into the Splunk's own format, then you pay that much money. That is why Splunk quickly becomes a very costly tool. Okay, and a lot of companies are not even interested in spending a penny for their log analysis product or log analysis aspect of their enterprise. That is why ELK stack is crazily popular, because I have done a Splunk a couple of years back, and we used to easily reach the threshold. And Splunk used to create a kind of a notification how many times you have breached your data in the last 15 days, and that information will be actually sent to Splunk, and Splunk will again ask you to pay more money. Okay, and Splunk also very easy to install. Once you install, you can dedicate what is hot storage, cold storage, what is your cluster, and where you want to store. You know that it's means you have a single UI console, all the cluster information will be there. But here also, this is also easy to install, but to maintain in real time, you need to put little more effort. Okay, so let's talk about this products in detail. Okay, so the Elasticsearch, as I already told you, this is based on open source application called Apache Lucene. Okay, the Apache Lucene is a search engine who can process JSON text, and Elasticsearch was taken to create that Elasticsearch application. They took that Apache Lucene and they did a lot of modifications to it, and that has become the core of Elasticsearch. And it can also be used as NoSQL database and analytics engine. And remember that don't try to use Elasticsearch as your application data. Means don't store your customer information. You can store it, but it's not efficient. It's efficient for searching and analyzing, but not for generalized purpose. Yes, if you really want to use it, you can use, but never try to use Elasticsearch for your general purpose. The general purpose, your SQL database is always good, but the kind of search activities and analyzing activities, right, which is your Elasticsearch is going to be very popular. Okay, and the purpose, as I told you, is Elasticsearch is basically schemaless and it works in near real time and it has a RESTful interface. What is RESTful interface? What does it mean? The rest is again very important. And if you know, right, the whole internet works on REST API today. Whole internet works on REST API. REST is nothing but it is an application programming interface that is going to use HTTP request for your information gathering or to your information request. See, there are two applications they want to talk to each other. Okay, we have your RPC protocol, TCP protocol, your what you call SSH. Okay, so there are different kinds of protocols available today for applications to talk each other either in the same location or in the same data center or complete in a different geography, but we fundamentally need a set of rules on how we can communicate to each other. That is a standard and that's called protocol. But increasingly, right, people started talking only on the internet. So people wanted a lot more simplified and efficient way of communication, and it wanted a simplified way of interface. And that's where the RESTful started. The REST is an API. What does API mean? The set of exact rules on how can application can be communicated with. So if you want me to talk to, I am going to lay down some ground rules, and those ground rules are APIs. How can you communicate with that? What is the syntax? How can I reach out to it? What is a protocol? What is a port? What is the syntax? What is this? Everything is defined through API. So APIs expose your application to internal applicants or to the external applications. The REST API means it's a REST application interface that uses HTTP request to perform the operations through get, put, post, and delete data. The RESTful API, also in short form, people call it as a REST API, is based on a representational state transfer technology where the architectural style of approach to the communication is used through web services development. So whenever you see web services where you use the REST, and the REST uses again, see, REST is a set of rules how can people communicate over HTTP protocol, but when they're communicating the API, everything, the data which they communicate is JSON. So that is why the REST API and JSON are, they move hand in hand, because the REST APIs are web services which are going to ensure that different applications are going to talk to each other. They have told we will use HTTP protocol as a communication medium, and for our web service communication or one web service to talk to other web service, and they told the data we will use is JSON. That is why wherever you see JSON, REST API, they all come together. And understanding your HTTP protocol is what, that is why very critical today. Today, HTTP protocol has become the foundation of every service talking to every service, because you can simply set it up and it's easy to secure by putting SSL on top of it, and it's easy to understand. Means the HTTP protocol is very easy to understand. Means anyone can right away understand. You don't need a very complex knowledge to understand it. That's why today even internal communication in your companies are today happening on HTTP protocol, and that is the foundation of your microservices and whole Kubernetes Docker world. They all also talk through REST API only. Today, it is mandatory that any Java application or any application you write today can only be interfered or interfaced through REST API. So you wrote a small application, okay, a calculator application. So if someone wants to ask you a question, they should ask you in a REST API question only, and that question should be in JSON format only. Today is the industry standard. I don't care what programming language you used. I only expect you to accept a request over HTTP protocol to a REST API in the JSON format. By following this standard, right, people have drastically simplified their communication. Okay, that's your REST, and these are very important. The REST, right, the REST API, your JSON, your microservice, right, that's where the industry is moving, and that's something you should know. And it's not very complicated, because REST is basically set of rules only. You need to use it. So means this guy can be talked through your HTTP protocol. So he will respond to your HTTP protocol and you can ask him questions, and which helps us interact with multiple interfaces. So I can ask a question from my browser to Elasticsearch. Even also I can ask from command line. You know curl command, curl duplicate. You know these two commands?
Yes.
The curl command, right? You sometimes as a developers, right? You guys use curl http colon right to check whether a service is running or not, right? So the curl command is a small Linux utility which operates on HTTP protocol. So you can ask questions through curl to any application who is responding on HTTP protocol is going to respond back to you with that answer, and we'll see that. Okay. And your Elasticsearch, right, is a analytics engine where you can run a query or a search against that, and you can retrieve that information. And it stores your data in the most optimized way. Elasticsearch, right, I told you, is one person who's going to store and allow you to retrieve. But when it is storing that information, it is going to store in a highly efficient way so that you can read it. And your implementation of your what you call database, right, is in a lot different way, because Elasticsearch will keep ingesting the data. Let's go to the next component, the Kibana. So Kibana, I told you, is completely a UI graphical user interface application, okay, where you can do a lot of things. When Kibana was first released, right, it was only used to create charts and histogram. Histogram, you know histograms, right? Since you guys are already Splunk, so you know different ways of displaying the information, right? So histogram is also one way of displaying information. You can use pie charts, you can use what you call dial, right? It shows you like a speedometer. That is also one kind of representation, and histograms are one kind of charts are representation. So it used to only have first charts and histograms, but with each update, right, the Kibana has evolved now, which has a lot of important features that make Kibana stand out of the crowd. Okay. And if you really want, Kibana also can work in a standalone mode, but it's highly effective when it's only working in tandem with the other two components, Elasticsearch and your Logstash. So let's talk about these main features where Kibana is useful to you. Okay, it will help you discover your data by exploring it. So you can explore your data visually. Okay, what are the data Elasticsearch store, right? I can see that visually. We can analyze your data by applying different metrics. Yes, I can in real time apply metrics and see the output, and I can visualize the data by creating different kinds of charts. Chart here is nothing but a dashboard. Okay, in terms of Kibana, we call it as a dashboard. And you can apply machine learning on the data and get anomalies of future trends. Yes, you have machine learning features in ELK stack, which is a paid feature, but your company, since you are already going with Elasticsearch, most of the companies go with the Elasticsearch paid only. But as I told you, if you don't want to use only some features, some advanced features, Elasticsearch is completely free of cost. You can deploy as large cluster as you want. But there are some features, right? Because Elasticsearch also is a company who should also pay salaries to his employees. So he can't release everything free, right? So you should put something aside which you feel that, okay, you're compelled to pay money. That machine learning, some important features he has he has hidden from the customers in the open source version, and if you pay money only, he'll give you that, because again, that company should run sustained, right? So that's why. And you can monitor your application through APM, application performance monitoring. Means when you write a Java application, you're not just interested in writing, knowing whether Java is running or not. You also want to know what is running in, what is happening inside the Java code. That is possible. All of these things can be possible through your Kibana, which is mostly about allowing you to see the information in visual way, and also visualizing them through different charts. The Logstash I told you is the actual data pipeline that can take the data input from various sources, filter it, and output into various sources. Means Logstash also can be used independently, and it can be used as an input to Kafka or any other databases. Okay, so Apache Kafka is also a very popular tool in the market today, which is related to big data, but we'll not go there. But Logstash can work independently because it's a small software which constantly reads data from an input and sends the input data to multiple different kinds of outputs. But again, Logstash will work better when it is used together in this ELK stack, and it can also take the data which has been collected and sent to other sources other than the Elasticsearch. The Logstash is very important tool, guys, okay, because he is the primary person who is going to be the person who's doing all the hard work and collecting information from everywhere and properly feeding that information to the Elasticsearch. So Logstash is that person who is going to act as a Splunk feeder jobs. Okay, in the Splunk you have feeder jobs, right, where you install that, it will constantly collect. But here it's separately having its own name called Logstash. Okay, and we can take any type of data using Logstash. Okay, structured, unstructured, anything. It doesn't tell, okay, I need this information with this structure only, because it is NoSQL. It accepts any data, any unstructured data is happily ingested into Logstash, and it will be stored in your Elasticsearch. And beats, I told you, Logstash became, once ELK stack became popular, right? The Logstash became a thick application. Means it was very, very hard for people to install Logstash everywhere because it was consuming a lot of RAM and CPU, and it became a thick application. So they wanted a very simple, efficient, lightweight application, and that's where the Beats came. See, Logstash is going to be, it can fulfill any kind of a requirement, but your Beats, right, is a purpose-built small applications. There is one bit called file bit, there is network bit. So the bits, right, are small applications which are single purpose built lightweight data shippers that are used to get the data from the different servers and then send it to the Elasticsearch. So the bits can be installed on all of your remote servers in a company, and it is a lightweight agent which sends information to the, either it can send the data to Logstash or Elasticsearch. They gather from the machine on which they are installed and send the data to Logstash, which can then be passed or transformed the data before sending to Elasticsearch. Or you can send the beats directly to the Elasticsearch. Okay, and the beats have been very instrumental in making Elasticsearch popular, because in Logstash, right, you need to do some transformation. You need to write some logic of where is the code, where is the data available, how should I read it, and where should I send it. So you need to write some logic. But your beats, right, it is out of the box, very simple to set up. So that's why there are a lot of beats, and these are all the different kinds of beats. There is a beat called file beat. The file beat is the most popular of all the beats because he's going to take or ingest log data and send it to Elasticsearch to store it. These guys are very light in weight, guys. Okay, no one will ever complain you, your application team or any database team or any team will never complain. Is that okay, guys? You installed the agent on our server. That guy is taking a lot of RAM. Is a complaint you'll never get, and it does not have any dependencies. It's very lightweight. There is one thing called metric bit. The metrics bit will gather the metrics from your server. Metrics means your CPU, memory, file system, all of them is a metrics bit, a small tool. And packet bit is going to gather the network data. The networking is also very important because hackings happen most of the time on the networks. Windows events. Windows event means, you know, right, in Windows server or Windows laptop, right, there are events happening, okay, which is going to be gathered by your Windows laptop or Windows server. This guy will gather all these events and keep sending the data. And audit bit for auditing information. Audit means reading the system log files or system operating system files to gather this auditing information. Heartbeat, uptime, only uptime, whether the server is available or not. That's all. It will not do anything. And serverless. Serverless means functions. Today there is a new industry trend called serverless. I'm not sure whether you heard this, guys. Have you heard AWS Lambda anytime? See, no matter what you do, right, you always need a server, right? A server means a computing environment, means where the program you wrote should run, right? That's mandatory. Without a laptop or without a server, nothing runs. The whole IT world doesn't run, right? But people are making to run without that. Means you are never going to interact with a server anymore going forward. That is called serverless architecture. Means you are going to write a code and you will upload the code to a location. Once you upload the code, whenever the request comes in, the code will run, or else the code will be in sleeping state. That is called serverless. That's where the industry is heading. So it means that within 5 to 6 years of time, right, if you are not into any kind of development or to Splunk or this kind of analysis tools, right, you will not have a job. Why? Because going forward, server management, server maintenance, installation, configuration will be thing of past. So people are going to serverless, where you don't need any server. The only thing you need is analysis. That is why right now most of the companies are investing in your data analysis tools like ELK Stack or Splunk, or also the machine learning tools like your, what you call this TensorFlow, all these kind of tools. We are going to do that. Okay, means if you're not associated with data, it's going to be very hard for you to have a job going forward. You should be associated to data, whatever it is. Either you're creating data or perform, or you're analyzing data, or you're storing data, whatever it is, but you should be friendly with data. Okay, if you're not friendly with data, then you're in a very bad position. Let's discuss about these Elasticsearch in detail now, because once you understand Elasticsearch only, you'll understand the whole ELK stack, because that guy is central to everything. The XPack is an Elastic Stack extension that provides security, alerting, monitoring, reporting, machine learning, and other capabilities. Okay, so these by default are installed, and it only gives you a 30-day trial version. After that, you need to pay money, subscription money, to get that still run in an activated mode. Okay, alerting means your what you call ELK stack does not have capability to send emails. Okay, it can gather everything, but it cannot send emails. It cannot provide security. It does not provide you reporting, machine learning. So these are all not most of the time important. But if you feel that are the things you need, then you are going to need what? A paid product. And the Elastic paid. And one important thing is, guys, do you know how the licensing works? Oracle database is a licensed product, right? We need to pay money to Oracle company, then only they'll give us a full version of Oracle 12c for us to install and use it, right? That's basic logic. But do you know how that licensing works? Based on the CPU core. you install that Oracle database on a 4-core CPU, it will be one cost. But if you install that Oracle database on 100 servers, each server has a different cores. All the 100 servers, different cores will be taken, calculated, and that's how he's going to charge you. And he will also regularly check it also. How can Oracle check? Yes, there are some agents which are mandated to be installed, part of Oracle software. And those agents will gather information, and that report will be asked by Oracle to send to them. So once they send it, inside that it will be a report only Oracle company can open. So that's how they'll really know whether you have correctly telling them on how many servers you installed or not. So it's a complex headache process. But the ELK stack, right, doesn't care about on how many servers you install. It is a single money. Okay, means buying Elasticsearch is why it is meaningful. Is it will not care about how many servers you install, how much time, or how many instances on, how many cores, okay, how many features. Out of the box, everything will be unlimited use, which is a very rare in the IT industry, and ALK Stack does that. That is why you can buy ALK Stack happily without thinking, okay, I have a large use case. So in the Splunk, what happens, the more data you analyze, the more costly it will become. And once it goes beyond some threshold, it will be very costly for you. But ELK Stack, one-time payment, and that's going to be same for Oracle or for anyone. Means even it can be same for any company. So that's why it's highly cheap to use. Okay, clear? And let's talk about the Elasticsearch architecture, not the whole ELK stack. Only my Elasticsearch. The more Elasticsearch you'll understand, the more you're going to understand, because it also has its own query language. Okay, you can do aggregations, you can do mappings. So it will almost look like a database only for you. When if you're properly learning Elasticsearch, right, it will almost look like you're learning some database only. Because if you know that how the database is working, how can you make aggregations, how can you make queries to the database, then only you can know how can you leverage that properly. Okay, let's talk about the Elasticsearch architecture. Elasticsearch is a real-time distributed search and analytics engine with high availability. Okay, it's used for your full search, structured search, analytics, and all the three in combination. Okay, and I told you it's built on top of the Apache Lucene library. Library is nothing but a whenever you have something little less capability than application, people call it library. Library is also an application only, but it does not have standard interface. So you define some interface on top of it. That's why it's called library. And it's a schema-free, document-oriented data store. Okay, you can just upload a document, it will store it. However, you fully understand your use case, the general recommendation is not to use it as a primary data store. Primary data store means storing your actual primary information about your customers or your business information. And I told you the advantages is that the RESTful API uses JSON over HTTP, a single line, which allows you to integrate, manage, and query index data in variety of ways. So due to this simplicity, right, it's highly available in multiple use cases. And the Elasticsearch is most important.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud and DevOps, then IntelliPad provides an advanced certification in cloud computing and DevOps by ENICT Academy IIT Roorkee, and it is taught by IIT Roorkee professors and industry experts. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You need to know is how you need to store the data, how does it store it. And Elasticsearch is a database by itself. Okay, it's a database by itself which will store information and also to run queries on top of it. So here the Elasticsearch, when you install, you can install in a single server mode. Okay, single server mode means the Elasticsearch will be installed on one server. You can install Kibana on one server. But when you install Elasticsearch, right, you quickly go to the what to clustered mode. Okay, you're not going to be satisfied with a Elasticsearch in a single server, because you need redundancy, you need clustering, you need replication, you need high availability. You want your search to be running far faster than the in a single search. So it means that you quickly go into a requirement that you are going to install the Elasticsearch component only on multiple servers, because the data you may be ingesting is going to be a lot. Okay, or the queries are going to be a lot. So what you do is there are 4 components in your Elasticsearch. Means when you install Elasticsearch, you can enable only one of the component to be active. Means there are 4 activities Elasticsearch will do, and you can enable which activity, which search. You can install Elasticsearch on 5 servers. Okay, and you can make one guy as couple of people as master, couple of people to only be ingestion, couple of people to only be data, some couple of persons to be coordinating. We will understand what are these 4 roles your Elasticsearch performs: coordinating role, data role, master role, and ingesting role. And by default, when you install Elasticsearch, right, it will have all the 4 properties enabled, and you can go and disable, and they will start working and they'll start behaving, each one with their own purpose. So each node has its own purpose and responsibility. Each node can forward client request to other appropriate nodes. Okay, by default, this will be there. Each node can forward the request to other nodes. Okay, that's a basic feature they have. But what is master node? Means when you enable the master option or the master eligible node option, what does it do is the master nodes tasks are primarily used for lightweight cluster wide operations, including or creating or index, tracking the cluster nodes, and determining the location of the allocated shards. Okay, so this is your primary work of a master. This guy is not going to really search or analyze because he's not doing the business. His business is only to be as an active master who is only going to take the incoming request and send the request to the cluster nodes. Okay, so here you have installed your Elasticsearch product in a clustered mode. When you install in a cluster mode, you can make one person only as a person who is going to be kind of a manager person, other person to be within the hardworking persons who are going to actually get the request for analysis. So in the Elasticsearch, one person can be made only for searching. One person can only be made for routing. One person can only be taken to only ingest the data, because a lot of people are sending you data. So you also need to properly process and store it, right? So you can use it for ingestion. So here, this master person is not going to do all the kind of hard work. His only work is to be a lightweight, cluster wide operations. He will create indexes. He'll track the cluster nodes. Okay, and he'll determine the location of the shard. So by default, the master eligible role is enabled for everyone, and the master node can be elected to become a master node. If you have 2 or 3, they'll get elected, and you can disable this type of role for a node by setting node.master to false. Elasticsearch.yaml file will be there. I'll show you the YAML file. You can go simply to YAML file and mark this node.master to false to make this a node. Disable it means it will not be master. If it is not master, there are 3 things he can do. He can act as a data person, ingest person, or coordinating person. Data person means a data node contains data that contains your indexed documents. Everything we stored in the ELK stack is called as a document. So here we have little different terms than your standard relational database terms, which we'll discuss. So here it's called document. And this data node is only going to store all the data which has been sent by every kind of application, everything. And it handles your operation related to the CRUD search. By default, the data node role is enabled, and you also can disable the role by setting this node.data to false in the elasticsearch.yaml. And you need data nodes, and you just don't need one data node. You need at least have 3 data nodes so that you have your data in a high availability way. And ingest node is only for processing the information. A lot of people are sending the data to you, so you need to properly process and store it, right? The ingest node is a server or where Elasticsearch is installed. Its purpose is only to process a document in the pipeline mode before indexing the document. That's all. His work is to properly take it, index it, take it and store it in your data node. Then coordinating node, this guy is only going to act as a coordinator. He's only going to route the request. That's all. Routing the request, handling the search reduction phase, and distributing the work via bulk indexing. This guy is only acting as a router person. Okay, so if there are a lot of people who are using Elasticsearch to constantly search, right, he's going to route the request to the Elasticsearch who is free, and he's also try to distribute the work by bulk indexing. Bulk indexing means you'll index the data in multiple locations and you'll try to gather at the same time. So these are the roles you have. Okay, and when you install Elasticsearch, people are going to install Elasticsearch on a lot of servers, and then they will activate on one server one of the option and one of the option, and they'll make sure that they have a required capacity. This is where I told you where initially you may need to do some planning, and you need to have at least 2 or 3 master nodes and a lot of data nodes, and one coordinating node is enough, and 2 or 3 ingestion nodes are enough. But the most important is data, because you need to store the data, guys. Okay, and the data should be also replicated again, means at least 2 copies of data. Otherwise, because one of the server, right, where the data is stored, if it goes down, whole of the data will be unavailable to me until unless that server is brought up. So that's why people also go with the replication, means the data will be replicated and the data will be stored across your servers. Okay, this is nothing but normal server where you install a small software called Elasticsearch software, but the behavior can be controlled by activating one of the option here. Okay, so this much detail we don't go into Splunk, because Splunk is going to completely hide the operational details from you, because you are paying a lot of money for him. He'll not expect to do all of these unnecessary things for you, because you are paying a lot of money. He'll simplify everything for you. But here it is open source. We can customize it as much as you want, and that's also has a huge advantage, because you go to Facebook, you go to everyone, right? They'll not use Splunk. For their amount of data processing, they need to write a blank check to Splunk company, because they will process, like, I can't even imagine how much data these large companies will process. They may be petabytes or zettabytes also. Then Splunk company overnight will become the most richest company in the world, just because he's getting license money from Facebook. So most of the large companies, Netflix, all these guys will not at all touch Splunk. Who will use Splunk? Where I don't have money to spend on people, resources to have this up, everything, right? Those guys will go, because they want hassle free, out of the box, which can be set up with a couple of days. But once your requirement slowly grows, people quickly go to Elasticsearch. Why? Because they have a lot more control in how they can do that. Very large companies, it's impossible. You know what? See, Facebook is the world's most busiest website. You know, Facebook has 200 crore customers, 230 something, okay, recently. Means almost 35 to 40% of the population of the world has a Facebook account. What database does Facebook use? Any idea? He will not use Oracle. If he'll use Oracle, right, he need to again write his company's whole, what do you call, whole revenue to him only. He uses MySQL. Remember that once you go beyond a certain basic use case, most of the companies will use completely open source products. They are not interested to pay a single penny to any other competitors. Okay, clear? Google also has its own database called BigQuery. Google will not use any of the people's databases. They all have the capability to create their own databases, because the licensing cost, because whatever they install, right, they will install at least on the minimum of 10 lakhs to 40 lakh servers. In our company, typically we'll have anywhere from 100,000 or 4,000, 5,000, max 10,000 servers you'll have. But those guys will have anywhere from 50 lakh, 70 lakh servers. So that number itself will be very lengthy. So if they buy the tool to do this kind of things, right, if they are going to pay per server, right, if it is per server $100, right, then you know the charge. So that's why they'll not go with it. Okay. At the minimum, they'll have 40 lakhs to 50 lakh servers, Microsoft or Facebook. So let's talk about this data. Okay. We need to understand what is stored inside, so we'll understand what is fields. The fields are the smallest individual unit of data in Elasticsearch. The field means when you are inputting some data, right, the fields are something like a author name. So we have seen example of this earlier JSON format, right? So just in this JSON format, so this ID, title, completed, these are fields, okay? The smallest unit of information in a Elasticsearch is a fields, okay? So ID is a field. So that's something we should understand. Those are fields. The smallest individual units of data in Elasticsearch, these are customizable and could include, for example, title, author, date, summary, team score, etc. Okay, and each field has a defined data type which contains a single piece of data. Right, a data type can be your string information. A name can be string, mobile number can be number, date of birth can be dates, whether he's sometimes he's whether prime customer or not can be yes or no also, right? A boolean kind of data. And also sometimes complex data types like objects and nested objects. Means an address can be a complex data type which is having nested, because again in the address part itself again will be like his road, house number, apartment. So a field can be also a complex field also. And sometimes you also have the geodata types, which are very important for using the geographical analysis, okay, where you'll have the lat and long also information, where there are geotypes and special data types like the token and data types like flattened information, rank feature, all this kind of things also. And these are the smallest unit of a data in Elasticsearch. And the multi-fields are where they can be indexed in more than one way to produce more search results. So multi-fields means you can use the ID, right? For example, most of the times ID, name, employee ID, these kind of things are unique ones through which we can uniquely understand the document. Remember that when you want to understand this guy, right? Since you all know basics of SQL, right? You'll be writing a lot of SQL queries day to day in your Splunk, right? So let me show you that what you call the distinction so that you'll better understand. Okay, so here index is called as a database. Okay, index, see, in database, right, the word index is used for a very different term, right? But in Elasticsearch, index means a database. Index means the data, okay, the location to the data. So when you install Oracle database software, you create a database inside it, and that is nothing but which holds the information in the rows and columns. So that is called index here. And field is field. Right now we are looking at this field. Okay, understood? So that's what we are looking at here, which is a field. And multi-field, which can be used which can be leveraged in multiple ways. Okay, when we can index in multiple ways. And meta fields are not much important, but our multi fields and our fields are the important data you have, and fields are nothing but name, author, value, customer data, whatever it is, that's going to be field. And multi fields easily available through multi-field option. Then document. The documents are the JSON objects that are stored within an Elasticsearch index and are considered the base unit of storage. Don't confuse the index with the indexing, okay? Please try to keep remembering index means data, okay? Here in the Elasticsearch, index means data, okay? Group of data, and each data is going to be called as a document, okay? So in terms of your comparison, right, if you go here, it's not there, but it is a single unit of information. For example, you have a one row, right? One row has what? Column and row value, right? Column will tell name. In the row, it will have Gautam, first name, last name, the data, right? So that complete information is called as a document. So document are JSON objects that are stored within an Elasticsearch index. Index means the actual database. So you have documents and are considered the base unit of storage, okay? In the world of relational databases, documents are compared to a row in a table, right? One document, one row. Here, one document, one JSON object. And in terms of your, if you want to picturize it, this is one document. This is one document. This is one document. Because in these to-dos, there are two things. Okay, so this is a document. This is a document. Understood? So document one, document two, document three. It will send. It will understand. It will do that. Okay. Now let's understand the other term. Let's assume that you are running an e-commerce application. You can have one document per product, okay, or one document per order itself. So which will represent information related to that operation. For example, order document will be name of the customer, what is the order he had done, what is the date of the delivery, what is the price paid, what is the location you should send. Okay, all of this will be your document. Okay, you can have one document per product, or you can have one document per order itself. One document per product means one product is there. You ordered three products, three books you ordered. Each book will have again information, right? So it can be anything. Okay, there is no limit on how many documents you can store in a particular index. Unlimited. The same way, right? In a database, you can store even 2 crore lines also, right? Typically, our database are very lengthy ones. Here also, no limit. You can store any number of documents into a particular index. The data in documents is defined with fields comprised of keys and values, right? I told you, JSON is one of the simplest way of representing data. And here, the key and value both are our own, okay? Our own choice, which is nothing but here, okay? This is the key and value. Yeah, this is also JSON, okay? The key and value. So these are keys, these are values, okay? So, and those are the simple way to represent your JSON data. Name, age, car are keys, and John 30 and the null are the values, okay? So defined, the data in the document is defined with fields comprised of keys and values, and the key is the name of the field, and the value can be an item of many different types of things, like a string, boolean, expression. Again, it can be an array of values, okay? And document also contains reserved fields that constitute document metadata, such as underscore index, okay? Each document will have metadata, right? Because when you're storing some information inside my, right, I should know where, in which database I stored, right? So it will have metadata called underscore index. The index where the document resides, underscore type, the type that the document represents, and the underscore ID, the unique identifier for the document. So this is a document here. ID 3, type, your index type, index, underscore source. So these will be automatically added hiddenly, okay? Automatically this will be there, okay? Which is your ID, type, and index. For every document it will be there, index, type, and ID. ID 3 means that's the third document, okay? Because inside an index, right, you can store 10,000 documents. So each document should have a number to it, and also what type of document it is, whether it's any kind of document, okay, text-based document or string or anything. And then again, the unique identifier for the document, okay, which is a unique data, and also the indexing. Index means where it is stored. That's the basic information. Every document will be added when you add. This is all done by the ingesting person. Ingesting person is going to give all these details, okay, because that's why someone should be there to ingest. So if the ingestion is going to be a lot, right, so you can create a node only for the ingestion purpose, dedicated for ingestion. He'll get everyone data, okay? Because if you only have one elastic person, right, he's only indexing, he's only searching, he's only providing master, he's only indexing, so it will become complicated. That is why you quickly run into a situation where you need your Elasticsearch to install in lot of servers. Mapping goes, right, in that Elasticsearch 7.0, the index type has been deprecated, okay? Why? Because going forward, only one kind of index can be there for a document. Earlier, 2-3 indexes were possible, but right now we are on Elasticsearch 7.5. The Elasticsearch 7.5 is the latest version right now, and 7.0 came around in 2018 September, so it's already pretty mature. So in Elastic 7, what you call mapping, right, 7.0 index type has been deprecated, okay? Means The type index is deprecated, but the data type is still active, mapping. So until 6.0, different types that reside within index were possible for 6.0. Until then, it was deprecated in 7.0. Okay, only one type can exist within an index. One type means what type of the data is only going to be one kind of index. Indexing, you know, right? Indexing means trying to find out the information faster. Okay, that's why we index it, right? Only one type of data can exist inside your index, which is your storage. So it is going to define the fields for the documents for a specific type of data type. Only one type of data type is possible, and using the data type only we can map it. What data type for what index, and how the fields are going to indexed and stored in Elasticsearch. Okay, so you're putting some data here. Okay, age, type, long. So you're going to put this type equal to string, means this data is only going to be going forward put as a string only. That's a string kind of data. So I am going to get the mapping. So this kind of the document which I'm storing is going to have a mapping which is going to give only one kind of a data type to be mapped. Earlier in 6.0, I was able to map multiple kinds of, means I was able to map it as a string, alphanumeric, or string, number, or boolean, but now only one is possible from 7.0, and that's a major change. Once, if someone will ask you what is the major change from 6 to 7, this guy was the major change. Okay, that changed a little bit. The people wrote query or optimist, but you are learning directly 7.0, you need to worry about what happened earlier. Okay, understood? That is mapping. Mapping means for a specific document, what is going to be the primary kind of a data type which is going to be associated with the document for the index. The whole index, we are going to do that. Means all the documents which are part of the index, I'm going to make one person a data type to be the primary one. But mapping types is gone now because it's only relevant for previous iterations. It's completely gone now. We'll not discuss about it. Index. Index, I told you, index or indices, the largest unit of data in Elasticsearch, which are nothing but the logical partitions of documents that can be compared to a database in the real world of relational databases. So one index means hundreds of thousands of documents who are similar to each other. Okay, so in Elasticsearch, we can create any number of indexes, and it's always recommended that you create separate index for same kind of data. Don't create a index and put all kind of it will accommodate, but when you're going to search, right, the search will not be relevant because the ID name will be for some name and for some it will be employee ID. So when you're going to store information in the Elasticsearch, it is your basic duty to properly segregate by creating different indexes. One index can be for application logs. You can create an index and send all the logs into that index only, so that tomorrow you write queries, it will be easy for you to get the information, because all the kind of information which you're sending will be a document type. All the documents you're going to store in index should be of a similar kind of data, so it will be easy for your queries to work. Otherwise your queries will have all different types of data getting, right? So it's not, there is no requirement, okay, that you only should create one index. We can create any number of indexes. If you go to your e-commerce application, you can have one index containing all data related to the products or all the data related to the customers. So you can have as many indices defined in analysis as you want. This in turn will hold your documents that are unique to each index. So ensure that your documents are unique. So which is the basic way of, again, you properly planning your indices or indexes on your Elasticsearch. And indices are always defined through lowercase numbers only. Okay, and it's not possible to put caps. Okay, and there are some basic best practices for you to handle the indices, which is in the best practices document, but we'll see later when we are going to create. Okay, then what is sharding? Okay, shard is a very important thing in any database. Okay, most of the time this will be dealt by administrators. You as a developer or you as a what you call a data analyst doesn't care about it. So put simply, shards are a single Lucene index. They are the building blocks of your Elasticsearch. What does it mean is, see, I have 100 GB of data. Okay, if I put all the 100 GB of data on the same server, for me the search becomes slower. So what am I going to do is, I am going to break down this 100 GB data to 4 different parts, and I'm going to store 25 GB on each server. Now what happens, I can do no parallel search. My search will be 1/4 faster, right? Why? Because it will complete 25% of the time only, because I am sending the query to 4 different servers. I'll get the answer and I'll attach it and I'll give you. That's what called sharding. The sharding is to split up the indices horizontal into pieces called shards. This allows you to distribute the operations across shards and nodes to improve performance. Simple. Understood? So index size, right, is commonly one of the main cause for your Elasticsearch to crash, because if you're having a 100 GB index, right, and if you run a query against it, that query should run on top of 100 GB, but it's still going to be very faster than your traditional writing SQL query on database, but still it will crash. So instead, what happens is, we will create shard. Sharding is again possible through clustering only. So if you have 6 data nodes, right? Which we talked about earlier, Elasticsearch architecture. You have 6 of these servers. So your data will be broken into 6 parts and 6 shards will be created. So that again, because the index has unlimited storage, if you start gobbling up that information, right, that's going to be a problem. That is why you're going to use this sharding to ensure that it's going to split up the indices horizontally into pieces. Okay, and then when you create an index, right, you can define how many shards you want upfront, and each shard is an independent Lucene index that can be hosted anywhere in your cluster. Okay, so your Lucene index will be there, and you'll easily find out. Okay, so when you are creating this index, you can tell number of shards, number of replicas. Number of replicas means that shards will be again replicated, because if you only have one shard each server, if one of the server is down, then 25% of the data will be unavailable for you. So when you search it, right, you'll only get partial result because that server may be down for some valid reason, because Linux team is doing patching activity on that server. They have a valid reason to bring down that server, but just because they brought down that server, you can't have a what you call partial results for you. It's not acceptable, right? So what you do replica means 2 replicas, means that shards will be replicated, means 25% will be there, but that one of the 25% will be there in 2 locations. Okay, so 125% part will be there on 4 servers in 2 different locations. So that what happens now, you have a replication available, so the data will be replicated. So it means that again the storage requirements will increase, but again, as I told you, today's storage is very cheap. You should never worry about storage. 1 terabyte storage today is only around $30 or $40. So not even $30 enterprise, it is $10. So the data is very cheap today. And that's why no one in your company or your manager or senior manager, no one will ever complain you that you are taking up more storage. The storage is as cheap as possible. You even ask them a petabyte, they'll give you happily. They'll not even ask a question today. What is petabyte? 1000 terabytes, not one. It is 1000 TB. People will happily allocate to you. Okay, they'll not even ask a question. Earlier it used to be, but now yes, you want 40 GB, you want 50 GB, or 100 GB, you want 100 terabytes also, it is fine. They'll give you replicas, which we were just now talking. Replicas, as the name implies, are Elasticsearch fail-safe mechanism, are basically copies of your indexes shards. So means which will look like this. Let me show you a document which I have. Elasticsearch sharding, as we told you, it's the same thing here. He's showing you have an index of 1 terabyte. You can break it to 4 250 GBs and place it into 4 different servers. So the sharding solves a problem by dividing the indexes to smaller pieces, and those smaller pieces of data of index are called shards, and each shard contains a subset of the index's data. Which percentage to which percentage you have, it will have that information, okay, in the metadata. And when you create a shard, right, your document will be showed in only one of the shard. It will not be available in multiple shards. That's not sharding. Sharding means copy will only be one copy. That if you have 40 documents, 10 documents in each shard, no replication there. Replication means you should replicate the whole shard itself, but sharding will not give your high availability. The advantage of sharding is it doesn't matter which server. You can simply put on any server. Okay, they'll understand that logic. Okay, so there is no logic, there is no best practice, nothing. The shards can be go and sit anywhere. Okay, and now your 4 shards are there, 2 clusters. So there are 2 shards each. Okay, this is how a cluster will look like. A node, 2 nodes, and on each node there are 2 shards. Okay, now replication, shard A will be there on 2, shard B there 2, and replica C. Okay, so node A, node B. Okay, so there are 4 shards with me. Okay, in this the actual shard is here, but for that shard there's a replica on the node A. Shard B is originally on node B, there is a replica here. The shard C is on node A, but for that replica is here. So like this it will do replica, means if any one of this down also, I will still have the complete data shard available with me. And that is also one critical thing you should perform or set up when you are going to set up your Elasticsearch cluster. How many replicas you want and how many shards you want. The more replicas, the more shards and more replicas, your data will be highly available, and the query will run far faster than running in a single server. Understood? This is the original, this is a replica. This is the original, this is a replica. So that guy made 4 shards of his index, and here you see the replication concept, which are 2 main things: the fault tolerance and high availability, and enhanced performance, which is again critical for you when you're doing analysis part, because you're not just storing and leaving it aside, right? You're constantly analyzing it. And again, as a matter of fact, the number of replicas should also be given at the time of the index creation only. The way I told you, the number of shards also should be given at the time of index. The number of replicas also should be given at the time of index. There is some data you want more replicas, you can give that. And for some you don't want many replicas, you only want one because it doesn't matter for you. So it's again based on the storage. Because if it is 10 terabytes of data, you're making 2 replicas, then you need 20 TB of storage, right? Because it will make 2 copies of it across your cluster. So you need 20 terabytes. That is why you need a lot of data, guys. Okay, when you talk about Elasticsearch, right, you need GBs and GBs of data. Okay, you need at least terabytes of data on each server. And one more thing, you should ensure that your replicas are synchronized. If your replicas are not synchronized, what happens? The data will be, see, this is the original here, okay? So shard C is original. I am storing a document here. If this replica is not synced with this, what happens? When this original shard C is down, the replica C will not have the updated information. Then my queries will not be effective, or my analysis will be not up to the mark, or not, I can't trust it anymore. So that's why one important thing is you should ensure your replicas are synchronized. Okay, do you need to do anything? No need to do. Elasticsearch takes care of it, but you should understand the concept. Okay, so here you need to do anything for synchronization, because the Elasticsearch keeps its replicas in sync by using a primary backup model. It will keep primary and it will keep backing up. Okay, the primary shard is responsible for performing some of the validations on incoming operations like structural validity, everything. And then if the operation has been accepted, the primary shard then actually be performed locally on the primary shard. Once the primary shard is going to perform the what you call the data operation, store it inside, it is then forwarded to the other replicas within the replication group automatically. So it's not going to do hourly or per minute basis. If it gets some data, if it is proper data, if it is not corrupted, it will store inside and right away send the replication request that, guys, you are my replicas, you update yourself. It's going to send that. Okay, and once the operation is done, the primary replica also gets the information back. Okay, that that replica got updated, I will get information with me. Okay, that successful information or the document has been updated with it. And let's talk about how a search query is executed. Okay, that's what the total point here, right? Yes, getting the data, inputting is an important thing, but the most important thing is search queries, how you can run queries. Okay, so when a client sends a search query to the cluster, right, it hits a node. Node is here nothing but Elasticsearch node. This node which has received the request from client is called as a coordinating node, and which means that now this node is responsible for sending the query to the other nodes and then assembling the results and responding to the client. Why should I assemble the results? Because I am not having all the index in a single server, because you have made shard. Sharding means the data is partially available in four servers. The results will be partial results will be gathered and assembled into single output and then sent to the client. So now you have understanding, guys, what is Elasticsearch within ELK stack. Because whatever you talk about ELK stack, the Elasticsearch is the most important component, because the whole of this application has been made on top of this powerful database which is called Elasticsearch. Okay, so let me launch an instance. And when you're trying to create a server where you're interested to run your ELK stack, it needs at least 2 cores processor and 4 GB RAM. Okay, so since I told that we can run locally, I'm not going to go ahead and create anything. I'll cancel and exit it. So what I'll do is I'll use it on my local machine. Okay, this is my local machine and I'm going to use it on my local machine. And my local machine is already a Linux machine. My local machine is a Linux, means my laptop is not Windows 10 laptop, but my laptop is a Red Hat Linux Enterprise 7.6. Normally whatever we have using to do, right? So normally my Linux laptop itself is that. So I don't need to do that. So I'm not going to create a server, because we'll directly use it in the local host and we'll also get to learn some new tools. And let's go to official site and see how can we download. Elastic.io is official sort of your Elastic company. It's elastic.co. And we'll also see one more, which is going to be cloud one, which is going to be very handy for you, because it gives you AWS complete setup free of cost for you for 14 days. I will show you that also, which is called Elastic Cloud. He'll only create 4 or 5 servers for you, everything properly created, connected, everything. Means you can right away go and start practicing right away. So that's also very handy, and I'll also tell you that also. Okay, which when you go to try free, it will show you how can you go to Elastic Cloud. So Elastic Cloud, it will give all high configuration servers for you, and it will create and set up everything for you. Okay, so if you want, go to the elastic.co site and click on try free. And in the try free, you see a lot of components. Okay, but the core components are Elasticsearch, Kibana, Beats, and Logstash. These all are small components. The APM, App Search, these are all additional components. Elastic Cloud, I told you, they are only going to spin up everything for you install, configure, connect everything, and right away give you so that you can start right away accessing it. That is Elastic Cloud. Okay, Elastic Cloud Enterprise. If you are from a company, you can use Enterprise. If you are a normal user, like any personal user, or if you are an individual person, right, who want to learn, you can go with Elastic Cloud. These are all what you call additional components, but not your actual tools. XPack, I told you, right? XPack is nothing but additional components which are paid components. These are all open source. You can use whatever you want. This Logstash, APM, AppSearch, but XPack is paid. Okay, so Elasticsearch by default gives you a paid version also. So let's go to download. I'm not interested in launching on Elastic Cloud. I'm interested in going to Elasticsearch download section, and there are multiple ways of installing it. Yes, it is possible to install on Windows, Mac, Linux, Debian, and RPM. RPM means a Linux based, which is specifically Red Hat. But I'll choose the Linux one. In the Linux one, you don't need to install, configure anything. You can just download a zip file, unzip it, go to that location, and start the program and start right away accessing it. It's very simple. For Windows also same. You download the zip file, you unzip it, go to the bin location, run /elasticstack.bat. You hit enter, it will be right away starting, and you can go to your browser and do localhost : port number. It will give you access. Okay, so I am going to hit on the Linux one, and it will right away start downloading it. Okay, it's around 277 MB in size. It will be .gz. gz is a one of your compression algorithms in Linux. Okay, like your WinZip and WinRAR, gzip is also something. So I already have downloaded upfront. I don't want to go through download now. So I'll cancel it, and I have downloaded and placed it here. Okay, Elasticsearch 7.2 this, so you can unzip it, but everything will do command line because this is a Linux machine. So I can open a terminal here, right click, open terminal. So I have my file downloaded. It's around 277 or 280 MB in size. So tar xdf. Okay, I've just unzipped it and go to the directory and go to the config. In the config, the most important config is your elasticsearch.yml. Okay, so elasticsearch.yml will give you the important configurations for your Elasticsearch. The node name by default will take node-1, and the cluster name is my-cluster. So if you don't want to do anything, you can have it commented. Just because commented, it doesn't mean it's not applying. It is applying the default value. If you're interested to change it, then uncomment this value and change it. But I'm not interested in doing that. And if you come a little below, you see this. Okay, discovery. Discovery is where you're going to mark them as your nodes. Okay, node 1, node 2. So you're going to mark them as either node 1 or node 2 or gateway, all of them. Okay, so here I have not yet enabled my clustering. When we go to the clustering, we are going to enable this, but right now we are not going to enable the clustering. Okay, and we'll take the default values. The HTTP port is 9200, the default one. So I'm not going to do any changes here, and I'll come out, go to the bin directory. Remember that the Java is a prerequisite for your Elasticsearch, but here they gave they only gave the JDK bundled along with the installation file. So I'm not going to specially install any Java. If you don't have Java installed on your machine also, it's fine, because Elasticsearch will bundle the JDK along with your installation files. So no need to take care of it, but still you need to remember why, because Elasticsearch as a program is written in a Java. In Java programming language, it is written. Okay, so that's why JDK is mandatory. So here I have a /Elasticsearch. Okay, and if you run like this, it will right away start. But if you want to run in background mode, you can run like this, and you also can give a PID. I'll give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the PID, which is a process ID. -D means it will run in the background mode. Means you can still continue using your system. If you don't use, it will be running in front of you, which is foreground. So hit enter, or else I can show you what will happen if you don't put anything. You hit enter, it will start showing you the logs, and it will be running in the foreground. Foreground means you can directly interact with the application like this. And when it is running in this mode, right, if you try to do anything, it will come out of it. So that's why it's never told that, okay, you should run it in foreground. If you do run it as a daemon, right, I can still use my command line. If I try to type anything, right, it will come back and it will exit it. And when can you confirm that your Elasticsearch is properly running is that you should see this message: active license is now basic and security is disabled, because we have not enabled security. So license is basic because I told you we are using the free version. We are not using the paid version. Active license is now basic. So once you see this message, it means that your Elasticsearch is up and running. And let me open one more window, or let me exit this You see, if I try to use my command line, it right away told stopping closed. So that is why it is always better to run with -d, -p, and the process ID. If I run like this now, you see, I got my command prompt back, means I can still access my screen. And how can you confirm it is running? Check for a Java process. Do psfnef grep Java. You will see your Elasticsearch running. Okay, my Elasticsearch 7.5 Java process is running with the port 12345. Okay, so 12345 is the PID file. Okay, that's a PID file you call it. Yes, it is running as a background process. Everything is good. Now, how can I confirm? And I told you what is the main interface in which we are going to talk to the Elasticsearch. What did I tell you? We discussed some things, right? Industry standard. What is the primary interface of we communicating with the Elasticsearch, asking something and we getting answer back? What is a protocol or what is it we discussed?
REST API.
Yes, REST API, and the data format is JSON, which it stores, but the application programming interface is REST API. It's going to be a HTTP protocol. Over HTTP protocol, it's going to be a REST API call. So a REST API call is nothing but you making a HTTP request. So curl command has that capability. A curl is a very basic Linux command who has the capability to communicate over HTTP protocol. And you want to download any software also, we can download. We saw this, right? If you want to download anything from internet also, curl will help you. So HTTP localhost, the default port is 9200. So I'll do 9200, and if I hit enter, you see this is my cluster information. This is my name of my machine. This is my cluster name. My cluster user ID means within the cluster this is the ID, and my version is 752. The build type is star. Tar means I downloaded this as a RK file. You also can download installation file also. When you go to your installation, if you go to this RPM, right, it will give you a .rpm file where you can do rpm-ivh rpm command, which is nothing but in pure Windows terms it is installation. So this type of application is not a installation based. This is going to be a tar based, means we download this tar file, right? So that's the type of installation. And the build date, license, Lucene version. Lucene means I told you what is Lucene, right? It is the actual heart of your Elasticsearch. I have only installed Elasticsearch component, guys. I have not installed ELK stack. I have only installed one component of the ELK, the Elasticsearch, which is the heart of your ELK, which is a database who has the capability to store information and also search and provide analytics for you. So this component is running, and that's how I can talk to it. There is no other way. Only way is making a API call to him through HTTP protocol, and if the API request is proper, I'll get a proper answer, or else I'll get something error like this. Okay, index not found. Okay, so no such index. Now let's go ahead and try to create an index. But is it a better way for us to talk to this kind of applications? Because is it a better way UI? And I would like you to go and learn about what is Postman. The Postman is a API development platform. Okay, you are developing APIs. It is a very good application, and it's also useful for people who are accessing applications. Okay, accessing applications through locally. So the Postman will give you a kind of a small window through which you can interact with any application over the REST API through HTTP protocol. So this is a small software, and we are going to download it and use it. And you can do this Postman also on your Windows laptop. It is a small application. So Postman is the most popular API development tool in the world, and this is from India. Indians found it. So you can directly go to click download the app. It is like something like a small kind of Eclipse, but not complexity of Eclipse, but basic web application kind of thing. Click on download the app. It will allow you to download the app based on your operating system. See here, if you are a Windows 64, click on this Windows 64. Mine is a Linux operating system, right? It automatically showed me Linux. So you can click on download now. It will download it. It's a small software, around 65 MB, and you don't need to install also. Once you download it, you can unzip and double click on the program. It will right away start. This is also a runtime binary. So I do have that application with me already, which is a Postman Linux.zip, and you see this is around 78 MB. So I'll unzip it, okay, because it is .gz. So tar I got Postman, and here this is a Postman program, and just run /postman. It will open me an application. Now let's talk about indexes. How can we see how many indexes are there? Okay, all those things. But let us learn how can we create an index. So to create an index, you can create a simple called put. So I am going to put something. Slash, you can give anything. Slash, for example, books underscore list, anything like that. You can give anything, so it will accept it and it will right away create an index for you. Okay, and there is nothing to put the body. I'll just click send. You see acknowledged. So I got the response, okay, that an index called books underscore list has been created. So I created an index now. So once you create an index, then what you can do next, we can start putting information, right? So how can you put an information? You can start putting information by putting the data. So let's put an information. I'm going to put my document as document 1, and in the body I can put form data and I can send the data. Okay, so let's see that. These are all simple ways of putting the data. So my body, then I'll check raw, and I can post data here. Okay, so what data? So let us get some data. Let me get sample data. Okay, otherwise we can't work. Let's see if it is properly formatted. So this is a data. Okay, so what is this? This is going to be a, what does this mean, guys? I have a document. Okay, that's a document. So let us put a document. So we have created a new index and some documents are going to be put in that and using the bulk API. So I'm using the bulk API. When you use the bulk API, we are going to put multiple documents. If you don't put this bulk, right, only one document can be sent, but through the bulk API I can send multiple. So I'm putting multiple documents. Okay, each document will have its document ID 1. Okay, and this is the index, everything. So I'm going to use this to load bulk data and book underscore list, books. Okay, those are my books, and then I'm going to underscore bulk. Okay, so because it should be bulk, and I'm going to put yes, because we already created the index. In the index I'm just pushing the data. Okay, so let me go to my postman. I'm going to go to my body, raw, JSON. Okay, so I'm going to put a JSON information. This is about a book. Okay, something, you know, right? A book has a price, ISBN, author, description, title, and SKU. SKU means the unique number in that company list of books. Okay, so this is, I'm going to create it, and let's see how can we do that. Okay, and here I'm just going to first post it. Okay, so posting is going to be through creating an index. Okay, so if you want, first you can put a catalog, or you can directly put. So here let's create a catalog first. Even let us remove this and let us create a catalog. That's going to be my index. Okay, because here it's not books, I'll create a catalog. Okay, so put catalog will create an index. Okay, so index, which is going to be your body. Now let's go to my placing my content. Okay, and I want to create a mapping to mine, so I'll create a mapping. A mapping, I told you what does mapping means, guys. Mapping is providing the data type of this, all the kind of documents. So index is going to be list of documents, and creating through mapping is going to highly simplify our search. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a properties. I'm going to name this type as a text. Text is one of the type of mapping. Okay, acknowledged. So I've set my mapping type. Now let's create a type called a doc. I'm going to create a type called doc. Okay, so with one field of text. Okay, so let us create a type of a called a doc, which is going to be our so let's create a document. So we have a catalog, we have a mapping, which is going to be text. So how to create a document? After the catalog, you can give your document type. So underscore doc is my document, and let's input some data. I'm going to put very simple information.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud and DevOps, then IntelliPad provides an advanced certification in cloud computing and DevOps by ENICT Academy IIT Roorkee, and it is taught by IIT Roorkee professors and industry experts. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Name, books. This is a document, and you can submit and you can see the response. Okay, it's not put, it's post. Sorry, post and send. Okay, you see the shards, there are total 2 shards. Okay, and the index type is catalog, the type is document, and this is the ID. The ID is the unique ID of each document you are going to push. If you don't give the document ID, it is fine, it will randomly give. But if you also want to give the document ID, you also can give the document ID. Both you can give. Here I have not given the document ID, that's why I'm posting it. When you give the document ID, your method should be put, but here it should be post, and you see I've just stored a simple document, very simple. If you want, we also can store another document. For example, catalog of what catalog? I have a catalog of audiobooks. Normal one is books, one is this. Again is going to create a new document, and which will give us a proper response that this is another, it has a different ID. Okay, so I've created now, and once you have created a few documents are indexed, right, you can realize that you have added new fields in order to store. Okay, now you have decided that you want to add new information, means I told you that is why the schema-less concept comes in. Now you suddenly got, okay, no, I want to add little more information. What you can do is you can start adding new information, that into your catalog you're starting to add music also. You only had books and audiobooks, now you're adding, and you want to add more fields to your document, and this time I want to add a description to my document, and the description is on demand music, listen to on demand music, something. Okay, listen to on demand music is a description, which is a music. So that's my description, and this time what we are doing, and what does Elasticsearch does, Elasticsearch will assign a type automatically based on the value that you insert. It will automatically assign the type value, and when the document is indexed with the fields, the field assigned is a type based on the field in the initial document. So now let's run again. Simple. I'm again adding one more document, and this time this is going to be, what is error, name, description, JSON needs commas. Now let's go forward. If you want to update your mapping, it is possible. Okay, so mapping of new fields can be added after the type has been created. So a type has already been created, but I want to update my mapping. Okay, I want to update my mapping to keyword. Okay, so earlier I updated my mapping. Now what I'll do is I'll update my mapping to keyword now. Okay, so I'll add my mapping, because properties are important for you when you search, otherwise it's going to be very hard for you. So I have added one more mapping, which is updating. I told you mapping can only be one type, right? The data type can only be mapped one. I have not updated it, so I'm not yet created it. I've updated. Earlier I told you my mapping was type of text. Now the type is keyword. Okay, that's the mapping I have done now. Now any subsequent documents that are indexed with the code field are assigned the right data type. So now next time any data you add which is having the type code, right, will have a proper description assigned to it. Okay, if you add anything now, okay, let us go and add some additional data. So this will be properly cataloged later. Okay, because this time I'm adding new thing, because I told you earlier it was keyword only, text only. Now text, this is not text, right? So means it's going to be having numbers, so that's why we updated my type. Okay, that's going to be my doc, because that's my document. Okay, and that's my catalog. The sequence number is 3. So this is how you take care of your control of your behavior of this updating your common API conventions. Now if you want to do the same thing, right, on the curl, it's something like this: curl -x get http ://localhost :9200/ okay, catalog / doc. So you see the information is not getting properly showed, right? Normally it is correct, but it is not showing you. So what you can do is there's a small tool called JQ. Okay, it will be very handy. You can install wherever you use. So it's called JQ filter. Okay, so let me install through it. It is a pretty printer. Okay, means it will format your JSON which is not properly displayed to proper one. Okay, so I'll just do JQ. No JQ package available. Anytime JQ. Okay, how can I get JQ? 1 second. Okay, the JQ is getting installed. It's a very small tool. Okay, so this is how it properly print. Earlier, you see, it was printing in a very bad way. Once I installed JQ and I sent this data into JQ, that's all. Even this is also fine. You just need to run JQ. So it will properly make it. So you see, now the same information you can get. If you want, you can do the same thing, curl -x get -expert. Okay. But here, sending information will be tough. That's why we're using Postman. You see, this is your catalog information and this is your mappings. Your mappings have properties code with the type keyword and description is type text and name is type text, then settings, how many providers you have, number of shards, number of replicas, what is your important user ID, everything. Okay, so yes, if you don't want to use Postman, you need to know a proper syntax for your curl. You can easily use it. And xget catalog doc, and it's not formatted properly. So what you do is you need to properly format it. So that's where the problems come. That is why we don't use it. If you want this right, you need to properly format it and use util pretty equal to true, then only it will work. Okay, so you see the type is id1, means this all complexity will come. That's why I don't recommend you using this. Okay, now let's start doing search. Okay, so let's go back to Postman. I want to search something. I'm not interested in putting in information. I'm interested in search now. Okay, now I'm going to get means I'll start getting everything now. Okay, I've done enough pushing information, so I'm interested now in getting it. You see, when I do basic search, I will get all the information I have. Till now, whatever the information I've pushed, I can see all of that. Okay. It took 364 milliseconds. Then hits total value 4 because we have sent 4 documents till now. Okay. The index catalog where one is books, one is audiobooks, one is music, and one is a sports. Okay. So a simple search. Okay. And that's what is a search, because get right, I'm trying to get the information now. We have done pushing. Now let's talk about this. So took means the time took, which is a milliseconds. Okay, taken the cluster to return the data, and timeout false means there was no timeout, and underscore shards means how many shards are there. There's only one shard here. One shard means all the index is only one copy. There are no shards at all. Means we have not done sharding. And then the hits. What are the hits? Hits means the contains the actual documents that have matched. So there are four documents which have matched your query, which signifies the total documents that match the search criteria across all indexes. The max score displays the score of the best matching document. So max score is best matching document is 1 only. Okay, means, and if you want to search all documents in one index, you can do this. But if you want to search within a specific one, okay, so you can do your underscore doc slash. Okay, and if you do, it's only going to search within that doc. But it's again same because our doc was the main one. So again, it's going to be the same thing. So catalog within that document or all the documents. Okay, so search this doc is my document. If you directly do underscore search, it will search within every document. But now I was only searching within my document. And what is my document name? Underscore doc is my document name. You can give whatever document you want. My document, document number 1, document number 2, or anything. Okay, so here this time it's going to search on the document level. If you don't give directly on the catalog, it will search the whole index. And if you want to search in multiple indexes, you can put catalog comma. Okay, we also put an earlier books underscore list, right? It will search both. So it has checked both, but one of that has empty, so we can't do anything because we did not input any data to our books underscore list. So books underscore list is an empty index. Catalog index has a lot of information, but that guy does not have any information. So you see the time taking is decreasing. First it was 360 milliseconds, next it was 64 milliseconds. Now it is 18 milliseconds. So it will keep storing that information. Okay, and when you want to start searching for a particular type, you also can search that. So this is how you do that. Okay, so let us see what you call some other operations. Okay, you want query. Okay, you can run queries. Okay, you see, I wanted to search only for the books, anything with books. So if you want to search anything with the book, that is the basic math query. Okay, which is a basic match query. You're matching something with a query. You're doing a query. Okay, so there are two ways of executing basic full text query. Okay, this using the searchlight. This is a searchlight type where you expect all the search parameters to be passed. So you pass all the search parameters part of it and you get the answer. Okay, so I've done a search now. I did not want to search everything. Okay, I'm not interested in getting every time a whole information. I'm only interested in doing a specific search, and this is a specific search. Okay, and for example, you want to do multi-matching. Means multi-match means instead of a match keyword, you want to have the same keyword again multiple fields. Okay, and you know what is fields, right? What is one of the field you have? Name. So let's query name. Query equal to name in whatever our with the words in action. So in name, what you want is a books. Okay. So this time I searched with a specific field because I was, see, if you search with just books, right, that books can be any of the fields you can get. Okay, but here I was only specific field type, and the field type was name, and name colon books. It's going to give me that. Okay, so that's how you can search on a field level. Okay, let me go to Kibana and let me show you how does it operate. Okay, but let's see if there are any other things we can do. So let's see how can we install. Okay, so we'll see how can we do in a single server. Let's take a Windows machine. We can take Windows Server 2016. So let me launch an instance. And yes, you can easily create a Windows machine, which is a Windows virtual machine in AWS, and have it within a couple of minutes. You can log in also. Okay. The thing is, you can't create Windows machine with 1 GB RAM because we know that the Windows operating system itself takes a lot. So it means that when you create a Windows based virtual machine, give at least 2 gigs of RAM at the minimum. Otherwise, it will not be enough for the application to run. So I'll take the Windows Server 2016 operating system. This is, I'm going to take Windows Server 2016 base, means the base one with all the basic features, and there is also a Windows Server 2016 which is with containers, means it will have some container related technology which we are not needed. And from Windows Server 2016 we'll take this, which is 64-bit x86, and I'll take T2 dot medium. Okay, 2 vCPUs and 4 gigs of RAM. Why? Because at least 1.5 GB is needed by Elasticsearch, and Kibana again needs 1.3 GB. So they both combined take around 2.7 GB. So at the minimum, you need 4 GB RAM. And in enterprises, when you plan for a release, right, you need to plan the amount of data you're going to ingest. For example, if you're going to ingest around 15 gigs of data every day, right? So what happens is you need to calculate, and if you want retention of 1 year, so if you are sending 15 GB each day and you have a requirement that you need to store the data for 1 year retention. So now it will calculate approximately, it is 360 GB into, it's 450 GB monthly, and around it's 5.4 what terabytes, 5.4 terabyte unit. Okay, so means based on this you need to take a calculation, and when you're going with your what you call the higher availability architecture, when you create a master node, the master nodes need just 8 GB RAM, but the data node you create, right, it needs at least at the minimum of a 48 GB RAM server. Means you need to provide at least 30 to 48 GB RAM, and so that it can calculate and store that much information. And you can create a 3 node data node and have the replication and this. So it means that if you need replication again, you need this plus what into 2. So it needs at least 11 terabytes, because if you don't have replication again, it's going to be a problem. And you should not have too much replicas or too much sharding also. Again, that's a problem. And data nodes, you can have at least 3x data nodes. Okay. And with 40 GB RAM, at least somewhere around 12 core. And you don't need to worry, you get even 250 cores servers. Okay, means the AWS gives you enough capacity, and masters can be have, you can have 3 masters, and you also can have 1x ingestion. And since this is Java, right, you can upfront give what it needs. Okay, so we do have JVM options everywhere. So when we have this JVM options, we are going to go to JVM options and we can set it up. Okay, and there are some best practices. We'll go through that. Okay, but first let us do that in a single server. Okay, without considering all of this kind of activities. So I'm going to take a Windows machine, T2.medium, click next, click add storage, and at least take 30 GB, because Windows, you know, it's a very large operating system. It needs itself around 4-5 GB, so 30 gigs of storage. And I'll give something like Elastic Stack. And for the security group, you just need only security group related to the ports in the range of 9200 to 9300. So the 9200 to 9300 are the port range which are used for the communication between your master, data, and ingestion nodes. Okay, So you don't need much. No, normally 9,200 and 9,300 are the most important. But if you give this range, right, normally it will be happy. Or if you don't want, you can only give 9,200 and 9,300. Only these ports should be open between the master nodes, which are nothing but the Elasticsearch nodes. So 9,200, 9,300, and every other port can be blocked. No need of opening and upload. And yes, you always need to have 22 port open, otherwise you can't log into your own servers. My server is running, and click on connect and get password, and it takes time. Okay, it takes at least a couple of minutes for us to log in, because the Windows, you know, right, you need RDP client, means remote desktop application. Normally we go to Windows laptop, then we go to MSTSC, or you do remote desktop application, RDP application, and you then type in your host name or IP address. And once you click OK, if it is going to find out the host name, it then let you pop up your credentials. So to happen that, right, since it's a Windows machine, it takes little amount of more time than a typical Linux. So that's why it will ask us to at least wait a complete 2 minutes. Okay, so click on connect here. You can download the RDP file. So click on download remote desktop file. It will download your RDP file. Okay. When you double click it, it will pop up you everything. And the username is going to be administrator, and the host name. And to retrieve the password, right, it will take time, because until unless the Windows server is completely up and running, I can't get the password, and the password will be inside the server. So okay, you see, still it's asking at least wait. So let's wait. Okay, so you should see something like this. Click on, so you have your key pair, right, through which you create your instance. Choose that key pair, go to the location where the key pair is available. So my key pair is available here, and I'm going to choose my PEM file, which you always use to authenticate, and then click on decrypt password. So your key file will be used against it to decrypt, and this is my password, and copy that and have it handy. Let me open a notepad and let me put it here. And now click on your RDP and click on accept certificate, and it will ask you to put a password, provide the password. Okay, and click OK, and if everything is right, it will allow you to log into that Windows machine. And sometimes it looks like, but you can adjust screen resolution. So I have my resolution, and whenever you install a new Windows machine, right, remember that the Internet Explorer, right, will have a lot of huge restrictions. So obviously I need to now go and download a lot of packages, everything from the internet, right? So the Internet Explorer will provide us a huge restriction. Okay, if you don't use the recommended settings also, for each website you run, right, it will literally make us the process more painful. So if I ask to go to google.com, for example, it will ask, are you sure? And it will give you this kind of messages. Okay, so this is going to be a huge problem. So for this, right, go to the server manager. In the server manager, this is a setting, okay, to increase the highest level of settings on the Internet Explorer, which is a huge problem. So let's go to this and click on the local server here. On the local server, you can see Internet Explorer enhanced security configuration is on. So I'm going to disable it. So that enhanced security will be disabled for everyone, and ensure that is off. If it is off, then you can happily use your browser in your server. Okay, but most of the time this will be off in your enterprise, but by default it's on. Now I think I can go and fetch. Now the first thing is, let's download any other browser, because the more time we are in this browser, it's not going to allow us. So let me download Edge browser. The Windows server sometimes makes the process very painful. Let me see, there will be one some settings will be there. Let's go to google.com, go to your elastic.io, so elastic.co. In the elastic.co, click on try free, and in the try free, it will ask you whether you want to use or not, so which we have seen. Click on download, which we have done earlier. So now click on Windows. It will ask you to save, and it will download very fast. So let me go to my downloads. But I told you, right, this is developed on top of Java, so it expects you to have your what is the prerequisite, guys? Java. This all applicants are written in Java programming language. So it means that literally these are all Java programs. And for a Java program to run, At the most basic level, it expects to have JRE or JDK installed so that it is going to have that runtime available. Otherwise, these programs will not have any runtime binaries to run for themselves. So let's go ahead and install the Oracle Java or Open Java. Anything is fine. Okay. So ensure you have Java, and if you already have, so you can go to CMD. In your CMD prompt, try to run Java-version and check if you already have Java. And I don't have Java here. It means that there's no Java available. So now let me go, and if you go here, you will have the JDK. But I was just telling you that okay, we need Java. So I was showing you the basic what you call it, from where you can get it. So here, get Java SC Development Kit 8. Go to the site, and whenever you try to download, right, Oracle expects you to sign into their website. Though it is free, Oracle makes this wantedly little bit complicated, asking you to log in. So if you try to download, right, the JDK 1.8, you click on download, you'll outright go to a login page. You'll wantedly go there. So yes, right away I can able to save it, and you can right away install, and it has downloaded. Okay, so that's your this one. So in the meantime, we have our Elasticsearch unzipped and readily available. Go here, Elasticstack, go to bin directory, and here in the window, right, in this bin directory, click CMD. So it will open a CMD in the current location. It's a very efficient shortcut, you can remember. So when you want a specific location command prompt, you can do this. Okay, and if you want, this is opposite way, means from a location you want start menu, you can do start space dot. Start space dot will open that folder in the UI, and if you want to go from there, it is CMD. So those two things you can remember, they're very handy. And now here, a simple command. So elastic search dot bat. Okay, and you run, it will start providing you the output. And right now the default is 1.8, but right now the official is 1.11. Okay, going forward, right, the way 1.8 Java was there for a very long time, the 1.11 Java is going to be a long-term release from Oracle. It's going to be there for at least up to 2024. So going forward, right, wherever you may see this kind of dependency, right, you may encounter this Java 1.11, but 1.8 this is fine, but you give 1.11 also, this is also going to happily accept. And this is a standard message you get. And once you get this message, active license is now basic and security is disabled as a standard message you get. And right now I have my Elasticsearch up and running, and if you can go to your browser and check it, it will be available. So go to your HTTP localhost colon 9200, which should give you your basic endpoint. It's fine, but now let's go and get our Kibana. Okay, here will go back. Now let's get Kibana. Okay, Kibana also the Windows, save, and it will download very soon. It's downloaded. Let's go to the download section and untar the Kibana. The Kibana has a lot of files, guys, okay, because it is a UI component, right? There are small files there. It has around 100,000 files inside that zip file, which is a compressed zip file. Though it is 270 MB in size, right? Why it went into unresponsive state is it has started doing a very compute intensive activity. So it went into unresponsive state, but it will restore back, telling that, okay, there are a lot of files and it is trying to restore all of them. Means unzip it. We should see the window. Yeah, okay. So first it's going to search for the file. So that's a big problem. You see, it is first discovering the file. So this unzip program is not just having 200, 300, it's having a lot of them, and you'll see that. And you all will also have the same time, which takes a lot of time, but you can put it aside and do your work when you're doing it, so that you don't wait a long time. It's running, though it is running fast, it will take considerable amount of time. I know that because I keep looking at it, so will not waste time. For this, what I've done is I've already unzipped in another location and have it handy. Okay, but yes, again, once we see that, we can come back, and here we see, though we started it, so let it run in this way. I will log in to an other Windows machine. This is a Windows machine, so let me connect. So once it is started right properly, you should get this. Okay, you do localhost 9200, you get this. So here I installed another browser, which is Microsoft Edge, which is a new browser from Microsoft. Now IE has been deprecated. Okay, so you do get this message. Okay, so once your Elasticsearch is properly started. So here I've started the Elasticsearch, and you see the same message here telling that it is started. So I've done the same thing here. I came into this location and ran elasticsearch.bat file. That's all. And you see the message, future versions of Elasticsearch will require Java 11. Okay, so your Java version does not meet this requirement. Okay, so it means that going forward it is mandatory that we should have Java 11. And once you have this, and this is where we done. And if I go to my download section, in my download section, I have my Kibana downloaded and unzip. And go to your Kibana, go to the bin directory, and open the command prompt. The Kibana, again, you have a kibana.bat. Okay, run this. And if you see, I have not done any configuration, because by default, when you are learning for yourself, the Kibana and Elasticsearch does not expect you to do any kind of configuration. They are going to self-discover each other. Nothing to be done from your side. But when you go to clustering, yes, that's where you start doing a lot of things. But for Kibana, it's always simple because it's only a UI component. But for Elasticsearch, right, when you're installing as a cluster, we are going to do a lot of things, and that's where we'll see post this setting up. Once we'll start Kibana, then we will go to the Kibana UI, and we'll go to the Kibana section, and we'll see how does a Kibana look like. So right now the Kibana is coming up, and it will take a couple of minutes. Okay, it has started. So it has already connected to the Elasticsearch. You will see exactly this message here. Okay, all of these are the stated message. Okay, where everything is green. Request timed out. Kibana src transport.ts. Let it's fine. Let's go and access Kibana at 5601. Localhost 5601. You should have Kibana. And by default, Kibana does not have any security. It means that it will directly allow you to log into the UI. And yes, we can provide security to Kibana. And I'll show you in the later session how can we enable security to Kibana and ensure that only relevant people can log in, and not every team or everyone from every other teams can log in. And this is going to be the default page. Okay, the discover section. The discover is going to be the default page where you can do. And as ELK, for us, going to the last one is important, the management. Okay, so in the Kibana, you can see your index management, how many indexes you already have. If you have already put some indexes, you can see that indexes here. Okay, yesterday we were seeing that what directly interacting, but now whatever the indexes you see are the indexes which are being reflected from the Elasticsearch, because Kibana is just a UI application. Kibana cannot store a single byte of information. Kibana is only to display information. From where it's going to display, it's always going to display from Elasticsearch. So a Kibana only needs one configuration change, the location of a Elasticsearch. That's all. So the Kibana.yml file will be there, which we'll be seeing. So what Kibana needs is two things: on what port it should run, and from where the data it should be getting it and showing you. So I have a couple of indexes here, and you see this index. Okay, a test index and a bookdb and score index, and the number of docs are there, and the storage, everything. And now you can go to the stack monitoring. By default, the stack monitoring will be disabled. You need to enable the stack monitoring. If you go to setup mode, it will ask you to set up. When you come to the stack monitoring for the first time, it will ask you, it is disabled. You need to enable that. If you enable it, it is going to monitor itself, because someone should monitor Kibana and Logstash also, right? So by default, there is a default monitoring readily available for you to enable it. Once you enable it, the Kibana will start gathering the statistics from your Elasticsearch component and your Kibana component. Kibana, right now health is green and Elasticsearch is yellow. Elasticsearch will always be yellow until unless it goes into cluster mode. If it is not in cluster mode, it is not properly set up. So though it is not doing any activity, though it is idle also, it will show you the status as yellow. Why? Because it is not in a cluster mode. So you no need to worry. Okay, so it is not in cluster mode. It will tell you that. And if you want, you can go into this overview section further, and which will give you a lot more stats here. So right now I have one node here. Okay, nodes equal to 1. There are 9 indices, and I'm using around 370 MB available. There are total 11 shards. Now this is my Elasticsearch, and the Elasticsearch is right now online, and it is connecting on 9300. I told, right, the connectivity will be on 9300. So it's using 9300 port, and CPU usage, JVM usage, and the disk free. So there is 8.7 GB free disk space on the Elasticsearch. The indices, right? The indices are nothing but what are the total indexes. What is all the indexes you have, which is nothing but the storage. How many indexes you have inside index, how many documents are there, and each index is going to store how much, okay? And search rate. Search rate means how many searches are happening per second, means how many people are searching on it. That's your indices. Indices is nothing but the actual storage of your Elasticsearch, because the data is index, which is the biggest component. Inside that you have document, inside document you have fields, multi-fields, arrays. So that's your storage part. This is your node health part. And the search rate, okay? So how many searches are happening, what is the search latency, what is the indexing latency, what is the indexing rate. And in this, right, you have something called dev tools. Go to the dev tools, it will give you a command line mode access to your Elasticsearch. So for example, if you want to get the status of your cluster, you can write get/cluster. So this will also has a kind of auto suggestions. So if you want get underscore cluster. So what are all the things under cluster? You'll get it, the endpoints. Cluster health, cluster nodes, cluster state, cluster settings. So if you want to see the cluster state, click on this play button, okay, which is going to be run. So this is my cluster state. So in my cluster state, there is one Elasticsearch, and this is the cluster state, cluster UID, and the node name, okay, the transport address, the max memory is 4 GB, all of this information, okay, some metadata, a lot of metadata will also be there, okay. So this is all again a command line mode. And if you go to this button, right, it will allow you to copy this as a curl command. So you can, if you click on copy, right, and you hit enter here, means you'll see the curl command. So it will auto generate curl commands for you, so that you can take it and place it on, run it on from shell scripts or anywhere. You can generate the command here, and then you can convert into CURL and you can take it, okay. And for example, you want to see the cluster health, that is a very common metric you'll use. If I run this, I'll see the cluster health. So my cluster health is, see, this command is run on top of Elasticsearch. You'll only get information of your database only. Don't expect to get the information about your Kibana itself, because this is not Kibana. You are accessing Elasticsearch, because Kibana is a UI on top of your Elasticsearch. So my cluster is Elasticsearch, and you see the number of nodes equal to 1 and the number of data nodes equal to 1. Later, right, in some time we'll go to Linux, where we'll install. That time we'll take 3 nodes and we'll make 1 as master, 2 as data nodes. So there you'll see the number of nodes, number of data nodes, all of them, okay. But right now it's only 1 node, and in that 1 node, the node is acting as master, ingestion, data, everything. So there are a lot of metrics for your internal, and also the metrics for your indexes. So now get is you want to get your indexes, okay. So these are all my indices, okay. Why you see all this? Because there's also, see, I only had 2 indices, right? Why am I having more indices? Because right now I am capturing my health of myself, okay. The data about my health also is being captured. So the indices I created myself are these, the test indices and the bookdb underscore index. So these are the indices I created, but there are other indices created which are part of your monitoring. You see, monitoring Kibana, APM agent, Kibana task manager, monitoring Elasticsearch. So right now I've enabled my monitoring. So the data is also collected and it's also stored in kind of a what? In a indices, which is index. Okay, that's why this. But if you want, you also can, again, yesterday we did put, right? You also can do put and put a new what? Index. So put, now it is working. Earlier it was taking timeout. Yeah, so what I put was correct, but due to timeout issue. Okay, so yes, this is a valid command. So you can put, and can put a catalog, I can put a document here, and I can send it. Okay, you can simply create an index. Okay, so you can run any kind of your commands here. So let us run a command get underscore search. The search command is going to get all of your data available part of your every index, and I think it's going to take a lot of time. Let us search based on your index. Okay, so this is a test. I have an index. Okay, and the test index is having this information. Okay, so I have a data about related to text and doc. So okay, so right now some of the queries are getting timed out, guys, because it's a huge amount of data and the resources we gave is not at all enough. So that's why some commands are getting timed out. That's all, but it's not failing. So there is one index. There is also one index called books underscore what is that other one? BookDB underscore index. Okay, so let me see. There's also one more called BookDB underscore index. DB underscore index, and if you run that, you will also get. Okay, so this is also some data I put. Okay, there's some data. So yes, your queries will work. So This is the most simple way of running queries against your Elasticsearch directly. And these SCM, uptime, APM are all what you call you have additional features. But when you go to management and you go to your license management, you have by default a basic license available which will never expire, and you can start a 30-day trial version to have all the advanced features activated. Okay, so you can click on start trial and it will right away start the trial. The trial will give you some platinum features. The platinum features are machine learning capabilities, alerting, graph capabilities, and JDBC ODBC connectivity for SQL. Means you can even start connecting to backend SQL databases. And authentication, you can implement your Active Directory or SAML based one, and you also can have some auditing required. So these are all some additional features which are not activated or not given by you, because I told you that company also want to sustain, so they put some features locked down and only give you by you paying a licensing fee to them. If you're not concerned about this, then you can cancel them off and you don't need to activate, but you can activate, you can right away activate. So this is a single server setup. And for the Logstash, again, you can go to the Logstash and install, but for a Logstash, you don't need on the same server, but yes, we can install on the same server. So let us install Logstash. So Logstash has a tar.gz zip file. So let's download the zip file. What is Windows event log? Event log, whatever happens on the operating system, it's going to be on the event log. Okay, so you can use WinBeat. Okay, WinLog beat is a beats. Okay, yesterday we discussed about beats, right? So you do have a beat called the WinLog beat. Okay, so the beats I told you are the simple and efficient way of managing your data collection and sending it to your Elasticsearch, which is your database. So you can download this WinLog beat and install on each and every Windows server you have, and they'll start sending data to your Elasticsearch. Okay, so with this, right, you can replace a lot of tools in your company. You can remove the monitoring tools, you can remove your health check tools, everything, and you can have a combined monitoring solution with you. With the, again, I told you the Kibana has a huge advantage with the UI. Means the UI, the graph options, right, will be too much, and you can use it. And installing them is very simple because there's not much complexity. It's only download and unzip it. Okay, you don't need to install everything. Okay, these don't need any installation. So WinLog beta. So now here for the WinLog beat, again you're going to use this run. So for WinLog bit, what you should do, you should just run a PS1 file. Okay, the WinLog bit is nothing but a simple PowerShell script which you guys can understand. So what you do is you run it, but before running it, you should do a basic config change, and once you do the config change, you can run the command. So to install it, you do /install WinLog bit. Okay, let me open PowerShell because that's better. See, the beats are already purpose built small softwares who already understand the data, take it, convert into the way Elasticsearch is going to understand, and they'll send it that to the Elasticsearch. So earlier, right, people only used to have Logstash. The Logstash, anyhow, we are going to see later Logstash. Through Logstash, right, in the Logstash, there will be three pipelines. Okay, one is input, the next is transformation, and the third is a output. So input means from where the data it should take. Do you have any transformation to be happening? And then output is where it should send the data. So input is the log location of your program, wherever you install Logstash, in that server where all the information should gather will be location. Output will always be your 9200 Elasticsearch and any transformation you want. But that became complex. Logstash needs little more RAM. So these guys bought companies. So there was some company called Upbeat. So Upbeat company was bought by Elasticsearch, and they created all these beats softwares, all small softwares which are low latency applications. So for each activity there is a beat. For Windows there is a beat application. So if you go to this beats, right, you want to learn the beats, so it will show you all these kind of beats available. So lightweight data shippers. Okay, so these are all the beats that I told you. File beat, metric beat, packet beat. Now we are discussing about this WinLog beat, which is a Windows one, because I'm in Windows operating system, I'm touching it right now. Audit beat is for auditing, and heartbeat is only for uptime monitoring. Heartbeat will only tell whether the server is up and running or not. It will not care about anything, because for us, when the server is not responding, if the server is not available, It's the most important metric we should be concerned. So that's heartbeat. Network, only data, network packets. Metrics, your operating system, full operating system metrics, CPU, RAM, storage, file system, or any other things you want, it will collect it. And the most popular and the most in demand or the most commonly used is a log bit. File bit means you tell this guy to take the data from specific files like your web server files, your application log files, any file. It will take it and send it to the Elasticsearch. So you see, ship from the source, plain and simple. Beats are great for gathering data. They sit on your servers with your containers, they deploy functions, and then centralize the data in Elasticsearch. And the beats ship the data that conforms to the ECS, Elastic Common Schema. And if you want more processing power, then you should forward that to the Logstash for transformation and parsing. So by default, you don't need any much transformation, but still if you want a lot more transformation, you can send that to the Logstash. On the Logstash, you have Grok. Grok is nothing but a syntax for doing all this kind of transformation, and then it can be forwarded. So let us go this guy and okay, this is the location I should be going to. Let us install this guy. So what did I did is I gave the PowerShell, I told PowerShell to give that guy unrestricted runtime. Okay, now let me run. Let me use unblock file, that is better. So it is installed now. The win log bit is installed. Now let us go and it is installed in your C program files winlog beta. So let me go there. C program files. So this is your file bit configuration file. You can specify which kind of events you want to monitor. Okay, and you also can tell from how long or how far you want to take it. So, and the most important thing is here the outputs. Okay, here you will see the output. See output.elasticsearch. Right now it is localhost 9200, which is going to be perfectly fine because already I have installed mine in the localhost only. But in real time, you need to properly set it up with the Elasticsearch server name in whichever server you have Elasticsearch, because the WinBit is going to be installed on a remote server most of the time. But in this scenario, since we are seeing everything in a single server, this is going to be working fine because what you call my Elasticsearch is currently reachable on localhost only because my Elasticsearch is installed on the same server. This is the output. And if you want to output to Logstash, then you need to send it to the Logstash server. But here I am not sending to Logstash. Whatever the information is being collected, it's already in the ECS standards only, Elastic Schema standard. So it is fine. And if you go a little bit up, you can see where this should reach out to the Kibana, and the Kibana is this. Okay, path. Now you want any tags, anything, but what is important is this. Okay, the event logs older than 72 hours, and what are the type of event logs you want to monitor is going to be here. So we are going to take all this, the system, security, process, everything. Okay, so and I'm going to take the default one, and it is fine. Let's go to this winbit YAML file with winbit documentation, and let's see that. And you can update or decrease it or increase it. Okay, so let's go to winbit reference 7.x. We have used 7.5. Let us go to 7.5 itself. Your config winbit. Whatever we are seeing that, right, this is the same reference file we are seeing it here. Okay, means whatever the default file is being shown here, and you see right now in this default file these two are
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud and DevOps, then IntelliPad provides an advanced certification in cloud computing and DevOps by ENICT Academy IIT Roorkee, and it is taught by IIT Roorkee professors and industry experts. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Uncommented, and in the top these are uncommented. So most of the time this file is commented only. And if you want to get more information about your processors, okay, or more information about other activities, you can start uncommenting all of them. Okay, and right now what is only uncommented is because they have generalized that okay, it's going to be name and security. But if you want more, and if you come down, you'll start saying them. Okay, the max number of events you can buffer. Okay, the flush timeout means after 15 minutes you want to flush out and you want to load the newer data, how long you want to flush out, and where the file should be available, means which file you want to read, and then event types. So here number of process, you want the information about all the processors available Yes, it can give you the CPU fields and the processor. It will find you the information about searching the processors, and then these are again, if you have any containers, it will also monitor that container. Those are processors output, and this is all proxy. If you are directly not connected, that is not needed. Any certificates, logstash output, Kafka output. So your choice of selecting is only within this where we have seen. So your choice is here. What you want to do is here. So your name is application, not older than this, and keep null. You don't want anything, you can put everything false, but we don't want that. We need to get, and filtering, parsing, enriching. It's all about doing something, but there isn't any information about increasing the amount of information. Okay, it is monitoring itself. Okay, I don't want to monitor myself. Let me go and start my WinBit. Okay, because till now I have not started it. When you activated it, it was only in stop state. Okay, here or either little bit up, you will see always stopped because we have just stopped it. So let's start it. Okay, how to start it? Now you can run start -service. So let me go to my Kibana now, and in the Kibana, let us add the index management. There are 2 indexes. You can create indexes through Kibana also directly, which is nothing but again creating on top of your Elasticsearch only. Okay, so create an index pattern. So based on your index pattern, if the data has started generating, you'll show it here. Okay, so it has not yet started sending me the traffic. If it sends the traffic, you can see here. Okay, so there are 2 index patterns now: bookdb index and test index. And when your WinBeat starts sending the information, it will also start categorizing them here. And I don't see any data being gathered yet. So the index pattern is a way to find out whether any data has been generated or not. Otherwise, you'll not know. So, or else you can go to visualize. No data is there. We don't have any data. See, here you will get the information whether it is sending it or not. Means, as I told you, they all communicate on 9300 port. If you don't open the 9300 port, you'll not be getting the data, and it will be throwing you an error, your winlog beta. So that's why you need to ensure your firewall team, or if you have whatever your network team, to have 9200 port open between every server you install a WinBeat to your Elasticsearch, the master Elasticsearch. You can have multiple slaves, but you need to have master Elasticsearch 9200 port, and you will know in this application. And the WinBeat also has logs, and the log information you can see. But you are not going to, I'm not sure whether you'll use WinBit log, but what you are going to commonly going to use will be the log bit. The log bits is something you're going to extensively use because that's how you're going to ingest a lot of data. It gives you a chance to ingest huge amounts of data, and that is something you're going to use. This is on your operating system level. So your WinLog beta should be always in running state. You ensure that it is running, and it is already startup type automatic. Automatic means it will start along with your operating system. Okay, the WinLog bit. It is manual, but you also can make automatic also. It will start along with your operating system, which you can later configure. But I wanted to see whether this guy is running or not. Yes, it is running. So I don't see any indexes getting generated due to this. So it's not yet sending any data because it doesn't have it. So it is, the service is running, there is no issue, and we are on the localhost, and there is no issue with your localhost. Status is okay. It means that the WinBeat is happily able to connect to your this one. So there is no issue with your Elasticsearch or connectivity or anything. That is something you should find out. And there is no port conflict or port issue because they are localhost. It is directly reaching out on the local port itself. So let me go and show you how to do that in a Windows machine where you need, because the biggest problem is the resource constraint here. Okay. Let me see our other server. Okay, it is still copying the files. Leave it off. I will have a bigger machine created, guys, so that it will not give all this resource constraint. I will create a Windows server with a 16 GB RAM, so that when you create your this machine, right? Okay, let me show you this itself. When you install your Elasticsearch, right? Elasticsearch is expects at least 4 GB of RAM and have right now not given it at least even 2 GB also. That's why we have this resource constraint. Go to your Elasticsearch and the main Elasticsearch config file will be in the config directory, which is called elasticsearch.yaml. And you have JVM options. Go to the JVM options and you need to see something called as the XMS and XMX. If you are a typical Java person, you'll know the min RAM and max RAM. So here it is 1 GB, and you see should always set the minimum. For example, setting 4 GB. So example itself they'll ask you to put 4 GB, but it is 1 GB. So it's highly resource constrained right now, and that's why this is not running efficiently. Okay, so let me create a 16 gig of server so that we can give enough capacity to everyone and we can start injecting the data. And elasticsearch.yaml file, which is something now we are going to see in the local. This is where you're going to create your clustering, because the clustering only needs to be done on your database. This file will be using a lot now. So let me come out. Let me launch Ubuntu service, Ubuntu 16.04. So let me download your Elasticsearch here. This time we'll only go to the Elasticsearch because we're only concerned about the Elasticsearch, because we want to set up Elasticsearch as a cluster. The Linux will be far faster than our Windows. Go to your bin directory and we need to perform some activities. So a list of activities we need to perform on this AWS service, because AWS has a little bit different networking. So we need to perform some specific operations specific to the AWS only. So the first thing is Elasticsearch -keystore create. Then there is a command here we need to use to set our Elasticsearch AWS one. So let me open that commands. Once you install keystore, we need to install a plugin. The plugin is EC2F1 Discovery. Okay, so the plugin name is going to be called EC2F1 Discovery, and we need to install the plugin. Why? Because it is going to need a specific information, so it needs that plugin. So let me go and install Discovery-EC2, and ensure that you have keystore created. Though it is there, you can override also, but again I ran for my better confirmation. Then let me create my access key. So now go to your AWS, guys. This is a one-time activity. Go here, go to your my security credentials, click on my security credentials. Then once you go to my security credentials, this is for authenticating through API calls. Means normally when you authenticate to AWS, right, you're using your email ID and password to log into the console, right? But programs cannot use email ID and password to log in. They need programmatical access. So for that, you use access keys. So click on create new access key and it will create an access key for you. Okay, it's a simple activity. Just click on create new access key. It will right away give you access key and it will allow you to download. So use that access key ID and the password. Okay, when you click on create access key, it will also give you a password, username, password. It will allow you to download a file, a CSV file for you, and have it handy with you and open that CSV file. I have my CSV file with me. Let me open it, and this has access key. So copy this access key and run this command. The command to run your access key, which is going to be this Elasticsearch keystore add discovery.ec2.access key. So servers should discover each other. See, when you create a cluster, right, they should constantly discover each other. If they don't discover each other, they'll never know what is the status of other person. So whether I should take over the duty of master, if the master is not available, all those things you should know. So I'm going to run the add discovery ec2.access key, and it will ask for your ec2 key access. And when you download that file, right, you'll get something. Rootkey.csv is a file name exactly you get here. Only copy till the access key, not all, only access key, and right click and paste it. Okay, I pasted it. And the next configuration you need to perform is a secret key. Secret key is the password. Go to your rootkey.csv and copy your AWS secret key. Once you ensure you properly copy it, right click and paste. It's done. Okay, so this is a mandatory step you should do, guys. Okay, so that the EC2 is going to perform. And one more activity is when you want the servers to discover each other, you need to add a custom metadata or adding a label name. So go to your server, all the servers. If you are adding 6 or 7 servers part of your EC2 setup, right, each and every server should have this configuration. Okay, a simple configuration, but it's effective. Select your server and go to tags, create a tag, create a simple tag, go to edit tag, click create tag and the name, for example, cluster, and you can do prod or production. So this should be the same key value to all of your servers. If you're having 6 servers part of your cluster, for each server you should add a tag. This is not any configuration, just a tagging mechanism, just tag. The key and value are completely your own choice. Don't use spaces. You can give underscores and numbers, but don't use spaces or all the special symbols. Okay, or if you give this in this plain symbol, it is a lot better. Cluster equal production. Just a simple key value pair. Okay. Now once you have done that, let's go to our configuration and go to your, when you do configuration, right, it's better to take a backup. So I'll take elasticsearch.yaml file as a backup, pkp underscore. So I have my elasticsearch YAML file. Okay, and here the first thing is cluster name. This cluster name should be the exact same name in all of your YAML files across all the servers you're going to create. So whatever the cluster name you give here should be exactly matching all the servers part of your Elasticsearch. I will give some, for example, elastic-prod. Okay, this is my prod cluster. And node name. The node name should be unique. So I'm giving my node name as node1. That is fine. And you need to give the path name to the data and the logs. So I'll give my path to the data. Path to data means where is your data going to be stored. Remember one important thing in your Windows, right? If it is this, I'm not sure whether you'll install in Windows. No one will install Windows because Windows is very, very slow. So all of the efficiencies, performance, everything will go bad if you install your Elasticsearch on Windows. So if your Windows has a D directory mounted with the 500 terabytes or 1 terabyte or 2 terabytes, you need to give that location here. The path.data means where the actual data will be stored, which is part of your indexes and documents. This is an important location, and this will be important for your data nodes. This is the master node. I'm not much concerned here, but still I'll give a valid location. Don't give a location where there's no storage. And the logs are nothing but the log location where the application logs, so that I can exactly troubleshoot or debug if there are any problems. Okay. Then network. What is my network host? My network host is going to be my EC2 IP address. Okay. So if you want, we can go and we can get some information here from the, this is something which is look like this. Okay. Underscore EC2 colon private IPv4 underscore. Okay. And the HTTP port always 9200. But if you have choice, you can change it to whatever you want. But it is better 9200 because it will be configured in a lot of locations, so you'll be unnecessarily confusing. And now we need to add the discovery information, the most important information, how they are going to discover. Discovery.seed underscore providers EC2. I'm going to use EC2 as my discovery mechanism. Then discovery.ec2.any.group. discovery.ec2.host. These are all the information I'm going to give, so that they are going to use these properties to discover. And when they discover, through what IP they should discover is private IP, what is the type of servers, and any group they can use. Yes. And awareness, how are they going to be aware of, means which is nothing but which AWS data center they are. I'm in US West East zone. Okay, East 2A zone, whichever servers you are. So you see this master is in which zone is US East 2A. Okay, this is availability zone, we should put it here. Okay, and that's correctly I put. Then the most important information I told you, though it is simple, is your discovery.ec2.tag. So what did the tag we gave here? Remember what tag we gave here? I told you a simple name tag I told you to give. I gave cluster, and I gave production. And if to decrease your confusion, right, you can remove all of this. Okay, you don't need. So you feel that, okay, this is all confusing, I can remove all of them. You don't need all of this information. Okay, so that will be a lot more granular for you. Everything which is commented out is not at all needed for us, so I can right away delete them, and there is not going to be any problem. Okay, so this looks fine. Cloud.node, cloud node auto attribute, cloud cluster routing, allocation awareness attributes, discovery EC2 tag. So cluster production, let me validate this. Cluster production. Okay, discovery EC2 endpoint, EC2 US EC2. I think this should be fine. Let me save it. And once I start it, it will throw me an error asking me there are some prerequisites missing, but let it throw. We will fix it. So it will use the plugin discovery. Okay. So it will use a plugin called Discovery EC2 plugin and unknown setting discovery to EC.host type. Do you mean discovery EC2 host underscore type? Discovery EC2 host underscore type. We have downloaded the package, then we have unzipped it, then we went into the config directory, then we have created the key store, then we have installed the EC2 plugin. Why we need to install EC2 plugin is the way the EC2 servers communicate is completely different than our servers which are in our on-premises stock. Okay, so they don't use a unicast protocol, they use multicast protocol. So means the way AWS servers communicate each other and discover each other is completely different. That's why we install a plugin through this command plugin install, and once we install, we are going to add access key, because one server to other server they want to discover, they should have the credentials. So we are using these credentials, and we have given those credentials, okay, which are programmatical access. And then we went over config and we took a backup of our config, and let's open the YAML file. And this is what we came to conclusion. Okay, this is the host name of your this one, and it's going to take the private IP. When you go to your AWS, your machine has a private machine IP, and that is going to be the private IP 172.31.542. That's going to be your IP address. Okay, private IP is going to be the IP address of the server, and port number is 9200. And this is everything looks good. And the important one is cluster, tagging it and mentioning it, and also which availability zone it is. So now let's start it again. Ensure that you do this way, guys. Okay, opening the file and setting it up in the file. Now let's run. What is it? Master not discovered yet. This node has not previously joined a bootstrap. Cluster. Yeah, that was a line missing. So now you have a cluster created. So you have a proper started, and you see again active license is now basic and security is disabled. And you see now we have a cluster state, and the node 1 is currently the master. Okay, the node 1 is master node, has unchanged, and the current node 1. So this is one node. Now I have the initial cluster, and now I'll come out and why? Because last time I was testing it. If you want to start the Elasticsearch properly in the background mode, you can do -d -p and give a PID. Any PID is fine. PID file you can give 1 2 3 4. Okay. If you run like this, it will properly run as a daemon in the background. So you can log off and log in. It doesn't matter. And to verify, you can check whether a Java process is running with the name Elasticsearch. So this is how you confirm whether it is running. And yes, it is going to take a lot of RAM. And the next thing is, how can you optimize your memory? So go back now to your config directory and go to jvm.options. You need to increase the jvm.options. As I told you, if you are using a data node, it needs at least 30 gigs of RAM. A 30 GB of RAM is needed for a data node at the minimum. And if it is for only a master role who is not storing the data or not performing the query optimization, he needs at least 8 GB of RAM. And if you're giving 8 GB of RAM, then the server should have double the capacity. Again, I'll send you a doc for that, but again, let me iterate. When we provide the heap memory, which is in terms of Java language, you call it heap memory. Okay, when we provide heap memory, the OS should have double the capacity. So if you have at least, you are giving 8 GB RAM, you should have at least 60 GB of RAM for you. But when you go high capacity, you don't need. But in the small, right, if you means when it is in a smaller numbers, it is fine. But when you go to 30 GB or here, 30 GB is fine. 30, 32 you can give for a 48 GB RAM server. Okay, so 12 can be having retained for the operating system, and 30, 32 you can give it. But no need to use the same logic when you go to higher numbers. But lower numbers, you need to be at least double. Means you give 2 GB RAM to your Java application, you should have 4 GB on your operating system. So there's a logic like that. So ensure that you at least have this kind of a server. So if you give 8 GB, you should have at least 16 GB on that server. And your JVM heap size is one of the important metrics you're going to ensure that you're going to have it. Okay, clear? Now let's go and create one more server and ensure that that is going to join this server as a cluster. Okay, now let me go ahead and create one more server. When you want the same server with the exact configuration, you can click on Elasticsearch Master click action, click launch more like this. It will exactly launch the same configuration. Okay, it will not have the data, but what are the options we choose, right? It will choose the same options. So you can click launch more like this right away. And it will even have the same tags also will be automatically created. So cluster production, right? The same tag also will be created to it. We will name it as master 1, and the server which is getting, we'll name it as master 2. We got the server, and let me name it as a master 2. Now let us log into the server. Now let me reuse a couple of my commands here. Go to the bin directory. And the first one is you need to install your plugin. Okay. Once you install plugin, then you need to install your key. This is going to be this key store. Okay. Do the key store create. If it tells it's already there, it's fine. You can overwrite it. Then in the key store, you add ec2 dot access dot key, discovery dot access dot key. So this is exact command you need to run, and you need to have access to your secret data. And let me go to my get access to my secret data. This is the most efficient way, guys, on AWS. Okay, there is no other better way of installing or setting up your cluster. Okay, there are one more way, but it's a lot of manual way. So this is the optimized way you can perform. So my configuration on the discovery part is done. I've created the certificate. I've installed the plugin. Then let's go to your config directory and open your elastic.yml. Instead, what I'll do is I will copy. Okay, I can't copy elastic.yml. So let me take a backup of it. cp elastic.yml. I've taken a backup. Now I am completely erasing this file. If you put this greater than arrow, it will completely erase the file. And if you open this file will be having what? No content. So now here, let me go and let me open my file. So the node name should be different. Then everything should be same, because when they discover, they should have different node names, and this node name you can give anything you want. Clear?
But you get this is master node, right?
Yes. So if you want to start customizing, right, what you do is first let us join it, and let us again tell you how can you do. First let us see if they are able to communicate each other, and then we'll mark it as one guy as master, one guy as data, like that. And on this server also, again, I need to set that security. See, one master we already have it right now, okay, which is running in the background. We have a one master, right, which is this, from where we copied the config. That is a master now, and we are also creating one more master. But see, when you create by default master, every master will do everything. Means every master will be acting as ingest node, every master will act as a master node, every master will act as a data node. But you can start again segregating their jobs. He'll be master only, but means he'll be Elasticsearch node only, but within the Elasticsearch node, his duty will be different. I'll show you that by adding a simple command. But first, let us see if he has properly done every setting. Now let's run this as an application, as foreground application, to actually see if we are going to get any errors. Once we have everything proper, then we can run it as a background application. Now you see this, I am able to discover my node 1 here, okay? And the master node has changed. So the node 2 is not behaving as a master. He's going to be joining an existing master, okay? So when two nodes are there, two guys are going to be master. One person is going to be the main person, who was the initial person. So now you see, I see the node 1, and I also see currently node 1 is already having a cluster, and which is the details. You see this, my node 1 is having IPS 42. Okay, so you see I am able to discover my node 1 on 9300 port, and this server local IP, this local servers is 188, and the node 1 is 42. So yes, they are able to communicate. And if you go and see the log information, so we can go to logs. See, if you see, I wrote the logs into which location? Home Ubuntu logs. So let me go to this location. Home Ubuntu logs. In this, you have one important log, which is going to be elastic-prod.log. Everything is JSON files here, but this is the Elastic. So let me open this log, and you need to browse till the ending. Okay, go till the ending. And if you see at the ending, now you see this message, okay, that node joined. So there's a node which has joined. Who joined? Node 2 has joined, okay. And first you will find node join command, then it will tell node successfully added, okay. So now I have one more node who came and joined me. See, this 8:55 we started when we started it, and then at 9:08 time, after around for 12 minutes, we saw a node join message getting printed. And who was joining? Node 2 was joining me. And then it is added. Okay. These are the messages you should see. And this is the message log file. You are going to find out all the errors or everything which is happening in this log files. Okay. The log file is important and you should regularly check for it. Okay. Clear? Now, how can I check? Right? I'll do a curl command. I told you about JQ, right? The JQ command. The JQ command is a small command which will process your JSON into a pretty process. Pretty means it will properly display. Okay, it will not display like a jumbled data. Okay. Ubuntu pt-get update. Now curl -x get http:// Now localhost will not work because it is not running on localhost, it's running on a specific IP. What is that IP? 172.31.5.42:9200/_cluster/health. Curl fnx get no root to host. No router. There is no route. EC2 private IP. No. At which attribute? EC2
US-east-2A.
Okay, yes. This is in which AWS location these servers are located for routing purpose, so that they'll route within that self. So I'm right now trying to access it locally because I'm not even outside. I'm on the local server itself. It should not throw any of this kind of error. If it was throwing error, it should show me that kind of exception. And we have just now saw the log files, right? There is not even a single exception, because if you see home, Ubuntu, your logs, if there are something I should see, and there's not even a single warning message. You should see anything other than info is something you should be taking care of. So I don't see anything other than info, not even a single message other than info I see. Only debug, but no error message. So this is the starting of my application. Okay, so this is the starting. This is earlier closing, so this is the starting. Heap size, it is having 1 GB. So this is the starting message and I don't see any error. So this is why I'm wondering, because I don't see a single error message. It is having this properly publishing its IP address properly, you see, publish address and bound address. So no error with it, and it has started. That's why I'm wondering, when there is no error, what is happening? It is published on 92900. I'm running this node 2 also in the background mode. Let me see what I did here. Yeah, it is 5, not 4. Okay, so you see right now I have one node, okay, which is sorry, this is my current local node. Okay, I am trying to get it on my local. Let us verify whether the node 2 is running here. Grep Java. Okay, node 2 is also running fine. Let's also see any error messages are there. Home, Ubuntu, logs, .log. Okay, I'm looking at the node 2 logs. So node 2, no error. Node 2 has joined node 1. So my node 2 is also running fine. So now this is what I told you. Through you can get a better color coded way, everything through JQ. If you don't put JQ, it will come in this kind of way. Okay, now I am on this local node, but what I need is the cluster state, because this is local. I'm not concerned about the local. So cluster/health. See now, number of nodes is equal to 2 and number of data nodes is equal to 2. So, and the status is green. The cluster name is elastic-prod. Elastic-prod is my cluster name. Okay, and the cluster has a cluster UUID, which is going to be a unique user ID, every cluster, and what is my version number, and the build type is star. Okay, so that's how you create a cluster. And now let's start thinking about how can we segregate the duties. Okay, I want one person to be only the master role and I want one person to be node role. So this is my server one, and to have clarity we'll set the title here. Okay, master role. When I switch, you'll easily understand. So this is a master role and we'll mark this as a data role or data role. Okay, so I'm on the master node where I first initialized it. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll stop this and we'll start changing it. So to stop, you need to find the Java application running and then you need to stop it. Kill -15 the process ID. It will stop your Elasticsearch. Now go to your config elasticsearch.yaml and now here you can give so node.master, node.data, node.ingest. This is how you need to give. Okay, if you give, what happens, this node is going to be master. Okay, so let's change it in the other servers. And the other server, what I should do, master should be false, data should be true, and other one also should be false. And if you want both of them to be duty, you do node.data and node.master. But I don't have ingest, so I'm also going to mark this as ingest. Okay, because if you where anywhere ingest is not there, then there's going to be a problem. So someone should have ingest. So I'm going to give this guy also ingesting. Ingesting is only taking the data and storing it. Okay, so I'm going to put node.master true, node.ingest, node.data is false. So let's save it and let's start it again. Elasticsearch, sorry, this is not the bin directory. And you can tail the file. The tail command is a very handy command. It will keep printing the latest updates of a text file. Okay, so it is successfully started, no errors. Yes, node 1 added node 2. Okay, so this looks fine. And let's see whether it is again properly running by running the curl command. First we'll see local. Okay, this guy is running himself. Then we'll talk about the cluster state. Now you see right away number of nodes equal to and number of data nodes is equal to 1. Why number of data nodes? This guy is still behaving like everything. So what I'll do, but I will stop this guy now, and again I'll ensure that the master is false here and data is only true. First, let's stop this process 2422 and go to your config, open your Elasticsearch, and at the end node.master false, node.data true, ingest false. And like this, you need to add at least 3 data and 2 master in your enterprise. If you want, we can add one more. That's not a problem, but it's going to be the same recurring activity again. Okay, /elasticsearch -d -p any port. And now let's tail the command. Node 1, the node 2 is telling master node changed because it has joined as a node 1, and everything looks good. And this is not, means if you don't see this message, right, then this guy will start behaving independently. If he starts behaving independently, it means that they are not clustered, they two are separately working, which is something I don't want. Now go to your master node again and run the command again to get again proper confirmation. Yes, so number of data nodes is equal to 1. Total number of nodes means total number of nodes part of your master, but not master eligible, nodes only. And anything other than the data nodes can be automatically qualified as a master. So there is one master eligible node. Okay, and you also want to see, for example, underscore cluster, or what you have a state also you have, I guess. So the state, a very lengthy output, will give you a lot of information, but in the state also it will give you the information about how many nodes you have and each information about the node. So state here, my cluster name, and node 2, node 1. So information about everyone, both the nodes you'll get, and the transport address which is used to communicate each other. So they both can be communicated on 9300 port. Okay, not local communication between them. Okay, this is how you can see the metadata, and this is a cluster UID, cluster coordination. Understood? That is the order of it. Okay, so if you want each and every one, everything, you can use a state command, but remember it's going to be a very lengthy information because this is data, right? It will show you a lot of information. What is the time kind of, means this is all the available data types. Okay, the data type called long, keyword, double, data. This is time related key types. So not everything is going to be visually important or useful, but a lot of things will be what is the current state, what is available. Now we have your cluster state. The next thing, what you need is I have two masters. Let's go to Kibana. Okay, you want to set up Kibana now. Okay, so let's go and create a Kibana so that the Kibana is going to be outside person for this guy, because again I don't want Kibana on the same server, or most of the times people also have it on the same server so that it is a lot simpler for most of them. Or else you can have it on a separate server also. So let's put it on the same server, because now master is not having some much business, right? Data node should not be disturbed. Master node will not have much work apart from routing request. So here I'll download my Kibana. Let's go to download Kibana. Kibana 64-bit, copy link address. It's untarring it. It's done. CD Kibana. The Kibana has again a config directory, but the Kibana config will be a lot simpler, because here this is a UI application, but not the actual database in the backend. But the Kibana has quite a bit of what you call customizations. It is not configuration, but it is customization. There are a lot of visual elements, right? You do have a lot of customization available, but not every customization is going to be considered as configuration. So most of them you can leave as it is. The first thing is on which port is your Kibana going to serve. The Kibana default port is 5601. If you are interested to change, you can go ahead and change it. Then how is your Kibana going to be communicating? So Kibana is going to be communicating on my server.localhost. Or if you want it to connect through an external service to an external IP address, then you can put, what can you put? You put on a standard IP address. Then where is your Elasticsearch located? My Elasticsearch is located on my localhost here. Elasticsearch.host http://localhost 9200, because that's available in my local only. So these are the basic things you can right away pick it up. Okay, so Elasticsearch host, and now there are other things, but they are not much important. So right now these are the three things you should do the Kibana, so that Kibana can be started and Kibana can discover Elasticsearch, because Kibana is only an application which is useful if it is able to connect your Elasticsearch. If it is not able to connect your Elasticsearch, it is meaningless to us. And any customizations? Okay, here you don't need to do all the discovery, everything. Okay, no need of doing all of that AWS installing that plugin, discovery, nothing. No need of doing all of that. A simple going to go to the bin directory and start it. Unable to revive connection. It's not able to talk on localhost. Okay. Okay, it has discovered my Elasticsearch. Okay, importing the change license information from Elasticsearch. Okay, so it has now connected to your Elasticsearch, and it is telling the license type is basic. Okay, because that's basic, and status is active, and it will create some indexes for itself. It will take a little bit, but it will get the indexes. So yes, there are some warnings because it is trying to create some indexes. It is migrating some indexes. So let's wait for a bit, because it will rebuild the indexes. It will take a time. Let me open another session here. It's the same server. Okay, I'm logging in one more session. That's all. This both are same server. Again, I'm logging in with one more putty session. That's all. Kibana is not ready yet, so let's wait. Okay, so you can get this kind of message. So let's wait. We also have a lot more better way of checking it called /API/status. It will give a lot more detailed information, or else we also can use status also. These two are actually, when Kibana is running also, these two will give you meaningful information without logging into the actual Kibana. It's asking me to, you can get past this message by deleting and restarting Kibana. Okay, there's index.kibana_1 index. Okay, so do I have that index with me? So there are only two indices, and the two indices are being used. There appears to be some problem, guys. I'm not sure why the Kibana is not able to connect. It is telling giving a clear warning message to me that unable to connect to Elasticsearch. It's going to able to connect it, but not understand. So again, it's the same error, guys. No, guys, it is not giving. Whatever normally I do, I've done this multiple times, but in my enterprise, other enterprises, but not sure why this is throwing this classic error. I did not want any conflict. That's why I put that guy in the same server. So that I need to check this, guys, and I'll get back to you. Okay. We'll talk about analyzing the log data. So one of the main reasons why we learn ELK stack is analyzing the logs, right? And the log information, right, contain the state and the behavior of your application or any of the system which is being run. And the log is a mandatory and it's a standard component we have everywhere, right? Every system, every application always generates log files. Whether it's an operating system, yes, you have a log file, like an event log file or a messages file, or if it's an application, yes, you have a application log file. And these files, right, are going to log whenever even events occurs. Means if the application is processing a request, or if there's a user logging in, or if the user does something, the application is going to encounter an event, and each time when an event occurs, based on the frequency and the amount of information, it is going to record that information to a text file. So that is called logging. And one important thing we do is with a lot of this information, right, we need some way of analyzing it, collecting it, and also get meaningful results from it, right? Because we have hundreds of servers, and every application will be having log files. And when you are doing a troubleshooting in a production system, right, the same application or a Java application can run in 8 servers or 10 servers or 20 servers. So it means that you need a way where you need to get relevant information or meaningful information. And when you get meaningful information is when you are going to combine all that information and perform your analysis. And one of the simple ways people currently use in the market for analyzing the log data is your special tool, which is going to assist in the process of this collecting the logs, extracting the relevant information, and then pushing to Elasticsearch. So we have seen what is Elasticsearch the last week. It is the actual heart of your ELK stack, and it's a Lucene database, and it's going to store everything in a JSON format. And you are going to create an index, and they're going to create documents, and you can once you create an index, we can search an index, and we can perform operations. And the next important part in the ELK stack is your log stash, because you can't simply keep adding the data directly by using your curl command or through the statement of your Kibana. So what you need is we need a tool who is going to constantly help us simplify the process of collecting these logs, extracting relevant information from them, and continuously pushing them to Elasticsearch. Means it should be constantly indexed. I want that, and that's where our tool regarding this will come into picture. What is that? Log stash. And the process of all of doing this is called log analysis. And your logs, right, always are defined as a incidents or observations. And your logs, right, are generated by a wide variety of resources. Means as we discuss some systems, applications, today a lot of companies have IoT devices, right? A lot of companies today use ELK stack to process real-time statistics, like on your industry floor, or if you have an industry, or if you have factory, right? On your factory, right, there may be a lot of devices, and those devices are also generating a lot of data, and you're interested in capturing it. Today, one of the most effective use case for your ELK stack is your IoT information. And these IoT information are small devices which are really deployed on your industrial organizations. And then people means who is coming, who is logging off, who is logging in, this kind of information. And all of this information is going to be gathering and generating this information. So any kind of log, right, always is made of two things: a timestamp and a data. The first you'll see timestamp. The timestamp will be in multiple kind of time formats, but most of the times it is very common that you see a log is which is going to exactly look like a timestamp plus your data, right? So when you see this, right, the logs are going to typically use for following reasons. One of the first reason is troubleshooting, because why you need log file is first thing is troubleshooting. So when you have a bug or an issue is reported, right, the first place to look for what might have caused the issue is always the logs, because Yesterday midnight, 12 o'clock, your application crashed, and you came in the morning and you see the application is in the stop state. If you really want to find out what happened yesterday midnight, you only way.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud and DevOps, then IntelliPad provides an advanced certification in cloud computing and DevOps by ENICT Academy IIT Roorkee, and it is taught by IIT Roorkee professors and industry experts. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Your troubleshooting even starts is by going and checking the application log file. What was the message printed at that time? And you typically have stack traces in the logs file through which you may easily find the root cause. Then to understand your system or application behavior. So when an application or system is running, right, it's normally a black box, means internally what it is doing, it is very tough for us to understand. So in order for us to investigate or understand what's happening inside the application or system, you always have to rely on the logs only. So for example, right, you might log the time taken by various code blocks to run. Next time, right, you can easily fine tune your application based on this time taken by the internal application. Then obviously auditing. A lot of organizations have to adhere to the compliance requirements where they need to store or maintain the logs for a certain amount of time because it is part of their industry. And for that, and one more, with a lot of your machine learning and this data mining, right, the trend of analytics has recently been a huge trend. People trying to using the current events, trying to predict the future events. We all can, means based on all this, right, we can conclude that the logs are very important. But the problem is it's not that logs are not important. Logs come with their own kind of challenges. What kind of challenges you face when you logs is no common consistent format. Every application will not have the same consistent format. Oracle database logs will be different. Your Apache web server logs will be different. Tomcat logs will be different. Microsoft IAS logs will be different. So every system will generate the logs in its own format. And as an administrator or end user, it would require expertise in understanding the format of the logs and then use this format to search across different logs. So that's a very known challenge for us. And the logs are always decentralized. Means if your Java application is running on 4 servers as part of clustering, the logs are stored on each server locally on the device. It means that we need to always go to that specific device locally, log into the device, and then use some notepad or any of the tools to open that and then troubleshoot. It means that there's a huge reason for a centralized log management where we are going to need to store the logs always in a central location, and it's a huge challenge. And again, no consistent time format. Again, the time format will be different based on each system or application, and it's going to be again very difficult to identify the exact time the occurrence of the event happened, because again the timestamp or your time format is not consistent. And another important thing is your data is unstructured. The log data is unstructured and becomes difficult to perform analysis on top of it, because sometimes it may have 10 fields, it may have sometimes it may have 12 fields, and again it's going to be as a mix of structured and unstructured data. And all of these are problems you are going to face while you're trying to perform log analysis on your applications in your enterprise. Yes, we know that the logs are important, they are having a lot of information, but these are some of the challenges you're going to face. And we are going to solve this problem of a collection of analysis and then solving these problems through a tool called Logstash. The Logstash is a key component of the Elastic Stack, and it's mainly used as ETL, means to extract, transform, and load the engine. So the primary way of collecting the information from all of your different devices in the ELK stack is through Logstash. The Logstash is a primary way we are going to collect the information, process it, and then store it into your Elasticsearch, which is our core database. So the Logstash is an open source data collection engine with real-time pipeline capabilities. Means in real time we can keep sending the data, and the Logstash will allow us to easily build a pipeline that can help in collecting data from wide variety of input sources, and it's going to help us parse, enrich, unify, and store it in a wide variety of destinations. So Logstash is not famous only for ELK stack. Logstash also can send to a lot of other destinations. So Logstash is not just popular within ELK. Some people use Logstash directly, independently, this single product only. Logstash is popular in the ELK stack, but Logstash is also popular by independently by its own, because it can take information from anywhere. It can also output the information to a lot of destinations, including Elasticsearch. Means Logstash can send data to other people also, but that's not our business. Our business is how is Logstash going to collect it, and the most important is how is it going to do the transformation. What kind of tools are there in your Logstash which can post simply collecting, can enrich your data. So this, right, Logstash is going to provide a set of plugins known as input filters and output plugins, which are easy to use and are pluggable in nature. So thus it is going to be the easy process of unifying and normalizing huge volume. So the Logstash mainly has two main components: the way you input and the way you output. So both have plugins. Plugin means, again, you have an extensible nature here. Means it's not standard there. Okay, so Logstash has opened a plugin architecture where there are multiple plugins in how we input and there are multiple plugins in how we output. And these plugins, right, are a lot of plugins are there, and based on the plugins, interchanging plugins, we are going to control the Logstash behavior. What are some of the important features of your Logstash? The Logstash is pluggable data pipeline architecture. Pluggable means it has contains over 200 different plugins that have been developed by Elastic company, and they're all open source community, and which can be used to mix and match and orchestrate your different input and output filters. So Logstash can get data from different kind of people, and Logstash can then perform different kind of operations, text operations on it, means transformation, and then send it. It has more than 200 plugins, and it is extensible. So Logstash is written in JRuby. JRuby means it is a Java-based Ruby. It's primarily Ruby only. Because why Ruby, if you ask me? Ruby is a very good programming language for text manipulation. Ruby is the most ideal language for a text transformation. And Elasticsearch is mostly about text transformation. That is why it is written in this Ruby. And it's going to support the pluggable pipeline architecture so that you can build yourself your own custom plugin based on your custom needs if you don't find a plugin. And it has a centralized processing, means data from disparate sources can be easily pulled using the various input plugins it provides, and it's going to enrich and send it through multiple destinations. So it acts as that central person to process your information. Then there's a lot of variety and volume. So Logstash can handle all type of logging, guys, like Apache, Nginx, your system logs, Windows event logs, and collects a lot of metrics from wide range of applications. And it can also collect from TCP, UDP protocol also, and it can also gather from HTTP protocol, your HTTP events also, and it can also gather information from your Jira, your GitHub, like these tools, and it can also consume data through your relational databases also through some kind of plugins. All this kind, and it's also highly compatible. Compatible means it is easily compatible with the to mix and match with your Elasticsearch and your Kibana tools. And how can we install Logstash? Installation of Logstash, again, the Logstash is, again, I told you, one of the core components and is the actual ETL person within the ELK stack. And again, the Logstash is needing Java, and Logstash does not have its own directory. So it means that you should explicitly handle it. Means for Elasticsearch, right? If you download, the JDK will be within that, but for Logstash it won't be there. So it means that you need to download the Java and install it and set up Java and Chrome as your env variable, and you need to check your Java version and run the command Java fn version. So once you run it, you should expect to see the Java version output. So I am using Windows machine so that you guys can recreate it. This is my Windows server. Only little bit of more resources you need. So let me get, I got the password, Control V. So in the downloads, right, the first thing you need to do when you're going to specify your prerequisite. And so what I did was I did not explicitly install Java. So what I did is I went to my env variables, go to your settings here. In your settings, Windows settings, click environment. It will automatically give you env variables. Click on edit env variables. So you get your env variables here. So what I did is I created a system variable called Java underscore home. Instead of installing Java, we already have the Java available for ELK stack, right? So I pointed my Java underscore home to the ELK stack JDK because the Elasticsearch came with its own Java, right? So I pointed that to that directory. As I mentioned in your document, in your Windows document, you need to create in the C directory ELK folder inside that Elasticsearch directory. So where you unjar your Elasticsearch, because Elasticsearch is also downloaded as a zip file where we unzip it. So the unzip contents will be in this. Your Elasticsearch directory inside has a JDK. So point it to that one. So it will automatically have Java. You don't need to specially explicitly install it again. Clear? It will not install any additional components, or it's not going to do. The only thing is it will generate log files in that location, log files and data location. And Elasticsearch has a data location, right? Because Elasticsearch is actually nothing but a database. So you need to properly mention your data location, and that too have mentioned in your install location. So you need to update a couple of things in your .yml file, the configuration file. So Kibana, Logstash, and ELK and your Elasticsearch has configuration files, YAML files. We need to update it. Okay. What I have done here is, in this machine, I went to C directory. I created an ELK directory here, a simple ELK by myself. I created this folder by myself, and I have placed the ELK stack search here. Okay, so I downloaded here the Elasticsearch, and I unzipped the contents and I put it in my ELK folder. So go to ELK stack here and go to bin directory, and so go to your CMD command prompt into this location which I told you. Type in there. Now elasticsearch.bat. Just hit enter. It takes some time and it will provide you the output, whatever it is. It's going to provide you the output, and it gives you a simple message called it's started. Okay, so if you give enough time, because this is running as your service, if you want, you can register this as your system services. Okay, you can register this into your system services, and in the system services you can do that. So you see, this is a basic message you should expect whenever you want to confirm whether your application is running or not. Active license is now basic, security is disabled. Okay, so when you see this message, it means that it's actually running. The actual message you can see. NSSM is open source, but there are other paid ones also. You can use them, and then you can register it. But only your Elasticsearch has a service through which you can register your system services. Others even don't have that registration also, not even have that. Okay, so register your service to your services.msc. Okay, so I think Microsoft also gives you one what you call help, so you can use either Microsoft defined one, or I think you are using NSS, that also is fine. Okay, so SRV start, there is one more application. Okay, third party utility, the same thing. You need to create an NA file and put what should happen when you do startup, what should happen to shutdown. You just put a couple of things and go to your command prompt, sc create, the same thing. Yeah, so sc create, I think, is a basic command which is already there in your operating system, and you can create it. Okay, I think you can follow this simple document, because this site is a very effective site. Most of the time it will 100% work if whatever the tool you're not working. But for your Windows machine or for Elasticsearch, you don't need any of this kind of tweaks, because it already has the service you can register. For these guys, you can follow this process. Okay, and see, remember that the preferred way by the enterprises to run Elasticsearch is your Linux only. No one prefers Windows. Only you as a developer, you want to use it, you may use it, but your enterprise is not going to do that mistake of running it in Windows. So in Windows, right, you have your systemctl command which automatically registers it. So there we don't need to worry much. So here I've fulfilled my requirement by creating a Java underscore home here. Okay, in my environment variable, and have started my Elasticsearch. And now to start your Kibana, so I can go back now the bin directory, and I'll do the same thing, cmd, but I don't need them here. Okay, I actually don't need them running today for our Logstash practice. Okay, because Logstash today we are going to run mostly independently by itself. But I'm just starting them to show you that okay, we can start these also. You get this message. The Kibana is running on the local port 5601. Okay, so this is how you can do Kibana, and you can copy this actually and test it on your browser and see if it is running or not. So okay, Kibana is running. Kibana is loading. If you see this message, it means that Kibana is initializing. Okay, and when you get Kibana, then you can go to your stack monitoring and also start seeing about your Elasticsearch, because it starts monitoring Elasticsearch. Click set up monitoring with Metricbig, or you can set up your self monitoring. And once you enable this, it will start gathering the information about your Elasticsearch. It doesn't need any external help, so they don't need any help. It doesn't need any dependency. So, and these applicants does not even need administrative privilege also. So the only thing will be that you were not properly starting it, or it is not being run in a effective way. Something is blocking it as it's not running the application. Okay, you don't need to reinstall the bat. Why you're going to bat reinstallation? Because you can run that Kibana by yourself, right, in the command prompt. Because I don't think that is going to be something you want to. If you want to use for the same instance, then because see, for the Windows, right, you don't have the installation option yet. Means there is no .exe file to install properly. Means it is still in the beta version. So for Linux, right, you have that option of installing it as system services. But in Linux, it is not there. It means that you should use some kind of your NSSM or anything only to properly register and run it. There is no other option because these guys are now, as of now, they are working on providing a .exe file so that next time you directly click, it will go and install directly on the program files. That is now not yet an option because it's not yet stable release now. So the only option is you need to do that only. If you're facing error, then you need to run that. So let's go to the Logstash. To download the Logstash, go to your elastic.co. In the elastic.co, click on try free. In the try free section, you come down little below, you see the Logstash here. Click on the download button and it will take you to the downloads page. And right now you see there is a zip file and a tar.gz, deb file and RPM file. RPM file means a file to install Logstash on a Red Hat. Deb means a file to install on a Ubuntu, and zip file and tar.gz are directly packaged files where we can download and unzip it. So I have downloaded the zip file, okay, and I already have the zip file downloaded to my downloads directory. And one important thing, remember guys, whenever you're installing ELK stack, ensure that all the three products are the same version. Don't install other versions, okay? If it is 7.5.2, ensure that the other two components are also 7.5.2 only. The three components, the Kibana, Logstash and your ELK stack. So here you see I have downloaded Logstash 7.5.2, which is around 169 MB and which is 7.5.2, and I have unzipped the contents, and here I got the directory and have properly again taken it and placed in my C directory ELK, okay, Logstash. And the Logstash, you see there is no JDK directory. It means that it needs Java development to be explicitly handled by you. Means the Java development kit installation should be handled by us. So go to the directory, and the Logstash does not need any running status, okay. You can have it running whenever you want, whenever the data you want to be injecting. So let me go to the command prompt for this guy, cmd. So now you have the Logstash, and what you have downloaded is the complete open source version, okay. And within your Logstash there is a what you call, on the Kibana side there is a paid version, and that paid version we are going to use it later. So if you go to your management, in the management you go to your license management, you see you have a basic license is active, and you can start a 30-day trial version, which is going to be a platinum features, okay. This is where you can get additional features. So this basic license is unlimited, it will never expire. So it's always that we are using the basic license type of all the three products, whether it is Kibana, whether it is Logstash or Elasticsearch, okay. And we will enable later this start trial, and we will use some of the features later, okay. And now let's go back to our command prompt. So to run the Logstash, right, you can run logstash -h or -help to get the logstash command output. And the first thing is, let us see the directory structure of logstash, okay. So logstash has a config directory, and within the configuration directory you have your JVM. So open the JVM file, okay. You see here the two important things. You have 1 GB of RAM, okay. So if you want, you can increase it based on your requirement. So I'll increase it to 2 gigs because I have a lot of RAM on this machine, so I can easily sustain 2 GB of RAM. And all settings below are considered expert settings, so don't mess up with the settings. And right now your Logstash is only compatible with 1.8 Java version, not with the future Java version. So if you're installing something, try to provide 1.8 Java, not beyond 1.8. Beyond 1.8, some features of Java are not compatible properly, but it won't throw you error. But again, as a best practice, you can try to provide 1.8 JDK, and you can provide what's the home location or all of these couple of properties, okay. And heap dump is nothing but whenever the Logstash is failing, it will create a dump file which we can go and see why was the Logstash crashing, what was happening during the runtime, okay. So if you find out heap dump out of memory, means the Logstash was having some performance issues during execution, and it is going to create with a file called as a heapdump.hpof. So it's going to create the file in the home directory location. So you seeing this file in your home directory means there's a huge performance issue on your Logstash. So that's not something as a, what you call a good sign your application is having. And there are some tools who is going to help you load that file and provide you analysis result. So that's your Java file. Okay, so only Java. So I'm saving it and exit. And again, there's one more YAML file called as a logstash.yml, which is a main file. And log4j2.properties also, we have a file where we can set the properties of our logging. Okay, where the log file is going to write all those things. If you make it bigger, there are a couple of locations where it will do. And you see, it is going to create a file here, which is log file. Log is nothing but what actually Logstash is doing. That, okay, we have talked too much about logs. So here again, the same thing. So the log4j is a standard way of defining the log structure. Okay, when you go to programming, right, the log4j is a library or a package through which you can control the logging format. These are all the log options. How much you want to do the rolling file, after how much MB, what is the policy of the rolling, after 100 MB of the file, I want the file to be doing a rollover strategy. I want maximum 30 files only. So this is your, what you call, log rotation policy. What is the timestamp you need? What is the file format you need? What is the file name you need? All these kind of things will be there. Okay. And you want to change it, you can change it. How many files you want, how many old files you want, what is the file name you want, what is the file content type you want, all those things you can configure here for your Logstash application log. So Logstash is also a software that also has a logging. His logging can be controlled here. And the logstash.yml is the main configuration file of your Logstash. Okay, so it's .yml, it's a YAML file, and mostly it will be part of your data part. Means how many pipeline is nothing but your batch size, how much you are going to process each time in each iteration, and the data part, where is your data going to be available, and also your pipeline settings, how many pipeline IDs you need to have the main ID pipeline, how many workers you need by default. So there are two, means based on the host CPU cores. So I am giving two, but totally have four. If you have more than 4, 6 cores, give increase the number of workers. Okay, means parallel threads who can run. So if you have 8 core, you can give 4 core to him only. Okay, because Logstash will never run on your Kibana or your your Elasticsearch. Logstash also has its own service where it will run. It is independently running somewhere. So it will never run. See, here we are running all of them on the same server. We will never do that mistake in enterprise. As I told you, each server you'll install separately. So based on this, you can perform your changes and everything will be related to your data pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but we'll create a pipeline here in some time. So that's what it is going to call as pipeline, where we are going to provide the input, transformation, and output. So one activity is complete called one pipeline. So the number of pipeline batch size is 125, the delay of the pipelines, all of that. So once we go to pipeline, then we'll revisit this file sometime again. We'll see what are those. But the most common things you need to know at the upfront is your data location, the path location, and your couple of other settings. We'll come down. Everything is related to your day. This only. So let's come back here later. Whatever we are going to do with Logstash, everything we'll do in the command line. So the first thing is, I told you Logstash is all about getting information somewhere and providing it. How can I create a very simple Logstash pipeline? And I want to create a Logstash pipeline on the command line itself. I'll not even write configuration files. So the Logstash has configuration files where we can define your pipeline. But here I want to write a very simple Logstash pipeline. Okay, so that we can define through -e on the command line. So I will generate std in, standard in, then output std out. Std out means what? What is standard in, standard out, guys? Standard in, standard out are nothing but what you print on your command line. Standard in means what you type on your command line is standard in. What you get output on your command line is called a standard output. Those are std in and std out. Those are related to your shell. Whether it is Linux shell or Windows shell, it's the same. So once I hit enter, the Logstash is going to create a runtime pipeline for me, and whatever I type, it is going to take that information. Okay, so let's hit enter and let's see if this guy is going to get started. So there are a couple of warnings here because I have a wrong Java given to him. He was asking me 1.8, but I'm giving 1.13 to it. So my Java underscore home right now, which is configured, is 1.13 Java. So the first thing you should understand is you should see this message starting logstash with the version number it's going to print. Then it's going to take you something called reflections took. So how much time it took to perform the reflection, and then it will properly tell you your pipeline. So it will tell you exactly starting pipeline, and the pipeline ID is always main, because if you want to change the pipeline ID, it is inside your logstash.yml. So inside logstash.yml, you have the pipeline ID, and the pipeline batch size we have declared there greater than 125, which is also the main configuration, and pipeline batch delay is again greater than 50 milliseconds. And this is, it is creating one pipeline. A pipeline is nothing but if you provide input, output, everything, it's called as a pipeline. So it will tell you pipeline started and pipeline is running right now and successfully started logstash API endpoint, and logstash will always listen on 9600 port. So now let us type something. So it is waiting for our prompt. So this is simple and basic interactive way of giving some information, and that guy converting that information to a proper logstash way. Okay, so I'll just tell welcome. So the logstash has provided the information like this, the timestamp of it. So automatically it will see whenever you provide any information to the logstash, right? It will append some information to it, the timestamp of it, and on which server it is getting generated, and what is the message, and what is the version of it. These things are additionally added to your data. Okay, so this is interactive. So this has become interactive. So this is a simple pipeline and an interactive pipeline, but we don't do this kind of basic. What we do is there is a process of writing a file inside which we are going to define everything upfront, and we are going to execute that file or give that file as an input to logstash. So here click Control C. If you do Control C, it will tell, do you want to terminate a batch job? Click yes. So it is going to be Control C. Control C, you get this message. Do you want to terminate like this? And you can click on yes and hit enter. I'll come back to my terminal mode. So it has worked. It will properly come back to the command line. So now what we'll do is we'll talk about this pipeline. Okay. So installation of Logstash, just like other components of Elasticsearch, as I told you, downloading, installing Logstash is pretty simple and straightforward. Navigate to this location, download the zip or tar file, and find the screenshot to do that. Okay, so this is the Logstash architecture. So the Logstash event processing pipeline has always 3 stages. So what are the pipeline we are discussing, right? That is going to be the core architecture of our Logstash, which is called as your event processing pipeline, and it has always 3 stages: the input, the filters, and output. So a Logstash pipeline has 2 required elements always, which are mandatory. The first one is the input one, and the other is the output one. And this filter one you see in the middle right is mandatory. So the data source means anything, a log file or anything is going to be data source, and data destination is always going to be here Elasticsearch for us. In the ELK situation, for us Elasticsearch is the only destination. I don't have any other destination, but Logstash can create files on the go. Means once Logstash processes, right, you can ask it to Logstash simply store it the data in the text file also. But I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in my Logstash gathering information and then directly sending it to Elasticsearch. So your filtering is optional, but input and output are mandatory in your Logstash pipeline. So let's talk about these inputs. The inputs are nothing but which create the events. Okay, so the filters, which are nothing but which modify the input events, and outputs are nothing but they ship them to the destination. So inputs and outputs support codec. Codecs means transformation. Okay, transforming from one format to other format, they handle explicitly, means you don't need to again break your head and convert them. So they support the codec means which allow you to encode and decode the data as it enters and exits the pipeline without separate filter. Encoding decoding means converting JSON to text to JSON to CSV, these kind of things. Okay, it will seamlessly handle it. You just need to tell which kind of decoding you want. So the decoding is nothing but by using the plugins. And how is Logstash going to process information is it is going to process the information through in-memory bounded queue. So how is Logstash processing the data? See, there is a log file, okay, something called as apache.log. So there is apache.log file on your Linux server, and it is constantly generating data, and you have created a pipeline to for the Logstash to constantly monitor this file, get the information, do some transformation, and send it to Elasticsearch. So Logstash is going to the data will be stored into your log file. Okay, so here file path, simple output file path, it will store that output to the file. Okay, not much what you call options. You have a couple of other options here. When the file, you can store it as a zip file, or the path location, how the flush interval, file mode, what should be the file mode, means you can set up the file mode, permissions of the file, all this kind of basic options you have. So we will see the output also when we are writing the logstash. Any other important ones we see? Not much. No, there are a lot of them because you have option, but again, our intention is to get that information loaded to Elasticsearch so that again we can perform analysis on it. Or again, once you store to Logstash, Kibana will right away have access to the data and then start displaying it. So anyhow, we'll talk more about Kibana, but our destination is mainly about sending the data constantly to the Elasticsearch to store that information properly so that later we can perform any kind of operations on it. Okay. See, Logstash has a huge value within standalone way. That is why you see these all options. Though we are only talking about Elasticsearch, why is it creating this many output? Because Logstash was independent first. Logstash, right, was not ELK Stack own product. It was developed by one single person. One normal person who was working in a company, who was a system administrator, created Logstash. Then Logstash became so popular. Then this person, right, went to Elasticsearch and he collaborated with him, and then he made this Logstash a part of ELK. So ELK was not original. Only Elasticsearch database was created by the ELK people. Okay, and Kibana. So Logstash from the starting it was independent software available in the market. But since this was so popular, the Elastic company took this person and made it part of their tool set. So that's why you see this many output section. Because if an ELK company created it, right, their output would have only been 2 or 3 things, but it would have not been this much elaborate. So that's why people use Logstash in some other kind of basic situations also, not part of ELK stack. Also, it has some use cases because it started as an independent open source project. Then it was adopted by the Elastic company, because normally you don't do this, you don't see company doing unnecessary additional things, right? Because they don't want their product to be used by other people. But still, since this is not their product, this was created by one person. Then let's talk about your filter plugins, and this is where the most of your headache will be there. Why headache? Because transformation. Okay, the data whenever you collect won't be proper format, right? So yes, it won't be proper format, and the filter plugin is used to perform transformations on the data you are going to collect. Transformation means the whatever the transform means, converting from one format other format, cutting it, slicing it, whatever you do. Data manipulation. Okay, it allows you to combine one or more plugins, and order of the plugin defines the order in which the data is transformed. You can have multiple plugins also, means the data can pass through multiple plugins also. One plugin out of other plugins can pass through, and it is going to act as an intermediate section inside your pipeline configuration file. It's an intermediate section, it is an optional section, and these are all the list of available plugins we have. So CSV, a very popular one, which is going to parse the input data through CSV. So if you put the filter plugin as CSV, so Logstash will automatically understand, okay, this is CSV file, let me process it based on CSV format. So how do you define it? The defining is like this: filter CSV. And not just CSV, you also can convert the data. So when you're gathering the data, you can convert the column 1 to integer type and column 2 to Boolean type. Integer means if it is having like customer name or customer number, it may be integer. And Boolean means is customer loyal customer, loyalty customer, no, yes or no, right? Then it will be Boolean. So while we are getting the data, we also can set the type of data to the data type. So we can set it like that. So we can, that's why filtering is not just about basic thing, it can convert the data. So it is converting normal data to specific data type. Means it's integer only, it is Boolean only. So CSV filter takes an event field containing CSV data and parses it and stores it as individual fields. So it will take it as a single field and it will pass it as a individual fields. So comma separate means A comma B comma C is a CSV file, but it will become A, B, C, something like that post loading this guy. And you also can add fields. That's again a very big thing. You can add fields. For example, your CSV has 3 fields. You can add one more field. For example, let me tell you what does it mean. For example, you have 3 fields: age, name, number. Okay. Now something like 20 years, name something Kumar, number is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you parse it through the CSV plugin, right? The CSV plugin can add information. Adding information means I can add 4th field. Okay. The field name will be here. If you see this structure, the field name will be something foo underscore some field name. Then it will be hello world from host, because see there are some fields available to you automatically at you, which is host, because I told you by default Logstash will know from where it is collecting. You want to add some information because from where you're collecting, so you can add a field through like this. If you write this logic, right? If you write this logic foo some field hello world, no need of hello world, you just put host section itself. What happens is when this data will be printed, right, after this transformation the data will be comma your IP address, like host name, whatever the host name it is. For example, it is from your prod hyphen db hyphen one dot for example sba.com or something. Okay, so this is my server name. So it will get like this, means you set as input 3 fields, output 1 field got added, so that is add field. So remember that all of your what you call the magic happens in this filtering only, because while you're collecting it, it is your duty to properly transform it and send it. Don't try to send the information, unstructured information to see it into your Elasticsearch. See, the more structured information you send into Elasticsearch, the more benefit you are going to get it. See, otherwise, if you see, it is fine to send unstructured data, but if you send it, you can't utilize Elasticsearch to use all the transformations or the what you call operations on it, the search operations, everything, right? Won't work properly because there won't be consistency in the data. So most of the heavy lifting should be done here itself. And this each of this filter plugin have enough knowledge to do all kind of these things. Understood? So remember that there's a lot of emphasis on the filter plugins, and you should properly know how to do. So new field. So adding fields, we can add one field or two fields. It's up to you. You can add two more fields, which will get added. Okay. And you also can give ID, a unique ID to the CSV. Okay. You also can remove a field. For example, you are getting 4 fields. In that you don't need second field. Second field is unnecessary. So you can remove the field. Okay. And you also can remove multiple fields also. So you are getting a lot of data. Some data you want to remove, because removing the data itself is a very important thing. So you can remove the field and you can remove tags. And you also can tell skip empty columns. If there is empty column coming in, right, unnecessarily fifth column will be empty, you can skip empty columns, you can skip empty rows. Skipping empty rows and columns is also very important thing, otherwise blank data will load into Elasticsearch. And see, by default the CSV is the separator in CSV is comma, right? Because CSV means comma separate value, but sometimes the data you get in a CSV files may be like this semicolon separator, okay, or colon separator. Okay, so that time you can define separator, which what is a separator, so that it will properly understand. Because CSV means blindly it will try to see comma between the data. If comma is not there in detail, I can't process. So you can also choose a selector. What is a selector? By default it is comma, but you also can select different kind of things. So all of these things are there. So that's why you are supposed to know the extent of this proper syntax, and the best way for you to discover this is through the official documentation. Don't go anywhere internet, because these tools are rapidly evolving. So some option which worked in 2017 may not work. So don't see old articles beyond 2018. Okay, Elasticsearch in the last 2 years has developed a lot. 2 years back Elasticsearch version was 2, now it is 7. There is a huge difference. Okay, so any blog you read even 2008 is mostly irrelevant, because that functionality would have been enhanced, or that functionality would have been replaced with additional functionality, or there are a lot of changes. So I would always suggest you to go to the official documentation, otherwise it's going to be hard. Okay, yes, I'm fine you going 2018, but don't go beyond 2018 old documents. How can you Google search only specific documents? There's a very simple trick for you. Remember this, it's always going to work like a charm, always. For example, I want to learn Logstash filter plugins. Okay, I'm interested to learn more, like something like Logstash filter examples. So what you can do is click on tools. In the tools, right, you have anytime. Click anytime, click custom range, go back 2 years. Okay, or what I do most of the time is click anytime and click past year. So all the latest articles I'll get, all the people who are using the latest articles I'll get. Okay, so mutate filter is also one filter we are going to now see. Mutate is also very powerful filter. The CSV is not at all an important filter, but you can understand how powerful CSV filter is. But the most powerful filter is grok filter. But first let's go to mutate. If you go to filter plugins, you'll see the mutate here in a minute. Okay, mutate. performs mutations on the fields. Again, which is a very powerful filter which can be applied on your data. Whatever the data you're collecting, you can mutate it. So let's see what can we do with the mutate. So the mutate is going to mutate the fields, okay? We can add, specify the fields, okay? That CSV was only CSV, but mutate can handle on any kind of things, okay? So the mutate is a plugin which can work on the normal data. The CSV, what we talk, right, only will work on CSV data, but this mutate will work on general data we collect, any log information you're going to collect. So the mutate filter allows you to perform general mutations. You can rename, remove, replace, or modify fields in your events. So what all can you do? You can capitalize it, lowercase, you can strip, you can remove, you can split, you can join, merge, copy. So there is column 1, column 2. You want column 1, column 2 to merge and go as a single data inside. That is possible. You want to copy data. You want to join, strip means, for example, the data you collected is having 123.12, so there are a 0.12 ending. You can strip the data after the dot. So stripping means cutting the data, uppercase, lowercase, converting it, adding, renaming. All of this are possible through filter mutate. Okay, so add field, short host name, you're adding the field name. Okay, split is through your host name and dot is your split. And renaming, short host name can be renamed to host name. So okay, so there is a field in the data you're collecting called short host name. I can change it to host name, mutating, rename. So you see, within the filter I can call my mutate twice. First I can perform this filtering, then I can perform this filtering. So multiple filters can be performed. And let's see a couple of them. So I am converting the field name to integer. So I'm setting up a strict data type here. Okay, so what are the data I'm getting collected, I'm doing it. Copying source field, destination field. So source field will be copied and pasted as destination field, means the same data will be having in two fields now. Data field means like in a single line, right? That's a field. Now join, you can join the data field name with comma. You can convert the data, this field name data, to lowercase, uppercase, merging destination field to added field. This data will go and get merged into added field. That's a field name. How do you find field names? Field names are nothing but the data you're going to collect. It will automatically be mapped into the field names. So mutate is a very popular one. And if you see the name, if you see some, you can add tags. Tagging means it's going to just tag it, which is going to be useful when you're going to search it to your indexing. The same thing. So he's showing you an example. Okay, so here this is the data you're collecting. Okay, in this data password is there. Okay, and you want to remove it because you don't want passwords being input. So that time you will tell remove underscore field password, the data password will be lost. If you write like this, remove underscore field password, so the password field, right, it will be lost. So that's a field. Okay, then the password field will be removed now. Okay, and you want to have a conditional removal, that is also possible. Means if salary is equal to this number, then I want to remove the field city. So yes, you have a functions also, means your what you call little bit of functionality. Your if statements also is possible, where you can write conditional based mutate. So write a condition, inside the condition you can mutate it. If this condition is passing, I want to mutate. Okay, you want to merge data, you can merge data. Okay, so merging state and city, so the state and city will merge into single one. Okay, so here where is my state and city? City is this, where is state and city are getting merged into what? Into city. So state is getting merged into city, means the state information also will be stored in the city value only now. So now city value is before OCC, but next time the city information will be TNOCC. TNOCC means that is Tennessee, I think, in America. So Tennessee OEC. Okay, so like that. So you see state hyphen city MD font. So it will be comma separated. Okay, so state hyphen city. So that is going to be merged. Your city will be there, but state won't be there. So person merging into won't be there. Person getting merged will be there. Adding white spaces, it is, yes, you can add white spaces into your messages. Okay, there's a message in that you want to add white space, additional comma separated. You can add the data comma separated. Okay. So all of this you can do. Okay, and when you're performing, you can perform your filtering option, you can test it, and that's your mutate. So everything is a basic text transformation, you don't need to worry. Okay, this is not some coding or some complicated thing. you will easily figure it out. Okay, but all of this figuring out only happens through trial and error. But the most important thing is following your official documentation or some kind of these blocks. Okay, so you can go and see how to use. Anyhow, again we are going to open up a couple of documents. Okay, that's muted, and we have not even touched the most important filter plugin, the group. The group is the most important plugin, and that's where this whatever we saw mutate, right, that is not even complex state. Let's go to the most complex one, is a grok. The grok is the most powerful filter and the most common filter you're going to extensively use. So most of the time the grok filter will fulfill most of your use cases. Mutate is good, but grok is very, very good. So the grok is a great way to parse unstructured log data into something structured and queryable. Queryable means some data you have is highly unstructured, means it is completely jumbled data, but still I want that data to be converted to some kind of meaningful data and then load into logstash so that I have a proper structured data. Tomorrow my queries will work. So, and the grok is the perfect tool. Okay, it is a perfect tool for your sys logs, apache logs, web server logs, mysql logs. In general, any log format, this is generally written for humans and not for a computer consumption. So all of this, right, logs, any log information is for human consumption, for us to easily understand, but machines won't understand, because machines need to understand either it is in a JSON document or comma separated data. It should be properly having some fields, right? So the log stash will ship by default 120 patterns. Okay, so there are 120 patterns by default it will ship, and we can use these patterns to match your logs. Okay, so and also if you want some help, right, there is a grok debug.heroku, this website. Okay, if you go to this website, right, if you can provide an input data and a pattern, right, it will show you what kind of things it will do. So first let us see this, and later remember this website will be useful for you. Grok debug.heroku app, which is going to, you provide some input data, okay, and pattern, what should be the grok filter, it will tell you. Means you give input and you tell what is your output, and tell, it will automatically generate your grok filter for you. So you don't need to go through that hassle of creating grok filter for yourself. It will create for you. So the grok is a simple thing which works by combining text patterns into something that matches your logs. So it is going to combine your log file. A log file means, let me open you a very simple. Have you seen any Apache log file, guys? Okay, so Apache is a very, very common log every company will have. Why? Because every company will have website, and every website should have a web server, which I told you, right? There is no escape from it. So obviously you'll have a log file, and your Apache web server logs are a huge data mine. Okay, there are a lot of information you can gather from your log files. Okay, so okay, this is a standard Apache log. This is a line, okay, which will be printed in Apache. So IP address, name, what is the user requesting, and what protocol it is, and what is the HTTP response output, all. Okay, so this is a request made by a user, and then if the output is sent, then output will be sent. So this is how the data will be printed in your log file, which is your Apache web server log. So this, right, will be understood by human, but machine doesn't understand. Machine can't simply know where should I do spacing, right? It can't understand. So that time you can use your grok to process it. So process the information and send it. So for example, this is the file. Okay, this is Apache log file. Okay, this is the IP address from where the customer is coming. Okay, and this is the request HTTP method. Easy add, asking something or posting something. Get means is asking index.html. Okay, and this is the timestamp, and this is this. Okay, so now the pattern for this can be percentage IP colon client. This is going to be IP of the client. So the first data is automatically mapped into IP address of the client. I am mapping this information. So here there is no mapping, because log is unstructured data. I need to properly create a field to it and assign the data to a field. So I am creating a field called IP colon client field, and all this data will be in this IP colon client field. So tomorrow I can write some queries and write on the IP and so client. Only the first column of the information will be given to me. So some data is there in a text file, and the text file has equal amount of columns, because when Apache is printing, right, it will print all that in the same number of columns. It will not increase and decrease columns. That's not possible. So I will have this data, same data, thousands of lines, but I want some meaningful insights or analytics on it. Means I should map this data to a variables first. That will be possible through grok. Okay, grok can do that. So that is why grok is very important. So what you do here, the message you are getting, so this is a very simple one you see. Okay, here I am using the file as my input. I told you, right? File is one of the most common input plugin you told. So you tell file here and the path. Where is this path in your system? Then filter, grok. The grok will take it, and that message you take it, right? It is going to become like this message. This one will become client IP. Get will become the method, and URI pattern, then the number of bytes transferred to the user, and what was the total time taken to process that. Now, after the grok field has happened, this is the data you get. Client equal to this, method equal to get, request equal to this, bytes equal to this. So you see how properly it has become. And now this data can be loaded to a JSON and stored. Then tomorrow we can properly write a basic SQL queries. When client equal to something, when method equal to get, right? Now you can simply start writing SQL queries, not SQL queries, but your queries of on top of your Elasticsearch. Yes, so that's why, as I told, a lot of your effort initially or during your initial Elasticsearch setup, you will be supposed to do all this transformation so that people can really get the benefit of Elasticsearch implementation. If you don't write properly, then if there is unstructured data, it is our headache to break, and it's not means ultimately your ELK stack product, all the money spent on buying everything setup will be wasted if you're not properly loading the structured data. So you guys or any team who is going to be the person who is going to load should consider it. You need to put your thinking around it, or you need to ask the people what is the data coming in, what kind of data you need to. Sometimes you may not be getting any help, so you need to figure it out by yourself. Sometimes the team can help you. Okay, yes, this is this kind of data, we want this kind, because not everyone will know about Elasticsearch, right? They'll simply want Elasticsearch to do analysis, but blindly they don't know anything. So sometimes it is only your duty to understand and go to them and provide them simple questions. Okay, ask them what are you expecting from it, and based on that question you only need to come up with a simple solution and implement it. So that's going to be your responsibility.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud and DevOps, then IntelliPad provides an advanced certification in cloud computing and DevOps by ENICT Academy IIT Roorkee, and it is taught by IIT Roorkee professors and industry experts. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.
So I think we're live, yeah? What's up, Node.js developers? Welcome to a new live stream. And today we're gonna continue building our Netflix clone, and we're gonna implement the backend for the application. In the previous video, we have built the UI. If you haven't followed along, stay tuned, and I'm gonna show you what you have to do in order to get started with this clone. So what exactly we're gonna build today? Let's see. First of all, we're gonna build the authentication. We're gonna protect our application with an authentication flow where users will be able to sign in, create an account, forget password, receive password, change their password, and so on. All the information, all the flow that you need in a real application. We're gonna implement today. The next one is the GraphQL API. For all our data that we have in the application. And if you have followed along my previous tutorials, here is a good news. Today we're gonna implement something new. So stay tuned, because there will be a lot of new information and new technologies that we're gonna use today. And especially here in the GraphQL API, where we will try to create this application to be offline first. so that our clone will work even when our application will work even when offline. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So the next step will be to create the media storage, and no, not about this one, but the media storage with AWS S3, where we will keep all the movies, the actual movies that are gonna played. So yeah, what are we gonna use for the front-end technologies? We are using React Native with Expo and TypeScript. And for the backend, we're gonna use AWS Amplify because that's that's a great service that makes it very easy and fast to deploy the backend for your application, especially mobile and web. And specifically, we're gonna use Cognito for authentication flow, AppSync for our GraphQL API, and Amazon S3 for our storage. Yeah, that's too much details. You'll get to know them as we go, because a lot of things are automated and created by Amplify, so a lot of things are easy. Special thanks to Expo for sponsoring this video. Expo saw my project, my builds that I'm doing on this channel using Expo, and I have been used it ever since the beginning in almost all my clones. And they just reached out and said that they would like to sponsor this type of content so I can produce more clones and videos like this in future. And yeah, the good thing about this is there is no obligation from my side. I'm not obliged to say something good about Expo. I should say what I think, and I think that's really really great about this sponsorship, because it will help publish more videos in future. So who am I and why should you trust me? I'm a full stack developer for over 7 years now. I'm currently the CTO at a small startup called Fitinium. I also worked at Amazon as a software developer engineer. And I'm passionate about coding, building impactful startups, and helping others, sharing my journey and my knowledge with you guys here on YouTube. But the most important thing is that I'm not just a developer, and not only me, but also the new channel members are not just developers. So thank you very much for the new channel members that have subscribed, has bought the membership on YouTube. Thank you very much for the support. It really means a lot to me. All right, so if you want to follow along this tutorial, what do you need to have? You need to have React Native and Expo environment set up. You should have an AWS account and AWS CLI set up on your machine. And also you'll need the dummy data with images, icons, PDF presentation, everything. You can find accessing this link, assets.notjust.dev/Netflix. This is the second video in this series. In the first part, if you missed it, we did it previous week, where we implemented all the UI of application. I'm going to show you what we have at the moment in a couple of minutes. And I highly recommend you to check it out, follow along, try to build it yourself if you are learning React Native. But if you want to build only the backend for this and you think that the UI is too easy, then you can follow, you can clone the repository that we created previous time and check out specifically the UI branch. And that is going to be the code that we have at this moment that we're going to implement the backend. So after that, install the dependencies with yarn install or npm install. Then if you're using macOS and developing for iOS, also run npx pod install to install all the pods. And then run the project with yarn start. So that's what I have here. I have run the project with yarn start. and I ran it on an Android device or emulator. The project should work both on iOS and Android. So here it is. This is already the detail screen. Yeah, this is the home screen. And on the home screen, we can see that we have a couple of categories, and each category contains multiple movies. These movies you can scroll horizontally, and the whole page you can scroll vertically and check the movies that are available. You can also click on one movie, and here my emulator is quite slow, and here we will see details about this specific movie. We see all the information about movies, the year, how many seasons, and so on. And down below here, we see the episodes from season 1. And we also have the ability to change the seasons and see different episodes from different seasons. That's how we navigate through seasons. And then we can press on one episode, and it will load in our player where we can play it. If we wait a bit until the video loads, it should start playing. Yep, here it is. Here we can make the video full screen and watch it. And that's mostly it about our UI. We have implemented all the important things. And now what we will have to do is to create the backend for everything that we have done. All right, so how are you doing, guys? The intro is done. So hello everyone who is in the chat. Also, Sambulo, thank you very much for renewing your subscription. I saw that you renewed it, but that was after creating this presentation. So I'll include it in the next week. Okay. Thanks a lot for your great tutorials. I learned a lot from your channel. This is the first time I'm watching you live. Oh, welcome here. Yep, you can ask questions. You can ask questions, guys. I'm gonna try to stop between features and try to answer them, or we can stay at the end and I can do that. Okay, let's get started. And all right. So the first tab is to set up AWS Amplify project in our React Native project. For more information, you can access this URL. Let me open it. And here is the 1 second. And here is the getting started guide. We can start, choose React Native, and here you can see how you can sign up for an AWS account, how you can install and configure the Amplify CLI. So if you haven't done that before, and after that, you'll also have to configure Amplify. Here there is a guide that you will follow. It's pretty straightforward what you have to do. And after that, we will set up our full stack project by running Amplify init in our project. So let's open it. Let's open our command tool. Let's open a new terminal. And here, let's run Amplify init. I think it wasn't the right terminal that I opened. I'm still getting used to VS Code. The name for the project, Netflix, is okay. Enter a name for the environment. For the moment, it's going to be dev. And finally, I can choose the Visual Studio Code editor. which is supported by Amplify. Project type is JavaScript, React Native, source directory, let's leave it by default, default. And now we will wait a bit until it creates everything there. Do you want to use an AWS profile? Yes, and then I'm gonna choose a profile that I already set up, which you should set up during configuring Amplify. What is your VS Code theme? The theme, I think, is Material Darker. I had it the same theme in WebStorm, and I really like it. It's not too fancy, just quite dark, and that's it. Is this the last video for Netflix? But no, that's not gonna be the last video. We're gonna do one more, but I'm gonna announce what exactly we're gonna do at the end of the video. So stay tuned to see what we're gonna do next. Okay, so Amplify has been added. And that should have created a couple of files in our, come on. Yeah, that should have created a couple of files. One of them should be AWS exports. And this is, the configuration, the like high level configuration of a project. It should be in the root folder. And then it should also have generated an Amplify folder. And here is everything, all the code that Amplify generates for you. We're going to use this folder to further configure our API and stuff like that, but more on that later. So if we go back to our getting started, Amplify init, then let's install all the libraries that we will need. You can copy it from here. Let's open the terminal and let's run it. All right, I have to yarn install or yarnad. Why did I open a JavaScript debug terminal? All right. I cannot run the emulator, but I can run via browser. Yeah, the application should also run in browser. I tried the previous time, but it was the fast refresh was not working properly for me, and I had to wait a lot of time for every change. So that's why I switched to testing it on emulator. But it should work on iOS, Android, and web. How do I download the Expo? Check the link in the description, somewhere there. You have a link where you can access Expo website, and we have an installation guide, which is pretty simple. You install it, and then you can create projects after that with Expo init, and also you can run other projects with it. How about the icon pack? The same icon pack for material theme, material icon pack, something like that. It should come together. So, okay, we installed the library. Let's also install the native library with npx pod install. And that's only if you're developing for iOS. If you're developing on a Windows or on a Linux machine, don't run this code because it will not work. So you don't have to do that. Don't worry. Then we have to configure our Amplify. Okay, let's run that code. Let's open our application, the entry file for our application, which is app.tsx. And here, let's import Amplify first of all. Import Amplify. from AWS Amplify. We will import the AWS config from this file that was generated. Where is it? AWS exports. So make sure if it's in root, then we will do /AWS export. Will it work? All right. I hope it recognizes. However, if your AWS export somehow went into a directory which is source, then you'll do like source and so on. Some people had issues with that. I don't know why. Okay, and then we will run amplify.configure, and we will send the config there. Save. And I think it could not find the declaration file. That's don't worry about that. That's just a TypeScript error saying that there is no declaration file. Okay, let's run again our application on the device. Run Android device. Where is it? Did it run already? I missed it. I was reading the chat. Okay, let's run it on the Android emulator. And come on. Building JavaScript. So guys, how is it going? Do you like my new studio? I was fighting so much this week with these panels. They were always like falling down. Let's see if they will stick till the end of the video. At least someone will stick till the end of the video. There are alternatives for Amplify, which is building your own server with, I don't know, let's say Node.js, Express, MongoDB, and so on. That's also a good alternative in some cases, but it takes much more time to build it customly, like a custom server. And specifically, you will waste a lot of time on features that do not define your application, like the pipe working. I don't know, let's say authentication. All application need it, but it will not differentiate your application, and it will not mean it will not define if your application will succeed or fail as a startup or as a company. Yeah, I have more experience with startups, so that's why I'm speaking about that. So while with Amplify, you will see in a minute how fast it is to create these these features that are very common in a lot of applications, like storage, authentication, analytics, and so on. Why do you say that Amplify is not available in your country? Where do you live? Oh, it takes so much time to build a JavaScript. Does Expo mean React Native? So Expo is a set of tools on top of React Native. So at the end of the day, you write React Native, and that's actually React Native. Everything is React Native. However, Expo gives you a lot of things out of the box. Again, when you're building startups or when you're learning, you want to move as fast as possible, because speed matters in business, and that's why I always prioritize things, tools that make it easier for me to build. So that's why I managed to build an application, a fully working application, in 12 hours. I think if I would try to do that like 1 or 2 years ago without knowing the tools that I know today, that application would have taken me, I don't know, like at least a week or two, something like that. I think even more. But with the right tools that speed up your development, that's much easier. So Expo is one of that. It helps you with managing a lot of dependencies for you. So there is no native code that you have to manage from your side. And they also help with building your project and deploying to the market. And I tried their cloud build when publishing the crypto, and it was really easy to do. And again, they are doing a lot of configurations, like signing the application, like uploading these certificates to market and so on. They're doing it for you, and this way they're saving you a lot of time. Okay, so it has updated, which means we don't have any errors, which means that we have initialized Amplify correctly. Let's move forward. We are done here. Okay, the next step is to implement authentication. And you'll see how easy it is to create all these screens and all the authentications flow with Amplify. Let's get going. And first thing that we're gonna do is to add the authentication service. So I'm gonna somewhere here. I opened too many terminals. Okay, so first thing is I'm gonna add the authentication service. And with Amplify, when Amplify is not something new, Amplify is just a collection of more services that are already available on AWS, and they make it much easier to set up in your front-end applications. So whenever you want to add a new service, you'd follow this pattern: Amplify, add, and the name of a service. We're gonna do the same for authentication, for API, storage, and so on. So let's add the authentication first. Do you want to use default authentication and security configuration? Yeah, we're gonna go with a default configuration for now. You can also set up social providers, which is signing up with Google, with Apple, with Facebook, and so on. I have done that in the 12-hour stream, the vCrypto. If you're interested, you can check that out there. How do you want your users to be able to sign in? We're gonna with username. Do you want to configure advanced settings? No, I'm done here. Okay, it has been created. Where is it? Oh, yeah, I went ahead. All right, so yeah, let's add authentication here. We will have to install some libraries. And the libraries for Expo are these. I think we have installed all of them. Yeah. I'm not sure about AWS React Native, but we'll see. If we have any issues, we'll install that library. So back in our app.tsx, besides, after importing the Amplify, we will import also with authenticator, hopefully wrote it correctly, from AWS Amplify React Native. And yeah, instead of exporting this function inline here, we will export it down below, default application. And now we will wrap our application in the with authenticator function. It's not actually a function, it's called like higher order component. But yeah, treat it as a function. So let's save. Let's save, and now the last thing is to actually call amplify push, and this will push all the changes that we created locally and everything that we have here in Amplify that has been created by adding the authentication. And Amplify will create these services in cloud, will create the Cognito pool with all the users, will set up all the permissions and so on. So yeah, we'll have to wait a little bit here. Yeah, and here we can see that there is one change for the authentication and the operation is create. So let's answer with yes, and this will update the resources in the cloud. Okay, we already see the login form, but we'll not be able yet to sign up, so we'll have to wait. But you already see how easy was that to integrate the authentication. Let's wait until everything is updated in cloud, and then we're gonna create this account. Could you use phone number for authentication? Yes, you can also use the phone number as authentication. You would select it when you set up authentication. Yeah, where to start to become a full stack web developer? Someone is answering: learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, SQL, NoSQL API, REST API. Yeah, that's a lot of technologies. So definitely you would start with web development, probably, where you will learn HTML, CSS, and vanilla JavaScript to create, design, and make websites interactive. You'd also need some basics in in programming in general. You can do that in JavaScript. Then you'd have to pick up probably a framework that will make a lot of things easier, such as, I don't know, React, JS, React Native if you want to get into mobile, Angular, Vue, something like that. But pick one and learn one. Don't be afraid that there are so many and you know only one. Just try to focus on one in the beginning and put all your effort into learning that technology, that framework, because you'll have all the time to learn others. Because if you start learning a bit of React and then, oh, my friend is learning Angular, let me learn Angular, or that YouTuber is learning, I don't know, Vue.js, I probably should do Vue.js, then you'll lose focus and you will know just a bit of everything, but you'll not be good enough in any of them. So try to be focused and yeah, always learn by building actual projects, because if you just stick to tutorials and books and just watch and read, you'll get bored and you'll lose motivation to do that. But try to watch a tutorial, and whatever you learn in the tutorial, implement that at the same time in your project, or and that's how you actually build knowledge. All right, so our resources are updated in the cloud. Let's try to create an account. In our emulator, we see that we are shown the login form, and here we can say that, okay, let's sign up first. For a username, I'm gonna choose Vadim, a very secure password. Put in your email because you'll receive a confirmation code. For the number, you can put whatever you want. And then let's sign up. Invalid form. Okay, that's probably indeed invalid format. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 0, 0. And plus, come on. But yeah, it's +1. Oh. I don't think they had this validation before. I think there was an update with phone number validation, because I don't remember these issues before. But yeah, that's nice. Okay, so confirm sign up. We should receive a confirmation code on our email. Let me open it and check if I already received it, but yeah, you should receive it instantly. Yeah, I received it. Let me copy. Come on. I cannot copy, come on, like this.